ship in a day and then lie bloated on the beach. For all that, there was something indelibly pathetic about the women of this ghetto island. Bellis did not know what chain of circumstances had allowed the malarial queendom to exist, but they were unthinkable to her. It was impossible to imagine these shrieking creatures on other shores, their petty terrorism despoiling half a continent. The food was as monotonous as the setting. Bellis's tongue was quite numb to the fish and grass taste, chewing stolidly on whatever rust-nourished sea life the cacti caught in the bay, whatever edible weed they uprooted. The Samhari officers tolerated them uneasily, but did not trust them. Captain Senga continued to curse the Cactus Armadans in Rapid Sanglari as turncoats and renegades. With each morning's fevered calculations, the scientists became more and more excited. The stacks of their notes and calculations grew massive. The ember that distinguished Croak Alm from his compatriots, which Bellis thought of as true curiosity, waxed. Bellis struggled but did not fail. She was translating now without even trying to understand what she said, just passing on what was said, as if she was an analytical engine, breaking down and reconstituting formulae. She knew that to the men and women hunched over the table, debating with Alm, she was more or less invisible. She focused on voices as if they were music. The measured sonority of tintinnabulum, the staccato excitement of Faber, the seesawing oboe tones of the biophilosopher whose name Bellis could never remember. Alm was tireless. Bellis felt faintly dismayed by exhaustion when she sat with Tanner Sack and the other engineers in the afternoon, but Alm continued without apparent difficulty, shifting his attention from the conceptual problems and philosophy of the Avank to practical issues of bait and control and capture of something the size of an island. And when the failing light and general fatigue forced the day's work to end, it was never Alm who suggested it. Bellis could not fail to realize that research problems were being overcome one by one. It had not taken long for Alm to rewrite his data appendix, and then for the Armadans to point out errors and miscalculations, holes in his research. The excitement of the scientists was palpable. They were almost drunk on it. It was a problem, a project of unthinkable scale, and yet, one by one, the problems, the objections, and obstacles were being overcome. They were teetering on the edge of something extraordinary. The fact of its possibility was utterly giddying. Bellis did not fraternize with the Armadans, but she could not spend her days without speaking to them. "There you go, get that down you," one might say, handing her a bowl of dull stew. And to refuse a word of thanks would have been a quite unnecessary violence. Occasionally, in the evenings, amid the Armadans' dice and sing-songs, which entranced the sour-voiced Anaphelli, she found herself on the edge of conversations. The only one she knew by name was Tanner Sack. The fact that she had travelled above him on the Terpsichorea, free while he had been incarcerated, had poisoned any chance of trust between them, she supposed, though she had the sense that he was an open man. He was one of those who would make a little attempt to include her when he spoke. Bellis now came closer than she had ever been to Armadan society. She was allowed to listen to stories. Most were about secrets. She heard about the chains that dangled below Armada, ancient, hidden for tens of decades, years' worth of work, and many ships' worth of metal. Long before the lovers made up their minds what to do with them, the teller of one story said, this was tried before. Uther Dul was prey to the storytellers too. "He comes from the land of the dead," someone said once, conspiratorially. "Old Dul was born more than 3,000 years ago. It was him started the contumancy. He was born a slave in the Ghosthead Empire, and he stole that sword, Might Blade, and fought free and destroyed the Empire. He died. But a warrior like him, greatest fighter there's ever been. He's the only man was able to fight his way out of the shade world back to the living." Those listening made good-humoured derisory noises. They did not believe it, of course, but then they did not know what to believe about Uther Dul. Dul himself spent his days quietly. The main person whose company he sought, the only one who came anything close to a friend, seemed to be Hedrigal. The cactus aeronaut and the human warrior often talked quietly at the edge of the room. They muttered in quick undertones, as if they were ashamed of friendship. There was only one other person with whom Uthadul was prepared to spend time, and to whom he talked, and that was Bellis. It had not taken her long to realize that the apparently chance meetings, the brief pleasantries, were not coincidental. In an elliptical and tentative way, he was trying to make friends with her. Bellis could not make sense of him, and she did not try to second-guess him. She trusted herself to cope. Though a sense of danger always remained, part of her enjoyed the encounters, the formal air, the slightest sense of flirtation. It was hardly coquetry. She did not compromise her dignity with simpering suggestiveness, but she was drawn to him, and she scolded herself for that. Bellis thought of Silas. Not with any sense of guilt or betrayal. The idea of that made her pout in disdain. But she remembered the time he had taken her to the Glad fight, specifically to see Uthadul. "That's what's trying to stop us leave," he had told her, and she could not afford to forget it. Why, she asked herself, would you risk spending time with Dul? Deep in her bag she felt the weight of the box Silas had given her. She was acutely aware that she had a job to do on this island, that she must plan soon. It placed her very directly against Dul. Bellis realized why she had let their conversations continue. It was rare that she felt herself in the company of someone with as much or more control as her over their own reactions to the world and its reception of them. Uthadul was one. That was why they respected each other. To speak simply, without smiling, to someone else with the same manner, to know that whatever would have intimidated most people did not fluster him, and that the same was true the other way round. That was rare, and a pleasure. Bellis felt that they should be looking out over a city at night. They should be on a balcony. They should be wandering through back streets, their hands in their pockets. Instead, they were in a small room that jutted off the central hall. They stood near one of the window slits, and Bellis was desperately sick of the colours of rock. She stared at the little patch of night-lit black hungrily. "Do you understand it all?" said Bellis. Dul moved his head ambiguously. "Enough," he said slowly, "to know that they're close. I have very different expertise. My research will come after this. Your job will change soon. You'll be asked to start teaching him salt." Bellis blinked, and Dul nodded. "It's a breach of Samheri and Konid laws, but we're not bringing new knowledge to the island. Aum will come with us." Of course, thought Bellis. "So," continued Dul, "so we return." His wonderful voice was low. "With our prize. It's a monumental project what we're attempting. Armada's been stationed at a seam of oil and rock milk since we left. Drilling, storing what's needed for the invocation. We'll make for the sinkholes, and then we'll use our fuel and our bait and the shackles we'll build and so on, and we hook ourselves an Avank." It sounded so pathetic. There was a long silence after that. "And then," said Dul very softly, "our work begins." Bellis did not speak. "I knew you were playing games with me," she thought coolly. "What work begins?" It did not surprise her. It was no great shock to realize that the Avank was only the start of the lovers' project, that there was more going on, that there was some grand scheme behind all this effort, an agenda to which virtually no one, certainly not she, was party. Except that now, in one way, she was. She did not understand why Dul was telling her. His motives were impenetrable. All Bellis knew was that she was being used. She did not even resent it, she realized. She would expect no less. The following morning, the sun came up on the body of one of the human engineers. His skeleton was constricted by his newly tight skin. His arms were curled tight around his chest, and his hands were claws. His spine was arched as if with great age. In the cavity below his ribs, his skin clung to the rubbery piping of his drained intestines. His eyes were half shriveled like drying fruit, baking in the sun. The gums in his open mouth were almost as white as his teeth. Surrounded by crooning mosquito men, Hedrigal turned him over, rocking on his curved spine like a wooden horse, and found that the fat hole between his ribs where the she-Anaphelius had punctured him. The Armadans had become complacent. The death dismayed them. "Stupid fucker," Bellis heard Tanissac mutter. "What was he fucking doing?" She watched him turn from the window. He did not want to see Hedrigal bending down and, with a gruff tenderness, picking up the pathetic remains, cradling the skin and bone man and walking out of the village to bury him. But even that tragedy could not dampen the agitation in the air. Even in that shock and grief, Bellis could feel an excitement among the scientists. Even those who had known the engineer felt their sadness vie with a very different feeling. "Look at this," hissed Theobald, a pirate and a theoretical oceanologer. He waved a thick document, pages sewn together at one end. "We've damn well got it. This is the maths we need, the thaumaturgy, the biology." Bellis looked at the papers with a vague astonishment. All of that came through me, she thought. When Alm entered, they had Bellis write, "We need you to help us. Will you leave this place and learn our language and help us call this Avank from the sea? Will you come with us?" And though it was almost impossible to read that sphincter-mouthed face, Bellis was sure that she saw fear and joy in Alm's eyes. He said yes, of course. The news passed quickly around the village, and the he-Anapheli came in great numbers to croon with Alm and hiss their feelings. Their happiness? Wondered Bellis. Their jealousy? Grief? Some of them looked at the Armadan party with something akin to hunger, she thought. Their abstraction from the world was tenuous and could be broken, as Alm appeared to have broken his. "We leave in 2 days," said the lover, and there was a rush of blood from Bellis's chest so quick it hurt her. She had completely neglected her commission. New Crobazon relied on her. She felt despondency take her and begin to pull her down. This will not happen, she thought quickly. It is not too late. The crew were delighted at the thought of leaving, of escaping this cloying air and those voracious women. Bellis, however, was desperate for more time, for a few more days. She thought again of that dried-up corpse, but not for very long. She was terrified of despairing. That night, as the scab meddlers and cacti escorted their vulnerable comrades to their beds, she sat alone, massaging her hand, breathing deep, trying fearfully to work out some plan, some way to get to the Drea Sama ship. For brief moments, she considered deserting, demanding Captain Senga's mercy and staying on board, or stowing away. Anything to see New Crobazon again. But she knew she could not. As soon as she was missed, the lover would order the Drea Sama ship searched, and the Samari would not refuse them. And then she would be caught, and her package would be undelivered, and New Crobazon in terrible danger. And besides, she cautiously let herself remember, she still had no way of reaching the Samari ship. Bellis heard a faint sound from one of the adjoining rooms. She came closer to the closed door. It was the lover's voice. She could not hear the words, but the firm, hard voice was unmistakable. She sounded as if she was singing gently, like a mother to her child. Hushed and very intense, there was something in those sounds that made Bellis shiver and close her eyes. She was listening to a concentration of emotion that almost made her head swim. Bellis leant against the wall and heard emotions that were not hers. She could not tell if they affirmed love or the most draining kind of obsession. But still she waited, her eyes on the door, parasitic like the mosquito women, steeping herself in stolen feelings. And after some minutes, when the sounds were done and Bellis had moved away, the lover emerged. Her heavy features were calm. She saw Bellis watching her, and met her eyes without shame or pugnacity. Blood was leaking sluggish as molasses from a new wound in the lover's face, a long split in the skin from the right corner of her lip, under her chin, and down towards the hollow of her neck. The lover had staunched most of the blood, and only a few fat drops welled up like sweat, broke and ran, marking her skin. The women watched each other for seconds. Bellis felt as if they shared no language. The gulf between them giddied her. Chapter 26. That night, Bellis roused herself many hours after everyone had gone to sleep. She removed the sweat-damp sheet that covered her and stood. The air was still warm, even in these dark hours. She picked up Silas's package from below her pillow, pulled aside the curtain, and walked slow and quiet through the room where Tanner lay wrapped in shadows on his pallet. When she reached the wooden door, she leaned her head against it and felt its grain on her skin. Bellis was afraid. She peered very carefully through the window and saw a cactus man guard wandering through the deserted square, from doorway to doorway, checking them idly, moving on. He was some way from her, and she thought she could open the door and run without him seeing or hearing her. And then? Bellis could see nothing in the sky. There was no threatening whine, no voracious insectile woman with claw hands and jutting mouth hungry for her blood. She put her hand on the bolt and waited, to hear or see one of the she-Anapheli for confirmation, so that she could avoid her, easier to hide if you know where it is. And she thought about that leather and bone sack she had seen that morning, that had once been a man. She froze, her hand like wire on the door. "What are you doing?" The words came in a hard whisper from behind her. Bellis spun, her hands gripping her shift. Tanner had sat up and was staring at her from within his dark alcove. She moved a little, and he stood. She saw the odd encumbrances of tentacles spill from his midriff. He faced her, his stance tense and suspicious. He looked as if he was about to attack her. And yet he whispered, and something in that reassured her. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. He stood in the entranceway to hear her, and his face was as hard and untrusting as she had ever seen it. "I didn't mean to wake you," she whispered. I had to." And her inventiveness fled her, and she did not know what she would say she had had to do. Her words dried up. "What are you doing?" he said. Slow and angry and curious, he spoke to her in Raggamole. "I'm sorry," she said again, and shook her head. "I felt—" She held her breath and looked at him again, her eyes steady. "Can't open that bolt," he said. He was looking at the package in her hands, and with an effort, Bellis did not try to hide it or move her fingers nervously, but kept it in plain view, as if it was nothing important. "What is it? Call of nature? Was that what it was? You'll have to use a pot, lady. You can't be shamed of things like that here. You saw what happened to William." She straightened then and nodded, keeping her face immobile, and walked back to where her bed lay. "Sleep better, won't ya?" said Tanasak behind her, and settled himself slowly. At the curtain between the rooms, Bellis turned briefly to look at him. He sat up, obviously waiting and listening, and setting her teeth, she pulled the curtain to. For a few moments there was silence. Then Tanner heard the sound of a tiny little spray, a few grudging drops, and he grinned humorlessly into his sheet. A few feet from him, separated by the curtain, Bellis stood up from the chamber pot, her face set and furious. Through her humiliated anger, she grasped at something, began to shape a hope, an idea. The next day was the Armadans' last on the island. The scientists put together their reams of paper and their sketches, talking and laughing like children. Even the taciturn Tintinnabulum and his companions seemed buoyed up. All around Bellis, schedules and plans were taking shape, and it seemed like the Avank was caught in all but fact. The lover flitted into the discussions and out again, a heavy smile on her, her new cut red and shining. Only Uthadul was impassive, Uthadul and Bellis herself. Their eyes met across the room. Motionless, less the only still points in the bustling hall, they shared a moment of some superior feeling, akin to scorn. All day the Anapheli came and went, their sedate, monkish manner shaken. They were very sorry to see the newcomers go, realizing they were soon to be bereft of the sudden influx of theories and impressions that they had brought. Bellis watched Cruach Alm, and saw how like a child the old Anaphelius was. He watched his new companions packing what bags and clothes and books they had brought, and he tried to copy them, though he had nothing. He left the hall and returned a little while later with a bundle of rags and edges of scrap paper, which he collected and tied together at the top, in a crude imitation of a travelling sack. It made Bellis shiver to watch. Deep in her own bag, Bellis could feel Silas's package, the letters, the necklace, the box, the wax, the ring. Tonight, she told herself, and felt panic. Tonight, come what may. For the rest of the short day, she tracked the sun's passage. In the late afternoon, when the light had become thick and slow, and every shape bled shadows, dread overtook her. Because she realized that there was no way she could cross past the swamps and the territories of the murderous mosquito women. Bellis looked up in alarm as the door was thrown open. Captain Senka stepped forward into the room, flanked by 2 of his crew. The 3 cacti stood at the entrance, their arms crossed. They were big men, even for their race. Their vegetable muscles bunched under their sashes and loincloths. Light gleamed on their jewellery and on their weapons. Senga pointed his massive finger at Cruach Alm. "This Anophelius," he announced, "is going nowhere." No one moved. After several still seconds, the lover stepped forwards. Senga spoke before she could. "What did you think, Captain?" he said, disgusted. "Captain, is that what I should fucking call you, woman? What did you think? I've turned a blind sun-fucked eye on your presence here, which I did not have to. I've put up with your communication with the natives, which is a breach of security, risking a new fucking malarial age." The lover shook her head impatiently at this hyperbole, but Senga continued. "I've waited patiently for you to get the fuck off this island, and what? You think you can smuggle one of these creatures off land without my knowledge? You think I'd let you go?" "Your vessels will be searched," he said decisively. "Any contraband lifted from Machinery Beach, any Anopheli books or treatises, any heliotypes of the island will be confiscated." He indicated Alm again, and shook his head incredulously. "Have you read history, woman? You want to take an Anophelius out?" Cruach Alm watched the altercation with wide eyes. "Captain Senga," said the lover. Bellis had never seen her more alive with presence, more magnificent. "No one would ever criticize your concern for safety or your commitment to your commission. But you know as well as I that the male Anophelius is a harmless herbivore. We have no intention of bringing out any but this one." "I will not have it!" Senga shouted. "Sunshit, this system is absolute, and it's absolute because we can learn the lessons of history. No Anopheli are to leave this island. That is a condition of their being allowed to live. There are no exceptions." "I'm tiring of this, Captain." Bellis could not but admire the lover's calm, cold and hard as iron. "Cruach Alm is leaving with us. We have no wish to antagonize Driasama, but we are taking this Anophelius." She turned her back on him and began to walk away. "My men are on Machinery Beach," he said, and she paused and turned back to him. He drew a huge pistol and held it loose, dangling down. The Armadans were quite still. "Trained cacti fighters," Senga said. "Defy me, and you will not leave this island alive." So slowly that the motion did not seem threatening, he raised his gun and pointed it at the lover. "This Anophelius, Aum, you said, he is coming with me." The guards all around the room were poised on the edge of motion. Their hands fluttered over their swords and bows and pistols. Scab metallers in cracked armour and huge cacti, their eyes moved quickly from Senga to the lover and back again. The lover did not look at any of them. Instead, Bellis saw her catch the eye of Uther Dul. Dul walked forward, placing himself between the lover and the gun. "Captain Senga," he said in that beautiful voice. He stood still, the pistol now trained on his head, looking up at the cactus man, more than a foot taller and vastly more massive than him. He stared into the barrel of the gun as he spoke, as if it was Senga's eye. "It falls to me to bid you goodbye." The captain looked down and seemed momentarily uncertain. He drew back his free hand then, his biceps knotting enormously under his skin, his meaty fist tensed and ready to swing, bristling with thorns. He was moving slowly, obviously hoping not to hit Dool, but to intimidate him into submission. Dool reached out with both his hands, as if supplicating. He paused, and there was a sudden snapping motion of such speed that Bellis, who had expected it, who had known that something of the sort would happen, could not possibly follow it, and Senga was reeling back, shocked, holding his throat where Dool had jabbed him with stiff fingers, not hard, but like a warning, finding a space between those vicious spines and taking the breath from him. Dool held the gun now, still pointing towards his own skull, trapped between his flat palms like something granted him in prayer. He kept his eyes on Senga and whispered to him, words that Bellis could not hear. Bellis's heart is slamming. Dool's actions shatter her. Whether an attack is brutal or muted, the motion itself, its preternatural speed and perfection, makes it seem like an assault on the order of things, as if time and gravity can no more withstand Uther Dool than flesh. The two cacti standing behind Senga stepped forward, sluggish and outraged. They reached to their belts, drawing weapons, and the gun held in Dool's frozen applause flickered and faced them, and flickered again, and was clenched in his outstretched right hand, pointed directly first at one, and then, instantaneously, the other sailor. There is no movement. The three cacti are appalled at this velocity and control that border on thaumaturgy. Dool shifted again, the gun leaving his fingers and spinning out of reach. His white sword was in his hand. There were two reports, and Senga's crew members yelled in pain in quick succession, their hands snapping away from their weapons, now clutched in front of them, wrists split. The sword's tip was at Senga's throat now, and the cactus man stared at Dool with fear and hatred. "I hit your men with the flat of my blade, Captain," said Dool. "Don't make me show you the edge." Senga and his men backed away, retreating out of his range, through the door and into the last of the daylight. Dool waited by the entrance, his sword extended into the open air. All around the room, a sound was building, a rhythmic muttering, a triumphant awed bark. Bellis remembered it. She had heard it before. "Dool," the men and women of Armada chanted. "Dool, Dool, Dool," as they had at the Glad Circus, as if he were a deity, as if he could grant them wishes, as if they were chanting in church. Their adorations were not loud, but they were fervent and grimly joyous, and ceaseless, and in perfect time. They enraged Senka, who heard in them a taunt. He glared back at Dool, framed in the doorway. "Look at you!" he shouted furiously. "You coward! You pigman! You fucking cheat! What demon did you let fuck you in return for those skills, pigman? You won't leave this fucking place!" He was silent then, suddenly, his voice collapsing, as Uther Dool stepped out of the room into what the cacti had thought of as the safety of the open air. The Armadans gasped, but most of them kept chanting. Bellis was at the door immediately, ready to slam it against any she-Anopheles. She saw Dool stalking without hesitation towards Nurjit Senga, his blade held poised. She could hear him speaking. "I know you're angry, Captain," he said softly. "Control yourself, though. There's no danger in Alm coming with us, and you know that. It'll be his last contact with this island. You came to forbid it because you felt your authority leeching from you. That was a miscalculation, but so far only 2 of your men have seen this." The 3 cacti were ranged a little way around him, their eyes meeting and parting again, wondering if they could rush him. Bellis was shoved aside suddenly as Hedrigal and several other Armadan cacti and scab metalers came to stand outside. They did not approach the standoff. "You will not stop us leaving, Captain," Dool went on. "You don't want to risk war with Armada. And besides, you know as well as I that it's not my crew or even my boss you want to punish, it's me. And that," he finished softly, "will not happen." Bellis heard the sound then, the high drone of Anopheles women approaching. She gasped, and heard others gasp too. Senga and his men began to look up shiftily, as if trying to avoid being seen. Dool's eyes did not move from Captain Sengar's face. A scudding shape cut across the sky, and Bellis pinched her mouth closed. The chant of Dool had dwindled, but it continued almost subliminally. No one yelled out to him that he was in danger. They all knew that if they had heard the Anopheles, he certainly had. As the sound of their wings approached, Dool moved closer to the captain, suddenly, till he was staring very close into Sengar's eyes. "Do we understand each other, Captain?" he said, and Sengar bellowed and tried to grab Dool and crush him in a thorned bear hug. But Dool's hands flickered in Sengar's face and swung down to block his arm, and then Dool was standing a few feet back, and the cactus man was doubled up and cursing as sap dripped from his smashed nose. Sengar's crewmen watched with a kind of appalled indecision. Dool turned his back to them then, and raised his sword to meet the first of the mosquito women who came for him. Bellis stopped breathing. The she-Anopheles was suddenly visible, plummeting through screaming air. A starved shape. The jag erupted from her mouth. She skirted over the earth, irregular and very fast, her arms outstretched, slavering and starving. For long moments she was the only thing that moved. Dool was still, waiting for her, his sword held vertically on his right. And then, suddenly, when the Anopheles was so close that Bellis thought she could smell her, so that her proboscis seemed to be touching Dool's flesh, his arm was suddenly stretched across his body, the sword still vertical and immobile, but on the other side of him, and the mosquito woman's head and left forearm were tumbling free and bloody across the dry earth as her body crashed to the ground beyond him. Thick, sluggish gore streaked Dool's blade, and the corpse and the dust. Dool had moved again, and was turning, leaping up, reaching with his hands as if he was plucking a fruit, spitting the second she-Anopheles, that Bellis had not even seen, as she flew over his head, and then twisting, pulling her out of the air on the end of his blade, and flicking her to the ground, where she lay screaming and drooling, and still trying to reach him. He dispatched her quickly, to Bellis's appalled relief. And then the sky was quiet, and Dool had turned again to Sengar, and was wiping his blade. "This is the last you'll hear of me or any of us, Captain Sengar," he assured the cactus man, who stared at him with more fear than hatred now, and whose eyes took in the bloody corpses of those two mosquito women, each stronger than a man. "Go now. This can end here." Then again the hateful sound of the she-Anopheles, and Bellis almost cried out at the thought of more carnage. The humming grew closer, and Sengar's eyes grew wide. He stood for a moment longer, looking quickly around him for the ravenous she-Anopheles, a part of him still hoping that they might kill Dool, but knowing that they would not. Dool did not move, no matter that the sound grew closer. "Sudden shit!" Sengar shouted, and turned away, defeated, waving his hands to bring his men with him. They walked quickly away. Bellis knew that they wanted to get away before any more of the she-Anopheles attacked and were killed. Not because they cared for the terrible woman things, but because the sight of Dool's mastery was appalling to them. Dool waited until the three cactus people had disappeared. Only then did he turn, calmly, resheathing his sword, and walk back to the room. The sound of wings was very close by that time, but mercifully they were a little too slow, and they did not reach him. Bellis heard the screaming wings dissipate as the mosquito women scattered. Dool re-entered the room, and the shout of his name went up again, proud and insistent like a battle cry. And he acknowledged it this time, bowed his head, and raised his arms to the height of his shoulders, his palms outstretched. He stood immobile, lowering his eyes, as if adrift on the sound. And it was night again, the last night, and Bellis was in her room, on her bed of dusty straw, Silas's package in her hands. Tanner Sack did not sleep. He was too wired from the excitement of the day, the fights. He was caught up in astonishment at what he now knew, what he had learned from Cruach Alm. Only tiny fragments of a much larger theory, but his new knowledge, the scale of the commission expected of him, was dizzying. Too dizzying to let him sleep. And besides, he was waiting for something. It came between 1 and 2 in the morning. The curtain to the women's room was drawn back, very gently, and Bellis Coldwine crept across the room. Tanner twisted his mouth in a hard smile. He had no idea what it was that she had been doing the previous night, but it was obvious that pissing had not been on her mind. He gave a half smile, half wince, as he thought of his little cruelty, forcing her into such a performance. He had felt somewhat guilty afterwards, though the thought of the prim, tight Miss Coldwine squeezing out a few drops for his benefit had kept him grinning all the next day. He had known then that her business, whatever it was unfinished, and that she would come back. Tanner watched her. She did not know he was awake. He could see her standing by the door in her white underdress, peering through the window. She was holding something. It would be that leather packet she had tried not to draw his attention to the previous night. He felt curiosity about her actions and a spark of cruelty, some redirected revenge for his mistreatment on the Terpsichorea settling on Bellis. Those feelings had stopped him informing Dool or the lover of her actions. Bellis stood and looked, then hunkered down and rummaged silently in her package, and stood and looked again, and bent and stood, and so on. Her hand hovered ineffectually around the bolt. Tanner Sachs stood and walked soundlessly towards her. She was too engrossed with her indecision to notice him. He stood a few feet behind her, watching her, irritated and amused by her irresolution, until he had had enough and he spoke. "Got to go again, have ya?" he whispered sardonically, and Bellis spun around to face him, and he saw, with shock and shame, that she was crying. His mean little smile disappeared instantly. Tears were pouring from Bellis Coldwine's eyes, but she did not utter a sob. She was breathing hard, and each deep breath shook and threatened to break, but she was quite silent. Her expression was fierce and controlled, her eyes intense and bloodshot. She looked like something cornered. Furiously she wiped her eyes and nose. Tanner tried to speak, but her glare shook him, and it was only with an effort that he could utter words. "Now there, now," he whispered. "I didn't mean anything by that." "What do you want?" she whispered. Chastened but not cowed, Tanner looked down at the package in her hands. "What's the matter with you, then?" he said. "What's that? Trying to stow away, are you? Hoping that Sam Harry'll take you home?" As he spoke, he felt his anger growing again, but he had to struggle to control it. "Want to tell Mayor Rudgutter how badly you was treated on a pirate ship? Is that it, miss? Let them know about Armada so they can try to hunt us down and gather me and the likes of me and put us back in a fucking ship below the decks. Slaves for the colonies." Bellis was staring at him in a dignified, tearful rage. There was a long pause, and below the skin of her still, set face, Tanner saw her make a resolution. "Read it," she hissed suddenly. She slapped a long letter into his hands and slumped against the door. "Status 7, he muttered. "What the fuck is a code arrowhead?" Bellis said nothing. She had stopped crying. She stared at him, sullen as a child, but now there is something in the back of her eyes, some hope. Tanner continued, hacking his way through the thickets of code and finding trails of sense, places where meaning became suddenly and shockingly clear. "Arrival of kissing magi," he whispered incredulously. "Canker to be clotted by worm troopers. Algae bombs? What the fuck is this? This is about some fucking invasion. What the fuck is this?" Bellis watched him. "This," she echoed him remorselessly, "is about some fucking invasion." She kept him in a cruel silence for several seconds, and then told him. He leaned back, gripping the paper, staring sightlessly at its seal, running his fingers through the chain on Silas's tag. "You're right about me, you know," said Bellis. They whispered to keep the woman in the other room from waking. Bellis's voice sounded dead. "You are right," she repeated. "Armada is not my place. I can see you. You think I wouldn't trust that uptown bitch." Tanner shook his head, trying to disagree, but she would not let him. "You're right. I'm not trustworthy. I want to go home, Tanasak, and if I could open a door and walk through and be in Brockmarsh or Salacus Fields or Mafferton or Ludmead or anywhere in New Crobazon, then by Jabber, I would walk through it. Tana almost winced at her intensity. But I can't, she went on. And yes, there was a time when I imagined rescue. I imagined the Navy sailing in to whisk me home. But there are two things in the way of that. I want to go home, Sack. But... She hesitated and slumped a little. But there were others on the Terpsichorea without that urge. And I know what it would mean for you and for the others, for all the Crobazona remade, to be rescued. She turned her eyes to him in an unflinching stare. And you can believe me or not, as you like, but that's not something I want. I have no illusions about New Crobazon, about the transportation. You know nothing about my circumstances, Tanasak. You don't know anything about what forced me onto that fucking loathsome ship. No matter how I want to return home, she said, I know that what's best for me isn't so for you, and I'd not willingly be party to that. And that's true, she said suddenly, as if in surprise, as if to herself. I lost that argument, I concede. That is true. She hesitated, then looked up at him. And even if you think I'm full of nothing but lies, Mr. Sack, there's always the second factor. There is nothing I can do. I can't stow away with the Samari. I can't give directions to the New Crobazon Navy. I'm stuck with Armada. I'm damn well stuck with it. So, who's Silas Fenwick? He said. And what is this? He waved the letter. Fenwick is a Crobazona agent, no less marooned than me. Only with information, she said coldly. Information about a fucking invasion. You want it to fall? She demanded. Godspit, I understand you've no love for the place. Why in Jabber's name should you have? But do you really want New Crobazon to fall? Her voice was suddenly very hard. Have you no friends left there? No family? There's nothing left in the whole fucking city you'd preserve? You wouldn't mind it falling to the Gengris? A little to the south of Wynian Street, and Palora's Fields, was a tiny market. It appeared in a mews behind a warehouse on Shundays and dust days. It was too small to have a name. It was a shoe market. Second-hand, new, stolen, imperfect and perfect. Clogs, slippers, boots and others. For some years it was Tanner's favourite place in New Crobazon. Not that he bought any more shoes than anyone else, but he enjoyed walking the short length of the mews, past the tables of leather and canvas, listening to the shouts of the vendors. There were several small cafes on that little street, and he had known the proprietors and the regulars well. When he had no work and a little money, he might spend hours in the ivy-covered Boland's coffees, arguing and idling with Boland and Ivan Kurlau and Schludnescher, the Vodgenoi, taking pity on mad Spiral Jacobs and buying him a drink. Tanner had spent many days there, in a haze of smoke and tea and coffee, watching the shoes and the hours ebb away through Boland's imperfect windows. He could live without those days, for Jabber's sake. It wasn't as if they were a drug. It wasn't as if he lay awake missing them at night. But they were what he thought of instantly when Bellis asked him if he cared whether the city fell. Of course, the thought of New Crobazon, and all those people he knew, whom he had not thought of for some time, and all the places he had been, all broken and destroyed and drowned by the Grindylow, figures who existed only in a nightmare, shadow form in his head. Of course, that appalled him. Of course he would not wish for that. But the immediacy of his own reaction astonished him. There was nothing intellectual, nothing thought out about it. He looked through the window into that sweltering, hot island night, and remembered looking through those other windows, of thick and mottled glass, onto the shoe market. Why didn't you tell the lovers? Why don't you think they'd help try to get a message to the city? Bellis shucked her shoulders in a false silent laugh. Do you really think, she said slowly, that they would care? Do you think they'd put themselves out? Send a boat, maybe? Pay for a message? You think they'd risk uncovering themselves? You think they'd go to all that effort just to save a city that would destroy them if it had the slightest chance? You're wrong, he said, uncertain. There's enough Crobazoners among the press gangs who'd care. Nobody knows, she hissed. Only Fenwick and I know, and if we spread the word, they'll discredit us, write us off as troublemakers, dump us at sea, burn the message. God damn it, what if you're wrong? She stared at him until he shifted in her gaze. You think they'll care? You think they won't let New Crobuzon drown? If we told them and you were wrong, it would be over, our only chance gone. Do you see what's at stake? You want to risk it? Really? With a hollowness in his throat, Tanner realized that what she said made sense. And that is why I'm sitting here crying like a cretin, she spat. Because getting this message and this proof and this bribe to the Samheri is the only chance we have to save New Crobuzon. Do you see? To save it. And I've been standing here frozen because I can't think of a way to get to the beach, because I'm terrified of those woman things out there. I do not want to die, and dawn is coming, and I can't go out there, and I have to. And it's more than a mile to the beach. She looked at him carefully, and then away. I don't know what to do. They could hear the Cacti guard walking through the moonlit township from house to house. Tanner and Bellis sat facing each other, leaning against the walls, their eyes fixed. Tanner looked again at the letter he held. There was the seal. He held out his hands, and Bellis gave him the rest of her little bundle. She kept her face composed. He read the letter to the Samheri pirates. The reward was generous, he thought, but hardly excessive if it meant saving New Crobuzon. Saving it. Keeping it safe from harm. He went through each letter again, line by line. Armada was not mentioned. He looked at the necklace with his little tag, its name and symbol. There was nothing to link this to Armada. Nothing to tell the Crobuzon government where to find him. Bellis watched him from her silence. She knew what he was. He could sense the hope in her. He picked up the big ring, examined its intricate inverted seal, troughs for peaks and vice versa. He felt hypnotized by it. It meant more than one thing to him, like New Crobuzon. The quiet went on while he turned the package over and over in his hands, ran his fingers over the nub of sealing wax and the ring and the long letter with its dreadful warning. There was his remaking to remember, but that was not all. There were places and people. There was more than one side to New Crobuzon. Tanner Sack was loyal to Garwater, and he felt the passion of that loyalty inside him, beside a sad affection for New Crobuzon, a kind of melancholic regretful fondness, for the shoe market and for other things. The two emotions flickered inside him and circled each other like fish. He thought of his old city all blasted, destroyed. It's true, he whispered slowly. It's a mile or more to Machinery Beach, down the hill, past the swamps and all that, where the women live. He jerked his head, suddenly indicating the other end of the township, the cleft in the rocks with the waves like oil below. But it's only a few yards from here to the sea. Interlude 5. Tanner Sack. It don't take much. Keep my eyes on the window. Bellis Coldwine herself crouched and waiting, hiding behind me. Nervous, I reckon, that I'm playing her, but still she's alight with hope. Waiting till the guard wanders off around a corner, away from the plaza and out of sight. Don't you move, I tell her, and she shakes her head most fervent. Don't you move an inch from here. I'm putting it off now, scared as I am. Don't you shift a muscle till you hear me knocking. She's to open the bolt. She's to watch, make sure no Anopheles push their way in while that door's unlocked. She's to wait as long as it takes till I come back. And then I'm nodding. That leather bag of hers fastened and folded tight and rubbed with wax to keep the water out, held by my gut as if I clutch a wound, and she's pulled that door to, and I'm out, in the starlight, in the air, in the hot night, with the mosquito women all around me. Tanner Sack does not hesitate. He bolts towards the chasm that splits the rear of the village like its anus, from where the rubbish is thrown into the sea. He runs with his head down, blind and quite terrified, hurtling towards the crack in the rock. His nerves scream and his body arcs as each part of him fights to be nearest to the water. He is sure he can hear the sound of the mosquito wings. It is only 5 seconds that he is out under the sky, listening to the wind and the night insects, until his feet touch the flat rock that perches like a balcony over the sea. The air is still, and the darkness cossets him more tightly as he plunges into the shadow-stained gap in the mountain. And for a moment his feet skitter as he hesitates and considers a more laborious and careful descent by the thin path that winds in tight, back and forth, down the stone. But it is too late. His legs have taken him on and out, as if he hears the whine of a she-Anaphelius, and he has left the rock and is falling. There is nothing but air beneath him, more than 50 feet of air, and then the slickly moving water that glints like iron. He has watched the movement of the sea in the chasm below. And he is a sea creature now, and he can read the shapes of the currents. He knows the water beneath is deep, and so it proves to be. He pulls himself up tight, and the surf opens to him with a plunging sound and smashes the air from his lungs, and he opens his mouth with the shock of it and breathes the water across his poor desiccated gills as the sea seals itself above him again, taking him into its body. It makes him welcome, little microbe that he is. There is a blissful time when he drifts unmoving in the dark water. The space around him is giddying, the safety of it. No mosquito women come here. He thinks then of other predators, and is for a moment a little less secure. Tanner feels the weight of the package in its greased pouch. He holds it against his belly and kicks out with his webbed toes. It has been so long since he has swum. He feels as if his skin is blossoming in the water, his pores opening like flowers. The black is not absolute. As his pupils dilate, he can make out varying shades of darkness, submerged crags, the detritus of the village, the split into the open sea, and the unremitting pitch of the deep. He swims through the hole in the cliff and feels the flow of the water change. Above him, the waves chew the shore like something senile and toothless. His bearings, his directions, are clear. Little presences glide past him, little night fishes. Tanner is reaching out around him with his tentacles, swimming low until they feel the edges of rock, and he begins to swim around the coil of coast. His tentacles are braver than he. He pushes them, inquisitive as an octopus, into holes in the stone from which he would snatch away his hands. They are the most aquatic part of him, those appendages, and he accepts their lead. Tanner swims around the edges of the Anapheli Island. He feels anemones and urchins, and realizes with sudden sadness that this is the first time he has swum close enough to the seabed to sense its life. And it is almost certainly the last, and it is too dark to see. He can only imagine the knolls of sand and stone over which he swims, the spurs of rock and deadwood that must look furry with weed, the rich colours that light would reveal. Minutes of urgent swimming pass. This coastal sea tastes different from the open ocean around Armada. These waters are a thicker stew. The taste of tiny life and death suffuses him. And then, very suddenly, the taste of rust. Machinery Beach, thinks Tanner. He has swum around a convolution in the island's outline, into the bay. His suckers caress new things. Decomposing iron, engines scabbed by the sea. The water above this bed of iron is awash with metal salts and tastes to him of blood. At the moon-glittering surface above him are 3 big shapes, the Samheri ships, occluding what little light there is. Their stubby chains taut in the water, their anchors at rest amid the bones of much older metal artifacts. Tanner angles up, rising, feeling the water expand. He raises his hand, still clutching the package. The shade of the biggest ship is directly in his path. The cacti from Drea Sama bluster at the sight of him, mimicking anger, threatening him with upraised fists and spined forearms, but they are dissembling. They are puzzled by this bedraggled remade man, who has scaled their chains to stand dripping on their deck, looking nervously at the sky, waiting for the sailors to take him below. "Let me talk to the captain, lads," he says to them in salt again and again, fearful but determined. And after their threats do not deter him, they bring him into the ship's candle-lit darkness. They lead him past the treasury, where the spoils of their trade and their battles are stored. The kitchen, where the smell of rotting vegetation and stew is strong. They take him through corridors of cages, where angry chimpanzees scream and rattle their bars. The cacti are too heavy and their thick digits too imprecise to climb the rigging. The primates are trained from birth to obey whistled and shouted commands, capable of unfurling and tying and hanging sails like experts, without ever knowing what it is they do. The bored apes are hidden here from the hunger of the mosquito women. Sanka sits quietly in his cabin, making Tanasak stand drying his face and hands nervously with a rag. With his huge green arms resting on his desk, his hands clasped, Senga looks unnervingly like a human bureaucrat, the same suspicious patience. He is a politician. He knows as soon as he sees Tanner's unlikely figure that something illicit is occurring, something beyond the purview of the Armadan authorities, and, in case it is something that he alone can take advantage of, he dismisses the guards. They leave with sulky looks, curiosity not assuaged. There are some seconds of silence. "So tell me," says Senga, eventually. He does not bother with preamble, and Tanasak, skin-drooling brine on the matting, hands clutching his package, feeling fearful and guilty, full of treachery that he does not want to commit, respects that. Inside the wax-treated leather and the box, the contents remain dry. He hands over the shorter letter, the promise to the bearer, without a word. Senga reads slowly, very carefully, time and again. Tanner waits. When he finally looks up, Sanga's face gives away nothing, but he sets the letter very carefully to one side. "What," he says, "would you like me to deliver?" Again, without words, Tanner pulls out the heavy box and shows it. He removes the ring and the wax and turns the open container towards Senga, showing him the letter and the necklace within. The captain examines the rough necklace, pursing his lips as if unimpressed. His hand hovers over the longer letter. "I'd carry nothing I wasn't allowed to read," he says. "It might say disregard the other letter. I'm sure you understand that. I'd only let you seal it after I've seen what's within." Tanner nods. It takes Captain Senga a very long time to scan that dense coded letter from Silas to his city. He's not reading it. He cannot. His ragamole is not good enough. He's looking for words that concern him. Cactus, Dryasama, pirate. There are none. There seems to be no double cross here. When he's done, he looks up quizzically. "What does it mean?" he says. Tanner shrugs quickly. "I don't know, Captain," he says, "truly. Makes little more sense to me than you. All I know is that's information that New Crobazon needs." Senga nods to him sympathetically, considering his options. Turn the man away and do nothing. Kill him now, easily done, and take his seal. Deliver the package, don't deliver it. Hand the man over to the Armadan woman, the leader he is so obviously betraying, though how and for what Senga cannot make out. But Nurjit Senga is intrigued by this situation and by this bold little intruder. He bears him no ill will, and he cannot make out for whom the man works, which Aegis protects him. Captain Senga is unwilling to risk war with Armada, and even less with New Crobazon. There is nothing in the letter to compromise us, he thinks, and cannot, though he tries, see a reason not to act as courier. At the worst, the letter is not honoured after he has gone a very long way out of his usual trading paths. But will that be a catastrophe? He will be in the richest city in the world, and he is a trader as well as a pirate. It would not be a good outcome, he thinks, and it is not an easy journey or a short one, but perhaps it is worth it, for the possibility. The possibility that the letter, with the city's seal, with the authority of its procurator, will be honoured. They stand together to complete this secret deal. Tanner seals the long letter with the ring. He nestles Silas Fenwick's necklace, and who is he, the question comes again, into the cushioned box and covers it with both letters, folded. He locks the box and then drools more of the tallow all over its seam. He pushes his old city's ring into it as it dries, and when he pulls it away, he is faced by the city's heraldic seal in miniature, in greasy bas-relief. He ties the fastened box back in its drab leather bag, and Senga takes it from him and locks it in his sea chest. The two watch each other a while. "I'll not go on about what I'll do if I find you've betrayed me," says Senga. It is an absurd threat. Each man knows that he will never see the other again. Tanner dips his head. "My captain," he says slowly. "She can't know." It hurts him to say that, and he must remind himself fervently of the letter's contents, of the reason for secrecy. He keeps his eyes level, meets Captain Senga's gaze, gives away nothing. The captain does not torment him with conspiratorial winks or smiles, but only nods. "You're sure?" says Senga. Tanasak nods. He is looking around nervously on the prow of the ship, fearful for the telltale mosquito sounds. The captain is fascinated anew by Tanner's refusal to accept food or wine or money. He is intrigued by this man's impenetrable mission. "Thank you, Captain," says Tanner, and shakes the cactus man's thorn-plucked hand. Captain Senga leans forward to watch Tanner as he leaps from the guardrail, half smiling, oddly warm to the fierce little human who has visited him. He stays on deck for some time, watching the ripples that Tanner leaves behind. And when they have been assimilated by the waves, he looks up into the night, untroubled by the sounds of the she-anapheli who will do no more than circle him, sniffing eagerly, failing to smell blood. He thinks about what he will say to his officers, the new orders he will give in the morning when the Armadans are gone. He wonders, wryly, how they will react. They will be aghast, intrigued. Tanner Sack is swimming doggedly back to the split in the cliffs. He anticipates the terrifying climb up that staggered path, practicing the movement of kicking out from the rock should the mosquito women come, hurtling back into the sea. He is unhappy. It does not help to think that he had to do it. He wishes suddenly that the sea would do what poets and painters promise of it, that it would wash everything away so that he could start again, that it would make everything new. The water sluices through him as if he were hollow, and he closes his eyes as he moves, and imagines it cleansing him from the inside. Tanner's fist is clenched around the ugly seal ring. He wishes his memories would wash out of him, but they are tenacious as his innards. He stops suddenly in the middle of the sea, suspended 50 feet below the surface, hanging like a condemned man in the black water. This is my home, he tells himself, but takes no comfort from it. Tanner feels a rage in him, a rage that he controls, sadness as much as anger, and loneliness. He thinks of Shekel and Angevine, as he has done scores of times. He reaches out, deliberately, and opens his hand, and the heavy Krobazona ring pitches instantly away. It is so black, the sense of his own pale skin is more memory than sight. He can only imagine the ring falling from his palm, plunging, falling for a long time, coming to rest at last in a snarl of rock or lost engine parts, threading perhaps by chance onto some frond of weed, some finger of coral, a mindless contingent affectation. And then, ground down by the endless motion of the water, not swallowed as he tries to imagine, not lost forever, reconstituted, until one day, years or centuries from now, it will resurface, thrown up by submarine upheavals, diminished perhaps by the implacable currents. And even if the gnawing of brine has been absolute, if the ring is dissipated, its atoms will rise to the light and add to Machinery Beach. The sea forgets nothing, forgives nothing, whatever we're told, thinks Tanner. He should swim on, and he will soon. He'll return and clamber up, dripping into the mosquito township, scuttle, tentacles flailing like fly whisks, back to the door where Bellis will admit him. he knows she'll be waiting. And the job will be done, and the city, the old city, his first city, safe, perhaps. But for now, he can't move. Tanner is thinking of all the things he has still to see, all the things he's been told are out there in the water. The ghost ships, the melted ships, the basalt islands. The plains of ossified waves where the water is grey and solid, where the sea has died. Places where the water is boiling. The Gessen homelands, steam storms, the scar. He's thinking about the ring below him, hidden in the weeds. It's all still there, he thinks. There is no redemption in the sea. Interlude 6. Elsewhere. The whales are dead. Without these vast, stupid guides, the going is harder. Brother, have we lost the trail? There are many possibilities. Once again, they are just a cabal of dark bodies above the base of the sea. They slide through blood-warm water. Around them, the Salinae are anxious. Miles off, thousands of feet below the waves, something is shaking the crust of the world. Can you taste it? Amid the millions of mineral particles that eddy in the sea are some in unusual strengths. Splintered flint, shards and dust, little gobs of oil, and the intense unearthly residue of rock milk. What are they doing? What are they doing? The taste of the sea here is reminiscent. This is drool that the hunters can taste. This is the world's spittle. It dribbles, they remember, from ragged mouths cut by the platforms that suck up what they find, where beside concrete plinths, men in inefficient swaddlings of leather and glass gaze wide, and are easily stolen and questioned and killed. The floating city is drilling. The currents here are labyrinthine, a morass of competing flows that dissipate the impurities in convoluted chains, taste trails that make little sense, little pockets of different dirts. They are hard to follow. The whales are dead. And what of others? Dolphins, willful, or manatee, slow and too stupid, or... There are none suitable. We are alone. There are others, of course, who might be called from the deep sea, but they are not trackers. Their work is very different. Alone, but still the hunters can hunt. With a patience that is implacable, that does not sit well with this hot, quick place, they continue searching, teasing through the skeins of flavour and pollution and rumour, finding the path and taking it. They are much closer to their quarry than they were before. Even so, this warm water is hard and sticky and prickling and disorienting. The hunters circle, chasing ghost spoor and lies and illusions. They cannot quite find the trail. Part 5. Storms. Chapter 27. Dock Day, 9th of Solary, 1780. 9th Markindi, Hawkbill, Quarto 6, 317. Trident. He speaks to me again. Uthadul has decided that we will be, what? Friends? Companions? Discussants? Since we left the island, the crew have been bustling, and the rest of us have sat quiet and watched and waited. I have been numb. Ever since Tanner Sack returned last night, wet and salt-stained and terrified by his short time under the open sky, I have been unable to settle. I shift in my seat and think about that precious letter, that ugly tin necklace, a priceless proof, and the long journey that awaits them. Tanner Sack has told me that Senka agreed to ferry them. It is a long way, an arduous journey. I hope he does not change his mind. I pray that Silas has offered enticement enough. Tanner Sack and I avoid each other's eyes. We shift past each other in the Trident's luxurious gondola, and we are stiff with guilt. I do not know him or he me. That is our consensus. I have spent my hours watching Cruach Aum. It is affecting to see him. It is moving. He is shaking with fascination and excitement. His eyes are stretched wide, and his puckered sphincter mouth is dilating and contracting with his breath. He moves, not quite running, but if it is a walk, it is an undignified and frantic one, from window to window, staring at the engines that power the vessel, going to the pilot's control booth at the front, to the privies, to the berths, and up into the great cathedral of the balloon itself, filled with the gas bags. Aum can communicate with no one but me, and I expected him to hanker for my services. But no, I have nothing to do. He is content to watch. I need only sit here and watch him, trotting past me this way and that like a child. He has spent his lifetime on that rock. He is gorging on what is around him now. Doul approached me. As before, that first time, he sat opposite me, his arms gently crossed, his eyes impassive. He spoke in his lovely voice. This time I felt congested with terror, as if he saw what I had done with Tanner Sack, but I could face him with the calm he would expect. I remain convinced that we understand each other, Doul and I, that this is what underlies the connection I feel, and I have used this conviction. He sees me, I am sure, struggling to control the fear I feel in seeing him, and he respects me for not giving in to nervousness at facing the legendary Uther Doul. Of course, my nervousness is that he will discover that I am a traitor. But that does not occur to him. We watched Aum without words for a long time. Eventually, Doul spoke. I am never the one to break silence. Now that we have him, he said, I can't see anything that could stop the invocation. Armada will soon enter a new period. What of the ridings that are unhappy about this? I said. Certainly there are some who have concerns, he said, but imagine it. Currently the city crawls. With the Avank at our control, harnessed to a beast like that, there's nothing we couldn't do. We could cross the world in a tiny fraction of the time it takes us now. He paused and moved his eyes briefly. We could go to places currently denied us, he said, his voice lowering. There it was again, a hint at some motive undisclosed. Silas and I have only learnt half the story. There is more to this project than the conjuring of the Avank. Having thought myself to have uncovered Armada's secrets, I dislike this sudden sense of ignorance. I dislike it strongly. To the lands of the dead, maybe, I said slowly. To the Shade World and back? I spoke as if idly, citing the rumours I have heard about him. To bait him into correcting me. I want to know the truth about the project, and I want to know the truth about him. Doul astonished me then. I had expected perhaps some elliptical hint, some vague suggestions as to his origin. He gave me much more than that. It must be part of his own project, the creation of some kind of link between us. I cannot yet work out what kind, but for whatever reason, he gave me much more. It's a chain of whispers, he said. He leaned in and spoke quietly, ensuring that our conversation was private. When they tell you that I came from the world of the dead, you're at the end of a chain of whispers. Each link has an imperfect join with those around it, and meaning leaches out between them. If these were not his exact words, they are like them. He speaks like this in monologues that sound scripted. My silence was not begrudging, it was an audience's. At my end of the chain is the truth, he continued. He took my hand suddenly and shockingly, and placed my 2 fingers on the slow pulse in his wrist. I was born in your lifetime, more than 3 millennia after the contumacy. Do they still credit me with that? There's no coming back from the world of the dead. Beat, 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 went the pulse, languid like some cold-blooded lizard. I know these stories are for children, I thought. I know you're no revenant. And you know I know that. Do you just want me touching you? Not the world of the dead, he continued, but it's true that I come from a place where the dead walk. I was born and raised in High Cromlech. It was all I could do not to cry out. As it was, I'm sure my eyes must have spasmed wide. Ask me 6 months ago, and I would not have been certain that High Cromlech existed. I knew it only as a vague, half-imagined place of zombie factories and the aristocratic dead. A place where the ghouls are hungry. Then Silas tells me that he has lived there, and I believe him. But still, his descriptions are more dreamlike than exact, only the most nebulous and austere visions. And now I know a second person who is familiar with that place, and not a traveller this time, but a native. I realised that I was pressing the artery in Dool's pulse hard. Gently he disengaged from my fingers. "It's a misconception," he said, "to think that High Cromlech is all Thanatai. The Quick are there too." I'm listening intently to him now, trying to detect his accent. "We are a minority, it's true. And of those born every year, many are farm-bred, kept in cages till they're of strength, when they can be snuffed and recast as zombies. Others are raised by the aristocracy until they come of age, and are slain and welcomed to dead society. But—" His voice petered out, and he became introspective for a moment. "But then there's Liveside, the ghetto. That's where the true Quick live. My mother was prosperous. We lived at the better end. There are jobs that only the living can do. Some are manual, too dangerous to risk giving to zombies. They're expensive to animate, but one can always breed more of the Quick." His voice was deadpan. "And for those lucky enough, for the cream, the livemen and live wives, the Quick gentry, there are the taboo jobs that the Thanatai won't touch, at which a Quick can make a decent living. My mother made enough that she chose to put herself down, so that she could have herself embalmed and revivified by the necrosion. Not high caste, but she became Thanatai. Everyone knew when Live Wife Dool became Dead Wife Dool. But I was not there. I had left. I do not know why he told me all this. "I grew up," he said, "surrounded by the dead. It's not true that they are all silent, but many are, and none are loud. Where I grew up, we used to run, the boys and girls of Liveside, pugnacious through the streets past the mindless zombies and a few desperate vampire, and the Thanatai proper, the gentry, the leashes with sewn-shut mouths, with beautiful clothes and skin like preserved leather. More than anything, I remember the quiet. I wasn't treated badly. My mother was respected, and I was a good boy. We were treated with nothing more overtly unpleasant than a kind of sympathetic sneer. I became involved with cults and criminals and heresies, but not deep, and not for long. There are two things that the Quick are more adept at than the Thanatai. One is noise, the other is speed. I turned my back on the first, but not the second." After it became clear that his pause had become a silence, I spoke. "Where did you learn to fight?" I said. "I was a child when I left High Cromlech," he said. "I didn't think so at the time, but I was. Slipping onto the funicular railway, out, away." He would not tell me anything more than that. Between that time and his arrival at Armada, there must have been more than a decade. He would not tell me what happened then. But that, it is obvious, is when he learnt his unfathomable skills. Dool was quietening, and I felt his willingness to talk ebb away. I did not want that. After weeks of isolation, I wanted to keep him talking. I made a clumsy attempt, something like a witticism. I must have sounded arch and flippant. "And when you left, you fought the Ghosthead Empire and won, what do they call it? The Mighty Blade?" I indicated his plain ceramic sword. His face was quite impassive for a moment, and then a sudden beautiful smile illuminated him for a second. He looks like a boy when he smiles. "That's another chain of meaning," he said, "half of which has been lost. The Ghosthead are long gone, but there are remnants of the Empire all over Baslag. And it is true that my sword is a Ghosthead artifact." I struggled through the meanings that he might be implying. My sword is an application of Ghosthead techniques, I thought, and then my sword is based on Ghosthead designs. But I realised to look at him that he meant exactly what he said. I must have looked shocked. He nodded briskly. "My sword is over 3,000 years old," he said. "It is impossible. I've seen it. It is a plain, slightly weathered and age-stained piece of clayware. If it is 50 years old, I will be astonished." "And the name?" He gave me another of those smiles. Another misunderstanding. "I found this sword after a very long search, after mastering a dead science. The men call it Might Blade, not Mighty. He spoke slowly. It might not. Might not meaning potency, but potentiality. It is a bastardization of its true name. There was a time there were many weapons like this, he said. Now it is, I think, the only one left. It is a possible sword. Even on the return journey, the scientists were making plans. They did not underestimate what they had yet to do. There was harder work ahead of them. The Trident was not travelling in the opposite direction to the one by which it had come. Armada had moved, and, by those arcane means Bellis did not understand, they were heading inexorably for it. The dirigible began to speed up, gusted by grey clouds and bullets of rain. Bellis peered from the stateroom windows, out over the turmoil of the sea and the dark air at the edge of the sky. A storm was coming. They outpaced the worst of the bad weather. Within its own borders, the storm was violent, but it did not move fast. It was tearing itself apart from the inside. The Trident ran at its edges, pelted by a periphery of rain, racing its shadow. When she saw the broken mass of Armada breach the horizon and sprawl across the water below her, Bellis marvelled at its scale. It looked like spillage, a slick of ruined and refitted boats, untidy across the waves, shapeless, its edges random and unchanging. The fringe of tugs and steamers that had hauled it for thousands of miles had been untethered while the city was still, and they puttered around it in great numbers, ferrying goods. Bellis thought again of the vast quantities of fuel that they must consume. It was no wonder that the pirate ships of Armada were voracious. On seeing it, Bellis felt a great wash of emotion that she could not identify at all. At the city's outside edge, she saw the Terpsichorea, and with its spire flaming, its effluent warping the air, Bellis could see the complex outlines of the sorghum rig. There was a bustle of vessels in the sea around its legs. It was drilling again, sucking oil and rock milk out of the pressurized veins in which they had flowed for centuries. Armada had come to where there was a seam. The sorghum was storing fuel for the almighty thaumaturgy to come. They came in over Garwater's aft starred, picking their way carefully over masts. Below them, a mass of shapes followed the Trident curiously, tracking it in its shadow. Aerocabs and single balloonists, odd, ungainly-looking airships. The Trident docked to the Grand Easterly, at the same height as the crippled Arrogance. Bellis could see people staring from surrounding ships and little aircraft, but the Grand Easterly was sealed off. Its deck was almost empty. A small contingent of yeomanry was waiting for them, and at their head, his face alight, was the lover. Bellis saw a new cut on his face, a healing scab. It started at the left corner of his lips and curled below his chin. It was the mirror image of the one that Bellis had heard the lover inflicting on herself. When the lovers saw each other, there was a long moment of silence, and then they crossed the distance and held each other. They gripped and tugged at each other. Their touches were passionate and intense, and went on for a minute or more. They did not look like caresses. The lovers looked as if they were fighting in slowed-down time. The sight of them disturbed Bellis immeasurably. Eventually, they broke. Bellis was close enough to hear them hissing to each other. The lover was slapping her man, clawing him across his neck and face, harder and harder. When she touched his new cut, her hands were suddenly as gentle as if he was a baby. "Just as we said," the lover whispered, touching her own wound. "At the moment we agreed. Did you feel me? Did you? I swear I felt you. I fucking felt you, every inch, every drop of blood." The panelled room was filled with old oil portraits of engineers and politicians Bellis did not recognize, new Krobazoners left to moulder meaningless on the walls of their stolen craft. Around a huge horseshoe table sat the Armadan Senate, and gathered before them were Tintinnabulum, the leaders of the Trident scientific and engineering parties, and Cruach Aum. Beside the stunned-looking Anaphelius sat Bellis. The Armadan Senate had not met for 8 years, but the riding's rulers had been waiting for the return of the Trident to put this defining moment in Armadan history to the vote. Due process would be seen to be done. Each riding in Armada had one Senate vote. Some ridings were represented by one person, some by a small gang. Bellis ran her eyes slowly along the long table, taking in all of the rulers. They were not hard to identify. Braginod, the Cactus Queen of Jawa, with her advisers. Booktown was represented by a triumvirate of Khepri, who leaned in together and conversed in motions and chemical spray, translated by their human servant. Their names were unknown. They were figureheads from the changing cabal that ran the riding. Almost at the far end of the table was a monk-robed man, the Basque contingent. Beside him sat an unkempt man of 60 or so. Bellis recognized him from posters. He was Trader King Friedrich of Thee and Thine. Beside him was another man, his face grey and scarred, the General of Shadler. The largest assembly by far was from the Kerr House. A sizable portion of the entire Democratic Council seemed to have attended, men and women of a gaggle of races squeezed into a tight little circle abutting the main table like a cog on a gear. They whispered constantly among themselves and watched the Garwater representatives with visible hostility. There they were, on the far right hand of the table, the lovers, watching, not speaking, sitting beside each other quietly, their faces mirror images of violence. And opposite them, his eyes on them with a far more careful, a far more intelligent gaze than the defensive animosity of the Kerr House councillors, was a pale man Bellis had never seen, dressed in dark and simple clothes. His nose was broad and his lips very full. His coiled hair was all that was unruly about him. His eyes were extraordinary, dark and intensely clear, mesmeric. With a little shiver, Bellis realized that he was the leader of Dryfall Riding, the greatest rival to the lovers. He was the reason that the meeting took place after sundown. He was the vampire, the Brucolak. It was obvious that this meeting was a formality and that the positions of the protagonists had already been decided over a long time. The arguments and discussions were stilted, the unspoken allegiances and enmities all half visible. Bellis spoke when she was addressed, offering her brief opinion on some matter of language. There were 5 ridings in favour of the lovers' schemes. Booktown seemed genuinely enthused by the Garwater plan. Jawa and Shadler were in its pay and would do whatever was asked of them. Friedrich of Thee and Thine sold his vote to the lovers unashamedly, knowing that they could outpay any other riding. Only Basque and Kerhouse, who acted together, and the Brucolak of Dryfall, who stood alone, opposed the lovers. It was 5-3. The plan could go ahead immediately. "We weren't informed," said Vordekin, of the Kurhaus Council, a hard-faced woman who excoriated the lovers for their dishonesty. She was trying desperately to sway Friedrich, or the Khepri of Booktown. "We weren't told of Garwater's intentions when its raiders returned towing the Crobozona rig Sorghum. At that time, the talk was all of increased energy and power, electrical generation and cheap oil. Rock milk was never mentioned then. And now it appears that all that cheap power had already been allocated to this Avank project. Who's to say what they have in mind when the Avank is secured?" For the first time, the Brucolak sat up. He kept his eyes on the lovers' party, specifically, Bellis realized, on Dool. "Well, that is the rub," he said, unexpectedly. His voice was harsh and sounded torn from his throat. "That is the question." His long, forked tongue flickered. Bellis opened her eyes wide. "What is in mind? What could one do with an Avank? Where could one go?" Trader King Friedrich shifted and spat. Vordekin appealed to him, reminding him of commitments and past favours about which Bellis knew nothing. He looked away. She could not change his mind. Friedrich glanced at the lovers and they smiled at him and nodded simultaneously. "We will buy you," they said with that motion. "And if Kerhouse and Basque or anyone else wishes to oppose us, we will simply offer more than them. Name your price." Across the room, those opposed to the Avank's invocation looked old and tired. The rig, the book, Kruak Alm himself, the lovers' plans were always, Bellis realized, bound to go ahead. In the night outside the windows, The storm was still visible miles away, blooming briefly with lightning. Surrounded by representatives of powers she was only just beginning to understand, translating for a man of a race she had thought long dead, Bellis felt bleak and alone. She was one of the last to leave the room. As she reached the door, Bellis looked up at Uther Dúil and realized that he was not looking at her at all. He was gazing across the room, his eyes and mouth as still as glass, meeting the eyes of the Brucalac. The lovers had gone. All the other representatives had gone. Only Uther Dúil and the vampire were left, and between them, Bellis. She was desperate to leave, but Dúil blocked her way. His feet were planted, as if he was about to fight. She could not push past him, and she was afraid to speak. The Brucalac stood with his unkempt hair wild and his moist lips parted, that ghastly snake tongue fluttering in the air. Bellis was trapped, motionless between them. They ignored her completely. "Still content, Uther," the Brucalac said. His voice never rose above an unpleasant whisper. Uther Dúil did not respond. The Brucalac coldly mummed laughter. "Don't think this is ended, Uther," he said. "We both knew the outcome of this charade. This is not where things are decided." "Dead man Brucalac," said Dúil, "your concerns about this project have been noted. Noted and disregarded. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to escort Cruachalm and his translator to their quarters." Dúil did not take his eyes from the vampire's pale face. "Did you notice, Uther," said the Brucalac urbanely, "that the other little squabblers have finally realized that something is up?" He walked slowly toward Uther Dúil. Bellis was frozen. She wanted very badly to leave this room now. For years she had wrapped herself in layers of focus and cold control. There were few emotions she could not master in herself. It appalled her to realize that the Brucalac was terrifying her. It was as if his voice modulated exactly with her fear. The room was dark, the gaslights out, and the few candles guttering. She could see nothing but his tall figure, moving as easy as a dancer, as easy as Uther Dúil, approaching. Dúil was silent. He did not move. "You heard Vodekin ask what was to happen next. I told you she was the best of them. They're finally working it out, Uther," the Brucalac whispered. "When will you tell them, Uther? When do they get to hear the plan?" "Do you really think," he continued with sudden still ferocity, "that you could face me? Do you think you can defeat me? Do you think your project can continue without my consent? Do you know what I am?" He spoke rapidly then in a language of coughing swallows, as if the dialect itself resented every sound it allowed to escape. The speech of High Cromlech. Whatever he said, it opened Uther Dúil's eyes wide for several moments. Then he, too, advanced. "Oh, yes, Brucalac," Dúil said. His voice was as hard and edged as flint. He gazed over Bellis as if she was not there, straight at the vampire. "I know exactly what you are. I, more than anyone, know exactly what you are." The men stood a few paces apart, unmoving, with Bellis between them like a reluctant referee. "I give you the courtesy of the gentry's title, dead man," hissed Dúil. "But you're no more gentry than me. You're ab-dead, not Thanatai. You forget yourself, Brucalac. You forget there's another place where your kind are given leave to live openly, where your refugees flee. You forget that where the dead rule and protect the quick, there's nothing to fear from you. You forget that there are vampire in High Cromlech." He pointed at the Brucalac. "They live beyond the quick ghetto, in hovels, in the shanty town." He smiled. "And every night after the sun's descended, they can crawl safely out from their shacks and shuffle into the town. Stick figures in rags leaning against the walls, exhausted and starving, hands outstretched, begging." His voice was soft and vicious. "Begging for the quick to take pity on them. And every so often one of us will acquiesce, and out of pity and contempt, embarrassed by our soft philanthropy, we'll stand in the eaves of a building and offer up our wrists. and you and your kind will open them all frantic with hunger and fawning with gratitude, and take a few eager swigs, till we decide you've had enough and take back our hands while you weep and beg for more, and maybe spew because you've gone without a hit so long your stomach can't handle what it craves, and we leave you lying in the dirt, blissed by your little fix. In High Cromlech we know exactly what you are, Brucalac. He smiled again. Junkies. That some of us indulge and some of us hate, and all of us, quick and dead, pity. So do not, he spat suddenly, try to intimidate me, because yes, Brucalac, I know exactly what you are. No one said any more. The two men faced each other, immobile. Only the Brucalac's tongue moved, tasting the air. And then he was gone. Bellis blinked and looked around her, at a trail of displaced air, where dust motes roiled and languidly followed the Brucalac's sudden fleeting passage. She held her head. What has he done to me? She thought. How does he do that? Hypnosis? Goddamn it, he's quicker than Dool. Uther Dool was looking at her, she sluggishly realized, as her heart slowed and her breathing became normal. Come with me, he said to her, his voice as bland and featureless as if nothing had happened, as if she had not witnessed anything. You must help Cruach Alm. As she left the room, trying not to stumble, trembling as she was, Bellis thought about what the Brucalac had said. Where are we going? She wondered, as she followed Uther Dool. What is the plan? Chapter 28. After long prevarication, the storm hit. The tightly coiled mass of air unwound. The night was hot. The rain blasted Armada. Ropes and rigging arced and snapped against the flanks of the ships and buildings. There was thunder and lightning. This was the first real squall that the city had faced in a long time, but the inhabitants responded with practiced expertise. Airships were quickly grounded, waiting out the weather in yards and under tarpaulins. The Trident and the Arrogance, tethered to the Grand Easterly and too big to be covered, could only bob and shift uneasily in the gusts, their massive shadows rolling over the ships and houses. Across the city, all except the very strongest bridges and tethers were unhitched at one end, in case the sea pulled the boats apart fast or far enough to snap their bonds. Travelling across Armada during a storm was impossible. Channeled into canals between the vessels, Armada's waters jerked and pitched violently, but could not form waves. There were no such constraints on the sea that smashed against the city's outer vessels. The boats that made the mouths of Basilio and Urchinspine docks were drawn together, enclosing and protecting the raiding or trading vessels, Armadan and Guest, within. Beyond the city's bounds, the fleet of fighters and tugs and pirates moved far enough away to avoid being driven into their home port's walls. Only the submersibles patrolling the city's undersides, the Menfish, the Seaworms, and Bastard John were more or less untroubled. They sat below the surface and weathered the storm, the Dolphin breaching occasionally for breath. After peering from a window in the corridor of the Grand Easterly, Uther Dool looked back at Bellis. There's a worse one than this to come, he said. At first, Bellis had no idea what he was telling her. Then she remembered the story in Cruach Alm's book, the summoning of the Avank, powered by lightning elementals. We're going to call up a hell of a storm, aren't we? She thought. Bellis set to teaching Alm an understanding of salt, as instructed. It troubled her. She was conscious that this was a breach of the fundamental rules of Anapheli containment, as maintained by Conid and Drir Sama. And, however venal their reasons for policing them, those rules were a protective response to one of the most notorious empires in Baslag's history. She had to remind herself that Alm was male and old, and very far from being a threat to anyone. Alm approached the task with the rigour and logic of a mathematician. Bellis discovered, uneasily, that he had already worked out a surprising amount of vocabulary from the Armadan's short visit, and she wondered whether they had infected the island with language. For New Crobazoners, or Jeshel, or Mandrake Islanders, or Shankalites, or Perikish, Salt was an easy language to learn. Cruach Alm, though, knew none of its components. There were no cognates at all, vocabulary or grammar, with high keti. Nonetheless, he broke salt down, made careful lists of declensions and conjugations and grammar. His method was very different from Bellis's, without intuition, without the training of the language trance to make his mind receptive, but still, he made quick progress. Bellis looked forward eagerly to the time that she would be redundant, when she would not have to sit endlessly scribbling notes in a scientific register she did not understand. She had been released from her job in the library. Now her mornings were taken up with teaching Alm, and her afternoons translating between Alm and the Scientific Committee of Garwater. She enjoyed none of it. During the day she ate with Alm, and during the evenings sometimes she accompanied him throughout the city, with a guard of Garwater yeomanry. What else, she thought, can I do? She escorted him to Croom Park, to the colourful thoroughfares and shopping streets of Garwater and Jower and Kerhouse. She took him to Grand Gear's library. While she stood and spoke in a low voice to Carrie-Anne, who seemed sincerely delighted to see her again, Cruach Alm wandered from shelf to shelf. When she came to tell him that they must go, he had turned to her, and she had been truly alarmed at his expression, a reverence and joy and agony like religious ecstasy. She pointed out the high keti books to him, and he was reeling, as if drunk at the sight of all that knowledge in his grasp. She felt a constant low-level unease at spending her days in the presence of the Garwater authorities, the lovers, Tintinnabulin and his crew, Uther Dúil. How did it come to this, she wondered. Bellis had been cut off from the city since the first moment, and she had assiduously kept that wound raw and bloodied. She defined herself by it. This is not my home, she had said to herself again and again, endless repetitions. And when the chance had come to make some connection with her true home, she had taken it with all its risk. She had not renounced her claim to New Crobuzon. She had discovered a terrible threat to her city, and had, at great risk, with careful planning, worked out a way to save it. And somehow, in that very action, in the very act of reaching out to New Crobuzon across the sea, she had tied herself closely into Armada and to its rulers. How did it come to this? It made her laugh humorlessly. She had done what was best for her true home, and, as a result, she spent her days working for the governors of her prison, helping them gain the power to take her anywhere they wanted. How did it come to this? And where is Silas? Every day, Tanner thought about what he had done on the Anafelli Island. It was not something he felt comfortable considering. He was not sure what his emotions were. He probed the memory of what he had done as if it was a wound, and discovered a reserve of pride inside him. I saved New Crobuzon, he thought, not quite believing it. Tanner thought carefully about the few people he had left behind there. The drinking partners, the friends and girlfriends, Zara and Pietra and Fejnex and Dolly Ann. He thought of them with a sort of abstracted fondness, as if they were characters in a book of whom he had grown affectionate. Do they think of me? He thought. Do they miss me? He had left them behind. He had been so long in that stinking prison in Iron Bay and in that drab place in the Terpsichorea, and then his life had been so suddenly and extraordinarily renewed that New Crobuzon had attenuated as a memory in him. But still there was a wellspring of feeling for it, a recognition that the city had shaped him. He would not have seen it destroyed. He could not think of the men and women he had known there, murdered. So it bewildered him to consider it. He had given them a valedictory gift that they would never know they had received. New Crobuzon had been saved. He had saved it. The awareness of that gnawed at him. It troubled him and made him sheepishly proud. It was such a huge thing he had done, something to change the tide of history. He imagined the city preparing for war, never knowing who had saved it. It was such a big thing, and here he was remembering it with a little arc of his eyebrows, not sure how much mind to pay it, as if it was a detail. It wasn't a betrayal of Armada, not really. No one was hurt. It was just a little thing to them, a quick night's absence. He had taken a few hours to slip away and save New Crobuzon. And he was glad of it. It made him happy to think of what he'd done. despite the magisters and the punishment factories. He had saved it. Now tell it goodbye. The Avank was a rare visitor to the seas of Baslag. The intricacies of transplane life were abstruse and uncertain. Neither Tanasak nor any of his colleagues knew whether the creature that breached in Baslag was a partial or a total manifestation, a confusion of scale, some protozoon, some plankton from a huge brine dimension, a pseudo-organism spontaneously generated in the vent between worlds. No one knew. All they knew was what Bellis Coldwine told them, as she read the intricate scribbles of Cruach Alm. The Anaphelius was clearly stunned by his new environment, but it did not affect his ability to focus, to provide answers to their questions. Every day, Alm gave his new workmates enough information for their purposes. He drew designs for them, designs for the harness, bigger than a battleship, the bit, and the reins. Even though the engineers did not know exactly what of the Avank would go where, what flesh exactly would be trapped by what clasp, they took Alm's word that the mechanisms would work. The science, the plans, were moving at a stunning pace. The engineers and scientists had to remind themselves of how far they had come, how fast, and how they continued to move. It was obvious to all of them that without Alm they could not have succeeded, despite what they might have once thought. It was only working with him that they came to see how much they needed him. They incorporated engines burning in sealed containers at the yoke's joints, triple exchange boilers, and complex pulley systems to regulate movement, all suspended in the freezing darkness of the deep sea, at the end of the miles of colossal chain links suspended below the city. And what if they went wrong? Garwater's ancient bathypelagic crafts would have to be refitted. There was an extraordinary amount to be done. Tanner almost rubbed his hands with happiness. Armada had taken only a morning to recover after the storm, clearing broken slates and wood away from decks, reattaching bridges, counting and mourning the few missing or drowned, those who had been trapped outside during the deluge. And when that was done, Garwater turned, with more incredible speed, to manufacturing what is needed for its historic project. There were 5 of the ancient hidden chains under Armada. Tanasak and the teams traced them, plotted their endpoints. All industrial capacity in Garwater, and what little there was in Booktown and Shadler and Thee and Thine, was turned over to the direct control of Tintinabulum and the project committee. The work of building began. Several recently press-ganged metal ships were designated scrap. Piece by piece they were taken apart. Thousands of men and women swarmed over them. The regular dock work was relegated to skeleton crews, and huge day rates were offered to the city's casual workers. The iron exoskeletons of warships, the girders and innards of steamers, the enormous tempered metal masts were stripped. The vessels were peeled and disemboweled, and all the tons of metal were shipped by barge and airlifted by convoys of dirigibles to the factories. The Avank's harness would sport girders and screws still marked with the scars of previous service. In foundries, iron too ruined to be reshaped was melted down. Armada was not a city with a grand tradition of thaumaturgy. But there were competent metallo-thaumaturgists among the pirates, and gangs of them entered the factories. They worked closely with the engineers, mixing arcane compounds in great vats to strengthen and lighten and bind the metal. At last, some of Garwater's stores of rock milk were used. The liquid was brought in vials, vastly heavy and dense. When it was unstoppered, it gave off disorienting vapours like spice and oil. It moiled behind the glass, a cold mother of pearl. The metallo-thaumaturges would add measured drops of it as they mouthed incantations, and passed their hands over the melting metal in puissant currents, charging it and sealing it. And after rolling out the metal and hammering and more arcane procedures, the components of the Avank's bridle began to be dragged by submersibles into place below the city. An army of divers worked on them with chemical welders that sputtered colourfully in the water and wielded hammers and wrenches with water-slowed motions. It was an incredible, sudden industry. The chains were anchored in the bases of 5 ships. The Psia of Booktown, Jawa's Saskatl, the big steamer Taylor's Moan, the capital ship of Basque, a nameless, huge clipper at the outer edge of the haunted riding, and Garwater's Grand Easterly. From the keels and sloping flanks of each of these old massive ships curved an arc of iron the size of some great church doorway, bolted on and veiled thaumaturgically. And from each of those stretched links the size of boats. The guard sharks were let free. It seemed impossible that the chains had ever been hidden. The rumours spread about what had been done before and what might happen now. It was said that Basque Riding had tried to sever the chain below their vessel to scupper Garwater's plans, but that it had been too strong, too massive, too protected by puissant charms. In a big windowless chamber at the bottom of the Grand Easterly, a new engine was being built. The redundant boilers and their tangle of head-height pipes were stripped away, like clearing a rusty forest. When the ghosts of engines were gone, two great stamped flat discs of iron were visible, embedded in the floor. Waist-high and many yards around, encrusted with age and grease. They were the ends of the chain attached to the ship, pushed through its hull, then hammered and flattened to attach them tight, centuries ago. The first time this had been tried. Someone planned this before, Tanasak thought. He was stunned by the hours of work, the thaumaturgy that had been tried, the industry, the planning, the effort that had been made generations ago and then deliberately forgotten. Between these two chain stubs, Tanasak and his colleagues began to build an extraordinary engine. They worked to specifications calculated over long hours by Cruach Alm. Tanner examined the plans carefully. The motor they constructed did not work to any rules that he understood. It would be huge. It would fill the room with pounding hammers and ratchets, powered by some source that he did not understand. He worked from the base of what would be the piston-pounding boilers upwards. He started with the stumps of chain, drilling into them and embedding them with molten alloys, into which he plunged wrist-thick wires sheathed in rubber and tar. They passed through transformers the size of his leg, ribbed columns of white clay, and onto thickets of cables and insulators and difference engines. This was the Pacific engine, by which complex energies would be transmitted along the Grand Easterly chain into that great bridle and whatever it contained, miles below the surface. A goad, bait and whip. The sea was clear. Divers thronged the huge underwater construction site. Components were lowered from the cranes of factory ships. The massive harness was taking shape at the end of the huge chains, still tethered scant scores of feet below the surface, its scale troubling to the eye, its outlines exotic and unfathomable, surrounded by the vividly coloured fish of this sea, and by submarines and Cray craftsmen and suited workers, and Tanasak all moving with the slow fluidity of the submerged. Sometimes there was a vibration through the water. The legs of the rig sorghum disappeared into the cylindrical iron floats that supported it below the surface, like suspended ships. The shaft of its drill plunged straight down, dim through the tons and tons of water, disappearing, to puncture the seafloor like a mosquito, and feed. Chapter 29. Silas came to Bellis 3 days after she had returned. She had been expecting his visit, waiting with one eye on the door every evening, but still he managed to surprise her. Bellis had had supper with Carrie Ann. She liked her ex-colleague sincerely, finding her perceptive and humorous. But still, as she made an effort to smile, Bellis's sense of loneliness was unabated. Is it a surprise? She asked herself ruthlessly. You court it, you milk it, you make it. She remembered how things had been in New Crobazon, and admitted to herself that they were not so different. At least here her isolation had a reason. It was a fuel that she burnt. Carrie Ann had demanded detailed descriptions of the Anafeli Island, and the weather, and the behaviour of the mosquito people themselves. There was melancholy in her manner. However reconciled Carrie Ann was to her life aboard, it had been many years since she had set foot on solid land, and Bellis's stories could only make her feel nostalgia. Bellis had found the recent trip hard to talk about. She remembered it as if at a great distance, as a monotony of frightened boredom, interspersed with grander emotions. There were some things, of course, that she could not discuss. She was deliberately vague about the Anafeli, about the Samari pirates, and most of all, about Cruach Alm. After the altercation she had witnessed between the Brucalac and Uthadul, Bellis had become fascinated by Dryfall's ruler. Carrie-Anne told her what she wanted to know about the political structure of the riding, the cadre of vampire lieutenant under the Brucalac, and the riding's Gortax. "That's when you usually get to meet him," Carrie-Anne said. She tried to be matter-of-fact, but Bellis could hear the awe in her voice. "Not always. Often it's taken by some lieutenant, but sometimes they cut you here, or here, or here." She indicated her thigh and breast and wrist. "They paint it with an anticoagulant and vacuum it into a bell jar." "How much do they take?" said Bellis, aghast. 2 pints. The Brucalac is the only one who drinks his fill. The rest of the cadre are restricted. They dilute it. The more they drink, the stronger they grow. That's the word. And even though the Brucalac chooses his lieutenants carefully, it's possible that one or other might get power hungry. If they took it traditionally, straight from the vein, they might not be able to control themselves, and they don't want to kill. And even if they did break away, there's the contagion, in the spit. So everyone they drink directly from and leave alive, they risk turning into a competitor." Bellis left Carrie-Anne at the borders of Dryfall. "I could not possibly be safer than here," Carrie-Anne said, smiling, and walked home. She could have taken a cab, the winds were not strong, and she heard shouts from above as the aeronauts touted for custom. 2 days previously, when her day's work with Alm was finished, she had been wordlessly handed a packet of flags and finials that represented a good deal more than her weekly wage at the library. "I've been given a raise," she thought dryly, "now that I work for Garwater." The consciousness of her hidden centrality to all that had happened, the awareness that, without her, Armada would not be where it was, doing what it was doing, oppressed her, even though her reasons had been clear and good at every stage. She walked home not to save money, but to experience Armada again. Locked in a room full of incomprehensible conversations all day, she felt herself losing contact with the city around her. And any city, she told herself, is better than none. The walk took her through Shadlow's cool, quiet streets and into Garwater via the Tolpandy. Past the quiet bickerings of the monkeys that nested in building sites and rooftops, and deserted berths and the canopy of rigging. Past the city's cats, glancing at her, predatory, and its rare dogs and the masses of rats and the night walkers. Around hen coops, lifeboats and steam launches rusted into position and remade as flower beds. Homes cut into the sides of gun batteries. Pigeons cooing from the bore of a 12-inch gun. Under wooden huts built onto foretops, and where yards met masts like tree houses. Through the light of gas and phlogistic cells and oil lamps, and through darkness tinted in various colours, squeezing along the corridors of damp brick that covered Armada's vessels like a fur of mould. Back to her rooms in the Cromolith smokestacks, where Silas Fenwick was sitting, waiting for her. She was shocked by his unclear figure sitting in the dark. She hissed at him and turned away until her heart had slowed. He studied her. His eyes were big and calm. "How did you get in?" she said. He waved the question away like an insect. "You know your apartment's still watched," he said. "I can't exactly come knocking." Bellis walked over to him. He was motionless except for his face and eyes, tracking her progress. She came close. She came within his space. She leaned towards him slowly, examining him like some scientific specimen. She was ostentatious about it. She inspected him coolly and intrusively. It might have been designed to intimidate, to put him off his ease. As she bent over him, as if cataloguing his aspects, he caught her eye, and for the first time in some weeks he smiled at her eagerly and openly. She remembered the reasons that she had had for kissing him and fucking him. Not just loneliness or isolation, though they were paramount. But there were other factors, more centred in him. And although as she stood there she felt not the slightest urge to touch him, although she felt only a ghost of the affection that had once motivated her, she did not regret what had happened. We both needed it, she thought, and it helped. It really did. She patted the back of his head as she turned away. He accepted that with good grace. "So," he said. "It's done," she said. He raised his eyebrows. He raised his eyebrows. As simple as that? Of course, not as simple as that. What do you damn well think? But it's done. He nodded slowly. When he spoke, his tone was neutral, as if they discussed some academic project. How did you manage it? How did we? Bellis thought in the silence. Did we? I have no evidence, no proof of anything. I couldn't do it on my own, she began slowly. And then she sat upright, shocked by Silas's look of stricken anger. You what? He cried. You fucking what? He was on his feet. What did you do, you stupid goddamn cunt? Sit down. Bellis was standing now, pointing at him, her fingers shaking with rage. How dare you? Bellis, what did you do? She glared at him. I don't know, she said coldly, how you might have managed to cross a swamp crawling with 6-foot mosquitoes, Silas. I don't know how you would have managed that. We were a mile or more from the Samiri ships. Oh, they were there, don't fret about that. Now maybe you are a cactus man or a fucking scab meddler or something, but I am blood, and they would have killed me. Silas remained quiet. So, Bellis's voice was measured now, I found a man who could travel to the ships without danger, without being detected. A Krobazonner, prepared to do the whole deal on the hush just to stop his first home being devastated. Did you show him the stuff? Said Silas. Of course I did. You think he'd swim off blithely at midnight, taking only my word as to what he was carrying? Swim? It was Tanner fucking Sack, wasn't it? Do you think if you'd looked long and hard, his voice was strained, you could have found someone more loyal to Garwater? But he did it, said Bellis. He wasn't going to do anything without proof. I showed him the letters, and yes, Silas, he's loyal to Garwater. He's no intention of ever going back. But damn it, you think he doesn't have friends left behind? You think he relishes the idea of the Grindylow taking New Krobazon? God spit! For the sake of the people he left, for the sake of memories, whatever, he took the box, the seal, the letters, and I told him what to do. It was a last goodbye to his fucking city, from him as much as from me and you. Silas was nodding slowly, acknowledging that perhaps she had had no choice. It all went ahead, no problems. Silas, we owe Tanasak. But does he know, said Silas hesitantly, who I am? Of course not. He relaxed visibly at her words. Do you think I'm stupid? I remember what was done to the captain. I'd not have you killed, Silas, she said. Her voice was soft, but not warm. It was a statement of fact, not of closeness. After some moments of reflection, Silas seemed to finish his deliberations. I suppose it was the only choice, he said, and Bellis nodded curtly. You ungracious fuck, she thought, furious. You weren't there. And you say the Samhari have the package, sealed and ready to deliver? He was grinning furiously. We've done it, he said. We've done it. That was more the reaction I was expecting, Bellis said unpleasantly. Yes, we have. They looked at each other for a long time. When do you think they'll reach New Krobazon? I don't know, said Silas. Maybe it won't work. Maybe it will, and we'll hear nothing. We'll save the city and hear nothing about it, ever. I may see out my days on this fucking tub, desperately scheming to get off. But, God damn it, isn't it something to know what we've done? He spoke fervently. Even without response, even without thanks, isn't it something to know that we've saved them? And yes, thought Bellis Coldwine, it was something. It was certainly something. She felt a wave of loneliness breaking over her. Was it worse? She wondered. Could it be worse? To never know. Send that message across the world, through so many hazards, through such danger, for it to disappear without a sound. To never know. Gods, she thought, bereft and stunned. Is that the last of it? Is that the end? What happens now? He said. With me and you. Bellis shrugged. What did you want? Her voice was more tired than scornful. I know it's hard, he said gently. I know it's more complicated than we thought. I don't expect anything from you, but Bellis, there are things we share, things between us, and I don't think that's the only reason we spent time together. I would like us to be friends. Can you really afford not to have me, to have no one who knows how you really feel, where you want to be? She was not quite sure of him, but it was as he said. They shared things which no one else did. Could she afford to lose him? There might be years ahead of her in this city. She shudders to think it. Could she afford to have no one to whom she could speak the truth? When he stood to go, he held out his hand, his palm open and up, expectantly. When he stood to go, he held out his hand, his palm open and up, expectantly. Where's the new crobbers on seal? He said. Bellis had been afraid of this. I don't have it, she said. He did not get angry this time, just closed his hand with a soft clap and raised his eyes to ask her what had happened. It was Tanner, she said, ready for him to fly at her. He dropped it in the sea. It's a ring, Bellis, Silas said quietly. It sits safe on your finger. You don't lose it. He hasn't lost it. He's kept it, God knows why. Souvenir from home. Something to blackmail you, gods know. He shook his head and sighed, and she was furious with his manner, which said, I am disappointed in you. I'd better leave, Bellis, he said. Carefully. You're watched, remember. So don't be surprised if I come and go by unconventional means. Would you excuse me a moment? He descended the spiral stairs. Bellis heard the sound of his feet dissipating on the metal, ringing hollow like thin tin on tin. She turned at the weird sound, but he had gone. She could still hear the slightest ring of his feet on her staircase, descending, reaching the bottom step, but there was nothing to be seen. He was invisible, or gone. Bellis's eyes widened very slightly, but even in his absence she begrudged Silas any awe. He comes and goes like a rat or a bat now, she thought, keeping out of sight. Been learning thaumaturgy, has he? Got some facility, a little puissance? But she was unnerved and somewhat intimidated. His departure suggested a charm of exceptional subtlety and strength. I didn't know you had that in you, Silas, she thought. She realized again how little she knew of him. Their conversation was like an elaborate game. Despite his words, despite the fact that she knew they shared secrets, she felt alone. And she did not think that Tanner Sack had kept the new crobbers on seal, though she could not say why. Bellis felt as if she was waiting. The man stands waiting with wind gusting him on the staircase that spirals the height of her absurd chimney-pot apartment, and he knows that the eyes that might watch her door cannot see him at all. In his hand is the statue, its filigree of fin folded like layers of cake pastry, its round betoothed remora mouth pouting upwards, and his tongue is still cold where he has kissed it. He is much quicker now. He finds it much easier to accept the cold stone's flickering little tonguing, and he can direct the energies their passionless coupling unleashes far more adroitly. He stands at angles to the night, at a place the statue shows him, and where its kiss allows him to stand, at a place or a kind of place where the beams of light intersect and he is unnoticed, as doors and walls and windows do not notice him, so long as he is the brine-stinking statue's lover. The kissing is never a pleasure. But the power that he has, that enters him with the stone thing's spit, is a wonder. He steps out into the night, unseen and emboldened, with arcane energies in him, to look for his ring. Chapter 30. Armada lolled in the sun. It was getting hotter. The frantic work continued, and below the water the shape of the Avank's harness grew slowly more solid. It was ghosted, its outlines in girders and wooden supports like an abstract for some implausible building. As the days went on, it grew a little more substantial, its intricate spines and gears more like something real. It grew through the extraordinary efforts of the crews. The city was on something like a war footing, every iota of industry and effort commandeered. People understood that they were careering at breakneck speed into a new epoch. The scale of the harness always staggered Tanasak. It loomed below the ecology of scavenger fish that never left the city's underside, larger by a long, long way than any ship. It dwarfed the Grand Easterly, which bobbed above it like a bath toy, and the bridle was to be completed within weeks. The work was constant. During the dark hours, the sputtering illumination of chemical flares and welding torches attracted nightfish. They surrounded the chains and gangs of divers, schools of them, staring big-eyed, agog at the lights. There were moving parts and joints, and rubberized gas bags cannibalized from old dirigibles. There were sealed motors. But essentially, it was just a vast halter, its links and segments stretching more than 1/4 of a mile long. Ship after ship was gutted, stripped from the inside, scuttled and melted down. The fleet of warships and traders that surrounded the city and its ports was thinned for the sake of this project. A frontier of smoke plumes enveloped the sacrificed vessels, while heat torches took them apart. As Shekel made his way along the aft of Garwater one evening to Bellis's house, he looked out towards the horizon and saw a half-gone ship at the edge of the city. It was the Terpsichorea. Its outlines crumbled and broken, its bridge, most of its superstructure and its deck gone, its metal viscera taken to the factories. The sight brought him up short. He had no affection for the vessel, he was not dismayed, but astonished for reasons he could not articulate. He stared down at the water that turned below him. It was hard to believe that it was happening, that such colossal efforts were taking place, link after link slotted together in a vast series under the fabric of the city. There were several languages active in Bellis's life. She felt exhilarated to relearn her disciplines, the nameless technique she had perfected for segmenting her mind, keeping her internal dictionaries distinct, the language trance she had last used in Tarmouth. Alm made quick progress with Salt. Her pupil was talented. During the afternoon's discussions with Tintinnabulum and the other scientists, every so often, to Bellis's pleasure, Alm would intercept some question before she had translated it and written it down. He would even write down some of his own answers in basic Salt. It must be extraordinary for him, Bellis thought. Salt was the first language he was conscious of having both spoken and written dimensions. It was unthinkable to him to hear Haiketai. It had been a meaningless concept. To hear Salt questions and to write the answers in the same language must be an astonishing mental leap, but he dealt with it with aplomb. Bellis did not warm to Cruach Alm. She found his constant wide-eyed curiosity draining, and she felt no strong sense of personality beneath it. He was a brilliant, boring man, whose culture had made him like a precocious child. She was cheered by the speed with which he learnt Armada's language. She suspected that she would be mostly redundant soon. Haiketai and Salt surrounded her every day. Her own head was the preserve of Ragamol. She had never been one of those linguists who thought in the language she was using at the time. Silas was the only person to whom she spoke in her first language, in the rare times that she saw him. There was a day when a fourth language entered her life, briefly. Quisi, more popularly known as Dedish, the language of High Cromlech. She still did not really understand Uthador's reasons for talking to her about his home tongue. After one of her sessions with Alm, he had asked her if she still enjoyed learning new languages, and she told him truthfully that she did. "Would you be interested to hear a bit of Quisi?" he said. "I don't often get to speak my own tongue." Dumbfounded, Bellis had agreed. That evening she had gone with him to his quarters aboard the Grand Easterly. The sounds of Quisi were formed in the back of the throat. Softly barked, the noises swallowed, and interspersed with precisely timed silences as important as the sounds. It was, Dool warned her, a language of strange subtleties. Many of the Thanatai gentry had sewn shut mouths, he reminded her, and others had voice boxes too rotted to work. There were modes of Quisi spoken with hands and eyes, as well as written forms. Bellis was fascinated by the gentle language, and was held by Uthador's performance. In his quiet, controlled way, he was enthusiastic, as he recited several passages of what sounded like poetry. Bellis realized that she was not there to learn the language, but to appreciate it as an audience. There was still a foreboding in her at being in Dool's company, alongside other emotions, alongside excitement. He wordlessly handed her a glass of wine. She recognized this as an invitation to stay. She sat and sipped and waited, looking around his room. She had expected some hidden stronghold, but he lived in a berth like thousands of others. It was sparse. There were a desk and 2 chairs, a shuttered window, a chest, one small black and white etching on the wall. Below the window was a weapons rack, full of familiar and arcane armaments, and in the corner of the room a complex musical instrument, with strings and keys like a harp-accordion hybrid. When probably a minute had passed, and Uthadul had said nothing, Bellis spoke. "I was very interested to hear the story of your youth," she said. "I admit that I hadn't previously been sure of High Cromlech's existence until I met you. However, apart from the whispers about the land of the dead and defeating the Ghosthead Empire, I've lost your trail of rumours." She was not practised at the kind of hard humour for which he was trying, but he moved his eyebrows to signify a pretence at amusement. "I'd be very pleased if you wanted to tell me more about what happened after you left High Cromlech. I doubt I've ever met anyone so travelled. Have you ever—" She paused, suddenly anxious, and he replied to her. "No, I've never visited New Crobazon," he said. He seemed to be fretting in his poised, silent way. "You aren't sure you believe what I told you about my sword, are you?" he said suddenly. "I don't blame you. It isn't nearly old enough, you were thinking. What do you know about the Ghosthead Empire, Miss Coldwine?" "Little," she admitted. "Of course, though, you know that they were in no way human, or Khepri, Wogenoi, Strider, or what have you. These were not Xenian in the sense we usually mean it. Whatever prints and descriptions you may have seen are fallacious. The question, what did they look like, has no straightforward answer. This weapon," he indicated his belt, "is so obviously shaped for human hands you might have thought my claims about its provenance a lie." Bellis had had no thoughts at all about the shape of the possible sword, as Uthadul must have known. "You're not seeing the sword," he went on softly, "only one aspect of it. It's contextual, as was so very much for the Ghosthead. I take it you've read some of their imperial canon? Even as translations of translations of translations, even with all the additions and omissions and commentary that implies, there are some extraordinary things there. Especially the Cavertiana." He sipped his wine. "Some purport to be passages from the earliest days of the arrival of the Ghosthead in Baslag, before the Empire began." He blinked at Bellis. "Certainly," he said, as if she disputed him. "Arrival. The Ghosthead were not native to this world." "There is one passage," Dul mused, and Bellis realized with consternation how his wonderful voice was lulling her. "The verses of the day. Perhaps you know them. Redoubtable, tail-flicking, swimming over a plain of worlds, past orbs, lights in the night's blindness. That describes the Ghosthead's journey from their place to Baslag, in the belly of a metal fish swimming through a dark sea of stars. But what's most interesting is the description of their home, where they came from. It has been confused with hell." Uthadul sat on his crib, and did not speak for some time. "Is this why I'm here?" thought Bellis suddenly. "Is this what he wants to tell me?" He was like a boy, wanting her there but quite uncertain what to do. "It describes the morning coming with ferrous cataracts and a wall of fire," he said eventually. "The entire eastern sky was ablaze with light and heat enough to blind anyone looking up, even from the bottom of a sea, to ignite the air, burn the mountains, liquefy metal. Far, far hotter than the heart of any foundry. Morning broke and the world burnt. Within minutes the wall of heat had risen and curved above them, directly overhead, blotting out the sky and burning every atom of gas in the air. And then, as the minutes went on, the fire shrank until its edges became visible and it was a disk. And the heat began to ebb away a little, though the oceans were still molten iron. The fire in the sky receded, moving west as the day passed. By mid-morning the disk had shrunk further, and it was the sun nearly at the far horizon. By noon it was much smaller, and the land was very cold. The sun shrank and travelled west in a long, drawn-out dusk, and the Ghosthead homeworld became icier than the Rime Ocean. By nightfall The sky was already dark, and the sun was no more than a moving star. And it was cold, colder than anything we can imagine. The world was enveloped in layers of ice and frost. The very gases, the very ether, piled up in bergs and walls, chilled more solid than stone. He gave Bellis a faint smile. That was the ghost-haired homeland. Imagine what kind of creatures might live, might survive in such a place, how hungry they might be for rest. That's why they left. She said nothing. "Do you know what I mean," Dool said, "by the belief in the broken country?" Bellis furrowed her brow, then suddenly nodded. "In New Crobazon we call it," she thought for the translation, "the fractured land hypothesis. I once had a friend who was a scientist. He was always talking about things like this." "The broken country, across an impossible sea," said Dool. "I spent a long time in youth studying myths and cosmogony. Fractured land, ghost-head country, the verses of the day. The ghost-head came here from the universe's eastern rim. They passed the rock globes that circulate in the sky, another, more evanescent kind of world than ours on the infinite plateau, and came here to a land so mild it must have seemed like balm, an endless, gentle mid-morning. And its rules were not theirs. Its nature was debatable. There are some who say that when they landed, the force of it was enough to unleash the chaos of talk up from the vent. That's fable. But their arrival was violent enough to smash open the world, reality itself. The fractured land is real, and was their doing. You break something, what's inside spills out. When I left my first home, I spent years studying that breakage, searching for techniques and instruments to make sense of it, control it. And when I came here, the lovers saw things in what I'd learnt that I hadn't imagined. Think of the ghost-head's power, their science, their thaumaturgy. Imagine what they could do, what they did do, to our world. You see the scale of the cataclysm of their arrival, not just physically, ontologically. When they landed, they fractured the world's rules as well as its surface. Is it a surprise that we whisper the name of the ghost-head empire in fear? And yet, thought Bellis, reeling with the heretic philosophy, and yet it was we who put paid to the ghost-head. Through the contumacy, and then the sloughing off, weak as we are. "They say you led the contumacy," she said. "I lead nothing," said Dool sharply, surprising her. "Not any more. I'm a soldier, not a leader. Hi, Cromlech, it's a caste world. You grew up in a mercantile city, so you take it for granted. You can have no idea of the liberation of selling your services, doing what your employer tells you. I am not a leader." Uther Dool walked with her through the Grand Easterly's corridors. When he stopped at one of the numerous intersections, she thought for a sudden second that he would kiss her, and her eyes widened. But that was not his intention. He put his finger to his lips. "I want you to learn something," he whispered, "about the lovers." "What are their names?" Bellis said in tired anger. "I'm sick of the mystery, and I don't believe you can't remember." "I can," said Uther Dool. "Of course I can remember, but what they were once called is not at all the point. They're the lovers now. You'd better learn that." Dool led her into the lower decks. He took her away from sound, away from the patrols. What is this? Thought Bellis, excited and unnerved. They were now in dark, very quiet portions of the ship. There were no windows. They were below the waterline, in a long deserted place. Finally, Dool ducked below a snarl of pipes and ushered her into a tiny chamber. It was not a room, just a little found space. All the surfaces were dusty, and the paint was peeling. Dool gently put his finger in front of her lips. Bellis was aware that meekly following Dool, fraternizing with him, was not sensible behaviour from one who had been deeply involved in counter-Garwater activities. What am I doing here? She thought. Uther Dool was pointing up at the ceiling, only an inch or so above her head. He cocked an ear expressively. It took some seconds before Bellis heard anything, and when she did, she was not at first sure what it was. Voices, muffled by layers of air and metal. half familiar. Bellis turned her head up. She could almost make out words now. This was an accidental little listening post. By quirk of architecture and materials, the sounds from the room above issued, by pipes, hollow walls, through the ceiling. Voices from the room above. The lovers' room. She started in astonishment. It was the lovers that she could hear. Cautious and slow, as if they might somehow see her, Bellis craned her neck and listened. Words fluttering across registers uttered with quick breaths. Mewing, pleading, delighting. Gasps of sexual closeness and pain and other intense emotions. And words coming through the metal. Love. Soon. Fuck. Yes and... Cut. Now. Love. Cut. Yes. 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 The words were thick. Bellis recoiled from them, physically, literally, stepping away from the weak spot in the metal. The words, the sounds were crooned quickly, so steeped in passion and need that they had to be bitten out or they would become a wordless shriek. Cut, yes, love, cut. Two streams of words, male and female, overlapping and interweaving and inextricable, their rhythms inextricable. Dear Jabber, thought Bellis. Uther Dool watched her, expressionless. Cut and love and cut, she thought, and went for the door, appalled. She thought of what they were doing, in their room, a few feet away. Dool led her away from that terrible little cubby-hole. They ascended through layers of metal towards the night air. Dool still did not speak. What are you doing? She thought, staring at his back. Why show me that? There had been nothing prurient in his demeanour. She did not understand. Stiff, eloquent and formal in his own room, uncovering extraordinary stories and theories to keep himself talking, he had become, in these corridors, a truculent child with a secret hideaway. And with something like the wordless, inarticulate pride she would expect from such a child, he had led her to his private den and shown her its secret. And she could not fathom why. She shuddered at the memory of those breathy exclamations, the lovers' twisted declarations of passion. Of love, she supposed. She thought of their scars, the cutting, the blood and split skin, the fervour. She felt as if she would sick up. But it was not the violence, not the knives they used or what they did, that horrified her. It was not that at all. Peccadillos did not disturb her at all. Those she could understand. This had become something else. It was the emotion itself, the intense, giddying, slick and sick-making ardour she had heard in their voices that appalled her. They were trying to cut through the membrane between them and bleed one into the other, rupturing their integrity for something way beyond sex. That violent, moaning thing that they thought was love, she thought was something akin to masturbation, and it disgusted her. Bellis was left aghast by it. Nauseated and threatened and aghast. Chapter 31. During the days, Shekel was free. Like most of the young bravos who hung out around the Basilio docks, he made his living as he had in New Crobazon, running errands, delivering messages and goods, keeping his eyes and ears open for whatever handful of change his momentary employer chose to give him. His salt was game and comprehensible, if not fluent. A little more than half of his evenings he spent with Angevine. She berthed in Tintinabulum's Castor, below its belfry. She often returned very late at night, since Tintinabulum spent long hours in the meetings with his colleagues, and with Creac Aum and Bellis and the lovers, and Angevine fetched books or materials for him, from the library or from his hidden laboratory at the back of his ship. She would return, tired, and Shekel would soothe her with inexpert massages and supper. Angevine did not speak much about the Avank project, but Shekel could easily sense her tension and excitement. Other evenings he spent at what he still thought of as his own home, that he shared with Tanner Sack. Tanner was not always there. Like Angevine, the project was keeping him at work long and difficult hours. But when he was present, he spoke more about what he was doing. He described to Shekel the extraordinary look of the bridle, stretching out in the clear water, the schools of bright tropical fish circulating through its links, which was scaling already with the plants and tenacious shellfish, picked out at night with cold lights. All the hours of work, of welding and testing and suggesting, acting as designer, foreman and builder, left Hannah exhausted and very happy. Shekel kept the rooms clean and warm. When he was not cooking for Angevine, he cooked for Tanner. He was troubled. 2 nights previously, on Luddy, Shekel had woken suddenly a little after midnight in his old rooms on the factory ship. He had sat up and stayed quiet and unmoving. He had looked around the room in the pale half-shadow shed by lights and stars outside, at the table and chairs, the bucket, the plates and pans, at Tanner's empty bed, working late again. Even swaddled in shadows, there was nowhere for anyone to hide, and Shekel could see that he was alone. And yet he had felt as if he was not. Shekel lit a candle. There were no unusual sounds or lights or shadows, but he kept thinking that he had just a moment before heard or seen something, again and again, as if his memories were outpacing him, reminding him of something which had not yet happened. He went back to sleep eventually, and woke the next morning with only a vague sense of the foreboding he had felt. But the next night, the same sense of intrusion came with dusk, long before he had gone to bed. He stood, with a concentrated, silly stillness, looking about him vaguely. Had those clothes been moved? That book? Those plates? Shekel's attention switched rapidly from one object, one pile of things or drawer or collection, to the next, his eyes moving across them, exactly as if he was watching someone move through the room, touching or rummaging in each place in turn. He grew angry and afraid at once. He wanted to flee, but loyalty to Tanner kept him in those rooms. It made him light the lamps and sing loudly and cook expansively and quickly until Tanner returned, mercifully, before the late evening, when the sounds outside faded away. To Shekel's relief and surprise, when he broached the subject of his strange intuitions, Tanner reacted with interest and seriousness. He looked around the little room and muttered carefully, "It's a peculiar time, lad." Exhausted as he was, he raised himself and followed the route that Shekel described around the room. He picked up the items he passed, carefully checking them. He hummed and rubbed his chin. "I can't see a sign of nothing, Shekel," he admitted. His eyes did not relax. "It's a peculiar time. There's all manner of types trying all manner of things at the moment. There's lies and rumours and jabber knows what. Thus far, those who've problems with Garwater and the project ain't spoken of it too loud. That'll come later, I shouldn't doubt. But maybe there's some who are trying other ways of undermining things. It ain't as if I'm a bigwig in this, Shekel, lad, but I'm known to have gone to the island and I'm known to be helping build the bridle. It might be someone's made their way in here to try to, I don't know, undermine things, to look for something to strengthen their side. As if I'm stupid enough to keep any plans here. People are tense. Things are moving too quick. It's like it ain't in anyone's control." He looked around him once more, then caught Shekel's eye. "I'm tempted to say, let 'em come. If you're right, then so long as they take nothing and leave us alone, then fuck 'em. I ain't scared." He grinned with bravado, and Shekel smiled back. "All the same," Shekel said quietly. "All the same." When he spoke to Angevine about his experience the next day, she echoed Tanasak almost exactly. "Might be there's something in it," she said slowly. "It's a strange time, you know. People are excited and some are scared. I doubt that unseen intruders will be the strangest thing we have to face over the next weeks, lover. With the factories working overtime for the bridal, people are grumbling. There's no time or engineers to fix up machines elsewhere, no engine parts or metal work being built. With all the power from that rig, people are saying, when will we see it put to our use? How much does the Dam of Ankh need anyway? Well, it needs a lot, Shekel, a damn lot, now and always." She met his eye and took his hand. "And the rumblings that you can hear now, in Basque and Kerhouse and Dryfall most especially, but all over, are bound to grow. When people get to understand that there's other things more important to put the oil and rock milk to than all their schemes." She spoke absently, recalling conversations that she had heard between Tintinnabulum and others, and Shekel could do little more than nod. "They're appearing already, the troublemakers," she mused. "Vortikin in Kurhaus, Sallow in Basque, the mysterious Simon Finch, pamphlets, graffiti, whispers. And good people have their doubts too. I heard that Hedrigal, who's loyal to his wooden bones, even knows this Finch, drinks with him sometimes. People'll get fired up if the Avank is called. Something so wonderful as that, it'll excite them. But that won't be the end, Shekel, believe me." In the blazing heat of Armada's accidental equatorial summer, Croom Park blossomed. When last Bellis had visited it, it had been all over green, wet and lush and sap-stinking. Now the green was overlaid with spring and summer colours, a mulch of hurried blossom underfoot, and here and there still frosting the tips of trees. The first bright summer flowers vied with vivid weeds, dogwood and daffodils. The woods rustled with small life. Bellis came to the park not with Silas but with Johannes Tearfly, and she was wryly amused that she felt as if she was being somehow unfaithful. She walked her favourite route, along what had once been a corridor between ships' cabins, and was now an ivy-smothered canyon. The walls were studded with passion flowers, broken windows just visible beneath a mesh of roots. Where the old cabin hill sank into the grassy surface and the pathway opened out into the sun, there was a fringe of pungent honeysuckle purring with bees. This is a good moment, thought Bellis carefully as she walked, Johannes shy and wandering behind her. But you'll have to spoil it in a moment, Johannes. You'll have to speak. And after some more minutes of flowers and grass, when the only sound was the vibrato of warm insects, he did. They talked for a long time about the work below the city. "I've been down in a submersible a couple of times," Johannes told her. "It's extraordinary, Bellis. The speed with which they're constructing it. It's truly amazing." "Well, I've seen the rate they've decommissioned the Terpsichorea, among others," she said. "I can just imagine." Johannes was wary of her, still, but he was eager to feel the connection they once had. She could feel him reaching to her, explaining away to himself any curtness she might display. "You've not told me much about the island," he said. Bellis sighed. "It was hard," she said. "I don't relish discussing it." But she gave him a little more than that. Told him of the excruciating heat, the constant fear, the gurning curiosity of the he-Anapheli and the murderous hunger of their mates. He tried to gauge her. She wondered whether he thought he was shrewd and subtle. "They took Alm away yesterday," she continued, and he turned to her, startled. "I've been teaching him salt for a couple of weeks, that's all. He learns at a rate that frightens me. He takes notes on everything I say. He's already amassed enough for a textbook. But still, I didn't think he was capable of conversing without my help, not yet. But yesterday afternoon, when we'd concluded with the Tintinnabulum and the Engineers' Committee, they took him away and told me I wasn't needed for a while. Perhaps their opinion of his salt is higher than mine, or perhaps one of their other high Ketai experts has practiced enough to come in useful." This she said with a superior sneer, and Johannes laughed briefly. "They've been telling me for some time that I've to bring him to fluency in salt at the very earliest possible time, that he'll be needed for projects that don't concern me. They're trying to get rid of me." She turned to Johannes and held his gaze. They were alone in a clearing, ringed by trees and briars, stunted spring roses. "My usefulness is ending, and I'm delighted because I'm so goddamn tired. But Alms is only just starting, it appears. And it wasn't any of the usual group who took him away. It was Uthadul, and it was men and women I'd never seen. I don't know what that's all about. Seems to me that calling the Avank is not the end of it." Johannes turned away from her and fingered the flowers. "Only now realizing that, Bellis," he said quietly. "Of course, you're right. There's more to come. Given the scale of what we're attempting with the Avank, it's difficult to imagine, but it seems that perhaps that was just a prelude to whatever's really going on. And what that is, I don't know. It's been decided it should not involve me. You know," he said, "it was just luck, really, that I ever got my commission here." Luck, thought Bellis, incredulous. Of those in the know, who'd seen the old chains, there'd been some arguing for decades that Armada should try to call the Avank. But the lovers ignored them, had no interest in it for years, that's what I heard. It changed when Uther Dúil came to the city, came to work for them. I don't know what he did or said to them, but all of a sudden the Avank project was revived. Something he told them meant those old plans got dusted off for the first time since those chains were built, and no one knows how long ago that was or what happened. And, after all that, it's just over for me. They've moved on to other things. Jealous, realised Bellis. Spurned, deserted, and pissed off. Johannes's work, and Johannes himself, was invaluable to conjure up the Avank, but whatever came after that did not require him. Gently, subtly, Bellis probed his wound, moment by moment, interspersing her investigation with meaningless minutiae. In his anger, Johannes was willing to talk seriously about the doubts that had been raised over their lovers' plans. They strolled through the wooded boat, past reclaimed funnels and bulkheads, while Bellis fed Johannes's resentment in a coy and sly interrogation, learning things piece by piece. Once she started listening, Bellis heard the same names, the same rumours everywhere. The veneer of loyalty which had been painted over Armada was thin. Anxieties and controversies were now as clearly traceable through it as wood grain through varnish. She was startled to realise that it was not only the worthies of Basque and Kerhouse who were linked to such dissident voices. Some of Garwater's longest loyal servants were doubters, linked to the renegades. The lovers' consensus, she realised, was not stable. And, as she half expected, the name that recurred most often, that came up again and again as a focus for this discontent, was Simon Fench. Bellis began to search for him. She asked all the people she knew after Simon Fench. Carrie-Anne shrugged, but said she would keep her ears open. Johannes looked askance and said nothing. Shekel, at one of their infrequent meetings, nodded. Ange mentioned him, he said. Feigning faint interest, Bellis asked Shekel to find out more. Her query was tossed around on street corners, among the youths who hung over ship railings, firing catapults at the city's monkeys, or sat in pubs, playing dice and arm wrestling. Each had their own friends, their own contacts, men and women who might slip them coins and food and favours in exchange for whatever trivial services the boys and girls might perform. Bellis's question passed through them, through the drinking halls of Garwater and Shadler and Booktown and thee and thine. In New Crobazon, what was not regulated was illicit. In Armada, things were different. It was, after all, a pirate city. What did not directly threaten the city did not concern its authorities. Bellis's message, like other secrets, did not have to strive to be covert, as it might back home to avoid the militia. Instead, it sped through this wrangling city with ease and speed, leaving a little trail for those who knew how to look. You wanted me? Silas was standing by Bellis's bed. She had not yet undressed. She was sitting with her knees up, reading a book by gaslight. A moment before, she had been alone. More thaumaturgy, Silas, she thought. It was the evening of the 10th Scabdy of Hawkbill, the last day of the Quarto, a festival. The streets were loud, people were drunk, shouting and laughing. The ships and streets were draped with coloured bunting. The air was full of fireworks and confetti, and still the work went on below the water. I do, she said. You want to be careful. You don't want to advertise yourself as dealing with dissidents. Bellis laughed. Jabber and fuck, Silas. You should see the list of your, or Mr. Fench's, supposed friends. They include bigger fish than me by far. Is it true you drink with Hedrigal? He did not reply. So I don't think anyone's going to care about me. They eyed each other quietly. How many times have we done this? Bellis thought hopelessly. Communed secretively, over tea, in my room, at night, to discuss what we do and don't know. They're planning something, she said, and her own conspiratorial tone almost reduced her to bitter laughter. The Avank's not the end of it. Alm's learning salt in double quick time, and they've taken him off to some new secret project. Even some of the scientists involved are feeling cut out. There's a core, Tintinabulum, the lovers, Alm, and this time Uther Dúil's part of it. They're planning something. Silas nodded. It was obvious that he already knew. So? Bellis demanded. What is it? I don't know, he said, and she could not tell if she believed him. If we can work out what they've planned, she said, we might still be able to get out of here. Sincerely, he said slowly, I can't work out what their plan is. If I find out, I'll tell you, of course. They studied each other. I gather Uther Dawes courting you, he continued. He was not trying to be unpleasant, but his smirk was irritating. I don't know what he's doing, Bellis said curtly. Sometimes I think that's exactly it. He's courting me, but if so, by God, he's out of practice. Sometimes I think he has other motives, but I can't make sense of them. Again, silence. Outside, a cat began to wail. Tell me, Silas, Bellis said. This is your world. Is there any kind of serious opposition to this project? Serious, I mean. And if there is, could we use it to get out of here? Can it help us? What exactly might I have in mind? She wondered. We've sent a message to our home port. We've saved it, for Jabba's sake. There's nothing else to be done. There are no factions to win over. There's no one we might persuade to take us home. Whatever Silas claimed about trying to escape, the way he submerged into Armada's hinterland, ducked out of sight, became Simon Fench, suspended himself in a web of deals and rumours and favours and threats. These were survival tactics. Silas was adjusting. There was nothing for Bellis to do. No schemes she could engage in, no secret plans. She still dreamed of that river between New Crobuzon and Iron Bay. No, she thought, fiercely, uncompromisingly. Whatever the truth, whatever the case, however hopeless the cause, I do not give up on escape. It had taken her quite some effort to reach this coldly burning pitch of anger, of desire for escape, and to relinquish it now would be unbearable. And so she kept that no loud in the back of her head, undiluted by doubt. She woke the next day and leaned from her window into the warm wind, watching the exhausted, hungover crews clear the detritus of the last night's party from the streets and decks, sweeping up huge piles of dust and coloured rags, costumes and disguises from the mask parties, the debris of drug-taking. The bilious flames had stopped rolling from the top of the Sorghum's derrick. The rig had gone cold, its harvest of oil and rock milk siphoned up and stored. Over the ship's roofscape, the steamers, the tugs, the squat industrial vessels were moving back towards the city, like iron filings towards a magnet. Bellis watched their crews attach them again to the edge of Armada. When all the servant ships had attached themselves to the city, they bore off to the southeast, venting black smoke, their gears grinding, devouring huge quantities of stolen coal and anything else that might burn. With appalling slowness, Armada began to move. Below in the clear water, the divers continued working. The stripping down of ship after ship continued, the delivery of their substance to the industrial works, the endless train of dirigibles passing between the vessel's corpses and the forges. The sea moved in faint currents around the massive bridle hidden below the waves. Armada's pace was almost imperceptible, only a mile or two every hour. But it did not slacken. It was ceaseless. Bellis knew that when it reached the place it sought, when the chains were lowered, when the thaumaturgy was attempted, everything would change. And she heard herself again. No, refusing to acquiesce, refusing to make her home here. As her days passed, she was needed less and less. Her translation sessions with the engineers were fewer as the bridal's crews worked their endless hours and problems of design were reached, one by one, and solved. Bellis felt herself slipping from the core of things. Except for Dool. He still spoke to her, still gave her wine in his cabin. There was still something shadowy between them, but Bellis could not make it out. And Dool's conversations were as cryptic as ever, and she took no comfort in them. Once, twice more, he took her again to that little room, the sound box below the lover's chamber. Why she went with him she could not say. It was always at night, always a secret. She heard their gasping declarations, their mews of pain and desire. The emotion still appalled and nauseated her, like something rotting in her stomach. The second time, she had heard them hiss with whatever passed for pleasure in their minds, and the next day, when she entered the meeting room with Alm, The lovers stared at her with fresh wounds, blood crusting on their foreheads, scored deep in mirror images across their faces. And Bellis had faltered. She could not bear the thought that she was at the mercy of people hooked on the emotion she had heard. No. Even as the weather grew hotter still, day after day, till a week and then 2 had passed, and the bridal was nearly done, and Silas had not come to her, and Dool still made no sense, even as she slipped from the centre of power, and her relief that she need not see the lovers every day was effaced by the fear of her own growing ineffectuality, even as she lost the last semblance of power she had had, even as it became clear that she was trapped, the voice inside Bellis hardened and was absolutely clear. No. Chapter 32. Armada found the place it was looking for. The city was near the southern border between the swollen ocean and the black sandbar sea. Bellis was stunned when she heard that. Have we really come so fucking far? She had thought. They lay absolutely still in the water. By arcane techniques like echo catching and sensory projection, the city had found its way to the centre of a deadeye. These existed randomly across the oceans, patches of water a few miles across where there were no currents or winds. Without motive power, things floating on the surface of deadeyes would bob up and down with waves, but would not move an inch in any compass direction. They were signs of sinkholes. In this region, the ocean was between 3 and 4 miles deep, but below the deadeye the seafloor fell away in a steep cone, into a circular hole that stretched down below the reach of any geo-empath. The sinkhole was 1.5 miles wide and bottomless. It stretched so deep that Baslag's dimension could not possibly contain the water's gravity and density, and reality was unstable in the shaft's lower reaches. The sinkhole was a duct between realms, where the Avanx breached. There was not a time when Cruach Alm and his new subordinates declared their research is over. There was no sudden announcement, no claim that the last problems had been solved. Bellis could not say exactly when she knew that Armada was ready. Dool did not tell her. The knowledge soaked into her and into all the other citizens. In rumour and guesswork, in triumphant speculation, and then in triumph, the word spread. They've succeeded. They know how to do it. They're waiting. Bellis wanted not to believe it. The awareness that the scientists had perfected the techniques they needed took her so gently that there was no sudden shock, just a slowly waxing foreboding. How? She thought, again and again. She considered the scale of what was to be attempted, and the question overwhelmed her. How can they do it? She considered everything that had to be done, all the knowledge that they had had to amass, the machines to be built, the poisons to channel. It seemed impossible. Is it down to me? She wondered incredulously. Without Alm, without his book, could this be done? With every hour, Bellis could feel the tension, the anxiety and excitement increasing all around her. Days after they reached the deadeye, finally, the announcement was made that everyone had been expecting. Posters and criers warned people to be ready, that the research was over, that an attempt was to be made. As momentous, as extraordinary as it was, it surprised no one. And after such a long official silence, even to Bellis, that final confirmation was almost a relief. Tanner Sack found the bridle and the now visible chains a great pleasure to his eye. He was born and raised in New Crobazon, where mountains picked out the western sky and the architecture was complex and encompassing. There were times, he would admit, when the endless open skies of Armada, the unbroken water below, troubled him. He found a comfort in the submerged harness. It gave him something big and real to stare at, breaking the monotonous deeps. Tanner hung in the still waters of the deadeye. There were a very few figures in the water, Tanner, Bastard John, the menfish, watching from below. Everything had been prepared. It was almost midday. The city was as still as if it was before dawn. On neighbouring ships, Bellis could see people watching from their roofs, or peering from behind railings or from the city's parks. But there were not many. There was almost no noise. There were no dirigibles in the sky. "Half the city's indoors," she hissed to Uthadul. He had found her on the deck of the Grand Easterly, gathered with the few Armadans who, like Bellis, felt compelled to watch the attempt from the flagship itself. "They're frightened," she thought, staring over the empty streets on vessels below. "They've realized what's at stake here, like shipwrecked sailors in a jolly boat tethering themselves to a whale." She almost laughed. "And they're afraid of the storm." The citizens of Armada dreaded severe storms. Their city could not avoid or ride their tempers, and the worst weather could tear vessel from vessel, throw them together no matter how strong their buffers. Armada's history was punctuated with the stories of terrible and deadly squalls. Never before had anyone deliberately called one down. To puncture the membrane between realities, even at a weak point, to entice it into this plane, a burst of colossal energy was required. Something like that required not just an electrical storm, but a living one. An orgy, a frenzy of Fullman, lightning elementals. And given that living storms were, thankfully, almost as rare as torque rifts, Garwater would have to create one. The Grand Easterly's 6 masts, particularly its towering mainmast, were swathed with copper wiring. It stretched down and disappeared into the ship itself, insulated with rubber, passing down corridors and stairs, carefully guarded by the yeomanry, winding through the vessel until it slotted into the esoteric new engine at the Grand Easterly's base, running on rock milk, ready to send extraordinary charges into the stub ends of the colossal chain, down through the metal, into the bridle and the deep sea. Somewhere, scholars and pirate thaumaturges from Booktown and Shadler and Garwater were gathered. Meteoromancers and elementalists. With weird engines, furnaces, unguents and offerings. Perhaps a sacrifice. Bellis could imagine their frantic work gauging ethereal currents, stoking and conjuring. For a long time there was only whispering and the faint noise of gulls and the waves. Everyone who stood in the bleak heat strained to hear something that they had not heard before, but they had no idea what they were waiting for. When it finally came, it was a sound so monolithic that they felt it, deep below, resonating through the ships. Bellis heard Uthadul exhale, his voice thick with emotion she did not recognize, and whisper, "Now." The deck of the Grand Easterly moved suddenly below their feet with a cracking percussion. Armada vibrated violently. "The bridle, the chains," Dool said quietly. "They're being lowered. Into the hole." Bellis gripped the rail. And below the water Tanner gasped, water rushing over his gills as the vast pulleys turned and the restraining bolts on the harness were burst with explosive charges in carefully choreographed sequence, and displacing great tides of brine, the metal ring more than 1/4 of a mile across, studded with cruel hooks and collars, began to descend. It slid in stages through the water, reaching the limit of its freedom as each section of boat-long links ended, and then another charge would detonate and huge gears turn and a few more 100 feet of metal would sink. As each length of chain reached its end, the city above moved and reconfigured a little, its dimensions shifting under the strain. The chains were so huge they operated at a geographic scale, each weighty tug a seismic trauma. But Armada was buoyed by careful design and gas and thaumaturgy, and though the sudden jolt shook it as if in a high storm and strained at those few wickerwork and rope bridges that were not uncoupled and snapped them, they could not capsize the city. "Jabba and fuck!" Bellis shouted. "We have to get below!" Dool held her, gripped her hard, and kept her feet flat. "I'll not miss this," he said, "and I don't think you should either." The city bucked appallingly then, suddenly. And the bridled descent began to speed up. Tanasak realized he was shouting soundlessly, airlessly, his jaw biting out silent profanities at the sight, hypnotized by the scale of what he saw, the rapid disappearance of the huge harness into the absolutely dark sea as seconds and minutes passed. The city stabilized a little, and there was only the continuing unfolding of the great tethered chains, 5 lines of links descending into the hidden deeps. Colonies of barnacles and limpets had scabbed the chains over generations, and as the links ripped free of the ship's undersides, they sent clouds of dying shellfish into the abyss. After many minutes had passed, Armada was almost still again, undulating very slightly with the last reverberations of the chain. Birds shunted mindlessly back and forth overhead. The huge weight of the metal settled. There was a tense expectancy. And everyone held their breath, and nothing happened. The bridle now dangled below miles of chain. The city above moved on the swell, peacefully. Armadans were braced and waiting. But the water of the Deadeye remained peaceful, and the sky clear. Slowly, more and more people began to emerge onto the decks. They were nervous and hesitant at first, still waiting for an occurrence the parameters of which they could not imagine. But nothing happened. Bellis did not know precisely what manner of crisis had overtaken the scientists and thaumaturgists. The promised storm did not appear. The rock milk engines did not move. It was no surprise, she reflected. The techniques were unique, unproven, and experimental. It was no surprise that they did not work straight away. Still, the anticlimax was overwhelming. Within 2 hours the city was as it had been. The unnatural hush abated. Disappointed pirates bickered and told jokes about the failure. No one from Garwater, no scientist or bureaucrat, made any announcement about what had happened. Armada sat in the gentle water and the heat, and the hours of official silence became half a day, and continued. Bellis could not find Dool, who had gone to find out what had happened. She spent her evening alone. She should be delighted at Armada's failure, but a ruefulness infected even her. A curiosity. 2 days passed. In the Deadeye's still water, some of the city's effluent congealed around the city, and, lolling in the sun, Armada began to smell. Once Bellis and Carrie-Anne walked in Croom Park, but the odour and the raucous cries of 2 hot animals, feral and in farm ships, made the atmosphere unpleasant. It was not refreshing to be out of doors. Bellis confined herself and her smoking to her room. Apart from that brief meeting with Carrie-Anne, she spent the hours alone. Dool did not reappear. Bellis fidgeted in the heat and smoked and waited, watching the city return to its raucous routine with wilful speed. It infuriated her. How can you all pretend that nothing's going on, she thought, watching the vendors in Winterstraw Market. As if this is just a place like any other, as if this is a normal time. There was still no word as the crews of engineers and hunters, Cruac Alm and his assistants, worked over their calculations again, took measurements, tinkered with their engines, all unseen, as Bellis was sure they must be. 2 days passed. Tanner lay under the city, floating, motionless, facing down. It was as if he stood at the entrance to a dark, pentangular tunnel, edged with chains. In line with his head, each arm and each leg, the 5 great fetters soared downwards, converging with perspective and disappearing into the dark. He was exhausted. The frantic repairs since the first attempt had robbed him of sleep. He had been yelled at by overseers, livid from failure. The enormous chain corridor stretched out below him was more than 4 miles long. Hanging absolutely motionless in the darkness at its end was the bridle, bigger than any ship. Investigated perhaps by the oarfish and huge-mouthed eels that frequented that depth, dangling into the pit below. Sitting and reading beside her window, Bellis became slowly aware of an odd stillness, a silence and a shift in the quality of the light. A neurotic pause, as if the air and the bleaching sun were waiting. She knew with a shock of amazed fear what was happening. At last, she thought, God help me, they've done it. From her front step, high up on the Cromolith chimney, she looked out over Armada's gently bobbing vessels, at the Grand Easterly's masts. She stared into the crowded city. There had been no warning that another attempt was to be made. There were people everywhere. They were standing still in the markets and streets, peering up, trying to work out what they had sensed. The sky began to change. Dear Jabba, whispered Bellis. "Oh my gods." In the middle of the sun-bleached blue stretched out over Armada, a darkness unfolded. Thousands of feet above them, the clear sky spasmed for an instant and shat out of nothingness a tiny smear of cloud, a mote, an atom of impurity that unfurled like a flower, like a trick box, a conjurer's prop that opened again and again, multiplying itself with its own substance. It spread quickly like squid ink, uncoiling, staining the sky, spreading in a circle, an expanding disk of shadow. It emitted ominous sounds. There was a wind, suddenly, slapping Armada's shanks and towers, strumming the city's rigging. Something was drifting down around Bellis, minuscule particles like mist, an arcane stink descending from the ship's funnels and spreading out. The effluent of whatever forces were tearing the clouds out of nothing. Bellis recognized the smell. Rock milk. Some aeromorphic engine was being boosted. The sun was completely occluded. Bellis shivered in the newborn dark and cold. Beyond the city limits, the sea had become choppy, seesawing with foam. The sound from the sky increased. From low vibrations it became purring, and then a drawn-out shout, and finally a bark of thunder, and with that percussive noise the storm erupted out of the cloud mass. The wind went berserk. The sea pitched, thunder again, and with it the oily darkness over the city shattered 1,000 ways, and through every crack lightning glared incandescent. Rain raced in screaming swells, dousing Bellis in moments. Across all the ridings of the city, Armadans scrambled to get below. The decks emptied fast. Men and women struggled to uncouple the bridges as the vessels they linked began to buck. Here and there stood people transfixed like Bellis in fear or fascination, staring into the storm. "God spit!" shouted Bellis. "Sweet Jabba, protect us!" She could not hear her own voice. Cosseted deep in the water of the Deadeye, the storm was muted for Tanner. The surface above him lost its integrity in the rain. The city rose and fell as if the sea was trying to shuck it off. The huge chains moved below it. Even through the tons of water, Tanner realized the sound of thunder and the water's motions were increasing. He swam, agitated, waiting for the storm to reach its final pitch, growing more and more nervous as the violence did not dissipate, as it continued to increase. "Stale," he thought, in awe and fear. "They've done it this time, ain't they? What the fuck kind of storm is this? What the fuck have they done?" Bellis held tight to the rail, terrified that the wind would pull her out and over to be crushed between vessels. The air was stained by shadows, a darkness burst by lightning like camera flashes. Even with air rinsed by the torrent, the weird stink of rock milk vapor was strong and increasing. Bellis could see ripples distorting the air. Lightning struck the city's masts again and again, lingering around the huge copper-shrouded column on the Grand Easterly. Armada danced as the sky boiled. As the aeromorphic engine vented ever more power, the lightning patterns began to change. Bellis watched the clouds, mesmerized. At first, the streaks and jags were random, snapping and shivering like brilliant snakes in the darkness. But they began to synchronize. They grew closer in time, so that the light from one still scored Bellis's eye while the next fired, and their movements grew more purposeful. The lightning burst bolted towards the center of the cloud, vanishing at its axis. The thunder grew more intense. The rock milk smell was nauseating. Bellis was hypnotized by what she saw through the deluge, capable only of thinking, come on, without consciousness of what she was waiting for. And then, finally, with a single stunning report of thunder, the lightning bursts reached phase. They burst out of nothing at the same moment around the storm's edge, scored through the dark air together towards its core, as if they were spokes, meeting at the heart of the tempest in a single, painfully intense point of light which crackled and did not dissipate. Energy burst up, invisible, amplified through the valves and transformers of occult engines, spurting out of the Grand Easterly's smokestacks, racing skywards into the storm. The invocation burst in the heart of the cloud. The crackling star of lightning shone cold and intense and blue-white, trembling, glowing brighter, taut as if pregnant, as if full, as if ready to explode, and then it burst, and a swarm of shrieking presences coalesced out of its shreds and were about the ship, crackling apparitions outlined in energy and electricity, leaving trails of burnt air as they raced with intent through the sky, informed and capricious and purposeful. Fulmen. Lightning elementals. They screamed and laughed as they zigzagged, their cries something between sound and current. The Fulmen tore with astonishing speed over the skyline, metamorphosing in arcs of current, trailing a slew of ghost shapes formed in their discharge, mimicking the outlines of the city's buildings, mimicking fish and birds and faces. A cluster swept down to the Chromalith deck, shrieking past Bellis and almost stopping her heart. They gusted around the funnel. From somewhere in the Grand Easterly came a pulse of power, and all over the city the elementals snapped up from their games and eddied in agitation. Again, the hidden machines gave out a jolt of energy, sending it coursing along the wires to the tip of the mast. The Fulmen howled and danced along chains and metal railings. They began to swarm. Bellis turned her head and watched them go, out over the body of her ship, through the channels of water between vessels, up and over reconstituted decks, towards the huge steamer's mainmast. Bellis did not notice the rain or the thunder. All she could see or hear were the living lightnings that outlined Armada, with their blazing cold, squabbling and spasming in and out of existence by the city's tallest roofs. She peered through the storm, over the intervening vessels. Like bait, a flow of energy dangled at the tip of the Grand Easterly's towering mast. We fish for a storm to fish for the elementals to fish for the Avank, thought Bellis. She felt drunk. The Fulmen circled the mast, a sheet of bristling presences, spinning into a vortex. They spat in the storm's darkness, illuminating the city negatively, as if with black sunlight, until a last great gout of binding energy burst out of the wires, and the Fulmen shrieked and gibbered and poured into the metal. With hexes and machinery, the elementalists reeled the Fulmen in. The elementals screamed as they were taken, their forms conducted through the thick cabling, lights snuffed out in rapid succession. In half a second, the sky was dark again. The electrical elementals coursed as supercharged particles along the network of copper, bleeding one into the other and becoming a stream of living power, racing downstairs and into the Grand Easterly's guts, to the rock milk engine, into the stump ends of the chain that stretched down into the rift below the sea. Below millions of tons of brine, this condensed substance of a tribe of lightning elementals burst through the links of chains, through prongs the size of masts, out into the water, in a bolt of massively potent energy that blazed white light and spasmed instantly into the deeps of the sinkhole, bleaching and destroying what rude life it passed, until it lanced the membrane between dimensions, many miles down. In the bottom of the Grand Easterly, the rock milk engine hummed and sent potent pulses out along the chain. Only now there was a rent beneath the sea, and now the enticing signals the machine sent out, inaudible to anything born in the seas of Baslag, might be heard. Tanasak heads down into the twilit water. The storm has dissipated, almost instantly, and the sea above him is bright. Tanner is testing himself, pushing on and down, as far as he can go, into the dysphotic zone. There are others around him, Cray and Menfish and Bastard John, he supposes, curious to plumb as far as they are able, but he cannot see them. The water is cold and silent and dense. He felt the jolts of energy pass him through the huge links of chain. He knows that astonishing events are unfolding directly below, and like a child, he indulges himself, sinking towards the dark. He has never swum so deep before, but he follows the enormous chain links as far down as he can go, steeling himself, acclimatizing, as the pressure wraps him tight. His tentacles reach out and seem to grasp, as if he can pull himself deeper, gripping the substance of the water. His head hurts. His blood is constricted. He hangs still in the water when he can go no further. He does not know how far he has come down. He cannot see the great chain by his side. He can see nothing. He is suspended in the cold and the grey, and he is quite alone. A long time passes, while the signals from the rock milk engine continue to reverberate enticingly into the deep water. Everything is still. Until Tanner's eyes snap open. He did not know they were closed. There has been sound, a sudden feeling of slick grinding, like the snapping of bolts, things slotting into grooves. A long rumbling report that travels through the water like whale song, that he feels in his stomach more than he hears. Tanner is still. He listens. He knows what he has heard. It was the restraints on the quarter-mile bridle, the jags and pegs and pins and rivets, the bolts as long as ships, sliding into place. Something has come snuffling up through layers of water and reality, he thinks, to investigate the delicious rock-milk pulses, and has slipped its neck or some part of itself into the collar, until the harness is around it, and the spines and studs like tree trunks have jutted forward, piercing its flesh, and the cinctures have tightened, and the thing is trapped. There is silence again, and stillness. Tanner knows that above him the thaumaturges and engineers are sending carefully measured signals into what approximates the creature's cortex, soothing, suggesting, cajoling. He feels minute shifts of tide and temperature, thaumaturgic washes rolling up at him. Tanner feels vibrations against his skin, and then, harder, inside him. The thing is moving, way below the dying fringes of sunlight, in the midnight water miles down, past lanternfish and spider crabs, eclipsing their feeble phosphorescence. He feels it creeping nearer, displacing great gouts of cold water and sending them rolling up and out of the abyss in uncanny tides. He is enthralled. There is a lazy booming that makes the water shudder. Tanner imagines some monstrous appendage casually slapping the continental shelf, an unthinking apocalypse wiping out scores of crude bottom dwellers. The water around him swirls. Thaumaturgic tides wash dissonant up from the hole. There is a sudden spasm of water pressure, and then a very faint sound of pounding reaches Tanner's ears. Uncertain, he strains to hear. It is a faint, regular beat that he feels in his innards. A ponderous smashing stroke. His stomach pitches. He hears it only for an instant, a quirk of space and thaumaturgy, but he knows what it is, and the knowledge stuns him. It is a heart the size of a cathedral beating far below him in the dark. On the rain-wet steps, below a fierce sun and cloudless skies, Bellis waited. Armada was like a ghost town. All but the most enthralled of its inhabitants hid, still terrified. Something had happened. Bellis had felt the shifting of the chromalith and the knocking of the chains. There had been many minutes now of silence. She started, once again, hearing metal on metal. A slow, threatening percussion as the chains below the city shifted, moving up and stretching out, emerging from the sinkhole below the world, returning to their home dimension, immersing themselves fully in the waters of the swollen ocean. They angled slowly away from vertical, extending until they were stretched taut out in front of the city. Miles below, the bridle was just above the ocean floor. There was a sudden juddering noise, and Armada shifted violently against itself, its ships shifting into subtly new positions, pulled in new directions from below, altering its outlines. The city began to move. The spasm almost knocked Bellis down. She was agog. The city was moving. Cruising southwards at a leisurely pace that easily eclipsed anything that had ever been achieved by the scores of tugboats. Bellis could see the waves against the flanks of the outside vessels. She could see the turmoil of the city's wake. They were travelling fast enough to leave a wake. From the edge of Armada to the horizon, the city's fleet of untethered ships, merchant pirates, factories, messengers and warships and tugs were now frantically moving. They were turning to face the city, starting their motors. Oh dear gods, Bellis thought, stunned. They must not be able to believe what they're seeing. From the nearest of them, Bellis heard a chorus of delight. The sailors were standing on deck, cheering. The sound was taken up, slowly, all over Armada, as people began to appear, opening windows and doors, emerging from bunkers, standing up at the railings behind which they had cowered. Everywhere Bellis looked, the citizens were shouting. They were toasting the lovers. They were screaming with delight. Bellis looked out to sea, watching the waves pass by as the city moved, as it was towed. At the end of its 4-mile reigns, coddled by the rock milk engine, held tight by hooks like recurved steeples, the Avank progressed steadily and curiously through what was, to it, an alien sea. Interlude 7. Basilisk Channel. For over 4 weeks, the Tetnegi Dust Heart has been at sea. The galleon has faced dreadful summer storms. It has been becalmed between Knuaket and Periknai. In the dangerous channels of the Mandrake Islands, it sailed too close to some nameless rock and was beset by marauding flying things that tore the sails and pulled several apes from the rigging to their deaths. In the cold waters by the Rahagi eastern coast, the ship was met and attacked, by nasty chance, by a Krobazona Navy ship. With lucky winds, the Tetnegi Dust Heart outran the ironclad, sustaining damage that slowed but did not destroy it. Its Cacti crew whistle instructions to the exhausted simians above, and the gaudy vessel approaches port piece, winds through the channel towards Iron Bay. The day after his meeting with Tanasak, when Captain Nurjit Senga announced his new orders to his crew, they reacted with the astonishment and bad feeling that he had expected. The relaxed discipline of Dria-sama vessels had allowed them to express themselves more or less freely, and they told Senga they disapproved, they were pissed off, they did not understand, they were deserting their posts, that the Anafeli needed more guards than the skeleton crew which would be left there. He was implacable. With every misfortune on the way, with every hold-up, every dragging minute of the month, the crew's grumbling grew louder. But Senga, having decided to risk his career on the written promises Tanner had given him, did not deviate from his plan. And his standing with his crew is good enough that he has been able so far to contain their anger, to keep them waiting with hints and winks. And now the Tetnegi Dust Heart crawls towards the Grostar. The galleon's ostentatious gold and sweeping curves are dulled by brutal spring weather that shocks the Cacti, their garish southern aesthetic absurd beside the dark browns and blacks and muddy greens and faint blossom colours of the islands they pass. They are weather-beaten, dilapidated. The crew are impatient. Senga fingers the sealed pouch. There is not long now. They are close to the bay and the river, the bricks and bridges. There are more and more rocks in the waters around them. The channel is shallowing. The coast is very close. Captain Senga looks closely at the new Krobazon seal on the little cargo he's delivering. He hefts it in his big hands, the leather, the box bound in wax, the offer of a reward that New Krobazon will honour, the letter of alarm, its melodramatic warning of war in obscure, absurd, quite meaningless code, the stubby, worthless little necklace that justifies the jewellery box, and beneath that box his velvet padding, sealed in its false bottom, cosseted in sawdust, a heavy disc the size of a large watch, and a long dispatch in tiny calligraphy. Procurator Fenwick's secret gift to New Krobazon and his real message. Interlude 8. Elsewhere. There has been some stunning eruption into the world. The sea tastes of something new. What is this? None of the hunters knows. What was that shattering, that sudden shift, the opening up, the intrusion, the trespass, the arrival? What is it that has come? None of the hunters knows. They can only tell that the sea has changed. Signs are everywhere. The currents are tentative, shifting direction minutely, as if there is some new obstacle in their path that they do not know how to avoid. The Salinae scream and gibber, desperate to communicate what they know. Even such a massive new presence as this is a tiny change on a world scale, almost infinitely small. But the hunters are sensitive to water at a level smaller than atoms, and they know that something has happened. The new thing has its own unique spoor, but it is a trail of particles and dung and taste that do not operate according to the physics of Baslag. Gravity, random motion, physical existence do not work quite as they should around the intruder. The hunters can taste it, but not track it. Yet they do not stop trying, because it is obvious that this is the work of the floating city, and that if they can find the slow, huge thing, they find their quarry. Time moves quickly. There are bubbles of water, fresh and brine. They are breathed out by siblings many miles away. They rise, maintaining their integrity, even surrounded by the stuff of their own substance, slip through little thaumaturgic vents and are displaced, continuing their upward motion without interruption, vast distances from where they started. They burst by the hunter's ears, bearing messages from home, rumours and stories, spoken as water. From the Groach and Magi in the Gengris, from the spies in Iron Bay. "We hear things," says one voice. The hunters commune and pour out their energy, tremulous and effortful, using their foci, the preserved relics of their dead, and their leaders whisper in response, and their own speech bubbles cross the distance back again, home. Something new has entered the sea, they say. And when the conversation is done, the Magi, quiet in the darkness very far below the surface of the swollen ocean, 3,000 miles from their home, blink and shake their heads, and the sound that has reached them from across the world dissipates with the water that carries it. Boats are coming, they tell their hunters, many, quickly, from Iron Bay, hunting too, searching like us, crossing the sea. Our sisters and brothers are with them, clinging like remora, singing to us. We can find them easily. The boats seek the same thing we do. They know where they are going. They have machines to find it. We track them, and they will track for us. The hunters grin with their very long teeth and emit the barking gasps of water that is their laughter, folding their limbs away into streamlined shapes and setting out for the north, in the direction they have been given, aiming for where New Crobazon's flotilla will be. So they will intercept it, and join their other troops, and at last find their quarry. Part 6. Morning Walker. Chapter 33. The Avank, and Armada behind it, maintained an unchanging steady speed, always north. Nothing like as quick as a ship, but faster by many times than the city had ever been able to travel before. Armadan vessels were returning every day. Their secret mechanisms had shown them their home port's unprecedented pace, and they were racing across the sea in panic or jubilation to their newly mobile city, with booty of jewels and food and books and earth. The returned sailors found the city an astounding sight. Surrounded by the fleet of tugs and steamboats that had always pulled it, but that now followed it in a huge disparate mass like a second disintegrating city, loyal and useless, Armada was powering slowly through the sea as if by its own will. Some of those now redundant ships were being integrated into the city's substance, hooked and welded into place, stripped and refitted, built up. Others were converted into pirate vessels, outfitted with armour and guns of 100 different kinds. They were crossbred, bristling with found ordnance. The city's bearing was north-northeast, but there were deviations this way and that to avoid some storm or rocky island, or some irregularity in the ocean floor that the citizens of Armada could not see. The pilots on the Grand Easterly were equipped with a rack of pyrotechnic flares in a variety of colours. When the Avank's course needed correcting, they would fire them in combinations in prearranged signals. Engineers in the other ridings would respond, firing up the massive winches that would haul back on one or other of the submerged chains. The Avank responded, uncomplaining and accommodating as a cow. It altered its course, with a flickering of its fins, or filaments, or paws, or God knew what, in response to the faint tugging. It allowed itself to be led. In the bottom of the Grand Easterly, the work of the engine room quickly became routine. All day, the juddering boilers were fed a thin stream of the rock milk the sorghum had drawn up, and they sent a steady pulse of codling through the chain and the spines and into what approximated the Avank's cortex. The huge creature was drugged, drowsy with contentment, mindless as a tadpole. At first, after the Avank was called, when it became clear that the thaumaturgy, the hunting, had actually worked, that the fabled beast had entered Baslag, Armada's citizenry were hysterical with excitement. That first night had been a spontaneous party. The Quarto's end decorations were brought out again, and the boulevards and plazas across the city were filled with lines of dancing people, men and women, Khepri and Cactus and Scab-Meddler and others, carrying aloft a variety of papier-mâché models of the Avank, as unlikely as they were inconsistent. Bellis spent the evening in a pub with Carrie-Anne, buoyed up by the revelry despite herself. The next day she was tired and downcast. It was the 3rd Markindi of Flesh Quarto, and Bellis referred to the new Crobazon calendar she had scribbled down, and discovered that it was the 15th of Swithin, Badsprit Eve. This realization depressed her. It was not that she thought the baleful influence of the festival would extend this far, but the near coincidence of the Avank's arrival with that night was discomfiting. As the days wore on, even with the excitement still fresh, even with the astonishment of waking each day to a sea slapping against a city in motion, Bellis sensed an anxiety growing in Armada. Central to that was the realization that the lovers of Garwater, who controlled the Avank, were heading north and would not say why. Discussions about where the Avank would take the city had so far been, in general, nebulous terms. Garwater's representatives had stressed the creature's speed and power, the ability to escape storms and barren seas, to make for fair weather, where crops would thrive. Many citizens had assumed that the city would head for somewhere warm, where there were few naval powers, where goods and books and soil and other plunder could be taken from the shore with ease. The southern Kudrik, or perhaps the Codex Sea, somewhere like that. But as the days went on, the city continued north, without slowing or deviating. Armada was heading somewhere definite at the lover's behest, and nothing was being said. "We'll find out soon enough," was what the loyalists said in the dockside pubs. "They've nothing to hide from us." But when finally the news sheets and journals, the street speakers and polemicists composed themselves enough to ask the question on everyone's minds, there was still no answer. After a week, the flag's front page consisted of just 4 huge words: "Where are we going?" Still, there was no answer. There were those for whom this silence did not matter. What mattered was that Armada was a great power, controlling something more astonishing than they could have imagined. The specifics of their journey were of no more concern to them than they had been before. "We've always left it to them to make the decisions," some said. But there had never been really serious decisions before, only the vaguest agreement that the steamers would haul roughly in such and such a direction, in the hope that in a year or two, currents, tides, and torque permitting, the city might reach congenial water. Now, with the Avank, came a new kind of power, and there were some who realized that everything had changed, that there were now real decisions to be made, and that the lovers were making them. In the absence of information, rumour flowered. Armada was heading for Girenella's Dead Sea, where the water was ossified in its waveforms, entombing all the life within. It was heading for the Malmstrom, for the edge of the world. It was heading for a cacatopic stain. It was heading for a land of ghosts, or talking wolves, or men and women whose eyes were jewels, or who had teeth like polished coal, or a land of sentient coral, or an empire of fungus, or it was heading somewhere else, maybe. On the 3rd Bookday of the Quarto, Tintinnabulum and his crew left Armada. For the best part of a decade, the Castor had been embedded near Garwater's foremost point, where it met Shadler Riding. Lashed beside the Tolpandi, it had sat for a long time beside an ironclad warship that had become a shopping district, its gun greys mottled with commercial coloration, the byways between its derelict guns surrounded by alleys of tin shack shops. People had forgotten that the Castor was not a permanent fixture. Bridges had linked it to its surrounds, and chains and ropes and buffers had tethered it. Those links were cut, one by one. Under a hot sun, the hunters swung machetes and removed themselves from the flesh of Armada till they were free-floating, a foreign body. Between the Castor and the open sea, a pathway was cleared between vessels. Bridges were uncoupled, tethers were broken, on a route leading by the barge Badmark into Shadler, alongside the Dariux concern with its cheap houses and raucous industry, past the Dearly, a submersible long surface-bound, its interior a theatre, twisting starboard between an ancient trading cog and a big chariot ship, its rain stubs refitted to hold coloured lights. Then there was an open patch of water, and beyond it the Shadler sculpture garden on the Thaladin, the outer edge of Armada. Beyond that was the sea. The vessels that lined the pathway were crowded as people leaned over to shout goodbye at the Castor. Yeomanry and Shadler guards kept the new channel free of traffic. The sea was calm, and the Avank's passage steady. When the first of the city's clocks began to strike noon, the Castor's motors started up, to a great squall of excitement from the crowd. They cheered raucously as the vessel, a little over 100 feet long, topped by its absurdly tall bell tower, began to putter forward. The bridges, lines and chains and girders were reconnected in the vessel's wake. The Castor slipped like a splinter from the city's flesh, which reknitted behind it. In many places the route was only a little wider than the Castor itself, and it bumped against its neighbours, its swaddling of rope and rubber absorbing the impact. It progressed sluggishly, thumping its way towards the open sea. Beside it, the crowds were shouting and waving, as triumphant as if they had freed the hunters after years of imprisonment. The ship finally slipped past Athaladin into the ocean, travelling in the same direction as the Avank, but outpacing it in order to emerge from the city. In that wide water, the Castor kept its speed up. It skirted around the front edge of Armada, turning to the south, letting the city drift past it as the Avank continued onwards. Armada moved on, till the Castor was by the outskirts of the Clockhouse Spur, and then by the open entrance to the Basilio docks, thronging with freeboats, and then it was past Jawa, and the Castor's engine sounded again, and it headed away, in among the free vessels that surrounded and followed the city. Tintinabulum's boats passed through them, shedding its protective buffers as it went, dropping rubber and tar-soaked cloth overboard, before disappearing towards the southern horizon. Many people watched the Castor from the sculpture garden until it disappeared around Armada's curve. Among them were Angevine and Shekel, holding hands. "They did their job," said Angevine. She was still shocked to find herself out of a job, but she sounded only very slightly regretful. "They finished what they were brought here to do. Why would they have stayed?" "Do you know what he said to me?" she continued to Shekel impatiently, and he could tell that she had had this on her mind. "He said they might have been tempted to stay longer, but they didn't want to go where their lovers are going." Tanner watched the Castor's progress from below. He was not perturbed that the city was heading north, or that he did not know its destination. He found a great pleasure in the realization that the summoning of the Avank was not the end of Garwater's project. He found it hard to understand those who saw in this some betrayal, who were angry, intimidated by their own ignorance. "But don't you think it's wonderful?" he felt like saying to them. "It ain't over. There's more to be done. The lovers have got more up their sleeves. There's more we can do. There's bigger things at stake. We can keep at it." He spent more and more hours under the surface, emerging to spend his time alone, or occasionally with Shekel, who was growing more close-mouthed as the days passed. Tanner grew closer to Hedrigal. Ironically, Hedrigal was a voice of opposition to the city's northerly trajectory, and to the lovers' silence. But Tanner knew that Hedrigal's loyalty to Garwater was as strong as his own, that there was nothing snide in his disquiet. Hedrigal was an intelligent and careful critic who did not deride Tanner's loyalty as blind or unthinking, who understood the trust and commitment he placed in the lovers, and who treated Tanner's defence of them seriously. "You know they're my bosses, Tanner," he had said, "and you know that I ain't got any soft feelings for my so-called home. Drear fucking summer means shit to me. But this is too much, Tanner man, this silence. Things were working, Tanner. We didn't have to do all this. They should tell us what's happening. Without that, they lose our trust. They lose their legitimacy, and God's damn it, mate, that's what they depend on. There's only two of them. Kroom knows how many thousands of us. This ain't good for Garwater." These sentiments made Tanner uneasy. He was happiest below the water. The submerged life of the riding continued as before. The clouds of fish, Bastard John, the leather and metal-clad divers at the end of their guy ropes, the flickering menfish of Basque, the cray, the shadows of submersibles like stubby whales beyond the city. The sunken supports of the sorghum, its girder legs poking from them. Tanner Sack himself, swimming from job to job, mouthing instructions or advice to his colleagues, taking orders and giving them. But nothing was the same. Everything was utterly different. Because at the edges of all that banal activity, framing the mass of keels and undersides like the points of a pentacle, the 5 great chains angled in a steep slope down and forward into the pitch, tethering the Avank miles below. Tanner's days were harder than before. He kept swimming all the time, simply to keep up with Armada. He often found himself grabbing hold of jutting pillars, barnacle-crusted timbers, to allow himself to be towed. At the end of the day, when he hauled himself out of the water and returned to his rooms, he was utterly exhausted. Thoughts of New Crobazon clouded his mind more and more. He wondered if the message he had delivered had got through. He hoped it had, very much. He could not think about his erstwhile home ruined by war. The temperature did not waver. Each day was sweaty and bleached by light. When there were clouds, they were fraught, stormy, and electrical. The lovers, the Anaphelius Alm, Uthadul, and a cabal of others retreated into the Grand Easterly to work on their new secret project. The wider circle of scientists was cut loose, to wander disconsolate and aggrieved. Bellis's job was over. During the working hours, for want of other friends, she began tentatively to speak again with Johannes. He too was cast off, like her. The Avank was caught. His role was over. Johannes was still wary of her. They would wander the swaying streets of Armada, stopping at pavement cafes and little gardens while pirate children played around them. They both still received stipends and could live easily from day to day, but their hours were endless and purposeless now. There was nothing ahead of them except other days, and Johannes was angry. He felt deserted. For the first time Bellis could remember, he began to mention New Crobazon regularly. "What month is it at home?" he asked. "Swithin," Bellis replied, chastising herself silently for not appearing to have to work this out. "Winter's over," he said. "Back there? Back in New Crobazon?" He nodded towards the west. "Spring now," he said quietly. Spring. And here am I, thought Bellis, who had winter stolen from me. She remembered the river journey to Iron Bay. "Do you suppose they know by now that we never arrived?" he said quietly. "Nova Esperium must do," said Bellis. "Or at least they assume we're very severely delayed. Then they'll wait for the next New Crobazon boat, probably in another 6 months' time, to send them word. So they won't know for sure back home for a long time." They sat and drank their thin, city-grown coffee. "I wonder what's been happening there," Johannes said eventually. They did not say much to each other, but the air was pregnant with their quiet. "Things are speeding up," Bellis said to herself, not quite understanding her own thought. She did not think of New Crobazon as Johannes seemed to. When she imagined it, it was preserved as if in glass, quite unmoving. She did not think of it now. Perhaps she was afraid to. She was nearly alone in knowing what might have happened, what wars might be being fought on the banks of the Tar and the Kanka. It was bewildering to think that if the city was saved, it was down to her, or that it might not, in fact, have been saved. The uncertainty, she thought, the silence, the potentiality of what might have happened, what might be happening. It should crush me. But it did not. Instead, Bellis felt as if she was waiting. She spent that evening with Uthadul. They would drink together perhaps one night in 3, or they might walk through the city, directionless, or they might return to his room, or sometimes to hers. He never touched her. Bellis was exhausted by his reticence. He would spend minutes without speaking, only to embark on some mythic-sounding story or other in response to some vague statement or question. His wonderful voice would subdue her then, and she would forget her frustration until his story ended. Uthadul clearly drew something from his time with her, but still she could not be sure what. She was not intimidated by him any more, even carrying her secrets. For all his deadly skills, his brilliance in branches of obscure theology and science, she thought she saw in him someone more lost and confused than she, someone removed from all societies, uncertain of norms and interaction, retreated behind cold control. It made her feel safe in his presence. She was drawn to him, powerfully. She wanted him, his power and his grim self-control, his beautiful voice, his cool intelligence, the obvious fact that he liked her. The sense that she would be more in control than he, should anything happen between them, and not just because she was older. She would not coquette. but she engineered enough of a dynamic that he must know. But he never touched her. Bellis was unsettled by that. It made little sense. His behaviour clearly spelt out battened-down, incompetent desire, but there was something else as well. His manner was like some chemical compound, most of the ingredients of which she could identify instantly. There was, though, some mysterious component she could not make sense of that modified everything that made him. And when Bellis became flushed with lust or loneliness for Dool, when she would otherwise have set matters in motion between them, she held back, flustered by his secret. She was not certain her advances would be reciprocated, and she would not risk that rejection. Bellis's desire for sex with him became almost petulant. Added to her physical attraction, she felt a desire to clarify matters. What is he doing? She thought time and again. She had heard nothing from Silas Fenwick for many days. His toes touching the cold, foot-wide barrel jutting from an ancient gunboat, his head staring down from higher than the Grand Easterly's mainmast, the man stands still and gazes, and the scud of waves beside the boats makes him feel as if he is falling. He is stronger with every day that passes, more puissant, more controlled and controlling, more exact in his machinations. His kisses grow more languorous. The man holds the statue in his hand, and he caresses the flap of thin tissue with his fingertips. His mouth is still bloody and salty from the last tonguing kiss. He moves about the city in the impossible ways that the statue has granted him. Space and physical forces loosen their weft to him when his mouth and tongue tingle from the cold salt press of the stone. The man steps forward and straddles the water between vessels, unseen, and steps forward again and hides in the shadow of a yeoman's shoe. Here and there and back again. He travels the city, tracing the rumours and information that he has set in motion. He watches his own influence spread like antibiotic in diseased flesh. It is all true. Everything he says is true. The discord he leaves behind him in the trail of whisper and pamphlet and paper is a correct reaction. The man slips under the water. The sea opens to him and he drifts down past the huge links of chain towards the unthinkable beast of burden that stretches its limbs in the deepest reaches. When he needs breath, he pulls the statue to him, the little grotesquerie hunched and glowing in the night sea with faint biotic light, the toothed osculum a puncture hole of dark, the open eye wide and mocking, tar-black, and he kisses it deeply and feels its flickering tongue thing with the disgust that he can never banish. And the statue breathes air into him. Or it bends space again and lets him lift his chin, yards deep as he is, and break the water with his face and gasp a lungful. The man moves through the water without his limbs shifting position, the statue's filigree of once living fin moving, as if that is what propels him. He weaves in and around the 5 great chains, moving downwards until he becomes frightened by the dark and cold and silence, even powerful and puissant as he is, and he rises again to walk in the secret compartments of the city. All the ridings are open to him. He enters all the flagships with ease and without hesitation, except one. He visits the Grand Easterly and the Therianthropus in Shadler, and thee and thine's Salt Godling, and all the others, except for the Yurok. He is afraid of the Bruckalak. Even flushed with his statue's kiss as he is, he will not risk facing the vampire. The moonship is out of bounds to him. That is a promise he has made himself, and he keeps. The man practices the other things the statue has taught him while he licks at its mouth. It allows him more than travel and infiltration. It is true what they say about the haunted quarter. It is inhabited. But those presences in the old ship see what he is doing, and they do not trouble him. The statue protects him. He feels like its lover. It keeps him safe. Chapter 34. Since it had been stolen, the sorghum had drilled for many weeks, and there were now great stores of oil and rock milk in Garwater's reserves. But Armada was hungry, almost as voracious for fuel as New Crobazon. Before Garwater had the sorghum, Armada's boats had got by only with careful husbanding of what resources they stole. Now their demand increased with the available supply. Even the ships allied to Dryfall and Basque took the oil that Garwater provided. The rock milk was more precious by far, and rarer. In guarded storerooms in the Grand Easterly, the heavy liquid slopped in rows of jars. The rooms were secured and earthed by careful geothaumaturgic processes to dispel any dangerous emanations. The engine that sent the lulling pulses into the Avank's brain was powered on the stuff, and the thaumaturges and technicians who ran it kept a careful eye on their reserves of fuel. They knew exactly how much they needed. Tanner and Shekel and Angevine studied the air over the Sorghum's cold derrick and saw there was no effluent. They sat together in a beer tent on the Dober, under the sprawl of tarpaulin-covered poles. The Dober would not support more solid buildings. It was the body of a blue whale, disemboweled, its top half removed, its carcass preserved by some long-forgotten process. It was quite hard and inflexible, though its floor was disturbingly organic. The remnants of blood vessels and viscera varnished as solid as glass underfoot. Tanner and Shekel were frequent visitors here. Its beer tent was good. They sat facing the whale's frozen flukes that jutted from the water as if about to slap its surface and swim free, and the sorghum was directly in their line of sight, framed by the pointed edges of the whale's tail. The enormous, ugly presence lolled silently. Angevine was quiet. Shekel was solicitous, making sure her glass was full, murmuring to her quietly. She was still somewhat shocked. Everything had changed for her since Tintinnabulum left, and she had not yet adapted. Tanner had no doubt that she would be all right. Gods knew he did not begrudge her a few days' befuddlement. Tanner just hoped Shekel himself was all right. He was glad the lad was spending a little time with him. What will I do? Thought Angevine. She kept thinking that she would go along to see what Tinnable had for her, and then, of course, she remembered that he was gone. It was not that she missed him. He had been courteous and pleasant to her, but there had been no closeness. He had been her boss, and he had given her orders which she had obeyed. But even that was an overstatement. He had not really been her boss. Her boss was Garwater, the lovers. It was Garwater money which paid her wages, which commissioned her, in the first days after her arrival, to serve the strange, muscular, white-haired hunter. And having disembarked from a ship taking her away to slavery, from a city where her remaking stripped her of rights, made her work a duty, to be told that she would be paid as if she was any other citizen had stunned her. It was that which had bought her loyalty. And now Tintinnabulum was gone, and she was not sure what she should do. It was hard, having taken pride in work, to be reminded that it did not matter what she did, so long as she laboured for money. 8 years of her history had sailed with Tintinnabulum and his hunters. It was just a job, she told herself. Jobs change. Time to move on. Where are we going? Bellis asked Uthadul. She finally gave in and asked him. As she had expected, he did not answer her. He looked up at her question, then down again without a word. They were in Croom Park, in an evening darkness stained with the colours and the strong smell of flowers. Somewhere nearby, an inbred nightingale sounded its attenuated song. I want to know, Dool, Bellis felt like saying. There are ghosts clinging to me, and I want to know if the wind, wherever we're going, will blow them away. I want to know which way my life is likely to turn. Where are we going? She did not say any of that. Instead, they walked. A path was visible in the moonlight. It was rough, formed by footsteps rather than design. It wound up the steep slope of bushes and trees that rose above them, broken here and there by the remnants of architecture. Railings and stairways, their shapes visible like optical illusions below the garden surface. They climbed the incline onto the raised, tree-shadowed plateau that had once been the poop deck. It looked down over the ships of Kerhouse, lit up with their traditional green and white lanterns. Bellis and Uthadul stood in the darkness below the trees. The park moved sedately beneath them. Where are we going? Said Bellis again, and again there was a long time when all they could hear were the boat sounds of the city. You told me once, she continued hesitantly, about your life in High Cromlech. You told me about when you left? What happened then? Where did you go? What did you do? Dool shook his head, almost helplessly. After a time, Bellis gestured at his scabbard. "Where did you get that sword? What does it mean, its name?" she said. He drew his bone-white weapon. He held it flat in the air and stared at it, then looked at Bellis and nodded once again. He seemed pleased. "It's a large part of why they trust and fear me as they do, the possible sword." He moved it slowly in a precise curving sweep. "How I got this sword? At the end of a long search and a phenomenal amount of research. Everything's there in the Imperial canon, you know. All the information you might need if you know how to read it." He watched Bellis calmly. "The work I've done. The techniques I've learnt." "The ghost head broke open the world when they arrived. They made the fractured land with the force of their landing, and it was more than physical damage. They used the break. You've heard the refrain about the ghost head always digging for their chances. It's normally taken to mean that they had an uncanny kind of luck, that they gripped every chance they had, no matter how tenuous." He smiled slowly. "Do you really think that that would be enough to keep control of a continent?" he said. "A world? To hold absolute power for 500 years? You think they could do that by keeping a lookout for opportunities? It was much more than that. Digging for chance is a clumsy rendition of what the ghost head really did. It was an altogether more exact science. Possibility mining." Uther quoted something like a singer. "We have scarred this mild world with prospects, wounded it massively, broken it, made our mark on its most remote land, and stretching for thousands of leagues across its sea. And what we break, we may reshape, and that which fails might still succeed. We have found rich deposits of chance, and we will dig them out." "They meant all that literally," he said. It wasn't an abstract crow of triumph. They had scarred, they had broken the world. And in doing so, they set free forces that they were able to tap. Forces which allowed them to reshape things, to fail and succeed simultaneously, because they mined for possibilities. A cataclysm like that, shattering a world, the rupture left behind. It opens a rich seam of potentialities. And they knew how to pick at the mitre beans and pull out the best of them, use them to shape the world. For every action, there's an infinity of outcomes. Countless trillions are possible, many milliards are likely, millions might be considered probable, several occur as possibilities to us as observers, and one comes true. But the ghost head knew how to tap some of those that might have been, to give them a kind of life, to use them, to push them into the reality which in its very existence denied theirs, which is defined by what happened and by the denial of what did not. Tapped by possibility machines, outcomes which didn't quite make it to actuality were boosted and made real. If I were to toss a coin, most certain it would land on one side or the other. It's just possible it might land on its edge. But if I were to make it part of a possibility circuit, I'd turn it into what the ghost head would have called a coin of possible falls. A possible coin. And if I toss that, things are different. One of either heads or tails, or just maybe edge, will come up as before and lie there as strong as ever. That's the fact coin. And surrounding it, in different degrees of solidity and permanence, depending on how likely they were, are a scattering of its nighs, close possibilities, made real. Like ghosts. Some almost as strong as the factual, fading to those that are just barely there, lying where they would have fallen, heads and tails and a fair few edges. Possibilities, mined and pulled through into the light, fading as the possibility field shifts. This, he indicated his sword again, seeing Bellis begin to understand, is a sword of possible strikes. A possible sword. It's a conductor for a very rare kind of energy. It's a node in a circuit, a possibility machine. This, he patted the little pack strapped to his waist, is the power, a clockwork engine. These, the wires stitched into his armour, draw the power up, and the sword completes the circuit. When I grip it, the engine's whole. If the clockwork is running, my arm and the sword mine possibilities. For every factual attack, there are 1,000 possibilities, nigh sword ghosts, and all of them strike down together. Dool sheathed the blade and stared up into the tree's pitch-black canopy. Some of the most likely are very nearly real. Some are fainter than mirages, and their power to cut is faint. There are countless knife blades of all probabilities, all striking together. There's no martial form I've not studied. I'm proficient with most of the weapons I've ever encountered, and I can fight without any weapons at all. But what most people don't know is that I've trained with this sword twice. I've mastered 2 kinds of technique. This engine, it's not tight. And it can't just be wound again either, there's more to it than that. So I have to husband what seconds I have. When I fight, I rarely switch on the possible sword. For the most part, I fight with it as a dumb, purely factual weapon. A diamond-hard blade with edges finer than honed metal. And I wield it precisely. Every strike I make is exact, and lands where I wish it to land. It's what I trained for so many years to do. Bellis could hear no pride in his voice. But when the situation's severe, when odds are very bad, when a display's needed, or I'm in danger, then I switch on the motor for a few seconds. And in that situation, precision is the one thing I cannot afford. He was silent as a gust of warm wind shook the tree, making it sound as if it shivered at his words. A headsman knows where his blade must land. With every nuance of skill, he aims for the neck. He narrows the possibilities. If he were to use a possible sword, the vast bulk of the knives would exist within an inch of the factual strike. The rub is this. The better the headsman, the more precise his strike, the more constrained potentiality, the more wasted the possible sword. But obviously, put a weapon like this in the hands of an amateur, it's as lethal to him or her as to any quarry. The possibilities that'll manifest include self-harm, unbalancing, dropping the weapon, and so on. A middle way is needed. When I attack with a dumb weapon, I'm an executioner. My blade lands in the space I decide, and not to either side. That's how I learned to fight. It would be a stupid waste of power to use the possible sword So when I finally found it, after a very long time of searching, I had to learn swordsmanship again. A very different art. Skill without precision. Fighting with a possible sword, you must never constrain possibilities, and must be an opportunist, not a planner. Fighting from the heart, not the mind. Moving suddenly, surprising myself as well as the opponent. Sudden, labile, and formless, so that each strike could be 1,000 others, and each of those nice swords is strong. That's how to fight with a possible sword. So, I am 2 swordsmen. When his lovely voice ebbed away, Bellis was aware again of the surrounds of the park, the warm darkness, and the noise of roosting birds. What's known about possibility mining, he said, I know. That's how I knew of the sword. Uther Dul was stirring things in Bellis's mind. In New Crobazon, during her time when the scientist Isaac was her lover, Bellis had observed his obsessions and learnt certain things. He had been of chaotic and heretical inclinations. Many of his projects came to nothing. She had watched him chase ideas. And, during the months they had spent together, the one that she had seen him worry about with the greatest tenacity was the investigation of what he called crisis energy. It was theoretical physics and thaumaturgy of astonishing complexity. But what she had taken from Isaac's frantic off-colour explanations was his conviction that, underlying the facticity of the world, in all its seeming fastness, was an instability, a crisis pushing things to change from the tensions within them. She had always found it an idea that accorded with her own instincts. She drew obscure comfort from the sense that things, even while as they were always in crisis, always pulled to become their opposite. In the possibility mining that Uther Dul had just described, Bellis saw a radical undermining of crisis theory. Crisis, Isaac had once told her, was manifest in the tendency of the real to become what it was not. If what was and what was not were allowed to coexist, the very tension, the crisis at the centre of existence, must dissipate. Where was that crisis energy in the real becoming what it was not, if what it was not was right there, alongside what it was? That was nothing but a vague pluralist reality. Bellis disliked the notion intensely. She even felt, bizarrely, some kind of weird residual loyalty to Isaac, pushing her to disapprove of it. When I first came here, Dool went on, I was very tired. Tired of making decisions. I wanted to be loyal. I wanted a wage. I'd learnt and sought and found whatever I'd wanted. I had my sword. I had knowledge. I'd seen places. I wanted to rest. To be a henchman, a paid soldier. But the lovers, when they saw my sword and the books I brought with me, they were fascinated. Especially the lover. They were fascinated by what I could tell them, by what I'd learnt. In a few places in Baslag, he said, possibility machines still remain. There are different kinds to do different things. I've studied them all. You've seen one of them. The Perhapsadian, the instrument in my room. It was used to play possibilities. In an ether rich in potentiality, a virtuoso could once play particular facts and knives into existence, choose certain outcomes. Quite useless now, of course. It's old and broken, and anyway, we're not in a possibility seam. This sword, you only see an aspect of it. The warrior who once used it and the people it killed, millennia ago, wouldn't recognize the weapon I carry. When the Ghost Head ruled, they used possibility in architecture, in medicine and politics and performance and all other spheres. Possibly sonatas, the ghost notes winking out of existence in echoes above and around the fact score, changing with every performance. I have been inside the ruins of a possible tower. He shook his head slowly. That is a sight you do not forget. They use the science in fighting, in sport and war. There are passages in the Kvertiana describing a bout between possible wrestlers, a shifting multitude of limbs flickering in and out of existence with every moment, nigh, grappling, fact, grappling, nigh again. But all of this, the technique of the mining, was a product of the Ghost Head's arrival, the detonation of their landing. It was through the rent they left that the possibility seams were tapped. That wound, he said, his eyes flickering over to Bellis and away and back again. That scar left by the Ghost Head, that's where the seam is. If the stories are true, it's on the far side of the world at the end of the empty ocean. No ships ever cross that sea. The waters there, they militate against ships. And who'd want to go there? If it exists, it's thousands of miles away. And there are stories of what lives in the fractured land. Terrible things, a dreadful ecology. Light fungus, dread curs, butterflies with unholy appetites. Even if we could, he said, with strong sincerity, I'd not want to try to reach the fractured land. He was staring at Bellis, and under the superb modulations of his voice, she sensed a tremulous feeling. She swallowed, trying to concentrate. This is important now, she told herself. Listen, make sense of this. I don't know why, but he's telling me something. He's letting me know. And then... Oh, good gods above, can that be... What? He... I don't... Is that possible, that he... Surely, have I misunderstood? Is that what he means? Her face was set, and she realized she was staring at him, and he at her, both mute, staring through the gloom. Certainly, she thought, giddy. What boat could make it over the ocean to the fractured land? Who'd want to go to the fractured land? The land's not worth it. It's too far, too dangerous, even for this. Even for this. But what was it he told me? What did they say? How did it go? We have scarred this world, wounded it, made our mark on its remote land, and for thousands of leagues across its sea. There's something in the sea. Nothing to hurt us there, not like the land. No monsters there, no light fungus or butterflies to threaten the miner, the possibility miner. And what's in the sea is much closer. The fractured land would be at the very edge of the world, but the Ghost Head lays say the sea's scar stretches for countless miles. In towards the world's centre. Towards us. Closer. No ships ever made it across the empty ocean. I believe that. I know the stories, the currents and wind that push incomers away. No ships could cross that ocean. But what could stop an Avank? Why is he telling me? Is that where we're going, Uther? Across the sea? Across the empty ocean to the remnants of that wound, that fracture? It's not just the land that was broken open, the sea too. So is that where we're going? To mine the possibilities in what's left of that great cosmic laceration, Uther. That's what the Brucalac meant, isn't it, Uther? That's what he was talking about. Why are you telling me? What have I done? What are you doing? Why do you want me to know? The Evank can take us to see what happened to the wound in the sea. That's why it was summoned. That's why Tintinnabulum was employed, and why the sorghum was stolen for fuel, and why we went to the island and brought back Alm, and why you, Dool, have been working on a secret project because of your sword, because of your expertise in this science. This is what everything leads to. This is why the Evank was summoned. It can cross the water that Armada would never breach without it. It can cross that ocean. It can take us to the Scar. Chapter 35. How the fuck did you find me? Silas Fenwick was clearly troubled. You speak like I'm some ingenue, whispered Bellis. What, you think you're invisible? You think I'm incapable? She was dissembling. Tracking Fenwick had been mostly luck. She had been listening out for word of Simon Finch for days. Since her conversation with Dool, she had redoubled her efforts. Eventually, it had not been she who had tracked him at all, but Carrie-Anne. In response to Bellis's continuing request for help, her friend had told her, with her usual sly cheerfulness, that she had heard that the mysterious Mr. Finch had been seen at the Pashakan. It was a pub built below decks in the Yevgeny, 100-foot sloop in Thine. Bellis had not ventured much into King Friedrich's riding since her trip to the Glad Circus. She made her way towards its raucous byways with concealed trepidation. She had passed along the streets of the Sudden Understanding, the many-masked clipper that formed part of the edge of Urchinspine docks and linked Dryfall and Thine ridings. The enormous vessel was one of the few in Armada which did not rest clearly in the control of one or other ruler. The main bulk of its body was Dryfall, but towards its forecastle, responsibility and control blurred with Thine. The streets became more boisterous and untidy. Bellis had picked her way through rubbish, where the feral monkeys bickered with cats and dogs, through the tumbling streets and into what was indisputably Thine. This was the most ill-kempt of Armada's ridings. Its buildings were mostly wood, and many were mouldering or salt and water-stained. It was not that the area was poor. There were plenty of riches in the gold and silver and jet visible through the windows of some houses, in the vivid silks and satins that were worn by some of its inhabitants, in the quality of goods available. But in a place where everything was for sale, certain goods, such as the right to maintain the architecture in the streets, were not attractive buys. Slums and factories and shabby opulence bobbed sedately side by side. Finally, Bellis had passed the Salt Godling, Friedrich's flagship, and into the Yevgeny's creaking, smelly innards, unclearly torchlit, to the Pashakan. On her third visit, Silas was there. Bellis was angry at his surly surprise to see her. "Will you listen to me?" she hissed at him. "I know where we're going." He looked up sharply and caught her eye. She laughed suddenly and unpleasantly. "Do you have déjà vu, Silas?" she said. "Jabba knows I do. Understand that I do not relish this relationship. I seem to find myself doing this with disturbing regularity. Telling you that I know a secret, giving it to you to pass on, to make plans with, to do something with. I do not enjoy that. This is the last fucking time, you understand me?" She meant it absolutely. No matter what might happen, she would not deal with Silas Fenwick like this again. There was nothing, less than nothing, between them any more. "But whether I like it or not," she went on, "I have little choice here. I need your help. The only way anything can be done about this is if the word is spread, if more people know. And though no one listens to Bellis Coldwine, it seems that a growing minority are prepared to listen to the troublemaker Simon Finch." "Where are we going, Bellis?" Fenwick asked. She told him. "I wondered why you were fraternising with that fucking lunatic Dool. Does he know you know?" Fenwick seemed stunned. "I think so," she said. "It's hard to tell. It was as if... He obviously wasn't supposed to tell me. But maybe he was so caught up in it, he couldn't resist. So instead of coming out with it, which would be disloyal, he told me just enough. All the time I thought he was accompanying the lovers and Alm and the scientists into those secret meetings because he's their bodyguard. But it wasn't that. He's an expert on this thing, on possibility mining. He knows everything about it because of once researching that sword of his. This is what they've been working on. The lovers want to get to the scar. They want to tap possibility, Silas. Her voice remained cool, though she did not feel it. Like the Ghost Head Empire. Do you understand? That's why the Avank, he breathed. And Bellis nodded. That's why. It's just a means to an end. The lovers must have been entranced when they saw his sword when he first came to the city. They hear his stories of the fractured land and the scar, all the secrets he knows. It's nothing but a dream then. But then they think of Tintinnabulum and his crew who can be enticed. This is the ultimate big game, after all. She stared out of the little window at a sea that churned slowly by as the Avank progressed. And the lovers already knew about the chains. Armada tried to capture an Avank before. That was a long time ago, but they don't give a cuss for tradition. But since Duel came, it was different. Before he came, calling the Avank would have been a stupid, grandiose, pointless gesture. But now, everyone knows no ship can cross the empty ocean. But what fucking force in Baslag could stop an Avank? All of a sudden, there's a way to get to this scar that Duel's told them all about, the thing that the Ghost Head left behind. The scale of the project was staggering. The realization that all the misery and money and terrible effort that the lovers had gone to secure the Avank, the realization that that was only the first part of their plan, was incredible. All this, breathed Silas, and Bellis nodded. All of it, she said. The rig, the Terpsichorea, Johannes, the Anapheli Island, the chains, the Fullman, the fucking Avank, all of it. This is what it's about. Naked power. Silas mouthed it as if the words were dirty. I assume the Avank was to do with the piracy. That's what they implied, that it would make them more efficient thieves for Jabba's sake. That, at least, would have made some kind of sense, but this... He looked incredulous. You can tell they're press-ganged, the lovers. No fucking serious pirate would pursue this idiocy. They're dangerous, said Bellis simply. They're fanatics. I've no idea if they can really cross the empty ocean, but, God spit, I do not want to find out. I've heard them, Silas, when they're alone. He looked at her piercingly, but did not ask her how. I know what they're like. I'm not letting people like that, visionaries, God help us, command me to the other end of the world, to a place that may not even exist, and that if it does is the most deadly place in Baslag. We'd be travelling further and further from New Crobazon, and I've still not given up on getting back there. Bellis realised she was shaking, at the thought of leaving her home so far behind. And if Uther and the others were right? If they survived the crossing? A multitude of possibilities. The thought chilled her. She found it utterly threatening, existentially undermining. It made her feel so completely contingent it offended and frightened her. Like some waterhole in the veldt, she thought unclearly, where the strong and predatory and the weak drink together in a truce, the gazelle, the wildebeest, the mafedet and the lion, all the possibilities lined up together in fucking harmony, and the winner, the strongest, the fact, the real, letting the others that have failed live, letting them all live. Pacifist and pathetic. That's why they're not telling, she said. They know people won't stand for it. They're afraid, Silas murmured. The lovers are strong, said Bellis, but they couldn't face all the other ridings, and, more to the point, they couldn't face their own people. Revolt, breathed Silas, and Bellis smiled without humour. Mutiny, she said. They're afraid of mutiny. And that's why we need Simon Fench. Silas nodded slowly. Then there was a long silence. He's got to spread the word, he said eventually. Pamphlets, rumours and all. That's what he does best. I can make sure he does that. I'm sorry, Bellis, Silas said when she stood to go. I've not been a great friend. I've been so... Things have been busy and difficult. I was rude when I saw you, and I'm sorry. Observing him, Bellis felt dislike, as well, paradoxically, as the last faint stirrings of what had once been affection, like a shred of memory. Silas, she said, smiling coldly, we owe each other nothing. and we're not friends, but we have a shared interest in the lovers failing. And I can't stop it, and it's just possible that you might be able to. I expect you to try and to tell me what's happening, and that's all. That's all the communication I expect from you. I don't want you to contact me as a friend." Silas Fenwick remained in the Pashakan for a long time after Bellis left. He read through some inky pamphlets and newspapers, watching the sky darken. The days were noticeably longer now, and he thought about summer in New Crobazon. He waited there a long time. This was where people determined enough to find him were directed. But he drank and read alone. One woman, dressed in rags, looked up at his back curiously as he left the room. That was all the notice that was paid him. Fenwick wound home through the circuitous routes and byways of the Inn Line to the oily iron ship Drudgery. It was in a quiet part of town. Beside it loomed a big old factory ship, Armada's Asylum. He waited at home in one of the nondescript concrete blocks built beside the Drudgery's funnel, directly in the asylum's shadow. At 11 o'clock, there was a knock at his door. His contact had arrived. For the first time in many days, they had something serious and important to talk about. Fenwick walked slowly to answer the door, and his gait, his expressions, his demeanour shifted fractionally. By the time he opened the door, he had become Simon Fench. Waiting on his doorstep was a big, ageing cactus man, looking nervously about him. "Hedrigal," said Fenwick quietly, in what was not quite his own voice. "I've been waiting for you. We must talk." In the jagged and obscure architecture of the moonship Urok, the vampire were gathering. The Brucalac had called a conclave of his ab-dead lieutenants, his cadre. As the light shifted from drab dusk to night, they settled as lightly and soundlessly on the moonship as leaves. All the citizens of Dryfall knew that their vampire were always watching. They wore no uniform, their identities were not known. The bacillus that induced photophobic hemophagy, the vampire strain, was capricious and weak, carried solely in spit and quick to denature and collapse. Only if a vampire's victim did not die, and if the bite had been direct, mouth to skin so that some of the ab-dead spittle entered what was left of their prey's blood, was there a small chance that the survivor might be infected. And if they survived the fevers and the delirium, they would awaken one night, having died and been renewed, ab-dead, with a raging hunger. Their bodies reconfigured, stronger and quicker by many times, unaging, able to survive most injury, and unable to bear the sun. Every one of the Dryfall's cadre had been carefully chosen by the Brucalac. The Gortax was decanted before drinking, to avoid inadvertent infection. Those from whom the Brucalac drank directly were his most trusted servants, his closest supporters, to whom he gave the honour of a chance at abdeath. There had been occasional betrayals, of course, in the past. His chosen ones had turned against him, giddy with power. There had been unauthorised infection and attempts on his ab life. The Brucalac had quashed them all, sadly and effortlessly. His lieutenants surrounded him now, in the Urok's great hall. Scores of them, freed from the necessity of disguise, allowing their serpentine tongues to unroll luxuriously, tasting the air with relish. Men and women and androgynous youths. At the front, almost beside the Brucalac, stood the ragged woman who had watched Fenwick in the Pashakan. Every one of the vampires stared at their master with wide, light-enhancing eyes. After a very long silence, the Brucalac spoke. His voice was quiet. Had those in the room been human, they would not have heard him. "Kin," he said, "you know why we're here. I've told you all where we are heading, where the lovers would have us go. Our opposition to their plans is well known. But we're in a minority. We're not trusted. We couldn't mobilize the city behind us. We can't usefully speak, our hands are tied. However, things may be changing. The lovers are banking on momentum so that by the time their aim becomes plain, it'll be too late to oppose it. And by that time, they hope, people will become willing abductees." The Brucalac sneered and licked the air with his great tongue. "Now, it appears, word may be about to get out. A fascinating conversation was overheard tonight.
Simon Finch knows where we are going.
He nodded at the woman in rags.
Dul's Crobozona Dolimop, of all people, has worked out what's happening, and she's told Mr. Finch, or Fenwick, or whatever he calls himself. We know where he lives, do we not?
The woman nodded.
Finch is planning to put out one of his inflammatory pamphlets. We'd try to intervene if we could, to help him, but he's a solo operator, and if he discovered that we'd identified him, he'd shun us and disappear. We don't want to risk interfering with his efforts. We can hope, the Brucalac stressed, that he's able to get this done soon, and that it'll cause a crisis for Garwater. After all, we have not yet reached the empty ocean. But
he made the word cold and hard, and his lieutenants were rapt.
But we must make preparations in case Finch fails. Kin.
He prodded at the air as he spoke in his guttural whisper.
Kin, this is not a fight we will lose. We hope that Finch succeeds. But in case he does not, we must be ready to put another plan in motion. I will take this fucking city by force, if I must.
And his Abded Kadda hissed and muttered their agreement. Chapter 36. North, slow and inexorable, pulled on, days becoming weeks. The city waited. No one knew what would happen, but there was no way this steady gait could continue without incident. Armada became tense. Bellis waited for word of Finch's pamphlet. She was patient, envisaging him in the belly of the city, deep in some ship, collating information, controlling his informants. Some nights, drawn by queasy fascination and shocked at herself, Bellis made her own way into the Grand Easterly's lower decks and huddled in the room below the lovers. In their spat and breathless love talk, she heard a new tension.
Soon,
Bellis heard one lover hiss, and
fuck yes, soon,
a whimpered response. There were differences between their little cries, Bellis could now discern. The lover seemed more intense, more committed. It was she who seemed impatient, hungry for resolution. It was she who whispered soon most often. She was the more engaged with the project. Her lover was engaged with her. He fawned and murmured in the wake of her words. Time stretched out. Bellis became more and more frustrated with Uthadul. With the city's passage north, it had passed quickly out of the storms and the heat and into a more temperate zone, warm and breezy like New Crobazon's summer. 5 days after Bellis and Silas had met in the Pashakan, there was a commotion above Armada's skyline in the dirigible Arrogance. While Bellis stood with Uthadul on the Grand Easterly, looking over to the fringe of Croom Park, Hedrigal was on deck duty, working with others near the great ropes that tethered the Arrogance to the aft of the ship.
"Mail drop!"
he yelled, and the crews quickly cleared the area around the rope. A weighted satchel plummeted its length, landing with a bang on the cushioning of rags. Hedrigal's motions, when he pulled open the sack, were routine, and Bellis began to look away. But when the Cactus Man unfurled the message within, his demeanour changed so violently that her eyes snapped back. Hedrigal ran towards Bellis and Dul with such astonishing speed that she thought for a second he was about to attack them. She stiffened as his great muscular body slammed down the boards of the deck. Hedrigal held out the lookout's message in a rigid arm.
"Warships," he said to Dul. "Ironclads. A new Crobazon flotilla. 35 miles off. Incoming. Be here within 2 hours."
He paused, and his green lips moved without sound until finally he spoke with a tone of absolute incredulity.
"We're under attack."
At first, people were bewildered, disbelieving of their orders. Great masses of men and women gathered in every riding, on every flagship, fingering weapons and pulling on pieces of armour, surly and confused. "But it don't make any sense, Dul, sir," argued one woman on the Grand Easterly. "It's almost 4,000 miles from New Crobazon. Why'd they come so far?" And how come the Nauskabists didn't see anything? They would have noticed yesterday. And anyway, how the Krobazona supposed to have found us? Dool interrupted her, shouting loud enough to shock everyone in earshot into silence. We do not ask how, he bellowed. We do not ask why. Time enough after the killing. For now, we have only time to fight like fucking dogs, like sharks in frenzy. We fight or the city dies. Dool stilled all argument. People set their faces and prepared for war. And in every head, the question, how have they done this, was remembered and put aside for later. The city's 5 warships steered westwards a handful of miles, presenting themselves like a curving wall between Armada and the approaching force. Around and between them steamed Armada's smaller ironclads, squat vessels swathed in grey gunmetal, windowless, bristling with stubby cannon. They were joined by those of the city's pirate vessels which had been in dock. Their crews set their teeth and tried not to contemplate their suicidal bravery. They were armed and armoured to defeat merchant vessels, not naval gunners. Few of them, they realised, would come home. There was no division between the ridings. Crews loyal to every ruler tacked and stoked and armed themselves side by side. The lookouts in the Arrogant sent down more messages as they saw the Krobazona ships more clearly. Uther Dool read them out to the lovers. They must be here for their fucking rig, he said quietly, so that only the 2 of them could hear. Whatever it's about, they outgun us. We've got more vessels, but half of ours are just wooden freebooters. They have 7 warships and many more scouts than us. They must have sent nearly half their fleet. Tanner Sack and the men-fish of Basque, Bastard John, Cray, the shadowy submersibles. Armada's underwater troops waited, suspended, the great chains moving slowly away from them. Armada was moving on, the Avank now slowed to a crawl so that the troops could regain the city after the fight. Nearby, a small group of Cray huddled in tight communion on one of their submerged rafts. Witch conveners, summoning their beasts. When Tanner had faced the Dynicthus, he had hurled himself unthinkingly into the water. He had not had time, then, to contemplate his fear. But it was almost another hour before the warships from his old home would arrive to destroy his new one. The purpose and intelligence that directed their propellers was much more terrifying than the imbecilic malice in the bonefish's eyes. The minutes were very slow. Tanner thought about Shekel, at home where Tanner had ordered him to stay. Waiting for Angevine, both being armed, no doubt, by the yeomanry left behind. But he ain't yet 16, thought Tanner desperately. He wanted very much to be back there with them, with Shekel and his lady. Tanner hefted his huge harpoon and thought about the fighting that was coming, and he pissed suddenly in his fear. His urine warmed him briefly and dissipated with the current. Everywhere, throughout Armada and across all the free-floating ships preparing to defend it, there were weapons. The city's armories and arsenals were unlocked, and the military technologies of thousands of years and hundreds of cultures were brought out and wiped clean. Cannon, harpoons, and flintlocks, swords and crossbows and longbows and reed bows, and more esoteric weapons, stingboxes, barn, yaratusks. Across the city, dirigibles of all sizes were rising slowly above the rooftops and rigging, like sections of architecture broken free. Over the horizon to the west, smoke could be seen from the Krobazona engines. There was a huge scrum on the deck of the Grand Easterly, as all the officers and captains and rulers of all the ridings jostled to hear Uther Dool, the soldier, give them orders. Bellis stood motionless nearby, ignored by everyone around her, and listened. Their gunboats outnumber ours, he said tersely. But look around. He pointed out at the morass of steamers and tugs that had, until recently, spent their days pulling Armada across the ocean, and that now circled it in aimless freedom. Tell the crews manning those vessels to turn them, by God, into gunboats. Word's been sent to the Brucalac and his cadre. They'll be informed as soon as they wake. Send some fast boats or airships to the edge of Dryfall to wait for them. We don't know the Krobazona's strength underwater, Dool continued. Submariners, You'll have to judge when to attack, but they'll have no airships. The likes of that are our only real strength." He indicated the trident bobbing from the Grand Easterly's tail. It was being loaded with gunpowder and fat bombs. "Send them in, first and fast. Don't hold back. And listen, concentrate on the warships. The ironclads and scouts will hurt us, but we can withstand their firepower. Those warships, they could sink the city." A rill of horror ran over the deck. "They're carrying the fuel reserves. The Krobazona fleet is depending on those warships to get home." With a stunned jolt, Bellis realized what was happening. Her mind slipped like a broken gear, ignoring the rest of Duel's instructions and grinding over and over the same pattern of thought. A ship from home, a ship from home. With sudden, desperate eagerness, she gazed out at the faint shading of smoke in the west. "How do I reach them?" she thought, disbelieving, exultant and giddy. The Krobazona ships finally came close enough to be seen. A long line of smoke-spewing black metal. "They're running up flags," said Hedrigal from the top of the superstructure at the Grand Easterly's stern. He was staring through the ship's huge fixed telescope. "Sending us a message while they get good and close. Look, the name of their flagship and—" He hesitated. "They want to parley." Duel had dressed for war. His grey armour was studded with straps and with holstered flintlocks on each hip, each shoulder, each thigh, in the centre of his chest. About his body, the handles of daggers and throwing knives protruded from their scabbards. He looked, Bellis realised, as he had done when he came aboard the Terpsichorea. She did not care. She was not interested any more. She looked away and back towards the Krobazona ships in agonies of excitement. Duel took the telescope. "Captain Princip Sisasson of the NCS Morning Walker," he read slowly, and shook his head as he scanned the flags. "Parley requested regarding new Krobazon hostage." For one stunned instant, Bellis thought it was a reference to her. But, even as her face spasmed with astonished joy, she realized how absurd that was, and something deep in her mind waited to inform her of another explanation. She turned and looked at the faces of Uther Duel, Hedrigal, the lovers, and all the gathered captains. She shivered to see them. Not a single one, she realized, had reacted to the Morning Walker's offer to talk with anything but hard contempt. In the face of that collective emotion, that absolute antagonism, the certainty of those before her that New Krobazon was a power to be distrusted, fought against, destroyed, her own joy ebbed away. She remembered what she had read of the pirate wars, and New Krobazon's attack on Surok. She remembered, suddenly, her conversations with Johannes and with Tanner Sack. She remembered Tanner's rage at the thought of being found by Krobazona's ships. Bellis remembered her own terrified flight from New Krobazon. "I crossed the sea because I was afraid for my life," she thought, seeing the militia everywhere I looked, afraid of the agents of the government, agents like the sailors in those ships. It was not just the pirates, New Krobazon's maritime rivals, and not just the remade who had reason to fear the oncoming ships, Bellis realized. All her certainty left her. She, too, should be afraid. "They're armed enough to level a city," Duel said to the assembled captains, "and they tell us they want to bargain." There was no one in the crowd who needed convincing. They listened silently. "They'll destroy us if they have any chance at all. And they can find us, gods know how, across half the world. If we don't take them now, they can come back again and again." He shook his head and slowly spoke a last sentence to a cheer that was more tense than rousing. "Send them down!" The commanders were gone, carried to their vessels by air cabs. Those rulers that would fight had been taken to their ships or dirigibles. Those too frail or cowardly had been returned to their flagships in the city. Only Duel, Bellis, and the lovers remained on the raised platform, and Bellis was ignored. The lovers were to fight in separate arenas, he from the warship Cho Harbour, she from the airship Nunta. They were taking their leave of each other. They kissed, tonguing deeply and murmuring the ecstatic sounds that Bellis recognized from her eavesdropping. They muttered to each other, telling each other they would be together again very soon, and Bellis realized that there was nothing touching about their parting, nothing tragic. They did not kiss as if it was their last chance, but hungrily and lasciviously, eager for more. They felt no fear. They seemed to feel no regret. They seemed to long to part, so that they might come together again. She watched them with the disgusted fascination she always felt. Their scars twitched like little snakes as their faces moved against each other. The Crobazona ships were less than 10 miles away. "Some of them will get through, Uther," said the lover, turning to Dul. "We can afford to lose ships, aerostats, submersibles, citizens. We can't afford to lose the city, and we need you here to protect it, as our last line." "And Dul," she said finally, "we can't afford to lose you. We need you, Dul. You know what to do when we get to the Scar." Bellis did not know if the lover had forgotten that she was present to have spoken so openly, or if she no longer cared. The last dirigible had gone, taking the lovers to their stations. The Avank had been reined in, and the city had slowed. Dul and Bellis were alone. Below them, women and men armed themselves on the broad deck of the Grand Easterly. Dul did not look at Bellis or speak to her. He stared out past the Sorghum. Less than 5 miles now separated the Armadan navy and the wedge of snub-nosed Crobazon battleships. The distance was reducing. Eventually, Dul turned to Bellis. His jaw was clenched, his eyes open a little too wide. He handed Bellis a flintlock. She waited for him to tell her to get below or to stay out of the way, but he did not. They stood together and watched the battleships closing. The man kisses his statue and strolls unseen behind Bellis and Uther Dul. His heart is beating quickly. He is packed and ready. He is carrying everything he owns in his pockets and hands. The man is disappointed but not surprised that Armada did not agree to parley. This way will be slower, though, perhaps, he acknowledges, ultimately no more bloody. So close, so close. He can almost step onto the deck of the Morning Walker. But not quite. It has a few miles yet to come. They'll send a boat for me, he thinks, and prepares to receive them. I told them where I'd be. Uther Dul is speaking to Bellis now, motioning to the frantic throng below. He is taking his leave of her. He is leaving her behind on the raised roof, descending to be with his troops, and she is watching him, hefting the gun, keeping her eyes on Dul as he descends. The man knows that those who are coming, his compatriots, will have no trouble finding him. His descriptions were clear. There is no mistaking the Grand Easterly. Separated by 3 miles of sea, the two navies faced each other. The Armadans in a mongrel mass of vessels in all colours and designs, sails and smoke billowing above countless decks. Opposite them, the Morning Walker and its towering sister ships approached in formation, grey and darkwood blistered with large-bore guns. A swarm of dirigibles approached the Crobazona ships. Wharflots and scouts and aircabs weighed down with rifles and barrels of black powder. The air was still, and they made quick progress. At the front of the motley air force was the Trident, surrounded by smaller vessels and aeronauts in single-pilot harnesses swaying below their small balloons. The Armadan captains knew that they had the weaker guns. Their ships were more than 2 miles from the enemy when the new Crobazon ships began to fire. Sound and heat burst over the sea. A fringe of explosions and boiling waves advanced way out in front of the Morning Walker, like outriders. The Armadan guns were primed and stoked, but remained silent. There was nothing their crews could do but urge their vessels forward through the onslaught to bring their enemies into their own shorter range. There were more than 1,000 yards of fire to cross until they could retaliate, and they slipped into the one-sided battle with grim bravado, and time changed. Metal and metal meet, and black powder ignites, and oil combusts, and flesh bursts and burns. Below the water, Tanner rocks violently, stunned by ripples of pressure. He hemorrhages, blood gouting from his gills. Above him, Armadan ships are shadows on illuminated water. Their formations are breaking down into chaos. Some of them are eddying in confusion and, Jabba, breaking apart, Jabba help us, breaking in 2 or 3, slipping closer, growing bigger as they descend towards him slow as nightfall, so slow he's imagining it. But then, around him, the menfish scatter and, Godspit, shit no, broken slabs of metal are plummeting like comets with trails of grease oil dirt shrapnel blood. The fall of broken ships howl past him, spewing bubbles and bodies, and disappear into the dark. From the airships, the carnage is distant and muted. Little puffs and booms, and the black crusted glow of oil fires, and ships that are there and then are not. The Armadan fleet continues like a pack of stupid blind dogs through that merciless onslaught, diminishing as it goes, until at last its guns can reach the Krobazona fleet. Seen through hundreds of feet of air, the war is like a diorama. It seems a reconstruction. It does not look real. The screaming cannot be heard over the explosions. Blood sluices over the sides of Armadan ships. Metal bursts and tears, and the ships are suddenly serrated, murderous to their own sailors. The Armadan gunners fire, and their shells arc in fiery parabolas into their enemies. But those 1,000 yards have been merciless, and the Armadan fleet is already half broken. The sea has become charnel. The water is littered with bodies. They move with the swells and currents in a macabre dance. They emit clouds of blood like squid ink. They are transformed by the sea. Entrails fan like coral. Torn swathes of skin become fins. They are broken by jags of bone. Tanner is very slow and cold. As he rises, he passes a woman who still moves, too weak to swim up, but not quite dead. He turns to her with soundless horror and hauls her skyward, but her movements become the juddering of dead nerves before they reach the air. And as Tanner lets her go, he sees that there is more movement all around him, that there are men and women drowning as far as he can see, that he cannot help them, that they are too weak to live. He sees their ghastly, desperate motions everywhere he looks, and he feels suddenly removed, conscious not of men and women, Khepri and Cacti, and Scab-Mettler and Hochi, but only of countless, mindlessly repetitive motions, winding slowly down, as if he stares into a vat of rainwater at slowly dying insects. He reaches the surface in a moment of calm, a chance stillness in the carnage, in the middle of what was the Armadan fleet. Around him, vessels are breaking up with ugly noises. They are floundering, retching smoke and fire, hissing as they slip into the cool water, sucking their dying crews with them. Tanner struggles. He is unable to think in words. The shells begin once again to pound the water around him, to make it into a bloody broth of metal and the dead. The air sparks. Electro-thaumaturgic quarrels burst from the Krobazona vessels. Arbalists hurl vats of strong acid. But now, even broken as they are, the remnants of the Armadan fleet fight back. They fire shells the size of men that smack into the Krobazona dreadnoughts and open in ragged metal flowers. Wooden warships sail into range, weaving between enemies, and their cannons sound, denting slabs of armor, breaking through smokestacks and snapping the moorings of guns. The Trident and its airborne flotilla have reached the sky over the Krobazona fleet. They begin a sporadic deluge of missiles, gunpowder bombs, oilskins that burst open as they fall, raining sticky fire, weighted darts and knives. Aeronauts snipe at Krobazona captains and gunners. The heat from the explosions rocks the dirigibles and knocks them off course. Still the Armadan ships approach. They fire and come closer, and explode and capsize and burst into flames, and still come closer, their crews doggedly driving them towards the dreadnoughts. A mass of dark bodies rises. Krobazona thaumaturges, channeling puissance from batteries in their own bodies, have animated flocks of golems. Clumsy constructions of wire and leather and clay, inelegant and rough-hewn, with claws like umbrellas' innards and clear glass eyes. Their ugly wings beat frantically to bring them skyward. They are strong as monkeys, mindless and tenacious. They grip the ankles of the Armadan aeronauts and scrabble up their bodies, ripping open their flesh and tearing their balloons apart, sending them bleeding into the decks below. Golems rise like smoke from the Krubazon fleet and slam themselves into the steering cabins and windows of the Armadan airships, blinding them, shattering their glass, slicing the fabric of their gas bags. Many fall, their bodies broken by gunfire and swords and gravity, collapsing into their lifeless, inanimate components on their way down. But scores stay airborne, harrying the Armada air fleet. The air above the battle seems as thick as the sea. It is viscous and sluggish with the discharge from guns and fire throwers and catapults, with sinking dirigibles bleeding dry of gas, with hunting golems and blood mist and gouts of soot. There is a terrible slowness, a solemn care behind every motion. Every cut, every crushing blow, every bullet boring into eye and bone, every belch of fire and bursting vessel seems planned. It is a sordid pretense. Through the murk, Tanner can see the undersides of the enemy's boats, and surrounding them 100 shapes, darting spiral vessels, single-person subs in the shells of giant nautili. The Armada submarines scatter the little craft, ram the iron flanks of the dreadnoughts, rear up like whales. Tanner is out, suddenly, in the open water, among the darting Basque menfish who have let him into their ranks. He has reached out with his long tentacles and gripped the chitinous shell of one of the little Nautilus subs. He faces the little glass porthole, and he can see the man inside stare out aghast, thinking he has gone mad to see this savagely wailing face, this new Krubazon face in the water, mouthing curses at him in his own language, raising a stubby weapon level to his face, and firing. The bolt bursts the glass and drives on into the new Krubazon sailor's face, its reinforced jag splintering his cheekbone and the base of his skull, and pinning his head to the back of his tiny craft. Tanner Sack stares at the man he has killed. No, who is not yet dead, whose mouth spasms with agony and terror as the sea vomits into his ruptured sub and drowns him. Tanner kicks backwards, shaking violently, watching the man die, watching the Nautilus fill with water and begin to spin and descend. The dead and torn apart are scattered across all the ships and across the sea, as if they are scraps of burnt paper distributed randomly by fire. Tanner Sack hunts men. Around him, vessels plummet. He is surrounded by dying men from what was once his home. They bleed and scream bubbles. They are too far down to reach the surface. None of them will breathe again. Tanner spews suddenly, the sick forcing his throat open and billowing out from him. He feels nauseous, unstuck in time, drunk or dreaming, as if this is not real but a memory already, even as it happens. Below him, past dark, curious things that he thinks are his allies, the menfish, and then knows immediately are not. They are gone, and Tanner does not have the time, the luxury, to wonder what they are. The fighting progresses in spastic jerks. A clockwork ship from Booktown is torn open, and it sheds its gears and its massive coiled springs and the ruined bodies of Kepri. The waters around Jawa vessels move oily with sap from slaughtered cacti. Where scab metalers are torn apart by bombs, the clouds of their blood harden as they burst into a shrapnel of scabs. Hotchi are crushed between hulls. The beasts summoned by the Armadan Cray Witches slam their fletches into Krubazon ships and tip their crews into the water to snatch them up with sudden scissoring jaws. But there are too many to control, and they become a danger to their own witchmasters. In the smog, Armadan shells find Armadan decks, and new Krubazon javelins and bullets burst through the flesh of their own troops. At different times, all across the battle, women and men look up and see the sky, the sun, through red clouds, through water, through films of their own and others' blood. Some lie where they have fallen, dying, knowing that the sun is the last light they will see. The sun is low. Dusk is perhaps an hour away. 2 of Armada's great war steamers are destroyed. Another is badly damaged, its rear guns twisted like palsied limbs. Scores of its pirate ships and its smaller fighters are gone. Of the new Crobuzon dreadnoughts, only the Dariok's Kiss is ruined. Others are torn, but they are fighting on. The Crobuzona fleet is winning. A wedge of their scouts, ironclads, and submersibles have broken through Armadan ranks and are bearing down on the city itself, a few miles beyond. Bellis watches them approach through the huge telescope on the Grand Easterly. The Grand Easterly is the redoubt, the heart of the city. "We stand!" Uthadul is shouting to those around him, to the snipers in the rigging. No one has suggested anything else. No one has suggested that they goad the Avank and escape. The Crobuzona ships endure the barrage from the guns on the Sorghum, and do not return fire, Bellis notices, do not risk damaging the rig itself. They are close enough now that their structures can be seen, their bridges, their turrets and railings and their guns, and the crews who prepare, check weapons, gesticulate and get into formations. Cordite billows over the deck, and Bellis's eyes water. The small arms fire has begun. This is an organized raid. The invaders do not land ragged across the aft edge of the city. They maintain formation, an arrowhead, and steam directly into the bay of boats around the Sorghum. The Crobuzonas are intently making their way towards the Grand Easterly. Bellis backs away from the railing. The deck below her boils with Armadans ready to fight. She realizes that she is trapped on this platform by a flood of armed bodies, that it is too late to run. Part of her wants to yell in greeting, in desperate welcome, when the Crobuzonas arrive. But she knows that they have no interest in taking her home, that it is irrelevant to them if she lives or dies. She is desperately uncertain, realizing that she does not know which side she wants to win this confrontation. As she steps back, Bellis feels suddenly as if she has walked into somebody, that she has felt a disturbance in the air, heard someone retreat from her with a quick step. She twists quickly to see, panic punching her, but there is no one. She is alone above the fray. She looks down into the seething, armed men and women and finds herself staring at Uthadul. He is perfectly still. Flintlocks firing, the Crobuzona navy boards Armada. At the point where the two forces meet, there is the most savage bloodletting. The Armadan cacti are at the front, and the Crobuzonas are faced by a line of their massive thorned bodies. The cacti split men with great strokes from their war cleavers. But there are cactus people on the new Crobuzon side too, and men firing reeve bows with weighted, spinning shakris that smash like axe blades into the vegetable muscles and bones of the cacti, severing limbs and cutting fibrous skulls. And there are thaumaturges on the invading vessels who link hands and send bolts of darkly glowing unlight into the Armadan mass. The Crobuzonas are forcing the Armadans back. Around the base of Bellis's squat platform now is the new Crobuzon navy. She is paralyzed. Part of her wants to run to them, but she waits. She does not know how this will turn. She does not know what she will do. Once again, someone is on the platform with her. That feeling comes and goes. With a drab and bloody inexorability, the new Crobuzon troops encroach across the Grand Easterly's deck. Uniformed men approach Uthadul from aft, port, and starboard. He is waiting. Armadans are falling around him, pushed back, felled by flintlock bullets and a cascade of blades. Bellis is watching Uthadul when finally, suddenly, surrounded now by fast encroaching enemies, by pistols and rifles and curving sabres, he moves. He calls out, a long bark that is savage but musical, that takes shape and becomes his own name. "Dul," he cries, repeating it, drawing it out like a huntsman's call. "Dul." And he is answered. Armadans around the deck take up the call as they fight, and his name echoes across the ship. And as the Crobuzonas try to encircle him, try to pen him in with their weapons, Uthadul finally attacks. Suddenly he holds a pistol in each hand, drawn from his hip holsters, and they are raised and firing in quite different directions, each one bursting open the face of a man. Their bullets spent, he hurls the guns away from him as he twists, the men around him looking quite still, and they spin through the air at speed and smash into one man's chest and another's throat. And Dul has two more flintlocks in his hands, and is firing again, simultaneously, and only now do his first two victims finish falling. sending 2 more men away in ugly cartwheels, one dead, one dying. And he is turning, and the guns are missiles again, clubbing a man unconscious. Every motion Duel makes is perfect, flawless, and straight-lined. There is no excess. There are no curves. The men around him are beginning to scream, but they are pushed on by the force of their fellows behind. They move sluggishly towards Duel, who is in the air, his legs bent under him, turning amid a pattering of bullets. He fires with new guns and hurls them away into the faces of more enemies, then lets his feet touch down again. He has a last pistol in his hand, and is moving it from face to cringing face, firing, leaping, and throwing it aside, kicking out with bent legs, a stamp-fighting move, breaking a cactus man's nose and pushing him back into the bodies of his Krobazona comrades. Bellis watches, breathing hard, unmoving. Everywhere else the fighting is ugly, contingent, and chaotic, and stupid. She is aghast that Duel can make it beautiful. He is still again, for a moment, as the Krobazona troops regroup and surround him. He is hemmed in. Then Duel's ceramic blade flashes like polished bone. His first strike is precise, a thrust too fast to see, that pushes into a throat and flicks out again in a spray of sap, drowning a cactus man in his own life. And then Uther Duel is tightly encircled, and he cries out his own name again, quite unafraid, and his stance changes, and he reaches across his body, releasing the pent-up motor on his belt, turning on the possible sword. There is a crack, like static, and a hum in the air. Bellis cannot see Duel's right arm clearly. It seems to shimmer, to vibrate. It is unstuck in time. Duel moves, dancing, and turns to face the mass of his attackers. His left arm flails backwards with loose simian grace, and with shocking speed he raises his weapon arm. His sword blossoms. It is fecund, it is brimming, it sheds echoes. Duel has 1,000 right arms, slicing in 1,000 directions. His body moves, and like a stunningly complex tree, his sword arms spread through the air, solid and ghostly. Some of them can hardly be seen, some are quite opaque. All move with Duel's speed, all carry his blade. They overlap and move through each other, and bite where they land. He cuts left to right and right to left, and down and up, and he stabs and parries and slashes savagely all at once. 100 blades block every attack that his enemies make, and countless more retaliate brutally. The men before him are carved and lacerated with a palimpsest of monstrous wounds. Duel strikes, and blood and screams welter up from around him in unbelievable gouts. The new Krobazon sailors are frozen. For a second, they watch their comrades fall in bloody death. And Uther Duel moves again. He calls his name, he turns, he leaps and coils above them, kicking and spinning, always moving, and everywhere he faces he lashes out with the possible sword. He is surrounded, shrouded, hidden by nigh swords, his grey armour half visible through a translucent wall of his own attacks. He is like a spirit, a god of revenge, a murderous bladed wind. He moves past the men who have boarded his ship and sends up a mist of their blood, leaving them dying, limbs and body parts skittering over the deck. His armour is red. Bellis sees his face for one instant. It is ruined with a feral snarl. The Krobazona men die in great numbers and fire their weapons like children. With one stroke and countless wounds, Duel tears open a thaumaturge he was trying to slow him, and the woman's puissance makes her blood boil as it dissipates, and he fells a huge cactus man who raises a shield that deflects many hundreds of Duel's attacks, but cannot protect him from them all. And he murders a fire-throwing sailor, his tank of pyrotic gas split open and burst and igniting even as his face is cut apart. Countless cuts with every stroke. Gods, Bellis whispered to herself, unhearing. Jabba protect us. She is awed. Uther Duel lets the possible sword run for less than half a minute. When he thumbs it off, and is suddenly absolutely still, and turns to the remaining Krobazona sailors, his face is calm. The cold, still solidity of his right arm is shocking. He looks like some monster, some gore ghost. He breathes deeply, wet, slick, dripping with other men's blood. Uthadul calls his own name, breathless, savagely triumphant. Unseen in Bellis's shadow, the man moves the statue down from his lips. He is horrified. He is utterly aghast. I didn't know, he thinks, frantic. I didn't know it could be like that. The man has watched his liberators board and seen them slowly break through those who oppose them, winning the Grand Easterly, taking charge of the vessel, of Armada's heart. And now he has seen them withered and bloodied and destroyed in seconds at the hands of Uthadul. He looks out frantically at the frigates wedged between the Sorghum and the city, and he tongues the statue again and feels it spit power into him. And he debates racing over the side of this superstructure, over the corpses below, and onto the new Krobazon ships. It's me, he might call. I'm here. I'm the reason you're here. Let's go. Let's run. Let's get out of here. He can't take all of them, the man thinks, his courage returning, and he stares at the red-drenched figure of Uthadul below. Even with that God's-damned sword, there are too many, and the Armadan ships are being wiped out, and eventually more Krobazona troops will get there, and then we can leave. The man turns and looks out to where the dreadnoughts are pounding the remnants of the Armadan fleet. But even as he readies himself again to leave, he sees something. The legions of tugs and steamers that have surrounded Armada like a corona, hauling it for decades, and that have now been left redundant by the Avank, are beginning to pull away from the city's orbit and head for the Krobazona fleet. They have been refitted by frantic crews built up with guns, stuffed full of black powder and explosives, with harpoons and flagellistic cells and batteries and jags welded, bolted, soldered, screwed into temporary place. None of them is a battleship. None is any match for an ironclad. But there are so many of them. Even as they approach, a volley from the Morning Walker destroys one with a contemptuous blast. But there are many, many more behind it. Unseen, the man's face falters, frozen. I didn't think, he stutters to himself, silently. I didn't think of them. He has told his government everything. He warned them of the Nauscapists, so that the Krobazona meteoronomers could hide their fleet's approach, of the airships, so that golems were prepared, and of how many ships they would have to face. The Krobazona forces have been calculated to defeat the Armadan navy, which this man has researched and communicated to them. But he did not think to count those useless, age-popped tugs and steamers, trawlers and tramps. He did not imagine them reckless and stuffed with explosives. He had not pictured them driving across the sea, into the path of an ironclad or a dreadnought, as they do now, firing their pathetic guns like pugnacious children. He did not imagine their crews abandoning them when they were mere yards away, hurling themselves from the sterns of the smoke-spewing ships and onto rafts and lifeboats, and watching as their abandoned vessels ram the flanks of the Krobazona ships, breaching their inches of iron and igniting, exploding. There is a smear of dirty colours to the west, and the sun is very low. The crews of the two dirigibles waiting by Dryfall's Yurok are impatient. The Brukalak and his vampire Kadr will soon be awake and ready to fight. But something is changing in the sea aft of the city. The Krobazona sailors that have boarded the city are staring in horrified astonishment, the Armadans watching with fierce hope. The tugs and steamers continue to plough towards the oncoming Krobazona fleet until, in ones and twos, they impact. Driving on towards the battleships, their engines overheating, their wheels locked into position, their throttles wedged full ahead. Several are blown from the water before they can reach any quarry, in fountains of metal and flesh. But there are so many. When they reach the towering sides of a dreadnought, the prows of the empty tugs and trawlers crumple, buckling backwards. And, as they compress, their red-hot engines burst and the oil or gunpowder or dynamite wedged by the engines ignites. And with ugly, oily flames with great gouts of smoke and dragged-out explosions that dissipate some of the energy into useless sound, with 1, 2, 3s of smaller detonations in place of one solid blast, the ships explode. Even such imperfect torpedoes as these begin to hold the Krobazona dreadnoughts. Way behind them, the broken Armada force starts to regroup. The new Krobazon vessels are being slowed and slowly ruined by the onslaught of sacrificed vessels. The Armadan battleships rally their fleet and begin to fire on their stalled enemies. The sea is full of lifeboats. escapees from the abandoned vessels that shudder their way towards the dreadnoughts, the crews row frantically, striving to avoid other oncoming Armadan ships. Some fail. Some are crushed and sunk. Some are swamped by the enormous bloody waves, or caught in the heat of depth charges or broken up by cannonballs. But many escape into the open sea, back towards Armada, watching their ugly little tugs smack into the invaders and explode. These unexpected attackers have stopped the Krobazoners. A ridiculous, wasteful line of defense, ship after ship immolating itself, melting its target's iron sides. The dreadnoughts are stopped. The Morning Walker is sinking. There is a cheer, a rising yell of astonished triumph from the after edge of Armada, where the citizens can see what is happening only a handful of miles out to sea. The roar is picked up by those who hear the cry of triumph and mimic it, and then by those behind them and behind them. It sweeps across the city. Within a minute, men and women in the far reaches of Dryfall and Shadler and the Clockhouse Spur, on the other side of Armada, are screaming their ecstatic approval, though they are not sure of what. The Krobazona troops stare in total horror. A great crack spreads up the side of the Morning Walker. More of the little ships smash into it and explode, even as it begins to buckle, even as its magisterial outline begins to twist, and it starts to angle its massive length down, as if purposefully, and frantic little figures begin to hurl themselves from its sides, and the explosions continue until its stern rises suddenly from the sea, and with a terrible shattering explosion breaks off, spewing men and metal and coal, tons and tons of coal, into the sea. The new Krobazon crews watch as their chance to return home disappears. The Armadans scream their approval again, as the huge shape rolls over in the sea, ponderous and regretful, resenting every movement, and burps up fire as it is dragged below. The Krobazona flagship has gone. Frantic, its fellow dreadnoughts begin to level volleys too, soon at Armada itself, churning the sea and making the city pitch as if it is in a storm. But some of the smaller ironclads are now in range, and their heavy shells shatter masts and tear through the fabric of the city. A bomb swamps Winterstraw Market, tearing apart a circle of stallholders' boats. 2 shells arc chillingly overhead and break a hole in the side of the Pinchaman, sending hundreds of library books flaming into the water. Ships are sunk, the bridges that tether them on all sides splintering. Angevine and Shekel comfort each other, hiding from the remnants of the invading Krobazoners. Shekel is bleeding profusely from his face. But, terrible though these attacks are, only the dreadnoughts could destroy the city, and they are not in range. They are being harried, contained, broken by the onslaught of gunpowder-stuffed tugs. The Armadan vessels keep coming. After a 5th explosion rocks its bows, the bane of Surok begins to buckle, to crack, to list, to collapse into the city. Ironclads and scouts mill solicitous and useless around it, drones around a dying queen. Under renewed onslaught from the remnants of the Armadan fleet, but most of all under the unexpected and suicidal attacks of all those refitted steamers, the new Krobazon dreadnoughts are, one by one, being destroyed. From the raised deck above the Grand Easterly, the man screams in unheard horror. The man tenses and kisses his statue with a fervent frenzy, and prepares to leap out and down and fold space a little and land on that frigate below that is rumbling and gearing up to leave. But he stops as a terrible realization shakes him. He watches the last 2 dreadnoughts quiver under the attacks and fire their vicious guns at their tormentors. And even though those retaliations cost several Armadan vessels, the ugly explosions that rock the dreadnoughts' flanks continue until the Krobazona vessels go down. The invader's coal has been sunk. The man watches, quite numb. There is no point now in him jumping ship or swimming out for his home vessels. Even if the Armadans do not destroy every single ship, even if 1 or 2 fast-running ironclads escape, this is the middle of the swollen ocean, uncharted waters, almost 2,000 miles from the nearest land, twice that far to home. Within a few hundred miles, their boilers will grow cold, and the Krobazona vessels will be becalmed. They have no sails. They will rot and die. There is no hope for them. This rescue has failed. The man is still trapped. He looks down and realizes with a dull shock that he has slipped back into phase with Bellis's space. If she turned now, she would see him. He mouths the statue again, numbly, and disappears. Dusk fell, and finally the dry-fall dirigibles lifted off, each containing its murderous crew. They sailed low and fast over the last dregs of battle, their vampire passengers ready, their long tongues flickering in the night air, preparing to hurl themselves into any fray. They were too late. The fight was over. The airships meandered pointlessly over water found with coal dust and twisted metal, and acid and oil, and here and there the shimmering residue of rock milk, and sap, and many gallons of blood. Chapter 37. At first the city welled up with exhausted delight, a kind of ragged, wounded euphoria. It did not last long. In the days that followed, Bellis was acutely conscious of silence. Armada was endlessly quiet. It started after the battle, when the roars of triumph died out and the scale of devastation became clear. Bellis had not slept in the night after the carnage. She stumbled out with the dawn, with thousands of other citizens, and walked, dumb, across the city. The skyline, she knew, was broken in strange new ways. Ships in which she had bought paper or drunk tea or walked across, unthinking, 100 times, were gone. Croom Park was quite untouched. The Cromolith, the Tolpandy, the Grand Easterly itself were quite whole. Many times in the days that followed, Bellis would turn a corner in some backstreet maze, or cross a wooden bridge, or come into a well-lit plaza, and see people crying, mourning the dead. Some were staring at one piece or another of the damage to their city, a blank wave-flecked hole where their home ship had been, a shattered mess of a marketplace, a church crushed by fallen masts. It was quite unfair, Bellis thought nervously, that so few of her own haunts had been harmed. By what right was that? She, after all, did not even care. A huge number of Armadans had died. Several members of Kerhouse Council and Queen Braginod of Jawa were among them. The council voted in replacements, and the stewardship of Jawa passed quietly to Braginod's brother, Dinich. No one cared, particularly. Armada had left thousands of bodies in the sea. People stared at the sorghum, muttering that it was not worth it. Bellis wandered through the brutalized cityscape as if she was dreaming. Even where no shells had fallen, the stresses caused by the bucking sea had ruined architecture. Arches were shattered, their keystones now resting on the ocean floor. There had been fires, narrow streets had crumbled, the rows of houses that seemed to lean into each other shifting, touching, their roofs cracking and collapsing. The city seemed to tremble with kinds of damage that would have been impossible on land. As she wandered, Bellis heard hundreds of stories, exaggerated tales of heroism and ghoulish descriptions of injuries. She began to dig for specific information, tentatively. Moved by curiosity she did not understand, feeling in those hours like an automaton, moving without her own consent, Bellis asked what had happened to the other passengers from the Terpsichorea. There were conflicting stories about the Kodomiums. Bellis heard about those crewmen still imprisoned, their commitment to Armada not yet trusted, having failed to make peace with their press-ganging. She heard that there had been an almighty ruckus from the prison ships in the fort of Garwater when the shelling began, and that the imprisoned men had screamed and screamed for their compatriots to come for them. The boarders, of course, had never come close, and the shouts had gone unanswered. Sister Meriop was dead. Bellis was shocked by that, in a horrible, abstract way, as if at seeing an unexpected colour. In the chaos, she heard, several prisoners had escaped from the asylum, Meriop among them. The massively pregnant nun had made her way to the city's aft edge, where she had run towards the new Crobbers-on boarding party, shouting ecstatic greetings, and been shot down. It was impossible to tell whose guns had killed her. That was the kind of story that Bellis heard again and again. The press-ganged who, faced with what seemed a sudden chance to go home, had tried desperately to switch sides in the battle, and had died. Several of those from the Terpsichorea had been killed in such a way, it seemed. And even if their numbers were exaggerated, even if the details were embellished as a moral caution about disloyalty, Bellis was sure that many must have died as described. It was obvious to Bellis, no great revelation, that her safety would have been very, very far from secure had she sought refuge with the new Crobuzon troops. She had decided long ago that her return to her city would have to be her own doing. Bellis knew how little her government would care about her survival. She had fled them, after all, and for good reasons. During the fighting, Bellis had felt paralysed, had been numb to any kind of desire for one side or the other to win. She had watched like a chance spectator at a bloody prize fight. Now that Armada had triumphed, she felt no relief or happiness, nor any despair. After the destruction of the dreadnoughts, the other Crobuzona ships had sailed away to the northwest. They fled in a panic, too terrified to surrender, to beg quarter from the Armadans. They escaped, pretending that there was some hope for them, that they might make it to a port. Everyone knew that their crews would die. 3 Crobuzona ironclads and a frigate were captured. Instantly they became the most advanced ships in Armada, but still they were hardly recompensed for the scores of vessels that Armada had lost. A good portion of its fleet, 2 submersibles and half the hastily rebuilt steamers, had been sacrificed to destroy the dreadnoughts. The Trident and tens of smaller airships were gone. The massive aeroflot had been weighed down by golems like attacking rats, brought into the rage of fire that had taken its hide and burst its skeleton. Armadans had taken many hours to return to their city, paddling in their life rafts, swimming, clinging to debris. The thaumaturges and engineers in the base of the Grand Easterly kept their ranks slow for more than a day. It had made its dumb way on, untroubled by the murderous chaos above it. Inevitably, some of those who reached the city were new Crobuzon troops. Perhaps an enterprising few stole the clothes off Armadan corpses and simply hauled themselves aboard into a new life. As sailors, all spoke at least passable salt. But most were too traumatized to calculate like that, and in the hours after the battle, Crobuzona sailors began to appear on the decks of Armada in sodden, ruined uniforms, miserable with fear. Their dread of drowning was stronger than that of Armadan revenge. In those ruined days immediately after the war, under red and black smoked skies, those terrified Crobuzona sailors caused a political crisis. Of course, in their rage of loss, the Armadans punished their bedraggled captives. The newcomers were beaten and whipped, some to death, while their tormentors howled the names of dead friends. But eventually, weariness, disgust, and numbness set in, and the Crobuzonas were taken away and held on the Grand Easterly. After all, Armada's history was built on the assimilation of strangers and enemies, after any battle, any time a ship was taken. This had been a more violent, a more terrible set of circumstances than any in the city's past, but still there was no question as to what must be done with captured enemies. As with the Terpsichorea, those who could be won over were to be made Armadans. Only this time, the lovers said otherwise. The lovers had come back from the fighting enraged and electrical, exhilarated, scarred all anew with random markings that did not match each other's, something they would fix over the nights to come. The whole riding, the whole city, was shocked when the news leaked that the lovers intended to have the Crobuzonas cast out. At a hastily convened mass meeting on the Grand Easterly, the lover put her case. She declaimed violently against the Crobuzonas, reminding her citizens that their missing families had been slaughtered by such as these, their city blasted, half their Armadan ships destroyed. There were now many times more press gang to board than Garwater or any other riding had had to take in at one time before. With their resources stretched, with Armada vulnerable, with New Crobuzon having declared war, how could they possibly absorb so many enemies? But many of those who were Armadans now had once been enemies. For as long as the city had existed, Armadans had held that, once the fighting stopped, there was no quarrel with its enemies' foot soldiers. They were to be welcomed and, hopefully, transformed and made citizens. That, after all, was what Armada was, a colony of the lost, the renegade, the absent without leave, the defeated. The new Crobuzon sailors shivered in their prisons, unaware of the controversy that surrounded them. It would not be murder, the lover claimed. The prisoners could be put aboard a ship with provisions and pointed in the direction of buried Kainev. It was not impossible that they would make it. That was a poor argument. She changed her tack, arguing angrily that with the Avank, the city must go on, that it had the power to go to places Armadans had never dreamt of, do unimagined things, and that to waste their resources wiping the nose of 1,000 blubbering newcomers, murderers, was idiocy. Even with their wounds still bleeding and fresh, even with the memory of war still painful, the mood of the crowd was turning against the lover. She was not convincing them. The other rulers held their peace, watching. Bellis understood. It was not that those gathered had any love, any particular pity or compassion for their captives. It was not about those bloody wounded troops holed up in agony and squalor below. The Armadans were not concerned for those captives, but for their own city. This is Armada, they were saying. This is how it is what it is. Change that, and how do we know what we are? How do we know how to be? With one speech, the lover could not defeat so many centuries of tradition thrown up for the city's survival. She was alone on the stage, and she was losing her argument. With a sudden rocking uncertainty, Bellis wondered where the lover was, whether he agreed. Sensing the discontent, those among the crowd who agreed with the lover's line began to shout, spontaneously offering support, crying revenge against the captured. But more voices rose in opposition and quieted them. Something shifted decisively. It was obvious suddenly that this gathering would not allow the Crobozonas to be murdered, even through the drawn-out pretense at mercy their lover had suggested. It was obvious that the long, sometimes easy, sometimes cruel process of press-ganging would have to begin, and that many months of efforts would be expended on the men and few women in prison below, and that eventually many of them would reconcile themselves to their new life, and that some would not, and would remain imprisoned, and only then, eventually, after long efforts at persuasion, might they, perhaps, be executed. "What's the fucking hurry?" someone shouted. "Where are you fucking taking us anyway?" The lover gave in then, swiftly, with charisma. Shrugging in exaggerated humility, she acquiesced, announced her order rescinded. She won a ragged cheer from an audience still eager to forgive a bad suggestion made in anger. She did not answer the heckler's question. Bellis remembered that moment later, and saw in it a fulcrum. That was the moment, she would tell herself in the weeks to come, that everything changed. Vessels now too broken to sail hitched themselves to the city, and were pulled on by the untiring Avank. It swam at a steady pace, without sudden darts or caprice, a little more than 5 miles an hour. North. The days were full of services for the dead, homages and homilies and prayers. Rebuilding began. Cranes twitched. The city bustled with subdued building crews refitting the broken buildings, restoring what they could and changing what they could not. In the evenings, the pubs and drinking dens were full but quiet. Armada was not convivial in those awful days. It was still bleeding, had not yet scarred. People began to ask questions. Delicately, very carefully, they probed those wounds in their minds, tender places that the war had left, and, when they did, terrible uncertainties arose. Why did they come? People began to say to themselves and to each other, with shaking heads and lowered eyes. And how, across half a world, did they ever find us? Can they do it again? This slow burgeoning spirit of anger and query raised wider issues than the war itself. Each question bore others. What did we do to attract their notice? What are we doing? Where are we going? Bellis's numbness began to ebb. She had seen no one since the battle. Uthadul had done without her. She had not found Carian or Johannes. Except to rake through the rumours that proliferated like weeds, Bellis had hardly spoken for days. On the second day after the fighting, she began to think. Something in her woke, and she viewed the damaged city with the first emotion she had felt for some time, a cold horror. Bellis realized curiously that she was aghast. As she lifted her eyes to the sun, she felt the stirrings of emotions and uncertainties and terrible certainties she had been storing. "Oh gods," she said quietly. "Oh gods." She knew so many things, she realized. So much was clear to her now, so much that was terrible. She balked at confronting it. She could not think about it just yet. She had understanding and knowledge inside her, but she shied away from it as if from a bully. That day, Bellis ate and drank and walked as if nothing had changed, her motions as jerky and fumbling as those of all the other traumatized around her. But at odd moments she would wince, she would blink and hiss and grit her teeth as the knowledge inside her moved. She was pregnant with it, a fat, malign child that she was desperately ignoring. Some part of her knew that she could not batten it down, but she played herself for time, never vocalizing, never thinking in words, always closing off the understanding she carried with an angry, frightened sense of, not now, not now. She watched the sunset from her rough-cut windows and read and reread her letter, trying to steel herself to write something about the battle, not knowing what to do. At 10 o'clock, she heard a peremptory knocking and opened the door onto Tanner Sack. He stood on the little platform that jutted from the smokestack beyond her door at the top of the stairs. He had been wounded in the fighting. His face was cut and septic, his left eye puffed closed. His chest was bandaged, the ugly tentacles springing from it wrapped close to him. Tanner was holding a pistol aimed at Bellis's face. His hand was unwavering. Bellis stared into it, into the pit at its end. The fat, hateful understanding that she had nurtured came out of her, unstoppable. She knew the truth, and she knew why Tanner Sack was ready to kill her. And with an exhaustion, she knew that if he pulled the trigger, if she heard the blast, then in the sliver of a second before the bullet burst her brain, she would not blame him. Chapter 38. You murderous fucking bitch! Bellis gripped the back of her chair, gasping with pain, blinking to clear her eyes. Tanner Sack had hit her once, a hard, backhanded slap that had sent her into the wall. The blow seemed to have taken the physical anger out of him, and left him with only the strength to speak to her, hatefully. The blow seemed to have taken the physical anger out of him, and left him with only the strength to speak to her, hatefully. He kept his gun aimed at her head. I didn't know, said Bellis. I swear to Jabba I didn't know. She felt little fear. Mostly she felt a thick shame and a confusion which slurred her words. You fucking evil shit, said Tanner, not loud. You fucking bloodsucker, you bitch, fuck you. I didn't know, she said again. The gun did not waver. He swore at her again, a drawn-out drawl of invective, and she did not interrupt. She let him speak until he was tired. He cursed her for a long time, and then suddenly changed his tack, speaking to her in what was almost a normal tone. All them dead. All that blood. I was under the waves, you know that. I was swimming in it. He whispered the words at her. I was swimming in the fucking blood. Killing men like me. Stupid new Crobazon boys that might have been my mates. And if I'd have been took back, if they'd have got their way, if they'd done what they wanted, if they'd taken this fucking city, then this killing wouldn't have stopped. I'll be on my way to the colonies now, a remade slave. My boy, he said, suddenly hushed. Shekel. You know Shekel, didn't you? He stared at her. He helped you a few times. Him and his lady, Angevine, got caught up in the fighting. Ange can take care of herself, but Shekel, he got himself a rifle, stupid lad. A bullet hit the rail under him and the splinters tore open his face. It's a mess. He'll always be marked, always. And there am I, thinking that if Crobazon had moved his gun an inch, a fucking inch, then Shekel'd be gone. He'd be gone. Bellis could not insulate herself from his desolate tone. Like all the others who've gone. Tanner's voice was drab. And who killed them? All the dead crews. Who killed them? Had to call for help, didn't you? Did you even think about what might happen? Did you? Did you care? Do you care now? His words hammered her, and even as she shook her head, that's not how it was, she felt deep shame. You killed them, you traitor fuck. You and me. He kept the gun steady, but his face distorted. Me? He said.
Why'd you bring me in?
His eyes were bloodshot.
You nearly killed my boy.
Bellis blinked away her own tears. Tanner, she said, and her voice was throaty. Tanner, she said slowly, raising her hands in a helpless gesture. I swear to you, I swear to you, I swear. I didn't know. She supposed that he had always had some vestige of doubt, some uncertainty, or he would simply have blown her away. She spoke to him for a long time, stumbling over her words, trying to find ways to express what sounded impossible, utterly untrue, even to her. All the time she spoke, his gun never left her face. As she told Tanner what she had realized, Bellis stopped speaking from time to time, as the truth of it sank into her. The window was visible over Tanasak's shoulder, and she stared through it as she spoke. That was much easier than meeting his eyes. Whenever she glimpsed his face, she burned. The outrage of betrayal, and most of all the shame, scoured her. I believed what I told you, she told him, and remembering the carnage, she winced so hard it hurt. He lied to me too. I don't fucking know how they found Armada, she said, a little time later, still in the face of Tanner's scorn and livid disbelief. I don't know how it worked. I don't know what they did. I don't know what information or machinery he stole to let it happen. There was something. He must have hidden something. He must have given them something they needed, something to track us in that message. The one you gave me, Tanner said, and Bellis hesitated, then nodded. The one he gave me, and I gave you, she said. I was convinced, she said. Jabber, Tanner, why do you think I was on the Terpsichorea? I was a fucking exile, Tanner. He kept quiet at that. I was running, Bellis went on. I was running. And damn, I don't like it here. This isn't my place, but I was running. I wouldn't call those bastards. I wouldn't trust them. I was on the run because I was scared for my fucking neck. He looked at her curiously. And anyway... She hesitated to say more, fearing that she would sound ingratiating, though she wanted to tell him the truth. Anyway, she continued, keeping her voice calm. Anyway, I wouldn't have done that. I'd not do that to you, to any of you. I'm not a fucking magister, Tanner. I'd not wish their justice on any of you. He gazed back at her, his face like stone. What decided him, she realized later, what led him to believe her, was not her sadness or her shame. He did not trust those, and she did not blame him. What convinced him that she was telling the truth, that she'd been as duped as him, was her rage. For a long, wordless, miserable time, Bellis felt herself trembling, and her fists clenched bone-hard and white. You fucker, she heard herself say, and shook her head. Tanner could tell she was not speaking to him. She was thinking of Silas Fenwick. He told me lie, she spat suddenly to Tanner, surprising herself. After lie, so that he could use me. He used me, she thought, like he used everyone else. I watched him at work. I knew what he did, how he used people, but I didn't think he was doing it with me. He humiliated you, Tanner said. Thought you were special, did ya? He sneered. Thought you could see through him? Thought you were in it together? She stared at him, white-hot with rage and self-disgust, at being gulled by Silas like some stupid naive, like his puppets, like everyone else. Me more than all the poor fools reading Simon Finch's pamphlets, me more than every poor stupid fuck acting at his contact. She was sick at the contempt, the ease with which he had lied to her. You piece of shit, she muttered. I'll fucking destroy you. Tanner sneered at her again, and she knew how pathetic she sounded. Do you think any of what he said was true? Tanasak asked her. They sat together, stiff and uncertain. Tanner still held the gun, but loosely. They had not become co-conspirators. He looked at her with dislike and anger. Even if he believed that she had not set out to harm Armada, she was not his comrade. She was still the one who had persuaded him to be message boy. It was she who had implicated him in the butchery. Bellis shook her head in slow dudgeon. Do I think New Crubbazon is under attack? She said disgustedly. Do I think the most powerful city-state in the world is being threatened by malevolent fish? That 2,000 years of history is about to end and that only I can save my home? No, Tanasak, I don't. I think he wanted to get a message home, and that was all. I think that manipulative fuck played me like a fiddle, like he plays everyone. He's an assassin, a spy, he's an agent, she thought. He's exactly what I was running from. And still, lonely and credulous like some fucking lost fool, I believed him. Why would they come for him? She thought suddenly. Why would they cross 4,000 miles just to rescue one man? It wasn't for him, and I don't think it was for the sorghum. There's more to this, she said slowly, and tried to form thoughts. There's more to this than we can see. They wouldn't come this far, risk this much just for him, no matter how good an agent he is. He has something, she realized. He has something they want. So, what are we going to do? It was growing light. The city's birds were sounding. Bellis's head ached. She was terribly tired. She ignored Tanner's question for a moment. As she looked out of the window, she could see the sky paling, and the silhouettes of rigging and architecture etched in black. It was very still. She could see the waves against the city's sides, could make out Armada's faint northern passage. The air was cool. Bellis wanted one more moment in this time, one more suspended second when she could breathe, before she spoke, and answered Tanner, and set in motion a clumsy, claustrophobic endgame. She knew the answer to his question, but she did not want to give it. She did not look at him. She knew he would ask again. Silas Fenwick was still free in the city, having seen his attempted rescue fail, and there was only one thing that could be done. She knew that Tanner knew it, that he was testing her, that there was only one possible answer to his question, and that if she failed to give it, he might still shoot her dead. "What are we going to do?" he said again, and she looked up at him, weary. "You know that." She laughed unpleasantly. "We have to tell the truth. We have to tell Uthadul." Chapter 39. Here we drift, near the northern rim of the swollen ocean, and only, 1,000, 2,000 miles to the west, the northwest, is the cunning sea. And nestled in the crooks of the coast, on the shoreline of an unmapped continent, is the colony of Nova Esperium. Is it the small, bright, glittering city of which I have seen pictures? I have seen heliotypes of its towers, and its grain silos, and the forests that surround it, and the unique animals of its environs, framed and posed, sepia, hand-coloured. There's a new chance for everyone in Nova Esperium. Even the remade, the indentured, the labourers can earn freedom. Not that that is true. I have pictured myself on the slopes of the mountains I can see in those pictures, washed out by distance, out of focus, looking down at the settlement, learning the languages of the natives, picking over the bones of old books that we might find in the ruins. It is 10 miles from New Crobazon to the estuary, to the edge of Iron Bay. I keep finding myself in that place, in my memories, beyond the city, poised between the land and the sea. I have lost my seasons. I left when autumn became winter, and that is the last strong sense I have of time. Since then, the heat, and cool, and cold, and heat again have been chaotic, ill-mannered, random to me. Perhaps it is autumn again in Nova Esperium. In New Crobazon, it is spring. I have knowledge that I cannot use, on a journey I cannot control, with aims I do not share or understand, and I am longing for a home I fled, and for a place I have never seen. There are birds beyond these walls, sounding to each other, violent and stupid, wrestling with the wind, and with my eyes closed I can pretend to watch them. I can pretend to be on any ship, anywhere in the world. But I open my eyes, I must, and I am still here, in this Senate chamber again, standing beside Tanasak, and my head is lowered, and I am in chains. A few feet in front of Bellis and Tanner, Uthadul was concluding his address to the city's rulers, the lovers, Dinich, the new Kurhaus council, and all the others. It was after dark. The Brucolac was also attending. He was the only ruler not marked by the war. All the others bore scars or blasted expressions. The rulers listened to Uthadul. Now and then they glanced at the prisoners. Bellis watched them watching her, and saw the anger in their eyes. Tanner Sack could not look up. He was wrapped very tight in misery and shame. "We're agreed," said Uthadul. "We must move quickly. We can assume that what we've been told is correct. We must bring Silas Fenwick in immediately. And we can also assume that if he hasn't yet worked out that we're hunting him, he will do soon." "But how did he fucking do it?" shouted King Friedrich. "I mean, I understand about this fucking package, this fucking message." He glared at Bellis and Tanner. "But how did Fenwick get hold of a fucking lodestone? The compass factory, for fuck's sake. It's guarded tighter than my fucking treasury. How did he get in?" "That we don't yet know," said Uthadul. "And it is one of the very first things we'll ask him. As far as possible, we have to keep this business quiet. As Simon Fenwick is not without supporters," Dool went on. The lovers did not look at each other. "We shouldn't risk angering any citizens. We need to move now. Does anyone know how we might start?" Dinich coughed and raised his hand. "I have heard rumours," he began hesitantly, "that Fench operates out of certain drinking holes." "King, let me speak," the Brucolac interrupted in his scraped-up voice. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The vampire seemed unusually hesitant. He sighed and unrolled his flickering tongue, then continued. "It's no secret that Dryfall Riding has strong differences with the rulers of Gawater over the summoning of the Avank, and the city's trajectory, which is still undisclosed," he added, with a brief flash of anger. "However," his tan eyes took in the room like a challenge, "I hope it would never be alleged that the Brucolac or any of my cadre are less than absolutely loyal to this city. It's a matter of deep regret to us that we weren't able to fight for Armada in the war that's just passed. I know," he went on quickly, "that my citizens fought. We have our share of the dead, but not me and mine. And we feel that. We owe you a debt. I know where Silas Fenwick is." There was a quick chorus of gasps. "How do you know?" said their lover. "How long have you known?" "Not long," said the Brucolac. He met her eyes, but he did not look proud. "We found out where Simon Fench rested his head and printed his wax. But you know," he said with sudden fervour, "you know that we had no idea of his plans. We would never have allowed this." The implication was obvious. He had allowed Simon Fench to spread his influence, to print his dissident literature and unleash damaging rumours, so long as he had thought the victim of that activity would be Garwater rather than the city as a whole. He had not known about the Crowbazona fleet that Fenwick had called. Like Tanner and Bellis, he found himself implicated in what had happened. Bellis watched, sneering inwardly at the lover's ostentatious outrage. "As if you've never done the same or more," she thought. "As if that's not how all you bastards operate against each other." "I'm aware," hissed the Brucolac, "of how this stands, and I want this bastard brought down as much as any of you do. Which is why it will be a pleasure, as well as a duty, to take him." "You don't take him," said Uthadul. "I take him, my men and I." The Brucolac turned his yellowing eyes to Dool. "I have certain advantages," he said slowly. "This mission is important to me." "You do not get absolution this way, dead man," said Dool coldly. "You chose to let him play his games unimpeded, and this is the result. Now, tell us where he is, and then your interference ends." There was silence for several seconds. "Where is he?" shouted the lover suddenly. "Where's he been hiding?" "That's another reason it makes sense for my cara to hunt him," replied the Brucolac. "He's in a place many of your troops might refuse to go. Silas Fenwick
is in the haunted quarter.
Dool did not flinch. He stared at the vampire. You do not take him, he said again. I am not afraid. Bellis listened with shame and a slow-burning hatred for Fennec. You fuck, she thought with savage satisfaction. Let's see you lie your way out of this. Even though he might still be her best hope to get out, she could never allow that fucking pig to lie to her, to use her. That could not go without payback, no matter the cost. She would rather take her chances in Armada or at the Scar. You should have fucking told me, Silas, she thought, breathing hard with fury. I want to get away too. If you told me the truth, if you'd been open, if you'd been honest, if you'd not used me, I might have helped you, she thought. We might have done it all together. But she knew that was not true. Desperate as she was to get out of this place, she would not have helped him, had she known his plans. She would not have been party to that. With dreadful self-disgust, Bellis realized that Silas had judged her well. His job was to know what he could tell to whom, to know how far those around him would go, and to lie to them accordingly. He had to judge what to tell each of his pawns. He had been right about her. Bellis remembered Uther rage when she and Tanner had come to him. He had stared at them as they explained, his face growing stiller and more cold, his eyes darker as they spoke. Flustered, Bellis and Tanner in turn had tried to explain to him that they had known nothing, that they had both been used. Tanner gabbled and Dool was impassive, waiting for him to finish and punching him with silence, saying nothing at all. But then he had turned to Bellis and waited for her explanations. He had unnerved her. He was quite unmoving when she told him that she knew Silas Fennec, Simon Fench. He had not seemed surprised at all by that. He had stood quietly, waiting for more information. But when she told him what she had done, what she had couriered for Fennec, then quite suddenly Dool had exploded with anger. No, he had shouted. What did he do? And when she had murmured something to him, some shamefaced, stuttered assertion that she had had no idea, that she had never dreamt, that she could not have known, he had stared at her very hard, with an expression of cold dislike and cruelty that she had never seen him wear before, that had cut her to her innards. Are you sure? He had said to her appallingly. Is that so? No idea, none at all. He had birthed a maggot of doubt in her head, which grubbed pitilessly through her remorse and misery. Did I never know? Did I never doubt? The rulers were arguing about the geography of Armada's haunted quarter, about the ghouls and the tallow ghast, about how they should set their trap. Bellis spoke loud enough to interrupt them all. Senate, she said. They were silent. Dool took her in, his eyes absolutely unforgiving. She did not flinch. There's something else that should be remembered, she said. I don't believe that New Crobazon would cross so many thousands of miles out of love. They wouldn't risk all those ships and all that effort, not even for the sorghum, and certainly not just to bring their man home. Silas Fennec has something they want. I don't know what it is, and I swear to you that I would tell you if I knew. I believe that one thing he told me I believe is true, that he spent time in High Cromlech, and most recently in the Gengris. I saw his notebooks and I believe that. He told me that the Grindilo had hunted him, and maybe that was true too. Perhaps because of something he'd taken, something that New Crobazon would risk crossing the world for when they found out he had it. Perhaps that's why they came. You've all agreed that he's done things he should never have been able to do, stolen things, broken into impregnable places. Well, perhaps whatever Silas Fennec has, whatever he stole, whatever the Crobazoners came to fetch, is behind all that. So, I suppose I'm saying, remember that when you track him down, that he might be using something, and be careful. There was a long, unbending silence after she spoke. She's right, someone said. And what of her? Said a pugnacious youth from the Kerhouse Council. Do we believe them? That they knew nothing? That they were just trying to save their own city? This is my city, shouted Tannersack suddenly, to shocked silence. Uther Dool looked at Tanner, whose head slumped slowly back. "We deal with them later," Dool said. "They'll be incarcerated for now until we bring in Silas Fenwick. Then we can question him and we can judge." It was Uther Dool himself who led Tanner and Bellis to their cells. He took them from the meeting room into the warren of tunnels that riddled the Grand Easterly. Through the dark wood-panelled corridors, past ancient heliotypes of new crobbers on sailors, down gaslit tunnels. Where they eventually stopped, there were strange sounds of settling metal and labouring engines. Dool pushed Tanner, gently, through a door, and Bellis glimpsed a sparse berth within, a bunk, a desk and chair, a window. Dool turned away from Bellis and walked on. He judged correctly that she would follow him, even like this, towards her own imprisonment. In the cell, the darkness beyond the window was not cloudy night. They were lower than the waterline, and her porthole opened onto the unlit sea. She turned and held onto the door, stopping Dool from pushing it closed. "Dool," she said, and looked for any sign of softness or friendship or attraction or forgiveness, and saw none. He waited. "One thing," she said, meeting his eyes resolutely. "Tanner Sack, he's a bigger victim here than anyone. He'd do nothing to endanger Armada. He's in hell, he's broken. If you're going to punish anyone," she drew shaky breath, "I'm trying to say, if you're interested in justice, you'll not punish him, at least. Whatever else you decide, he's the most loyal Armadan, the most loyal Garwater man I know." Uther Dool stared at her for a long time. He twisted his head slowly to one side, as if curious. "Goodness, Miss Coldwine," he said eventually, his voice level, softer, more beautiful than ever. "By the gods, what a display of bravery, self-sacrifice, to take onto yourself the largest share of blame, to altruistically beg mercy for another. Had I suspected you of base motivations and manipulations, of deliberately and cynically or uncaringly bringing war to my city, had I been considering treating you severely for your actions, I believe I would have to rethink now, in the light of this, your obvious, selfless nobility." Bellis had looked up sharply as he began to speak, but her eyes widened as he continued. His level voice became sour as he mocked her. She burned, utterly dismayed, shamed and alone again. "Oh," she breathed. She could not speak. Uther Dool turned the key and left Bellis alone to watch the fishes that swarmed stupidly to whatever light spilt from her window. There was no such thing as silence in Armada. In the quietest part of the longest night, without a soul on any side, the city was full of noises. The wind and water played it incessantly. It rode on swells and compacted, and spread its substance wide and brought it tight again. The rigging whispered. Masts and smokestacks shifted uncomfortably. Vessels knocked together for hour upon hour, like bones, like someone infinitely stupid and patient at the door of an empty house. The city came closest to true silence in its empty, haunted quarter. The tapping and grating and slopping of water seemed more hollow there. But in that place there were other, more obscure sounds that frightened those who heard them and kept intruders away. A slow crackling, like a tower of kindling collapsing, the rhythmic thudding of something mechanical piercing wood. A faint crooning like a mistuned flute. The haunted quarter lolled among its odd noises and moulded and swelled faintly with years of water, and continued its long drawn-out collapse. No one knew what was hidden there in its age-blistered boats. The Word Horde was the largest vessel in the haunted quarter. An ancient ship more than 400 feet long, carved in ochre wood, once deep-stained with intense colours, all blasted now by age and salt air. It was littered with the debris of 5 masts, and a profusion of derricks and stays and yards. The staves and poles lay across the deck like cross-hatching. They were losing their shapes, rotting and worm-eaten into nothing. It was almost midnight. Sounds came from Dryfall and Thee and Thine ridings, drinking and everything that went with it, mechanical noises of reconstruction from the building sites created by the war. There were still bridges linking the ridings to the haunted quarter, old and unused. put in place unknown numbers of years ago and tenaciously refusing to become dust. From a rude little barge at the edge of thee and thine, a man crept across water to the derelict vessels beyond. He walked without fear through a shipscape of decay, mildew and rust corrosive as frostbite. There was only starlight to see by, but he knew his way. At the fore of an iron trawler, the great winches were split and splayed their mechanical innards as if they had been butchered. The man picked a way through the greased carnage and crossed onto the word hoard. Its long deck reared out before him, listing a little off true. It was held below by the vast chain fitted long ago that stretched down into the water and held the Avank in place. The man descended into the darkness at the haunted vessel's call. He was not quiet. He knew that if he was heard, he would be thought a phantom. He moved through half-lit corridors, their contours outlined with thaumaturgy or phosphorescent mould. The man slowed and looked around him, his face creasing in hard concern, his fingers tightening on the statue he held. When he reached age-slimed steps leading down, he stopped, resting his free hand on the banister. He held his breath, turned his head slowly around him, staring hard into every dark place, and listening. Something was whispering. That was a sound the man had never heard before, even on these ghost-infested decks. The man turned. He gazed into the pitch black at the end of the passageway, as if it was a battle of will, as if he tried to stare down the darkness, until eventually he won, and it gave up what it had been hiding. Silas. A man stepped out of the shadow. Instantly, Silas Fenwick brought up the statue in his hand and slammed his tongue deep into its gorge. The figure was running at him, covering the distance in the darkness, a sword extended. And suddenly, there were others. Hard-faced figures emerged from bolt holes in the wood, all around, and came at him with shocking speed. They bore down on him with guns and weapons outstretched. "Keep him alive!" shouted Dool, as Silas Fenwick felt a tremor from the lascivious tongue of his stone icon, and puissance roared through him. He stepped up onto spaces that he would not have seen or been capable of treading a moment before. Fenwick twisted as the first Garwater man passed stupidly below him. Fenwick opened his mouth and gasped as his gut spasmed. With a retching growl, he spewed up a bolt of green-black glowing bile, a mouthful of thaumaturgically charged plasma that was not quite viscous liquid and not quite energy, which burst from him and landed foursquare in his attacker's face. Silas Fenwick stepped quickly through ways of seeing, leaving the corridor, rising through the boat, the man on whom he had spat shrieking weakly and clawing himself, and dying. The yeomanry were everywhere, emerging from doors and clutching at his clothes. They burst from closed spaces like rats or dogs or worms or gods knew what, reaching out for him and swinging their blades. They were quick, chosen for skill and courage, a plague, an infestation all around him, an invasion, hemming him, penning him in, hunting him down. Jabber and fuck, they're all around me, Fenwick thought, and hungrily pressed his mouth again to the statuette. Planes and angles folded around him, reconfiguring in his path and wake, and he twisted and bolted upstairs, feeling like a drowning man, reaching for air. He was angry. The Garwater crew grabbed for him, gripped hold of what they could. You do not fuck with me, he thought, and felt a swell of power. I can do more than fucking run. He turned, snarling, spat and spewed and puked at his attackers, venting the baleful coagulum that collected in him with the statue's kiss. He rolled his tongue and hawked snotty jets of the stuff at the faces around him. Where the sputum hit, it corroded normal space like a dimensional acid, and the yeomans screamed in dreadful alien pain as their eyes and bones and flesh folded in on themselves and out of corporeality, dissolving, dissipating, torn away in impossible directions. They lay wounded and wetly screaming, and Silas looked at them without pity as he passed, seeing their faces flayed of reality, bleeding a viscous nothingness which spat and sizzled, their heads and chests punctured with holes into a void. They hemorrhaged into that unspace, a deadening vacuity spreading like gangrene from the edges of their wounds, so that their flesh became hard to notice, vague and irrelevant, and then suddenly did not exist. His attackers rolled and screamed as long as they still had mouths. Fenwick kept running, his heart hammering, He ran and kissed and bent space with his intricate steps, folding the plains around him. Uther Dúl followed him grimly with such tenacity that, even confined to conventional space, he stayed on Fennec's tail. Dúl was relentless. Fennec burst from the dark confines of the word horde. He slammed into the air. He hung poised for a moment, tongue bloody from the statue's marble teeth. "Fuck you all," he thought fiercely, all his fear running out of him. He plunged his tongue deep into his statue, felt power coruscate him, felt aglow with it like a dark star. Whirling, he skittered through a fringe of torn rigging, moving up by the shadows of wires, bending reality around him, buckling it, and sliding along the fold he had created, up, out over the decrepit ship. A corps of grim yeomanry rose from the hatch below and spread with expert speed across the deck. Uther Dúl came with them, and he stared straight into Fennec's eyes. "Fennec," he said, and raised his sword. Silas Fennec looked down at him, grinned his rage, and answered in a voice that reverberated wrongly, sounding close up to the ear like a threatening whisper. "Uther Dúl." Fennec was poised 15 feet above the deck in a corona of warping ether. Reality rippled around him. He hung, unclear, his outlines oscillating between states. He moved with a slow and predatory marine grace, blurring in and out of visibility. Blood drooled from his mouth and torn tongue. He turned like a pike in the air, held suspended by the power of his statue's kiss, staring at the men below him. They raised their weapons. Fennec shimmered and bullets passed through where he had been, through bristling air, and spat as they disappeared. He opened his mouth, and gobs of that corrosive spit puke flew out of him like shrapnel from a shell. They burst across the deck and into the faces of his attackers, and there was a percussion of shrieks. The men scattered in panic. Fennec kept his eyes on Dúl. Dúl leapt out of the path of the spittle with brutal economy, his face taut, still watching Fennec. Fennec flickered and was lower, was ghosting over the deck, crooning his delight, leaving a slick of caustic drool. Any man came close to him and he spat, and they backed off or died. He tracked Uther Dúl. "Take me, then," whispered Fennec with drunk bravado. His throat was raw with the uncanny spit, but he felt he could do anything, burn a hole in the universe. He felt uncontainable. Dúl retreated before the puissant, bristling figure, leaping, moving with terse anger, gritting his teeth against Fennec's voice that still muttered up close to his ear, "Come on!" Then through the lights and dark and the heaviness of wood, through the slap of water like little fists around him, the lights of Armada only a few yards away, Fennec heard a voice behind him. "Silas!" Like the strike of a monstrous snake. With his heart spasming, Fennec turned, and through agitated space he saw the Brucalac, bestial, glowing, hate cast in bone. Leaping up out of darkness, his vast tongue uncoiled, hurtling for him. Fennec screamed and tried to kiss his grotesque again, but the Brucalac reached him and punched out, straight-fingered, lancing his hand into Fennec's throat. The strike sent Fennec to the deck, supine, fighting to breathe. The Brucalac fell with him, his eyes burning. Still, Fennec tried to bring the figurine towards his face, and with a kind of contemptuous ease, the Brucalac snatched Fennec's free hand and held it effortlessly. He raised his foot with humbling speed and brought it down on Fennec's right wrist, stamping savagely, pushing it into the deck and shattering it. Fennec screamed in a high, silly vibrato as his ruined fingers spasmed. The statue spun across the wood. He lay on the splinters and howled, blood leaking from his mouth and nose and from a wrist torn apart. Fennec screamed in agony and terror and paddled his legs uselessly, trying to get away. He was fully corporeal again, broken and pathetically there. Uther Dúl appeared, leaning into his field of vision. As he floundered, Fennec's shirt tore and flapped open, baring his chest. It was mottled, clammy, and discoloured in great patches of dirt green and white. It glowed unhealthily like dead flesh. Here and there were ragged flanges, extrusions like catfish whiskers, like fins. Dúl and the Brucalac took in his alterations. "Look at you," murmured Uther Dúl. "Is that what it was all about?" hissed the Brucalac. looking at the statue that Dool held. Fenwick continued to scream snottily. The stone doll stared inscrutably at Uther Dool, winked at him, its open eye limpid and cold. It hugged itself with its unclear limbs cut from freezing stone, green-grey or black by turns. It gurned at him with its horrible round mouth, showing its teeth. Dool fingered the flap of skin that was folded down the statue's back. "That is a puissant thing," the Brookalak said to Fenwick, who shivered as shock set in. "How many Armadans has it killed?" "Bring him," said Dool to his unwounded men. They came forward, pausing nervously when the Brookalak did not move. He had interfered despite Dool's orders and perhaps had saved his life, but Dool denied him any rueful or apologetic thanks. He simply stared at the Brookalak coldly until, defeated, the vampire moved back. "He's ours," whispered Dool to the Brookalak, hefting the figurine. There were yeomans dying in incomprehensible agony across the deck. Their comrades hefted Fenwick without any shade of pity, grabbing him roughly, ignoring his screams. The citizens at the outer edges of Dryfall and Thee and Thine shivered to hear the sounds from the haunted quarter and made warding signs. "That's like nothing I've heard before," they whispered, or similar words, as the screams rang out thinly in the night. "That's no ghast or ghoul. That's something new. That's got no business in there." They could tell it was a man. Chapter 40. Uther Dool sat on the bed in Bellis's cell. The room was still sparse, though the surfaces were now piled with a few accoutrements he had had brought from her rooms, her books, a few clothes. He watched her as she turned the Grindylow statue in her hands. She ran her fingers over it carefully, curiously, feeling the intricacies of its carving. She stared at its twisted face and into its mouth. "Be careful," Dool advised her as she touched her nail to one of its teeth. "It's dangerous." "This is the cause of it all," said Bellis. Dool nodded. "He carried it with him. He used it to kill several men. He folded space with it, performed thaumaturgy I'd never seen. That must be how he got into the compass factory." Bellis nodded. She understood that Dool was talking about the means by which Fenwick had allowed New Crubbazon to find Armada. Some secret engine, some mechanism. "It must be safe now," Dool went on. "The lodestone must have been on their morning walker." Probably, thought Bellis. A device that tracked Armada. You'd better hope it's not languishing on one of those ironclads, drifting all sun-baked and pocked, stinking by now with its dead crew, where maybe it could be found one day. She turned the statue over again and studied it closely. "From what we can tell," continued Dool slowly, "from what we've got out of Fenwick, this statue is not the main thing. Just as the point of a gun isn't the gun, but the bullet. So with this, it's not the statue itself that has the puissance. That's just a conduit. This," he said, "is the source of the power." Dool tickled the tough, thin strip of flesh embedded in the statue's back. "This is the fin of some ancestor, some assassin priest, some thaumaturge, some magus, housed in stone in a shape that mimics its original form. This is a Grindylow relic," said Dool, "the remnant of some saint. That's what stinks of power. That's what Fenwick told us," he said, and Bellis could imagine the techniques by which he had been made to answer those questions. "This is what's behind it all," said Bellis, and Dool nodded. "It did amazing things. It allowed Fenwick to do amazing things. But even so, I think it only just begun to understand it. I think New Crubbazon must have reason to believe that this charmed debris has far more power than Fenwick had learnt to use." He looked Bellis in the eye. "I don't think New Crubbazon would come so far, try so hard, for anything less than the most powerful forces." Bellis looked reverentially at the object in her hands. "We have our hands," Dool said quietly, "on something extraordinary. We have found a very great thing. Gods know what it might allow us to do." This is the cause of it all, she thought. This is what Fenwick stole. He even told me he'd stolen something from the Gengris. This is what he told New Crubbazon he had. Didn't try to pass it on to them, of course. They'd never have come looking for him if he'd given it to them. This is what he dangled in front of them from across the world, said, "Save me, and this is yours," and made them come. This is what New Crobuzon crossed the world and waged war for. It set everything in motion. For this, unknowingly, I led Armada to the Mosquito Island. To send some lying message to New Crobuzon, I gave Armada the Avank instead of throwing Alm's fucking book into the sea. This is what everyone's been chasing. This Major's Finn. Bellis did not know what had changed. Dool seemed to have forgiven her. His vicious demeanour had changed. To come here, to show her what they had found, to talk to her as he had done before. She was nervous. She felt all uncertain of him. "What will you do with it?" she said. Uther Dool was rewrapping the figurine in a wet cloth. He shook his head. "We've no time to examine this properly. Not yet. Not now. There are too many other things to be done. Too much is unfolding. We've been distracted. This comes at a bad time." He spoke without inflection, but she sensed that there was more than that as he hesitated. "And anyway, it's done things to Fennec. It's changed him. Even if he doesn't understand what, or if he does, he's saying nothing. No one knows what forces the Grindylow can tap. We can't reverse what's happened to Fennec, and we don't know what the full effects are. No one's willing to become this statue's new lover. So, we'll store it, somewhere safe, till we finish our project, till we reach our objective and have time and scholars to study this thing. We'll keep all that's happened quiet, but in case anyone did discover what Fennec brought on board, I think we'll keep it somewhere no one would think or dare look for it. Somewhere everyone knows there's already a charmed treasure or two, and where they know the risks of trespass are just too severe." As he said that, Dool stroked the grip of the possible sword with an unthinking instant. Bellis noticed it, and knew where the Major's Fin would be hidden. "And where," she said slowly, "is Fennec?" Dool stared at her. "Taken care of," he said, and nodded briefly towards the corridor outside. "Held." There was a silence that stretched out. "What are you doing here?" said Bellis eventually, quietly. "How long have you believed me?" She studied him, her confusion exhausting her. "Since I stepped onto this fucking city," she thought with sudden clarity, "I've been on the edge of my nerves every moment. I'm tired." "I always believed you," he said, his voice expressionless. "I never thought you summoned New Crobuzon deliberately. Though I've always known you have no love for this place. When you came to me before, I was expecting to hear something else. Listening to Fennec, hearing him talk, trying to stay silent, trying to implicate you, admitting the truth. He's saying different things with every minute. But the truth is obvious. You were stupid," Dool said without emotion. "You believed him. Thought you were, what? What did he tell you again? Saving your city. You weren't out to destroy us, you were trying to save your homeland so that one day you could return to it, still whole and saved. You weren't trying to destroy us, you were just stupid." Bellis's face was set. She was burning. Dool watched her. "You were caught up in it, weren't you?" he said. "In the idea of connecting with your home. The fact of doing something. That was enough, wasn't it? You, saving your city." Dool spoke in a soft monotone, and Bellis looked down at her hands. "I bet," he continued, "that if you ever did think about what you'd been told, I bet you felt uneasy." He said it almost kindly. The maggot of doubt was alive again, grubbing through Bellis's head. "There was nothing of him," said Dool, "in the word hoard. His berth down in the hold, it was clean and dry. His walls were covered with notes, pinned everywhere, diagrams telling him who's man or woman, and who runs what, and who owes whom. It was damned impressive. He'd learned everything he needed. He had spliced himself into the city's politics, always keeping himself hidden. Different rendezvous for different informants and different names. Simon Fench and Silas Fennec were only two of many. But nothing of him. He's like an empty doll. Those notes everywhere like posters and a little hand printing press and ink and grease. His clothes in a trunk, his notebook in his bag, that's all there was of him. It was pathetic. Dool met Bellis's eyes. You could examine that room for hours and you'd still have no idea what Silas Fenwick was like. He's nothing but an empty skin stuffed with schemes. But he's been quieted now, thought Bellis, and we continue northwards. The lovers win. Their troubles are over, is that right, Uther? She stared at him and tried to re-establish between them something she had lost. What were you writing? Said Dool, shocking her. When I came in? He indicated her pocket where she had stuffed her letter. She always kept it on her, its many thick pages growing heavier. It had not been taken away from her. It could not possibly help her escape. It had been a while since she had added to it. There were times when she wrote it as regularly as a diary, and weeks when she did nothing. In that small, featureless prison room, with her window facing out into nothing but watery dark, she had turned to it again, as if it could settle her head. But she had found it almost impossible to write. Ever since I first saw you, said Dool, you've always kept it, even on the dirigible. Bellis's eyes widened. What is it? What are you writing? What she said or did hear now, Bellis realized with a kind of cool panic, would reverberate for a long time. Things waited to fall into place. She felt as if she was holding her breath. Bellis drew the paper from her pocket and read what she had written. Dusday, 9th of Chet, 1780. 6th Plaidy of Flesh. Hello again. It's a letter, she said. To whom? Said Dool. He did not lean over and peer at the paper. Instead, he caught her eyes. She sighed and leafed through the many pages of the letter, finding its beginning and holding it up to him so that he could read the first letter. Dear, the letter said, and then there was a blank. A word hole. I don't know, she said. It's not to no one, she said. That would be sad, pathetic to write a letter to no one. And it's not a letter to someone dead or anything so sad. It's the opposite of all that, the opposite. It's not closed down like that, it opens up, it's a door. It could be to anyone. She heard herself, became aware of how she must sound, and was horrified. When I left, she said more quietly, I'd spent many weeks, many months in fear. People I knew were disappearing. I knew that I was being hunted. You've never been in New Crobazon, have you, Uther? She looked at him. For all your explorations and your skills, you've never been there. You've no idea. Do you have any idea? There's a special kind of fear, a unique fear, when the militia are closing in on you. Who've they got to? Who've they taken, tortured, corrupted, frightened, threatened, bought? Who can you trust? It's damn hard to be on your own. When I started, she said hesitantly, I thought I was probably writing to my sister. We're not close, but there are times when I crave talking to her. Still, there are things I'd never say to her. And I needed to tell them, so I thought that perhaps this letter was to one of my friends. Bellis thought of Mariel, of Ignis and Thea. She thought of Thighs Growing, the Cacti cellist, the only one of Isaac's friends she had remained friendly with. She thought of others. The letter could be to any of you, she thought, and knew that was not true. She had pushed most of them away in those frightened months before she had fled. And that even before then, she had not been close to many. Could I have written to any of you? She wondered suddenly. Whoever you speak to, she said, whoever you write to, there are things you wouldn't say, things you'd censor. And the more I wrote, the more I write, the more I need to say, the more I need to be quite open. So I'll write it all, and I'll not have to close it down. I can leave that to the end. I can wait and decide who it's to after I've said everything I have to say. She did not mention the fact that she would never be able to deliver her letter, that she would be writing it on Armada until she died. There's nothing strange about it, Bellis wanted to say. It makes sense. She felt fiercely protective. Don't think about it as if there's an emptiness at the other end, she thought at him fiercely. That's not it at all. You must write carefully, said Dool. Only about yourself. No shared jokes. It must be a cold kind of letter. Yes, thought Bellis, looking at him. I suppose it must. You exiles, he said. You exiles and your writing. Silas Fenwick is the same. You look in there now, he's trying to scribble in his notebook with his left hand. You let him keep it, Bellis said, wondering what had happened to Fenwick's right hand, and suspecting that she knew. Uther Dool looked ostentatiously around her room, at the clothes, the notebooks, the letter. You see how we treat our prisoners, he said slowly. And Bellis remembered that she was a prisoner, just like Tanasak, just like Fenwick. Why didn't you tell the lovers, said Dool suddenly, when Fenwick told you that New Crobazon was in danger? Why didn't you try to get a message back that way? They wouldn't have cared, she said. They might even have been glad. One less rival on the sea. And think of the bones to be picked over. They would have done nothing. She was right, and she could sense that he knew it. Still, the maggot stirred in her again. Look in the letter, she said suddenly. It proves I knew nothing. For a long time he did not respond. You've been judged, he said at last. She felt blood cold in her stomach. Her hands trembled and she swallowed several times and clenched her lips closed. The Senate met, he continued. Afterward questioned Fenwick. It's generally believed that Sack and you had no deliberate part in calling New Crobazon here. Your story's been accepted. You don't need to show me your letter. Bellis nodded and felt her heart beat quickly. You gave yourselves up, he said in a dead tone. You told us what you know. I know you. I've watched you, both of you. I've watched you carefully. She nodded again. So you're believed. So that's that. You'll be allowed to go free if you want. He paused then, for just a tiny second. And later, Bellis remembered that pause and could not forgive him. You get to choose your sentence. Bellis looked away and smoothed her letter and breathed deeply for a while, and then looked back at him. Sentence? She said. You said you believed me. I do, he said. I was the main reason you were believed. He did not say this as if he expected gratitude. Which is why your prospective sentences are as they are. Why you're not dead, as Silas Fenwick will be dead once we get what we need from him. But you knew you'd not go unpunished. Since when did intent determine judgment? Whatever you thought or convinced yourself you thought you were doing, you're responsible for unleashing a war that killed thousands of my people. His voice hardened. You should consider yourself fortunate, he continued, that we want to keep the details of all this quiet. If the citizens ever heard what you'd done, you'd definitely be dead. Secrecy allows us a degree of leniency. You should be glad I've testified as to your character. I fought hard to have you both freed. His beautiful voice was frightening her. Tell me, she heard herself ask, and Dool met her eyes as he answered. I'm here representing the Senate to see Tanasak and Bellis Coldwine, he said clearly, to sentence you both. 10 years, here, alone, or time already served, plus lashes. It's your choice. Dool left soon after that, leaving Bellis very alone. Fenwick had betrayed her. There would be no pamphlets from Simon Finch. No one would listen to her. The city would not turn back. Dool had not even asked to see her letter. He did not take it from her. He did not peer over her shoulder as she held it. He did not show any interest in it at all. Don't you understand what I've told you? Bellis thought. You know what revelations are in this. This isn't any normal kind of communication, all personal secrets and details and nods and references meaningless to any but 2 people. This is unique. This is my clear communication. This is my own clear voice. Everything I've done and seen here. Don't you want to read it, Dool? Dool had left once she had chosen her punishment, without glancing back at the thick sheaf of paper still in her hands. All its evidence went unread, languishing still in her, uncommunicated. Bellis turned the pages over, one by one, recounting what had happened to her in Armada. She tried to calm herself. There was something very important that she had to address. Her plans were collapsing. With Fenwick caught, there was no one to put out the information she had, no one to stop the lovers' crazy plan to cross the hidden ocean. and Bellis should turn her mind to that. She tried to think of some way to disclose the truth. But she could not concentrate on that, on anything but what Dool had just told her. Her hand was shaking. She gritted her teeth, furious at that. She ran her hands over her swept-backed hair and exhaled, but she could not stop herself trembling. She had to press her pen quite hard upon the paper so that the trembling would not make her words illegible. She scrawled a single quick sentence, then stopped suddenly and stared at it. I could not write any more. She read what she had written again and again. Tomorrow they flog me. Interlude 9. The Brucalac. Now in this deepest gutter of night where moments lie still like frightened things, and we, who are about, are free of time, I go walking. My city moves. Its outlines shift. Spires converge and part again, and ropes coil like muscles and take the strain as Armada's skyline breaks, heals, breaks. Wild animals alive in shadows keep their whimpers quiet, sniff my dead smell and move on, 4-footed or 2, quick and cowed through a randomly serrated shipscape, along trenches of brick and wood on reshaped decks. The cadavers of vessels incorporated. Backstay stools, combing, pulls, davits and cat heads encased in salt-aged architecture. Behind every wall a maritime atomy, a mummy, a sacrifice like a servant murdered in the temple's foundations. This is a city of ghosts. Every quarter is haunted. We live like grave worms on our dead ships. Withered flowers and weeds strain for poor lamplight in the veins of walls, in ruts of concrete and wood. Life is tenacious, as we who have died know. Trails of dust, pairings of bone and brick, past ragged wounds of bomb surgery, carbon and rubble, waste ground punctuation in the city's dull monologue. Paint, age, all the rubbish of urban chants brands squat tower blocks on foredecks and tenements in the shadows of bowsprits. Flower pots and wheels like meagre tattoos, deliberate defacements. Infinite markings, sculptures accidental and made, the drabness peppered with signs of life and preference, awnings left just so, ribbons on sleeping livestock. Where glass is, it is burst and scored, intricate with shadows. Lit windows are edged with darkness, austere and coldly shining. Moths and nightbirds, things that move by the moon, make their little sounds. What footsteps there are dissolve and are quickly formless. It is as if there is fog, though there is not. We who walk tonight come out of nowhere and return to it quickly. Past factories, music halls, churches, over bridges rattling like vertebrae. Armada rides the waves dumb and buoyant like a rust-flecked corpse. Through the slats of scaffold is the sea. I see myself, shadowed and unclear, and threw myself into black water, into a darkness so profound, random chemical lights like fireflies howbait. It is an alien communication. It has its own grammar. Unseeing, I look to the farmed fish circling autistic in cages, the menfish, the keeled pipes' crevices inked in, the spaces, the chains splintered with mollusks and algae slick, and the great unseen shape that bears on us. The chain splintered with mollusks and algae slick, and the great unseen shape that bears us on, idiotic and futile. History is formless and oppressive all around me, a nightmare I will make into sense. A rhythm becomes sensible, extruded from a covert place, gives a shape to this night, gives it time again, and the clocks let out their held breaths. I make a rooftop way to my moonship, over torn-up slates and boards and their crossbreeds, through a low, night-light forest of flues, steeples, water towers, in ridings not my own. I do not rule here. There is no gore tax. It is a day since I have fed, and it would take very little to slip along this drainpipe groundward like the drops of calcium that beard it. Very little to find a blood-filled night-walker and dispose of his, her husk. But those days are gone. Now I am bureaucrat, not predator, and it is much better. It is a long time till dawn, but something has passed. We are moving on towards morning. My time is over. I am on trawlers and houseboats and gone again, fleeting footstrokes as if uncertain, through Shadler and its cottages and industry, on for my fat ship. Dryfall, where scored streets are quieter and cushioned in dust. Where does it come from? Swept hourly by neurotic sea wind? When does dust touch down? In some lights, reveries no less than true for that, I see it thick as snowfall, and cobwebs clog my passage home. Alone I drown in dust and choke in it, in time's desiccated exhaust. I know when things are stirring. I know all the city's rhythms. Something new is here. There are tracks on the Uroc's moon-white decks. Some hand unknown to me has held this rigging. I watch for the newcomer. Let us see. What are you? In my corridors towards my berth you have left your spoor. 1, 2 drops of brine. Smears of something mucal. Scuffed varnish and iron. What are you? You are hardly hiding from me. You are welcoming me home. And, oh, see, here on my threshold you have left me blood, drizzled like sugar. I can hear you behind my door. My room smells like an estuary, river coagulate and fish gut blood. You rattle for me, stranger, like a summons you shake the bones you wear. I have not pulled open any sluices to let the moon illuminate my bedchamber, but light is for the living. These that look upon you are vampire eyes. And welcome to you. 3 of you to wait for me in a grisly tableau, reclined upon my bed and in front of my window and by me now, closing my door, ushering me respectful into my home. Look at you. Look at you shimmering before me, great salamander tails folded in layers on my floor, blunt streamlined skulls like viperfish, your teeth protruding like fistfuls of nails, eyes black and big as tar pits, wet skin stretched on muscled bone like sap on knotted wood. See you upright in my room. And you, recumbent on my covers like a painter's nude, grinning at me without intent on your piscine face, your neck wrapped all about with charms and bones, beckoning me politely. Whose is the face you carry in your hand? Whose head is that you have taken to bring blood for me? What woman was she? A guard who found you? Missing in the carnage of the New Crobazon War, drowned or cut apart, was it you who split her neck to take that misshapen trophy? It is a frayed enough edge, a bloody and fibrous laceration. The tan-haired woman stares at me from your fist. Look at you. You drop her dead flesh. You drop her dead flesh and rise like something I have never seen. Senor Brucolac, you tell me in a voice colder than mine, we must talk. I don't mind. I will talk to you. I know who you are. I think I have expected you. And as the hours unfold towards the morning, oh, what conspiracies, oh, what secrets we uncover. You have come late, river thing, waterman. You have come late from the cold claw sea, searching these salt currents for what was taken from you. Nothing you say to me with your blood-flecked jaw is clear. Like the river thing you are, you flicker towards your meaning and disturb a silt of effluvial words that cloud your intent. But I have dealt with seers, poets, and weavers, and can track your insinuations. You have hunted on currents, cleaved parasitic to the undersides of our attackers, and then fluttered free in the squalor of battle, and you have plucked bodies from the dead and dying, plenty. And then, what am I to understand? Hiding away, you have used them. You have kept some alive, fed them air, and questioned them after they have died, have I that right? Learning from them, Terrified on the outskirts of death, they have babbled everything to you, immobile in water, trapped under their homes. Only days here, and like the subtlest spies, you have learned most everything about this place. That is why— what is that you say? That is why you have come to me. One took something from your towers a world away, something precious and unique which you would have back. One has escaped you for scores of miles, for the length of continents onto this place, to my city. And it has taken you along a very long time. But that one was a benighted fool to think you would let him run. You tracked him. You have found his home. But there have been commotions through the floors above you as you lie and wait and prepare and ask questions of whoever you can snatch from Armada's decks. And cunning, predatory, and without fear as you may be, there are too many above you. There is no way you can scour the whole city. Step from the water, and you are unhidden and hunted. You cannot find your quarry. He has disappeared. And he will not surrender what you have come for, not willingly, not without terror. And if you were to ask for help of those who run the city, and they were not to take your side, you have played up all your counters, and you could not oppose them if they turned on you. You are not so many. You cannot wage war. You cannot search for the one who has fled you. Not without help. Why have you come to me? Deepling, why have you come to me? You come here, kill my citizens, and face me, the Brukolak, brazen like a blackmailer. How do you know I will not destroy you? I understand. Oh, you are fine. You are a prodigious spy. I am in awe of you and what you have learnt in only these few days and nights. Let me, here, bow my head to you. Is there anything you have not learnt, not understood? You have come to me because you know that I am angry. You know what the lovers have called up. Perhaps you even know where we are going. You know that I do not accept this, that I am the only force that stands against them. Perhaps you know that I consider mutiny. Have you heard my name, again and again? I am sure that is what has happened. You know that I am the most powerful person here who is hankering for something, who is angry, who wishes things were not as they are. You know that I can be bought. What is it you propose, Hakenman? There are actions none but you could perform, which might tip a balance, which might create new circumstances, change forces, force changes, create facts. Perhaps this journey, this idiotic pilgrimage might be halted. Oh yes, if you did that, if you could stop our progress. Only you can help me, you tell me in your intricate ways. Only you can stop this mad journey. What then is up to me? Even I perhaps could not fight my way through the gangs and gangs of guards who patrol their engines, their rock-milk spurs. I do not know what must be done. But there is another way. Something else, some force to bring us to a slow and stop. You can halt the beast. If you could do that. And in return, see? You tell me, strange pride flashing like scales, you know all about this barter by which we live. In return, I will help you find that hidden one who has run from you. Perhaps you do not know what it is to laugh. Certainly you do not know why I laugh so hard so long. You cannot know. Whom I have held and bloodied, what I have seen him wield. You cannot know that, loyal to Armada and without alternative, I have put aside my anger at the lovers and let them take him, shamed as I was, implicated in the carnage he brought us. He is no ordinary thief, this war criminal, and they hold him in limbo till we can sentence him right, when our lunatic journey ceases. You have come just a little late. Not too late, however. What's done is not too late to undo. I know where they hold him. You cannot know that what you offer me would at any other time make me kill you. You cannot know that tonight is different, that I am tired of the dangerous idiocy into which my city is being led, that if mutiny is needed to turn us back, then I will do what I must to bring it about. This is not an ordinary time, Deepling. You come to me in a time of war. You need a blind, a decoy while you search, something to attract attention. I have just the thing. Hush! Let me tell you how it will be. What you will do, what I will do. I will help you find him, and this is what you will do for me. And I will tell you where your quarry is. Now shall we plan? Don't stop. We must finish this. See, there, we have the minutes we need to finish this. The sky is not yet light. Part 7. The Lookout. Chapter 41. While Armada moved north through dull air, temperate fronts, so still that the weather seemed to be waiting for something, and while that expectancy communicated itself to the citizens, Bellis lay in sticky fever. There were 2 days when she did not think at all. She burned up in temperatures severe enough to worry her nurses as she shied away from delirious visions, frightened into screaming fits she would never remember. The Avank pulled with its steady gait, not fast, but faster by far than the city had ever travelled before. The shapes of waves changed with the currents. Tanasak is hardier than Bellis. He is released into the care of Shekel, who is crying for worry of him, who grabs him and hugs him with a bawl of relieved misery to see Tanner's broken shuffle. Tanner shrieks as Shekel's hands grip his lacerated back, and their 2 voices mingle before Shekel leads Tanner onto where Angevine is waiting. What I do to you? Shekel moans repeatedly. Why? And Tanner shushes him and stutters that there were reasons, and that they'll not talk about it, that it's over now. These are momentous days. There are great decisions taken. There are mass meetings to discuss the war and the city's history, and the Avank, and the weather, and the future. Bellis knows nothing of any of this. Days later, Bellis Coldwine sat up, her fever almost gone. She ate and drank for herself, spilling a great deal from her violently shaking fingers. When she moved, she bit down against the pain. She did not know that all the guards in the corridor were very used to her screams. She roused herself the day after next, moving as slow and tentative as someone terribly aged. She half tied up her hair and draped a long, shapeless shirt over herself. Her door was not locked. She was not a prisoner anymore. She had not been for a week. There were guards in the corridor, in that deep prison deck of the Grand Easterly, and she called one over to her and tried to meet his eye. I will go home now, she said, and felt like crying when she heard her own voice. To Bellis's shock, it was Uther Dool who helped her home. The Cromolith was only 2 ships' port of the Grand Easterly, but Dool took her by air cab. She sat away from him in the gondola, horrified to feel her fear of him, which had disappeared over the months, replaced by other emotions, was now returning. He studied her without visible pity. He had not sentenced her, of course. But every time her mind returned to that extended, bloody, murderous, torturous hour a week previously, with cut-up images of pain, her own screaming, she saw Uther as what he was, an agent of Armada, the power that had done this to her. The man who wielded the whip had been irrelevant. When she entered her rooms, Dool followed her, carrying her possessions. She ignored him. Moving carefully, she found a mirror. It was as if the violence that had been done to her back had spread and ravaged her face. She looked drained of blood. The lines and crow's feet that had been slowly marking her for more than 10 years had become like gashes, like the wounds cut into the faces of the lovers. Bellis fingered her cheeks and eyes in horror. One of her teeth was cracked open, and pieces came away as she pulled at it. That was where she had bitten down on the wooden gag they had given her. She moved, and the cloth shifted against the scabs on her torn-up back, and she hissed in pain. Dool stood behind her, his presence like an imperfection in the glass. She wanted him to leave, but she could not bear to address him. Bellis hobbled around her room on fever-weak legs. She could feel the gauze sticking to her back where her injuries had wept. After that, the pain in her back was unpleasant and constant, but it did not vary much. Bellis treated it like white noise, ignoring it until it became a kind of aching nothing to her. She stood on her doorstep and looked all around her, at the airships and birds, the light wind mindlessly knocking Armada's walls. There was industry, men and women working furiously as there had been on the first day, when she had drawn the curtains of Cromolith's smokestacks and seen her new city. Something was new, she realized slowly. The air was different, the way the city rode the currents, the sea itself. The ships surrounding Armada no longer meandered on their own routes from horizon to horizon. The mass of vessels, still marked by war, were in tight formation behind the city, as if afraid of losing it. There was something different about the sea. She turned to stare at Dool. "You're free," he said, not without gentleness, "and superfluous. Kurak Alm hasn't needed you for a long time. You'll need to heal. For the city's sake, any information about your accidental role in the war has been suppressed. I'm sure the library will take you back." "What's happened?" said Bellis, in the plaintive croak her beating and sickness had left her. "Something's different about everything. What's happened?" 2 days ago, said Dool, insofar as one can be exact, we passed through something. Everyone can feel it. The fleet. He pointed at the vessels behind the city. They're having a difficult time. There are strange currents, their engines are untrustworthy. We've passed out of the swollen ocean, he said, and gazed at her impassively. We're in the outskirts of a new sea. This, the quick thrust of his arm took in the water horizon to horizon, this is the hidden ocean. So far from home, thought Bellis, surprising herself with fury. Further and further they're taking us, me, further and further. They get their way. She heard a ringing inside her like tinnitus. Everything we've done, right and wrong, means nothing. They took us here so easily to this fucked-up empty edge of sea no ship can cross. In we go, and my home is gone. Even the thought of their lovers appalled her, their crooning love sounds, their sick, endless, sharp-edged betrothals. She was in their power. This was where they wanted to go. Bellis had tried to turn them, and failed. They got us here, then, she said to Uther, cold and suddenly unafraid of him again. She jutted her chin. And I know what happens now. On, towards the scar. If he was surprised, he hid it well. He met her eyes, quite expressionless. So Fenwick was too slow with his pamphlets and rumours, she thought. That doesn't mean it's over. That doesn't mean we have to accept this. When Shekel opened his door to Bellis, he stared at her for a long and silent moment, wildly confused. He recognised her, but was suddenly convinced that he was wrong. It seemed that this blanched lady, with her dark hair all dry and tumbling over her like old grass, her expression suggesting years of pain, could not be Coldwine, must be some ruined vagrant with a similar face. Shekel, she said, in a voice that he could not believe was hers. You have to let me in. I need to speak to Tanasak. Mute and appalled, he moved aside for her, and she wheezed and entered the shadow. Tanasak turned in his bed, muttering in thick tongues, his eyes rheumy, then bolted up, shedding sheets. He pointed at Bellis. Get her the fuck away, Shekel, he shouted. Get her the fuck out of here. Listen to me, Bellis said, her voice urgent and guttural. Please. I got fuck all to hear from you, bitch. Tanner was shaking with fury. Behind Bellis was the puttering of a motor as Angevine trundled towards them. You have to hear me, Bellis growled, trying to shout. You have friends, man. You can spread the word. She broke off and twisted with pain as Angevine put a hand upon her back. Do you know where we're going? She managed to say. Do you know why we're in this sea where nothing moves like it should? She saw Tanner look to Shekel and then to Angevine, and watched them share a look of blank bewilderment. Listen, Bellis shouted, as Angevine pushed her out of the door to a final chorus of Tanner's cursing. By the time she had walked slowly across the city's bridges to the library, blood had come through Bellis's bandages and her shirt was spotted. She found the bombed quarter of the Pincherman, where the librarians were recovering what volumes they could from the wreckage. Bellis! Carrie-Anne was stunned by her. Bellis was slightly delirious again. Now, you have to listen to me, murmured Bellis. And they were outside again, and Carrie-Anne's arm was around her, protective. Bellis's back was dreadfully painful, and she was wincing as she said to Carrie-Anne, Johannes, Tearfly. Carrie-Anne, you have to help me find Johannes Tearfly. Carrie-Anne nodded. I know, Bellis, she said. You just told me. They were in a room Bellis did not recognise, then another, so tired now that she felt faint. And Carrie-Anne and Bellis were hanging over the city in the dark air, Armada's lights going out with complex timing. Bellis heard her own voice several times, though it sounded very strange to her. She felt an ecstatic cold pain and looked up and was on her own bed, in her chimney-top rooms, and it came to her, more like a leap of imagination than a memory, that Carrie-Anne had lifted the bandage from her back and was smearing unguent on her. Bellis closed her eyes. She could hear something, some soft, repetitive sound. Gods, 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 gods. It was Carrie-Anne's voice. Bellis turned her head to one side and through blurred eyes saw her friend's face over her, staring down, wincing, biting her lip as she rubbed in the cream. What's wrong? Bellis tried to say, for a second thinking her friend had been hurt, but then she realised, of course, what was wrong, and could not help whimpering a little for herself. The next time she opened her eyes, Carrie-Anne and Johannes were both there, drinking her tea, talking awkwardly as they sat by her bed. It was night. Bellis's head had cleared. Johannes started when he saw her move. Bellis, said Carrie-Anne gently. God's sake, girl, what did you do? Carrie-Anne was horrified. Bellis was deeply grateful for her ministrations, but she would not explain her wounds. She doesn't want to talk to us about it, said Johannes nervously. He seemed genuinely concerned but uneasy. I mean, you can see, she's been on the wrong side of... She's probably lucky to even be here. God's damn it, Bellis, Carrie-Anne said, furious. Who gives a fuck about them? The wave of her arm took in authority. Tell us, what do they do you for? Bellis could not help smiling. He's right, though, she thought, lifting her bleary eyes to Johannes. Pusillanimous coward that he is, and magnificent and brave and loyal to me, gods know why, as you are, Carrie-Anne, he's right about this. You should stay out of this. Like it or not, I'll help you do that. I owe you. You found him, then, she managed to say. Carrie-Anne's been amazingly assiduous, Johannes said. She got a message to me. Bellis straightened a little in her bed and set her face against the movement of her broken skin. I need to talk to you, she said, her voice getting stronger. She shook her head slowly. The last week, I've been alone, and everything's been changing round us. You must have seen it. But I know what it is. I know what's going on. She closed her eyes and was silent for many seconds. You know where we are, she said finally. You know what waters we've entered. Carrie-Anne and Johannes looked at each other, then back at her. The hidden ocean, said Carrie-Anne, her voice guarded. Bellis managed to give a little smile. That's right, she said. Damn you all, she thought. I don't need that treacherous fucker Fennec. I will make this happen myself. And do you know where we're heading? She paused again, and in the silence Johannes spoke. The scar, he said, and Bellis's words withered in her throat. She stared at him, saw him watch her with concern and confusion, looked to Carrie-Anne, who nodded. "The scar," Bellis heard herself say, all hesitant and stupid. Not a revelation, but an absurd echo. They had broken her. They had won. There was nothing left in her, nothing at all. When Johannes left, Bellis and Carrie-Anne sat up late, talking. Carrie-Anne told her everything. What a week, Bellis kept thinking, with absurd understatement. What a week to miss. The lovers had announced it. It could not be kept from the pilots and captains and nowskipists of Armada that the water and the air were changing. There was no disguising the sudden cross-currents, the hidden streams that ran below the surface, counter to the waves. Compasses had begun to veer maniacally, losing north for minutes at a time. The winds were utterly unpredictable. The horizon's distance varied. Armada's fleet had begun to struggle. The Avank, of course, was quite unconcerned by these forces. It ploughed its undeviating course far below, with the city in its wake. There had been a plethora of rumours, but there were enough experienced, well-read sailors in the city that the truth was impossible to hide. The Avank, directed by the Garwater pilots, was pulling Armada into the hidden ocean, about which, it seemed, all the stories were true. And then, 4 days previously, on Flesh Quarto's 6th Candy, the lovers had held a series of mass meetings across Garwater and its allied ridings. "He's a fucking fine speaker, the lover," said Carrie-Anne. "I heard him in Booktown. When I came here I was nothing," he said, "and I began to make me, and that was finished by my lover, who made me and made herself and made this city." His voice all trembling. "And haven't we brought Armada power?" And people loved it, because, you know, he has. These have been good years, great harvests and booty. And the sorghum, you weren't here for that, were you? You weren't here when they took that." Carrie-Anne smiled and shook her head appreciatively. "He's made us a power, there's no denying it. And then the fucking Avank." "I thought you were loyal to Dryfall," said Bellis, and Carrie-Anne nodded hard. "So I am, but I'm saying that here, I think the Brookelag may be wrong about their plans. I mean, it does all fit into place." "There is a source of power," the lover had told the crowds, "on the edge of the world. An awesome place, a rip through which great waves of puissance pounded reality. One man in Armada has the proof," said the lover, "and knows how to tap that power. But for many years it could not be reached." "There is a beast," the lover had told them, "a stunning kind of thing, an animal which breached into Baslag and slipped away again from time to time. And Armada had called to it certain famous men who could learn now how to trap that animal." "The woman who made me," the lover had thundered, pointing to the lover, realizing that the second fact meant the first could be acted on. "On the far side of the hidden ocean," had said the lover, "is the source of that power. But no ship has crossed the hidden ocean, they say. Friends," he had spread his arms with triumph as Carrie-Anne imitated Bellis, "the Avank is no ship." And so Bellis realized the lover had admitted the truth that he and his had kept from the city for years, the plans that they had already had in place when they employed Tintinabulum, snatched the sorghum, travelled to the Anaphili Island, raised the Avank. He had admitted the truth of those plans, and had done so in such a way that he was not stoned for his manipulation and lies, but buoyed up by applause. "We can cross the hidden ocean," he had shouted to cheers. "We can tap the scar." "That was when we learnt its name," Carrie-Anne said. "But it's so uncertain," said Bellis, and Carrie-Anne nodded. "Of course." "The ships, the fleet," and Carrie-Anne nodded again. "Some are already tethered to the city, and when the others can't follow us, that's all right. Our ships have always sailed alone for months at a time, and they always find their way back to us. Those following us now know what's happening, and those that are away, well, this is nothing new. The city's always had its own movements. We're not going to disappear in the hidden ocean, Bellis. We're not here to stay. We're here to find the scar and then leave again." "But what the fuck kind of place is this?" said Bellis thinly. "We've no idea what's here, what kind of powers, what creatures, what enemies." Carrie-Anne frowned and shook her head. "That's all true," she said. "I can understand." She shrugged. "You're against the idea. All right, you're not alone. There's a vessel leaving in 2 days, I think, heading back to the swollen ocean,
crewed by naysayers to wait for the city's return. Though... Her voice petered away.
They both realised that Bellis was not one of those who would ever be allowed off city.
Most of us, continued Carrie-Anne simply, think this is worth doing. Not at all, said Carrie-Anne quietly, a little later. I trust the Brookalak, and I'm sure he has reasons for opposing the plans. But I think he's wrong. I'm excited, Bellis, she said. Why shouldn't we try this? This could be the most exciting time, the finest hour in our history. We have to try.
Bellis felt something that at first she did not recognise. Not depression, or misery, or cynicism, but despair. The feeling of all plans, all options, dying. I've lost, she thought, without melodrama or even anger. Carrie-Anne was not a brainwashed fool, someone unthinking and buffeted by rhetoric. She had heard the arguments, even partial and partisan as they had undoubtedly been. She must have realised that this venture had been a long time in the planning, and that, therefore, she and those around her had been deceived. And still, considering all that, she had decided that the lover's plan was a good one that was worthwhile. That was a sneaky trick, thought Bellis to the lovers. That was below the belt. I didn't foresee this. Lies, schemes, manipulations, bribery, violence, corruption. I expected all that, she thought. But I never expected you simply to have the argument and to win. The thought of Fench's stillborn pamphlet fleeted through her mind, and she moved her shoulders in a dead kind of laugh. The truth, she imagined. Garwater drags Armada to the scar. The truth. You win, she thought, and let go of hope. I'll be here till I die. I'll grow old here, a crabby old lady imprisoned on a boat, and I'll scratch the scars on my back. Dear gods, they will be wicked, and mutter, and complain. Or perhaps I'll die with the rest of you, and with you my rulers, in some stupid, terrible accident of the hidden ocean. Either way, I'm yours, if I like it or not. You've won. You are taking me with you. You are taking me to the scar. Chapter 42. Where for the longest time there had been a shadow, the sky was clear. The arrogance was gone. A rope stub lay on the deck where the airship had been tethered to the Grand Easterly. It had been severed, and the aerostat had flown free. Hedrigal, Bellis heard from all around her. She stood amid the crowd that had gathered, gaping at the hole in the skyscape. The yeomanry had made brief attempts to keep onlookers back, but had given up in the face of their numbers. Bellis could move more freely now. She still recoiled at pressure on her back, but there was no more bleeding. Some of the smaller scabs were beginning to peel at the edges. She shifted slightly at the edge of the crowds. Hedrigal, and he was alone. Everyone was saying it. As Armada slipped farther into the hidden ocean, its vessels had more and more difficulty keeping up with it. They trailed behind it like anxious ducklings, and several tethered to the edges of the city switched off their motors and were borne on by the Avank. The second day after Bellis's shocking, revelatory discussion with Carrie-Anne, the remaining ships and submersibles in Armada's orbit had turned back. They could no longer fight the hidden ocean. They gathered into a nervous convoy, tacking with the fractious winds, then steamed back to the south. They stayed together for protection and to drag each other on, back to the swollen ocean with its safer, comprehensible waters, where they would wait. The city would return for them, within a month or two at most. And after that, if Armada had not returned, well, they were to consider themselves free. That dispensation was given like an afterthought, and its implications were not discussed. From her window, Bellis had watched the retreat of Armada's vessels. Others remained, now chained like limpets to the city's flank, or in the Basilio and Urchinspine docks. They eddied apprehensively, surrounded by the vessels making up wharfs and quays, but they were trapped. They had left it too late to sail away, and they could only bob pointlessly, tied up as if loading or unloading, and wait. Armadans had never seen their city without its nimbus of ships. They had crowded to the city's margins to gaze out at the empty sea. The emptiness had subdued them. But even those acres of vacant water were not so disturbing as the missing airship. No one had seen anything. No one had heard a sound. The arrogance had crept away in secret. To Garwater, it was a stunning loss. How was it possible? People asked. The dirigible itself was crippled, and Hedrigal was known to be absolutely loyal. He had doubts, Tanner told Shekel and Angevine. He told me. He was loyal, ain't no doubt, but he never thought this Avank business was best for the city. I suppose the Scar thing was even worse, but he weren't winning any arguments. Tanner was horrified by Hedrigal's flight. It wounded him. But he talked his thoughts out loud, trying hard to see things as his enigmatic friend had seen them. Must have felt trapped, Tanner thought. All the years he lived here, to suddenly see the place doing things in a new way. He don't belong in Drear Sammer no more, and if he thought that he didn't belong here neither, what must that have done? He imagined Hedrigal fixing the Arrogance's broken motors in some of the spare hours he spent aboard it on his own. Everyone knew that Hedrigal was a loner who spent a deal more time in the Arrogance than he needed to. Had he untwisted the girders in the Arrogance's fins? Tested the pistons that had not moved for decades? How long you been planning this, Hedrigal? Thought Tanasak. Couldn't he have had an argument? Did he feel so strongly? Did he feel that there was no point even fighting for his home? Did he doubt that that's what it was any longer? Where are you now, man? Tanner imagined that big, ungainly aerostat heading south, Hedrigal alone at its wheel. I bet he's crying. It was suicide of sorts. Hedrigal couldn't have amassed enough fuel to reach land, not anywhere. If he reached Armada's waiting fleet, they'd want to know what had happened and why he'd left the city, so he'd avoid them. The winds would take him over the empty sea. The gas bags were very strong, they might keep him buoyant for years. How much food did you store, man? Tanner wondered. An image came to his mind of the Arrogance adrift for years, 400 or 500 feet above the water, with Hedrigal's corpse rotting slowly in the captain's cabin. A wind-blown sepulchre. Or maybe he could stay alive. Maybe he would unroll the great absurdly long fishing line from the Arrogance's bay doors. Tanner imagined it cascading through the air like a spring unwinding till its baited hook reached the water. By choice, the Gaktakar were vegetarians, but they could survive on fish or flesh if they had to. There, Hedrigal could sit, on the edge of the hatch, his legs swinging like a child's, reeling in fish, rubbery bodies flapping on the journey up, air-drowned and long dead when they reached him. He could live for years, blown around the world. Slipping into the round stream winds that circled the swollen ocean, growing old and obstreperous on his unchanging diet, his skin wrinkling and his thorns turning grey. Alone, going mad, talking to the portraits and heliotypes on the Arrogance's walls. Till one day, some chance might push him out of that great belt of wind, and his craft might eddy out into free air and be carried south or north or God's knew where, until one day, maybe, he might come into sight of land. Drifting over mountains, throwing down the anchor, snagging a tree and descending, touching the ground again. Is it such a bad fucking plan, Hedrigal, to search for the Scar? Hedrigal was a traitor, Tanner supposed. He'd done a bunk, he'd stolen Armada's crow's nest and lied to his rulers and friends. He'd been too cowardly to have the argument. He was a renegade, and Tanner knew that as a loyal Garwater man he should condemn him, but he could not. Good luck, mate, he thought after some moments, hesitantly raising his hand and nodding. I can't not wish you luck. Garwater's champions felt Hedrigal's absence like a rebuke. He was known to have been disloyal, but he left in the wake of his passing more disturbed discussion, more uncertainty and condemnation of the Lovers' Project than had so far existed. Miles below the sea, the Avank continued its journey. It had slowed only a little on entering the new waters. Tanasak swam and bathed his ravaged back in the sea. There were few divers below and few swimmers above in these days. They had been scared away, terrified that they might be swept away on some unforeseeable current, borne off to some dead pool in the hidden ocean. Tanner found nothing wrong. He and the menfish and Bastard John flitted from place to place, around and between those enormous chains angling down. They swam quickly, careful not to let the city leave them behind, but there seemed to be no new hazards in the water. The chaos inhered at a larger scale, for the great inorganic intruders like ships and submersibles. Even the sea worms had not been able to continue pulling their now misbehaving chariot ships, and they had swum back with the fleet, back out of the hidden ocean. It was peaceful now, with fewer people and fewer things to distract Hannah. Much of Armada's activity had ceased. Of course, the farmers still cared for their crops and flocks, above water and below, and harvested them when they could. There were still 1,000 little jobs of repair and maintenance. The internal workings of the city continued, as they had to. Bakers, moneylenders, cooks, apothecaries put out their signs and took in money. But Armada was a city that had looked outwards to piracy and trade. The industries around the docks, the loading and unloading and counting and refitting and outfitting were all in stasis now. So Tanner did not dive daily to work on cracks or breaks or faults or anything like that. He swam for himself and for his back, and felt the salt bring his skin back to life. "Come in, Shek," he said. He was aware of the tension that was spreading through Armada, the uncertainty, as if Hedrigal had spilled a poison behind him as he left. Tanner wanted to offer Shekel a place where it could dissipate. There were reasons for people's growing fears. Tanner had heard strange rumours. 3 times now he had heard that some man or woman, some yeoman or Garwater engineer, had disappeared, their house and things left untouched, food half eaten in one story. Some said they too had fled, and others that these were the depredations of spirits from the hidden ocean. When he was in the water, Tanner sensed that things were wrong, dangerous or uncertain, dissipated with the currents. He offered Shekel the same respite. He persuaded the boy to swim with him. The pools between Armada's vessels were almost empty now. Shekel was excited to be one of those brave enough to go in. The great filches of the ships moved above and around them sedately. They would not be left behind. Shekel struggled with his aggressive, ugly paddle, and Tanner tried to show him better strokes, and realized that he did not know any suitable for those who had to breathe air. Shekel slipped heavy goggles over his eyes, and plunged his head below for as long as their imperfect seal kept out the water. He and Tanner would stare at the shoals of fishes, species they had never seen. Coloured and finned intricately, as intense and bizarre as tropical species here in these more temperate waters. Like scorpion and ratfish, their forms broken with spindly appendages and eyes that glowed with unlikely colours. When Shekel and Tanner hauled themselves out again, Angevine would be waiting, with maybe a bottle of beer or liquor. And even if Tanner and Angevine still spoke to each other a little warily, and realised that they always would, what they shared in Shekel, and the way they had learnt to share it, gave them a respectful connection. It's kind of a family, Tanner thought. It was not hard for Bellis to find Uthadul again. She had only to wait on the deck of the Grand Easterly, knowing he would appear eventually. She was stiff with resentment and incensed by her own hurt. She could not believe how he had dropped her. As she approached, he stared at her, but not with the disgust that she feared. Not with hostility, nor with interest or any kind of connection or recognition. He simply stared. She drew herself up. She had tied back her hair again, and knew that the look of stunned pain was ebbing gradually from her face. She still moved stiffly, but nearly 2 weeks since her flogging she had regained much of herself. Bellis did not greet Dool. "I want to see Fennec," was all she said. Dool thought for a second, then inclined his head. "All right," he said. And although this was what she wanted, Bellis hated him for that, because she knew that he allowed it because there was nothing she could do or say to Fennec that could now come in Armada's way at all. Now that she was not any kind of threat, now that all her cards had been played. Bellis was quite meaningless now, so she could be indulged. His mage's fin had been taken from him, but it was clear that Garwater was still afraid of Silas Fennec. The corridor along which he was imprisoned was thick with guards. All the doors could be sealed tight. It was below the waterline. A man and woman sat outside Fennec's door, fussing over some arcane machine. Bellis felt the dry charge of thaumaturgy against her skin. Inside, it was a large room, broken by a few portholes through which dark eddies could be seen. Half of the room was sectioned off by iron bars, and beyond them, in a little alcove, hunkered away from the windows and the entrance, Silas Fenwick sat on a wooden bench, watching her. Bellis took in the sight of him. She was caught in a quick kaleidoscope of images of him, their times together, friendly, cold, sexual, surreptitious. Her mouth twisted to see him, and she tasted something very sour. He was thin, and his clothes were dirty. He met her eyes. She realized with a sudden shock that there was a bandage wrapped tight around his right wrist and that his right hand was gone. He saw her notice his injury, and his face twisted before he could control it. Fenwick sighed and stared straight at Bellis. "What are you doing here?" he asked. He spoke with a drab hostility. Bellis did not answer. She examined his cell. She saw a heap of unkempt clothes, paper, charcoal, his fat notebook. She studied the bars that kept him from her. They were wrapped around with cables that coiled away and under the door into the room. Fenwick watched her trace them back to their source. "Linked up to those machines out there," he said to her. He sounded tired. "It's a dampener. Sniff the air. You can even hear it. Kills the thaumaturgens. No one could do the slightest little hex in here now." He sniffed and smiled without humour. "It's in case I've got some secret plan. I've told them I can only do about 3 little charms and none of them would get me out of here anyway, but guess what? They don't believe me." Bellis glimpsed weird flesh under his shirt. It looked necrotic, speckled with amphibian markings. It pulsed, and Fenwick pulled his shirt closed. Her eyes widening, Bellis turned her back on him and paced. "Don't," Fenwick said to her suddenly. He sounded almost kind. "What the fuck do you mean?" she said, and was pleased to hear her voice was cold. He looked at her with an infuriating, knowing look. "Don't do this," he said. "Don't come here, don't ask me, don't do this." "What are you here for, Bellis? You're not here to rail at me, that's not your style. You're not going to crow. They caught me. So what? They fucking caught you too. How's the back?" That so stunned her that for a moment she could not breathe. She blinked rapidly, bringing him back into focus. He watched her without any particular cruelty or maliciousness in his face, his voice unchanging. "You're not going to learn anything from me, Bellis," he said. "You're not going to get anything out of this. This won't be catharsis and you won't feel better when you leave. Yes, do you understand? Yes, I lied to you, I used you. And a lot of other people. I did it without thinking twice. I'd do it again. I wanted to go home. If you'd been there and it was easy, I'd have taken you with me, but if you weren't, I wouldn't. Bellis." He leaned forward on his bench and rubbed his wrist stump. "Bellis, you have nothing to confront me with." He shook his head slowly, utterly unabashed by her. She was shaking with hatred. He had been right not to tell her the truth about what he was doing. She would never have helped him then, even desperate as she was to get home. "There's nothing special about you, Bellis. You were one of many. I treated you no differently from anyone else. I thought of you no more and no less. The only difference between you and any of the others is that you're here now. And you think there's some point to you being here? That you had to, what, have it out?" Silas Fenwick, procurator for New Crobazon, shook his head, pitying. "There is no it, Bellis," he said. "Go away." He lay down and gazed at the ceiling. "Go away. I wanted to get home and you were useful. You know what I did and you know why. There's no mystery, no resolution to be had. Go away." Bellis stayed a few seconds longer but managed to leave before speaking again. She had said only 6 words. She felt her stomach churn with a strong feeling to which she could not put a name. They won't kill him, she thought bleakly. They won't even punish him. He's not even been flogged. He's too valuable, too scary. They think he can teach them things, that they can get information out of him. Maybe they can. As she left, she could not help realizing that Fenwick was right about at least one thing. She felt no better at all. Bellis was surprised to discover Johannes remaining in her life. There had been a time when he had seemed disgusted with her, not concerned ever to see her again. She still found him spineless. Even when her own loyalty to New Crubbazon was such an odd, unsystematic thing, she could not help thinking of Johannes as a kind of turncoat. The speed of his accommodation with Armada disgusted her. But now there was something plaintive in him. His rediscovered eagerness to be her friend was a little pathetic. And though Bellis spent what time she could with Carrie-Anne, whose irreverence and affection were genuine pleasures, and though Carrie-Anne did not much like Johannes, there were times when Bellis let him stay a while. She felt pity for him. After all his work, with the Avank caught, trapped and tethered, with Tintinabulim's crew gone, now Cruach Alm was working with the lovers thaumaturges in Uthadul, ushered into the new inner circle to discover the secrets of possibility mining. Johannes's job was done. He had realized, Bellis supposed, that there were very many years ahead of him as a captive in the city. Johannes still worked with a group overseeing the Avank, plotting its speed, estimating the biomass in the area and the thaumaturgic flows. But it was make work half the time. When drunk, he would whine about how he had been used up and dispensed with. Bellis and Carrie-Anne would sneer at him behind his drink-fuddled back. Johannes voiced cautious uncertainties about their trajectory, their presence in the hidden ocean. To find any sign of dissonance, of opposition to the lover's journey, warmed Bellis with surprise. That was part of why she tolerated Johannes's presence. He was too cowardly to admit it, but he wished they would turn back, as Bellis did. And as the days passed and Armada slipped further and further into uncharted waters, into the hidden ocean, Bellis discovered, with stabs of unexpected hope, that she and Johannes were not alone. Hedrigal's desertion was a trauma that did not heal. Armada moved on into seas that did not obey laws that any oceanologer understood. It could have seemed an adventure, or some God-granted destiny to a citizenry still grimly fired up by triumph in war and by the rhetoric of Garwater's greatest ever leaders. But then loyal, reliable Hedrigal had run, and that gave a terrible coloration to the city's journey. The arrogance had quickly been replaced. Now another airship hung over the Grand Easterly, watching the horizons. But it was not so large or quite so high. It did not have the arrogance's range of vision, and the metaphors thrown off from that fact troubled men and women otherwise loyal. "What did he see coming?" they muttered. "Hedrigal, what did he see coming?" The city's motion was its own dynamic. There were no strong voices arguing to turn back. Even those other rulers who disapproved of the lovers' plans had given in, or only spoke their criticisms in camera. But Hedrigal's dissident ghost stalked the ridings, and the triumph, the excitement with which the journey had started, was gone. Tanner and Shekel gave new names to the creatures they saw below the water, run-runners and dancing flies and yellowheads. They watched Armada's naturalists drifting over the curious new animals, snatching a few in nets, keeping their distance from the big, snubbed-faced yellowheads, heliotyping them with unwieldy waterproof cameras and phosphoric flares. Schools of the animals gusted through the pipes and hulls that jutted below like roots. They mixed with more recognizable fish. There were whiting and baitfish even in the hidden ocean, eating them or being eaten. Tanner Sack dived and teased a couple of hand-sized specimens with his tentacles. At the surface, Shekel looked down on Tanner's scars. Further and further into that sea. There were strange sounds at night, the rutting calls of unseen animals with voices like bulls. Some days there was no swimming at all, not by the hardiest or most inquisitive diver, and even the men-fish hid themselves in their little city-bottom caverns. These were dangerous waters. Armada passed through the unpredictable edges of boil tides by the hunting grounds of Piazza, living whirlpools that circled the city hungrily but kept their distance. In moonless dark, lights pulsed below the waters like the bioluminescence of benthic things magnified many hundreds of times. There were times when the clouds above the hidden sea moved much faster than the wind. One day, when the air was dry as electricity, shapes appeared off the city's starred edge, like tiny islands. They were rafts of unknown weed, great clots of mutant bladderwrack that moved suddenly away from the city under some motive power of their own. Across the whole of Armada, in every riding, in tumble-down slums and the most elegant townhouses, there was a tension, a neurotic expectancy. People did not sleep well. Bellis blanched when that began, remembering the misery of the nightmares that had racked New Crobazon, and that, ultimately, had led her here. From one set of ruined nights to another, she thought, after several miserable insomniac hours. During some of those dark times, Bellis walked to the Grand Easterly to watch the city's journey through mysterious, faintly moving seas. She would stare out at the remorseless miles of water until, cowed by the scale of it, she fled into the corridors of the great ship, moved by a compulsion she did not understand. She would wind through its warren of empty passages, into the forgotten zone of the steamer, to the little cubbyhole that Dool had shown her. And there she would perch, uncomfortable and disturbed, eavesdropping on the fucking and the bedroom talk of the lovers. It was a habit that revolted her, but she could not shake off the sly sense of power it gave her. My little rebellion, my little escape. Someone's listening and you don't know, she would think, and hear the lovers mutter wetly to each other and grapple with an abandon that still appalled her. They never gave her any revelations. They never spoke of anything important. They only rolled and lay together and murmured their fetishistic connection. The lover sounded more and more febrile with every night, her voice growing harder, and the lover debased himself to her, eager to dissolve into her. I do not want to be here, Bellis thought, fervently and repeatedly. She spoke it aloud, finally, to Carrie Ann one night, knowing that her friend would not agree. I do not want to be here. Bellis swilled the wine in her glass. Now there's nightmares, and what comes next are fugues. I've seen it before. And we can't be heading anywhere that's any good. And what can happen then? Either we die, or the lovers get control of the most terrible, terrible power. Would you really trust them, Carrie Ann? She demanded drunkenly. That cut-up fuck and his psychopath woman. You'd trust them with power like that? I do not want to be here. I know, Bellis, Carrie Ann said, searching for words, but I want to see what's out there. I think this is something amazing, you understand? Whether or not the lovers get hold of whatever's there. And no, I don't really trust them. I'm dry-full, remember? But I'll tell you what, since Hedrigal did a runner, I think there's a lot of people who are starting to agree with you. And Bellis nodded in sudden surprise, and raised her glass in a toast. Carrie Ann responded, sardonically. She's right, thought Bellis suddenly. Goddamn it, she's fucking right. Something's changing. The Avank began to slow. Perhaps 10 days after Armada had entered the hidden ocean, people began to notice. At first it was Bastard John, the Menfish and the Cray, Tanasak and the other few upsiders who still swam. It was growing easier for them to keep up with the city. At the end of a few hours' immersion, skittering below the city's barnacle-scaled underside, their muscles burned less than they would have expected. They were not travelling so far, so fast. It was not long before the air-breathing citizens noticed. Without land, in cryptic seas, it was not so easy to chart the distances the city was travelling. But there were methods. Something was happening to the miles-long creature hidden in the deep. Something had changed. The Avank was slowing down. At first it was hoped that it was a temporary change, that the Avank's pace would increase again. But the days went on, and still the beast slowed. With delight and triumph, Johannes found himself suddenly back in favour. His old team was reassembled by the lovers to make sense of what was happening. Bellis was surprised to discover that he still talked to her and Carrie Ann about his work, now that he had been brought back into the inner circle. There can't be anyone in the city who hasn't noticed, he told them one night, exhausted and mystified. The lovers are waiting for us to solve it. He shook his head. Even Alm can't fathom it. The rock milk engine's still controlling it, the Avank's still travelling, it's just slowing. Something in the hidden ocean? Suggested Bellis. Johannes bit his lip. Doesn't make sense, he said. What in Baslag can mess with an Avank? It must be sickening, said Carrie Ann, and Johannes nodded. I think it must be, he agreed slowly. Cruac's confident that we can fix whatever's wrong, but I'm not sure we know enough to cure it. The air above the hidden ocean was desiccated and suddenly hot. The city's crops became brittle. All the ridings withdrew into themselves, and the ridiculous semblance of normality which Armada had recently affected began to break down. There was little work done. The pirate citizens waited, motionless in their homes beneath a punitive sky. The city was bleached and vague, marooned, lolling like a lifeboat, almost immobile. Its wake grew daily more faint as the Avanx slowed. A slow-burning panic began to spread. Meetings were called. For the first time, they were not organized by the rulers, but by popular committees operating across the ridings. And if at first they were made up almost totally of men and women from Kerhouse and Dryfall, the minorities from Jawa and Booktown and Garwater grew each day. They discussed what was happening, urgently, seeking answers no one was able to give them. A nightmare image was recurring in people's heads. Armada, adrift, without motive power, in the barren waters of the hidden ocean, or tethered by the motionless Avank, an anchor of unimaginable weight. The city's speed was still decreasing. Much later, when the killing was over, Bellis realized that the day when the Avank's condition became shockingly clear, the day that so many people died, was, in Crobozona terms, the first of Meliori, a fish day. That fact made her cough with a desolate approximation of laughter. It was mid-morning when the impurities appeared in the sea. At first, those who saw them thought they were more aggregates of the semi-sentient weed, but it became quickly obvious that they were something else. They were lighter and lower in the water, sprawling patches of colour liquescent at the edges. The blemishes appeared miles off in the city's path. As they came gradually closer, word had spread and crowds gathered in Shadler's sculpture garden at Armada's fore to watch whatever it was approach. It was a mass of some viscous liquid, thick as dense mud. Where waves reached its outer edges, they reduced to ugly ripples that crawled weakly across the surface of the substance and were swallowed up. The stuff was the pallid yellow-white of a cave worm. Bellis swallowed, feeling sick with anxiety, and then realized very suddenly, as the wind shifted, that it was not anxiety at all. It was the stench. A rolling mass of smell oozed over them. The citizens blanched and puked. Bellis and Carrie-Anne staggered and stared at each other, paling, managing not to spew even amid a chorus of retching. The wobbling white mass stank of the worst, most septic, rot, air-starved flesh gone putrid. "Jabba preserve us," gasped Bellis. Above her head, Armada's carrion birds wheeled, coiling excitedly like some living cloud towards the rank stuff, then arcing suddenly away as they grew close, as if its degree of corruption defied even them. The city reached the outer edges of the reeking substance. There were great swathes of it ahead, a bobbing, purulent mass. Most of those who had gathered to watch had run back to their houses to burn incense. Bellis and Carrie-Anne remained watching Johannes and his colleagues at the edge of the park. With perfume-soaked rags around their faces, Garwater's investigators leaned over the rail, trolling a bucket on a rope into the substance. They hauled it up and began to examine it, then recoiled from it violently. When Johannes saw Bellis and Carrie-Anne, he ran over to them and tore off his nosegay. He was white and trembling, his skin reflective with sweat. "It's pus," he said, and pointed to the sea with an unsteady finger. "It's a slick of pus." Chapter 43. The Avank is sick. Trying to continue its mindless motion at the rock milk engine's command, it slows and slows. It is, what? Bleeding? Wounded? Fevered? Chafed sore by the alien reality around it. Too mute or stupid or obedient to feel or show its pain, the Avank's lesions are not healing. They are shedding their dead matter in suppurating clots, which eddy free and drift up like oil, expanding as the crushing pressure lessens, enveloping and suffocating fish and weed until what breaks the waves with a mucal slurp is a noisome coagulate of infection and smothered sea life. somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 miles into the hidden ocean, the Evank is sick. A few miles clear of the repulsive pus flats, the Evank came to a stop. Desperately, signals from the rock milk engine were increased, sent down repeatedly, but there was no response. The Evank was absolutely still. It hovered, static, unable or unwilling to move, miles down. And when everything that the Evank's protectors and doctors knew how to do had been done, and nothing had happened, when all the different wavelengths had been tried to entice the great creature back into motion, and it had not responded, there was only one option left. The city could not be allowed to moulder motionless. The Evank was sick, and none of the scholars knew why. They would have to examine it from close quarters. Garwater's bathyscaphus swung like an unwieldy pendulum from a crane on the Hodling, a factory ship at the Grand Easterly's bow. The submersible was a stubby sphere, broken by pipes and rivets, random extrusions in reinforced iron. Its engine bulged at its rear like a bustle. Handspan-thick glass fronted its 4 portholes and chemical lamp. Engineers and work crews were hurriedly checking and refitting the deep-water vessel. The crew of the bathyscaphos Catenaphore were preparing on the Hodling's deck, pulling on overalls and checking the books and treatises they had with them. A scab-metaler pilot, Kion, her face puckered by the remnants of ritual cuts. Croak Alm and Bellis, watching, shook her head to see him, her erstwhile pupil, his tight sphincter mouth dilating with agitation. And at the front, looking excited, proud, and terrified in equal parts, Johannes Tearfly. He had no choice but to go. He, more than anyone but Croak Alm, understood the Evank, and it was imperative that the creature be tended as expertly as possible. Bellis knew that Johannes would have gone even without the lover's coercion. "We're going down," he had explained to Bellis earlier, staring at her with the same expression he wore now while he kitted up on the Hodling's deck. "We're going to take a look. We have to cure it." And if he looked aghast, he looked no less excited. As a scientist, he was fascinated. She saw fear in him, but no foreboding. Bellis remembered him describing the scar he carried, where he was once gored by a sardula. He could be utterly craven, but his cowardice was only social. She had never seen him flinch from the dangers his research entailed. He did not balk now at this appalling commission. "Well," Bellis had said, carefully, "I'll see you in a few hours, I suppose." And Johannes was so excited that her measured voice, the careful neutrality of her tone which undermined the meaning of her words and stressed the danger he was in, passed him by. He nodded naively and gripped her shoulder, an awkward gesture, then left. The preparation took a long time. There was not much of a crowd around the city's aft edge to watch them and see them off. The strained air of the city kept people away. It was not that they did not care, but they felt without energy, as if they were sucked dry. Johannes glanced up toward the few onlookers and waved. Then he climbed into the cabin of the Catenaphore. Bellis watched the hatch being screwed down tight on the cramped vessel. She watched the bathyscaphus being tugged up above the water, lurching sickeningly, and she remembered that same motion from when she had been lowered into Salcrocaltor City. A huge wheel on the Hodling, reeling out reinforced rubberized cable, began to revolve as the deep-water submersible descended. It touched the waters of the hidden ocean with a muted splash and sank below without pause. It would take at least 3 hours for the bathyscaphos to reach the Evank. Bellis watched the ripples from the disappearing submersible till she felt someone behind her, and turned to face Uther Dool. She set her mouth and waited. He studied her calmly and did not speak for several seconds. "You're worried for your friend," he said. "The Grand Easterly is out of bounds during this emergency, but if you'd like, you can wait there for him to return." He took her to a small room at the rear of the Grand Easterly, whose porthole looked out over the Hodling. Dool left her without a word, closing the door behind him. But he had taken her to a room more comfortable and better furnished than her own quarters, and 5 minutes after she had arrived, one of the Garwater stewards brought her tea, unbidden. Bellis sipped it as she watched the water. She was bewildered and untrusting. She did not understand why Dool was indulging her. At first it was merely warm in the tiny spherical cabin of the Catenaphore, with 3 breathing bodies pushed together. They crushed each other uncomfortably, negotiating around each other's arms and legs to peer through the little portholes. The light fell away with astonishing speed, and Johannes checked this waning visibility with nervous fascination. They descended by one of the great chains that tether the Avank, slipping past one massive link after another, psoriatic with shellfish and generations of weed. Placid fish with eyes like cows investigated their light, peering in at the intruders on their way down, spiraling the tubes which fed them air, shying away from the bubbles their vessel exhaled. As the light in the sea declined, the chain became baleful. Its black shafts plumbed almost vertically, plaiting one into the other in patterns that seemed suddenly obscure and sinister, the links suggestive as hieroglyphs. At the edge of absolute darkness, the sea seemed absolutely still, uncut by the hidden ocean's currents. The crew did not speak. The cabin was now quite black. There were chemical lights and lanterns aboard, but they could not risk exhausting them during their descent. It was at the bottom that they must be able to see. So they sat, pressed together, in the most profound darkness any of them had ever experienced. There was only the wheeze of breath and a faint percussion as they moved their cramped limbs and knocked them against metal or each other. The whisper of pumped air. The engine was not running. Gravity took the vessel down. Johannes listened to his own breath and that of those around him, and realized that they were unconsciously synchronizing, which meant that after every exhalation there was a pause, a moment when he could pretend for a fraction of a second that he was alone. They were far beyond the sun's reach now. They warmed the sea. Heat leached through from the boilers into the cabin, through the vessel's metal skin into water that ate it hungrily. Time could not survive this unbroken dark heat and monotonous susurrus of air and creaking leather and shifting skin. It was broken and bled. Its moments did not segue into each other, but were stillborn. "I'm out of time," thought Johannes. For a shocking instant he felt claustrophobia like bile, but he held himself still and closed his eyes, uncomforted by the darkness he found there, no more or less profound than that he had shut out, swallowed and defeated it. Stretching out his hand, Johannes found the glass of the porthole, and was shocked by its cold, condensation-wet surface. The water outside was like ice. After uncountable minutes, the darkness outside was momentarily broken, and the crew gasped as time returned to them like an electrical shock. Some living lamp was passing them by, some tentacular thing which inverted its body with a peristaltic wave, enveloping itself in its luminescent innards and shooting away, its austere glimmer snuffed out. Kion ignited the lamp at the bathyscophus's front. It started on, its phosphorus glow casting a cone of light. They could see its edges as clearly as if they were marble. There was nothing visible in the lamp's field except a soup of minute detritus, particles that seemed to eddy upwards as the Catenaphore plunged. There was nothing to see, no ocean floor, no life, nothing. That crushing emptiness they had illuminated depressed them more profoundly than the darkness. They descended unlit. The iron carapace began to creak under the pressure. Every 10 or 12 seconds there would be another sudden shuddering creak, as if the pressure increased in sudden discrete zones. The percussive stroke became stronger the lower they went, until suddenly Johannes realized that it was not just their own craft, not just the metal around them that shook, but the sea, the whole sea, the tons of water to all sides, vibrating, spasming with sympathetic shock in echoes of the thunderous strokes rising from below. The Avank's heart. When miles of wire had been played out by the huge wheel on the hodling, a safety catch snapped into place and halted their plunge. The Catenaphore jerked, buffeted by the arterial booming around them. The Avank's heart felt solid through the metal. Kion lit a lantern. The 3 bathonauts stared at each other's sweat-moist sepia faces. They looked grotesque, drowned in shadows. With every heartbeat that made the bathyscophus tremble, a tick of fear and awe passed over every one of them. Darkness flickered around the close cabin, over its gauges and dials. Kion began to work at the levers, pushing cards into the analytical engine by her side. There was a heart-stopping moment when nothing happened, and then the sphere began to shudder with the sound of its engines. "It should be a couple of 100 yards below us," said Kion. "We'll take it slowly." With a puttering groan, the Catenaphore curved down, pulling towards the Avank. The lamp flared into life again. The cold beams speared into the unceasing marine night. Johannes studied the water, its suspension of particles, and saw it judder with the Avank's heart. His mouth was thick with saliva at the thought of the millions of tons of water eager to crush them. Something became sensible below them, like a ghost. Johannes was chilled. They descended towards a great flat zone of lighter darkness, a ruptured pebbled field that insinuated itself into visibility. At first utterly faint, it grew in solidity, its random rugged contours sliding into sight in the phosphor beam. Slimed and rocky, it stretched out on all sides, broken by stains, lichen growths of the deepest sea. It harboured deep-water animal life. Johannes saw the faint flickerings of blind eel-like hagfish, squat Etrurians, thick blanched trilobites. "We're in the wrong place," said Kion thickly. "We're coming down above the ocean floor." But as she spoke the last word, her voice broke and became a trembled whisper as she realized her mistake. Johannes nodded with a kind of triumphant awe, like a man in the presence of his god. The Avank's heart beat again, and a huge ridge cracked the vista, reconfiguring it suddenly, rising 20 feet high, sending dust and muck particles spinning. The thick crest burst up across the surface of the gnarled plain, scoring as far as Catenaphore's lamp could pierce, and branching, splitting into 2 or 3, tracing pathways across the plateau. It was a vein, filling with blood, pulsing, protruding, and sinking slowly back again. The submersible was perfectly positioned. They were above the Avank's back. Even Cruach Aum, emotionless as he was, seemed stunned. They hunkered together and muttered for comfort. The landscape below them was all beast. The Catenaphore cruised slowly, 25 feet above the Avank's surface, over a valley between 2 veins. Johannes gazed down through the dense water. He was mesmerized by the creature's colors. He would have expected an anemic white, but the thing's mottled hide contained striations in hundreds of shades, coiled in whorls as distinct as fingerprints. Pebbled grey, reds, ochre. In places the Avank's skin was broken by jags that looked like rock or horn, whiskers reaching up around the Catenaphore like ossified trees. Kion steered the submersible carefully between them. They passed over orifices, puckered impurities in the Avank's flesh which would suddenly and randomly dilate, open gaping pits, smooth-edged pulsing tunnels into the interior of the carcass, lined with alveoli bigger than men. The Catenaphore drifted like dust over the skin. "What in the gods' names are we doing?" Johannes whispered. Cruach Aum was sketching rapidly, making notes, as Johannes stared at what he had helped conjure. "We don't have more than a couple of hours' light," said Kion, anxiously. The submersible edged up, over a little copse of those steeple-sized hairs, and descended again between 2 extrusions, maybe the ends of gills, or scars, or fins. The skinscape heaved and rippled with subcutaneous motion. Its contours were slowly changing, the plane sloping away and down, becoming a slope. "We're coming to its flank," said Johannes. Quite suddenly the corium below them was precipitous, a calloused dermal cliff into dense darkness. Johannes heard his breath come shaky as the Avank fell away, and the Catenaphore descended by its side. Light played over strata of cells and parasitic life that was suddenly sheer beside them, an organic precipice. The geography of their patient humbled them. Wrinkles began to appear, scores of great rucks like the edges of tectonic plates, where the Avank's skin rode over itself in slab-like folds, curving to what might be a haunch, a paddle, or a tail. "I think," said Johannes, pointing for the others, "I think we're coming to a limb." The water spasmed and was still, again and again. The corrugations of skin grew tighter. Here, With every beat of the Avank's heart, great networks of the huge veins appeared, as intricate as shattered glass, tracing muscles like mountains. Crabs scuttled out of the light, into their burrows in the Avank's skin. There were impurities in the water. The lamp caught on a billow of opaque liquid, like ink. "What's that?" whispered Johannes, and Cruach Alm wrote something down for him. Blood. The heart beat again, and the water was full of the dark stuff. It dissipated quickly, folding in all directions. The lamplight broke through the blood's tentacles and glinted on something beyond. A hard, regular surface. The Bathenauts gasped. It was the massive iron edge of Armada's harness. Crusted with the remains of limpets long killed by pressure and the rude life native to these deeps. One corner, one clasp, folding around the Avank's body. "Gods," whispered Kion. "Maybe it's us. Maybe it's just the buckles, the bridles. Maybe they've been rasping it sore." The Ctenophore bobbed through currents of displaced blood, back over the Avank's body. The blood welled up from behind hills in its hide. "Look there!" shouted Johannes suddenly. "There!" 20 feet below them, the Avank's skin was raw and seeping. It was like an excavation, a wide, ragged trench, 30 feet deep and many yards long, curling into the darkness. Its inner walls were a crumbling mess of shattered cells, fouled with the residue of that oily pus. Even as they watched, clots of the semi-liquid broke away and began to rise, strings of matter stretching and snapping behind them. In the deepest part of the gash, at its base, the phosphor illuminated a wet flesh red. "Jabba!" hissed Johannes. "No wonder it's been slowed." Cruach Alm was scribbling madly, and he held up his paper to the lantern light. "Is nothing," Johannes read. "Think of Avank's size. Must be more." "Look," hissed Kion. "The edges of that cut. They don't meet the bridle. It's not the metal that's caused this." There was a silence at that. "We're missing something." The Avank's lacerated epidermis rose to either side of them as they descended into the trench. Like explorers in some lost river, they traced the wound towards its source. The V of split flesh disappeared in sharp perspective before them, but was swallowed by darkness long before any vanishing point. With every heartbeat, a wash of blood welled up around them, blinding them for seconds till it evanesced. There were small motions below them, and on either side as scavengers ate at the exposed meat. The submersible moved slowly in the shadows of this meat ravine, and everyone in the little bubble of metal and air thought, and did not say, "What did this?" They turned as the split turned, as hard corners of ruined skin reared before them. The Ctenophore swiveled in the water. "Did you see something move?" Kion's face was white. There, did you see it?" Silence. The stroke of blood. Silence. Johannes tried to see what Kion saw. The gulch is widening. They are at the edge of a deep pit. Its base is blood and pus. It stretches out, a hollow scores of yards across. This is the Avank's wound. Something moves. Johannes sees it and cries out, and the others answer him. There is motion in the blood below them. "Oh, dear gods," he whispers, and his voice dies and becomes a thought. Oh gods, something inevitable and very bad is unfolding. The Ctenophore rocks to more screams. Something buffets it. A part of Johannes's mind is frozen, and he thinks, we must find it and cure it, find what's wrong and cure it, cut out what's bad, cure it. But on top of that, and smothering it, a shock of fear descends as they enter the pit, the heart of the malady. It's been in me since the waves closed over my head. The rotten blood below them is pulsing with strange tides. The submersible shudders again as something heavy hits it, unseen. Kion begins to keen. Moving his head slowly, through time suddenly congealed, Johannes watches the scab meddler's hands grappling with the controls, as sluggish and clumsy as stumps, hauling backwards, tugging to pull the vessel away, but it is hit again, and it eddies unsteadily. Johannes hears himself shrieking with Kion to get out, get out. Something outside is knocking at the Catenafor's hatch. Johannes cries out, staring aghast at the blood plain below. A dark harvest, a thicket of black flowers have burst from it in the oscillating glare of the lamp, blossoms that thrust upwards towards that cold, false sun on thick stems, muscled and veined, that are not stems but arms. Those are not flowers but hands, claws, crooked, and arms spread wide and predatory, and now chests and heads and bodies rise, shoved up from below the slick of blood where they have been gnawing and spitting venom. Like spirits rising from graveyard earth, bodies are ascending, dissipating the blood with their tails, staring up at the newcomers with colossal eyes into which Johannes gazes with awe and horror. Their faces are fixed in unwitting grins that mock him, flesh scraps fluttering free from teeth bigger than his fingers. They swim with the grace of eels towards the vessel, which rolls under their weight, which is borne down by their outstretched hands, whose portholes sway and face suddenly up, tipping the three within into each other, where they lie, screaming, staring up and screaming in the dying lantern light at the faces at their windows, the scrabbling hands. Johannes feels his mouth stretched wide, but he can hear nothing. His arms smash against the bodies of his crew, and they beat him in terrified turn, and he feels nothing. The light pours up from the Catenafor and is eaten by the abyss. Johannes watches the creatures press down on the portholes, and a rage of thoughts arc through him. These are the sickness, he keeps thinking hysterically. These are the sickness. The sickness crowd around the submersible. They burst the phosphor lamp, which douses in a rush of bubbles, and now all that illuminates their distended faces is the faint yellow from the lantern within. Johannes is staring up through the cabin into a pair of eyes outside, 4 miles below the sea. For a tiny fraction of a second he sees, absolutely vividly and clearly, how he must appear to those eyes, his own face bloodied from the tumbling and stark with lines and lantern light, his frozen, stricken expression. He watches as the battered portholes vein. He watches the cracks crawl like busy things over and around each other, tracing pathways, riddling the glass, until it creaks and the submersible shakes. He crawls backwards from the ruined window as if another handful of inches might save him. As the Catenafor stutters in its last moments, as the blood-smeared creatures and the sea outside eddy with hungry expectation, the lantern winks out, and in the middle of the heat and chaos and the 3 voices, 3 bodies fumbling together, Johannes is absolutely alone. Chapter 44. The sun was gone, but the water was still warm. It was very still. Below its surface, the constellation of Cray light globes picked out Armada's underside. Tanner and Shekel swam between the Hodling and the Dober, the ossified whale, in a runnel of water 40 feet wide. They were cosseted from the city's sounds, only the debris of which floated down to their heads, bobbing like seals. "We'll not go too close," warned Tanner. "It could be dangerous. We're staying on this side of the ship." Shekel wanted to dive the few feet he dared, and see, through his goggles, the line running down to the bathyscaphus. Tanner's descriptions of the Avank's chains had always held him transfixed, but they were invisible to him except as faint dark shapes, even if he held his courage and swam below the lowest ships in the city. He wanted to see such a cord stretching from the air into the darkness. He wanted to be faced by the scale of it. "I doubt you'll see it," warned Tanner, watching the boy's enthusiastic, inefficient strokes. "But we'll see how close we can get, all right." The sea lapped at him. He unstretched in it, unrolled his extra limbs. He dived below into the rapidly darkening water and felt himself framed by the cool Cray lights. Tanner breathed water and swam a few feet below Shekel, watching his progress. He thought he could feel something vibrating in the water. He had grown sensitive to the sea's little shudders. Must be the cable, he thought, still letting the sub down. That's what it must be. 300 feet from them, the bulky, girded legs of the Sorghum rose from the water. The sun had set behind the rig, and the plaited metal of its struts and derrick were dark stitches in the sky. We'll not get too close, warned Tanner again. But Shekel was not listening. Look, he crowed, and pointed for Tanner, losing his momentum and sinking momentarily, coming up laughing, pointing again towards the far end of the hodling. They could see the thick wire, taut and rigid, descending into the water. Keep away, Shek, warned Tanner. No closer now. The cable penetrated the water like a needle. Shekel! Tanner spoke decisively, and the boy turned, spluttering. That's enough. Let's see what we can see while there's still a bit of light. Tanner reached Shekel and sank below him, staring up as the boy pulled the goggles over his eyes, took a lungful of air, and kicked down, holding Tanner's hand. The outlines of the city rose ominous like storm clouds. Tanner was counting down in his head, allowing Shekel 20 seconds of stored air. Tanner peered through the hidden ocean's dusk, still watching for the shaft of the cable. When he veered up and hauled the boy into the air, Shekel was smiling. It's fucking brilliant, Tanner, he said, and coughed, swallowing seawater. Do it again. Tanner took him deeper. Seconds moved slowly, and Shekel showed no discomfort. They were 10 feet below, by the crusted slope of the hodling. Some shank of moonlight splashed down, and Shekel pointed. 40, 50 feet away, the submersible's cable was momentarily clear. Tanner nodded, but turned his head to the blackness congealed below the factory ship. He had heard a sound. Time to rise, he thought, and turned back to Shekel. He touched Shekel and pointed up, reaching out with his hands. Shekel grinned, parting his lips and showing his teeth, even as air slipped from his mouth. There was a sudden spurting rush of water, and something sinuate and very quick punched in and out of Tanner's vision. It was gone, and there, and gone like a fish flashing into feed. Tanner blinked, stunned. Shekel still stared at him, his face collapsing into perturbation. The boy frowned and opened his mouth as if to speak, and in a great belching roar released all his air. Tanner spasmed with shock and reached out, and saw that something followed the racing bubbles from Shekel's mouth, billowing up darkly. For a moment, Tanner thought it was vomit, but it was blood. Still staring with an expression of confusion, Shekel began to sink. Tanner grappled with him, hauling him up with his tentacles, kicking out for the surface, his mind filled up with a shattering sound, and blood smoked up ferociously, not only from Shekel's mouth, but from the massive wound on his back. It seemed so far to the surface. There was only one word in Tanner's mind. No, 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 no. He shrieked it without sound, his suckered polyp arms gripping Shekel's skin, pulling him fitfully towards the air, and indistinct shapes gusted around Tanner, in and out of shadows baleful and predatory as barracuda, jackknifing and twisting away, there and gone, moving with an effortless piscine ease that made him feel clumsy and heavy, fumbling with his boy, fleeing the sea. He was an intruder, disturbed and making an escape, cowed by real sea things. His reconfigured body was suddenly a terrible joke, as he cried and floundered with his burden, struggling in water suddenly quite alien to him. When he broke the surface, he was screaming. Shekel's face came up in front of him, twitching, leaking brine and gore from his mouth, emitting little sounds. "Help me!" screamed Tanner Sack. "Help me!" But no one could hear, and he clamped his ridiculous suckered limbs to the side of the hodling and tried to drag himself from the water. "Help me! Something's wrong! Something's wrong!" For hours, the labourers on the hodling's deck had tended the great steam pumps that sent air to the catenaphore and got ready to haul it back. One by one, they had slipped into a kind of torpor. They had noticed nothing at all until the cactus woman greasing the safety wire began to bellow. "Something's fucking wrong!" she yelled, and they came running, panicked by her voice. They watched the wire, their hearts slamming. The great wheel, almost empty now, its harness almost all played out, was shaking violently, juddering against the deck, trembling the screws that held it down. The cable began to shriek, tearing its way past the guard piece. "Bring them up!" someone shouted, and the crews ran to the massive winch. There was a snap and the noise of slipping gears. The pistons punched into each other like boxers, and the engine's cogs bit down and tried to turn, but the cable fought them, It was taut as a treble string. "Get them out! Get them out!" someone screamed uselessly, and then with a hideous cracking sound, the huge winch rocked backwards violently on its stand. The engine smoked and steamed and whined childishly as its guts began to spin freely. Its complex of ratchets and flywheels blurred, revolving so fast they were as dim as apparitions. "It's free," the cactus woman reported, to a hysterical cheer. "It's coming up!" But the bathyscaphus was never designed to rise that fast. The wheel accelerated in ridiculous haste, hauling up the cable at dizzying speed. The gears gave off the dry stink of burning metal and grew red-hot as they whirred. It had taken 3 hours to send the catennifer to the bottom. The disk of rewound cable increased so quickly they could watch it grow, and they knew it would be no more than minutes before it was all pulled back. "It's coming up too fast! Get away!" A mist of brine boiled where the thigh-thick cable was torn from the sea. It scored through the water. Where it met the hodling's side, it wore a deep groove in the metal, howling in a monsoon of sparks. Engineers and stevedores scrambled to get away from the machinery that struggled with its remaining bolts like a terrified man. Tanasak hauled himself onto the hodling's deck, dragging Shekel's wet, cooling shape behind him. "Help me!" he screamed again, but still no one heard a word. At the edge of Dryfall, the Brucalac was leaned over the edge of the Yurok, watching the water intently. A domed, toothed head rose before him, framed by ripples, nodded once and disappeared. The Brucalac turned to his cadre on the deck behind him. "It's time," he said. With a vaulting plume of water, the end of the cable burst from the sea and arced over the spinning winch, heavy metal cordage whipping towards the deck, its end splayed jagged where the submersible had been pulled free. The hodling's workers watched, aghast. The frayed end of the wire slammed into the deck with a cataclysmic sound, leaving a long strip of shattered wood and metal shavings, and the winch kept turning, and the end of wire lashed around and under it and flogged the ship again and again. "Turn it off!" screamed the foreman, but no one could hear him over the punishment, and no one could get close. The motor kept the great wheels spinning, flagellating the hodling until the boiler exploded. When it did, and showered the factory ship with molten detritus, there was a moment of still and shock. And then the hodling lurched again from more fire and explosions within. Alarms were sounding across the city. Yeomanry and armed cacti from Garwater and Jowl were taking up positions on the vessels around the hodling, which glowed and boomed as the great bonfire on its deck spread. Its crews raced, frantic, away from it, over the rope bridges and into the city. The hodling was a huge ship, and there was a steady stream of men and women surging up out of the ship's guts, through the smoke and away from its ruins. Etched in black against the flames, a figure could be seen shambling slowly into a vague path towards a bridge, bent under a burden that lolled and dripped. Its mouth was open wide, but what he said could not be heard.
"Do you all know what to do?" whispered the Brucalac tersely. "Then go."
Moving too fast for the eye easily to follow, a swarm of figures spread out from the Yurok. They raced like apes, swinging with easy speed over roofs and rigging, their passage soundless. The unclear garrison fractured into smaller forces.
"Basque and Kerhouse won't help, but they won't hinder either," the Brucalac had told them. "Ninich is young and nervous. He'll wait and go where the wind blows. Shadler's the only other riding with which we have to concern ourselves. And there's a quick way of taking them out of the equation."
A small group of the vampire made their uncanny way towards Shadler, towards the Therianthropus and Barrow Hall, towards the General's court. The main force loped and leaped aft, stretching their limbs, febrile and excited, heading for Garwater. Behind them, walking briskly but without any attempt to rush or hide, came the Brucalac. There was something on the hodling. The men and women who escaped and collapsed on the surrounding vessels gasped for breath and shrieked warnings. Something had burst through the ship's hull, somewhere in its lowest quarters, and scored a tunnel up through the metal. As the engine had spun and lashed the deck with the stub of the catennifer's cable, things had emerged from the hidden decks, attacking those on the bridge and in the boilers and engine rooms, tearing the ship apart. Things that were hard to describe. There were reports of chattering teeth like razored slabs, vast corpsey eyes. The deck of the Grand Easterly was almost empty, only crossed occasionally by some running servant or bureaucrat. The yeomanry guarded its entrance points, where the bridges rose to it from below. They could not allow such chaos to spread to the flagship. The crowds gathered as close as they could to the violence, on roofs and balconies, tower blocks, thronging the vessels that surrounded the Hodling. They surged forward like waves. Aerostats came near the gusting updraft from the fire. Forgotten in her room at the Grand Easterly's rear, Bellis watched in horror as the crisis took shape. Johannes is gone, she thought, staring at the shattered ruins of the winch engine. He was gone, and she had no words for the weird, muted shock and loss she felt. She looked down on the trawlers that abutted the Hodling. Their decks thronged with injured, terrified men and women being dragged to safety from the flames. On one of them, Bellis saw Uthadul. He shouted, moving sparely, his eyes darting ceaselessly. The fire on the Hodling was calming, though the Armadans had not put it out. Bellis gripped the windowsill. She could see shadows moving through the windows of the factory ship. She could see things within. Armed pirates were arriving from all over the city. They took up positions, checking their weaponry, and massing by the bridges leading to the Hodling. Something streaked from the factory ship's smoke-fouled bridge, a jet of disturbance that buckled the air as it lanced out. It struck the wooden mast of a schooner just beyond the Hodling. Agitated particles coiled around the mast and soaked into it, and then Bellis let out an astonished sound. The mast was melting, as if it was wax, the great pillar of wood bending like a snake, its substance oozing over itself as it spat and drooled downwards, spitting in and out of existence, leaving an effervescence in the air, a blistered reality through which Bellis caught glimpses of a void. Folds of denaturing wood slid like toxic sludge over the crowded deck. Uthadul was pointing with his sword, directing a group of cacti to bring their reef bows to bear on the Hodling's windows, when a chorus of cries rose away from the factory ship, out of Bellis's sight. She saw the men and women below shift their attention, watched an expression of horror and astonishment pass through them like a virus. Something was approaching from the city's fore, bearing down on the assembled pirates, something Bellis could not yet see. She saw the armed group splinter, some turning to face the new threat, with terror scrawled all over them. Bellis ran from the room, heading up to the deck to see. The Grand Easterly was all confusion. The bridges were still guarded by nervous patrols, unclear on their orders, desperately watching the storm of arrows and cannon that assaulted the Hodling. Pirates were leaving the Grand Easterly, running to join their comrades. Bellis ran to the edge of the deck, past the bridge, hiding in the darkness beside its raid's quarters. She was at the level of Armada's roofs. She tried to make out what was happening in the city. Firepower was beating down on the Hodling and on whatever it contained. The hidden enemy sent out more of their bizarre and murderous thaumaturgic strikes, like fireworks, dissolving the substance of the surrounding vessels and the attacking Armadans. But beyond the nearby vessels, Bellis could see an indistinct second front spreading into the city. She could hear undisciplined, chaotic attacks, could hear the irregular staccato of gunfire. The new attackers grew closer to the tight tangle of boats below her, where most of Garwater's yeomanry had been waiting to retake the Hodling. She could see, suddenly, who had launched the second assault from within the city. The Garwater forces were hemmed in and stormed by Dryfold's vampire. Bellis peered around, her hand held tight to her mouth, breathing hard. She did not understand what she was seeing. Some collapse of trust? Some revenge? Mutiny at the Bruckalak's hand. She could not keep the vampire in her eyes. They moved like nightmares, congregating and atomizing and reforming, moving with feral speed. They would swing down with terrifying grace in some cul-de-sac, where only 5 or 6 or 7 armed fighters at a time could attack them and dispatch them with appalling ferocity, punching horn-hard nails through throats, savaging with their predatory teeth until their chins were sopped with blood, salivating and growling with bloodlust, and then they were gone, bounding over the collapsing bodies and onto some other concrete block or bridge or gun tower or ruin. Rustling like lizards, they would disappear from sight. Bellis could not tell how many there were. Wherever she looked, there seemed to be fighting, but she could only ever see Garwater's troops clearly. Uther Dúil, she realized, had turned his attention to the vampire. She saw him shoving people out of his way and sprinting back onto the Grand Easterly's deck to stare down on the zones of battle. He spun and screamed orders, directed reinforcements towards the various combats. Then he hurled himself towards the rear of an ancient war trimaran by the Grand Easterly's side, lumpen with brick housing, where through a thicket of ragged washing Bellis glimpsed a brutal melee. It was only 200 feet from her, and she could still see Dúil. She could watch him sliding down the steeply angled bridge, thumbing on the possible sword which shimmered and became 1,000 ghost swords as he ran. She watched him disappear behind a billowing sheet as if it swallowed him up. The sheet gusted and cracked with the wind, and beyond it there was a series of sudden noises. The stark white linen was streaked from behind with red. It fluttered twice, as if wounded, and then was torn down as a staggering body collapsed into it and gripped it in death, staining it bloodier and twisting it into a makeshift shroud, revealing the scene behind. Dúil stood among a mass of wounded who were cheering and kicking the swaddled vampire corpse. Their triumph was brief. Thaumaturgic energy spat like hot fat across from the hodling, and the wood and metal around the men and women began to buckle and ooze. Uther Dúil pointed with his red, dripping sword, sending the exhausted fighters running from the boat. The vampire they left behind was not the only one to fall. Bellis could not see much of the fighting. Her view was interrupted by cobbled streets and building sites and cranes and avenues of stumpy trees, but she thought she could see, here and there, other vampires succumbing. They were terrifyingly fast and strong, and they left a trail of punctured bodies, bleeding and dead, but they were vastly outnumbered. They used the architecture and the shadows as their allies, but they could not avoid every one of the deluge of bullets and sword strokes that followed them. And though those wounds might not kill them as they would an ordinary woman or man, they hurt and slowed them down. And, inevitably, there were places where a gang of terrified pirates closed in on one of the buckling, snarling figures, and hacked the head from its shoulders, or savaged it so remorselessly that they destroyed its bones and innards beyond even the preternatural vampire capacity for self-repair. Alone, the vampire might have eventually been contained, but too many of Garwater's fighters were engaged with the unseen enemy on the hodling. Small, low boats had been launched, 40-footers with cannon and fire-throwers on their decks. They raced across the little bay towards the factory ship to cover it from its open sides, to surround it. But in the water around the hodling, shapes were rising. The sea was illuminated by the glow from the fires and the firepower, and through a few feet of brine, Bellis could make out the outlines of the things below. Bloated bodies wobbling like sacks of rotten meat, malignant little pig eyes, degenerate fin stubs. Splitting them wide open, mouths mounted with irregular foot-long teeth of translucent cartilage. They breached fleetingly. "What in Jabber's name are they?" thought Bellis dizzily. "How can the Brookalak control those? What's he done?" The men who approached them fired volleys of missiles at them, and the things disappeared again. But when the little boats came close, and the men within leaned out to take aim again, there was a quick, organic twitching, and they were in the sea, in stunned shock, and with an inrush of water and a quick glare of teeth, they were taken down. Armada was tearing itself apart. Bellis saw a flickering of flames where Dryfall met Garwater and heard gunshots. A human mob was approaching, and there were running fights between them and the Garwater sailors. It was not now the city against the vampire alone. As news of the rebellion spread, those who opposed the lovers' plans had come out to fight. Hotchi slammed their spines against men, cacti hurled their great bolts against each other in ugly combat. There was no structure to the fighting. The city was burning. Dirigibles moved overhead in ungainly panic. Above it all towered the Grand Easterly. Its dark iron was still silent and empty, still deserted. Bellis became sluggishly aware that this was bizarre. She stared at the trireme below her. The rope bridge which had linked it to the Grand Easterly had been severed, and so, she realized, had the one beyond it. She flattened herself carefully against the wall, inched forward, and peered out of the darkest shadows onto the main deck. 3 dim figures moved with vampire speed, hacking at the chains and knots that attached the bridges to the ship. They split one and sent it swinging into the sea, its far end slapping the flank of the vessel to which it was attached, and then they flitted to the next and began again. Bellis's stomach lurched. The vampire were cutting her off, confining her on the ship with them. She pressed against the wall and could not move, as if a film of ice held her. On an old trawler, below mildewing eaves, Uther Dul put his blade through a man's face. He turned away from the split screaming thing he had made and raised his voice over the sounds of violence. "Where," he bellowed, "is the fucking Brucalac?" And as he spoke, he was facing the Grand Easterly. He paused for a second at his own words, and looked up at the steamer's rail, towards its invisible deck and its miles of corridors, where he had left the lovers in emergency session with their scientific advisers, and his eyes widened. "Gods damn it!" he shouted, and began to run. Bellis could hear a voice. It came from very close to her, just around the corner where she stood frozen, by the doors to the raised section. She held her breath, her heart quite cold with fear. "Do you understand?" she heard. The voice spoke tersely, hoarse and guttural. "The Brucalac. He'll be somewhere in that section. I don't know where exactly, but I've no doubt that you can find him." "We understand." Bellis closed her eyes at that awful second voice. It sounded as if the whispered words were chance echoes in parting slime. "We will find him," it continued, "and take back what was stolen, and then we will leave and the Avank will move freely again." "Well, I'll be quick then," the Brucalac said. "There's 2 people I still have to kill." Footsteps receded. Bellis risked opening her eyes and moving her head a tiny way, and she saw the Brucalac stalking calmly and at speed towards the raised section of superstructure below which were the Grand Easterly's meeting rooms. Bellis heard the door just behind her open, and quick, wet sounds brushing the threshold as the intruders entered. Understanding and amazement hit her so hard she reeled. She knew in a sudden gust of insight what those newcomers were, and what, and whom, they were seeking. So far, she thought giddy, so far. But she had no doubt. Holding her breath so that her terrified hyperventilation would not betray her, Bellis looked around the corner. There was no one in sight. She tried desperately to think of what to do. She heard a rushing sound and a series of terrible screams from the ships below. She could not help but give a quiet cry when she saw what the intruders' thaumaturgy had done, what was now happening to the men and women of Armada. She shook her head and moaned, stupefied by the blood and disfigured corpses she saw. Another burst of energy crossed the air from the hodling, and a vivid anger settled very suddenly in Bellis's guts that made her tremble. Her fear remained, but this new rage was much stronger. It was directed at Silas Fenwick. "You fucking bastard," she thought. "You fucking stupid, selfish swine. Look what you've done. Look what you brought here." She watched the carnage, her own hands bloodless. "I have to stop this." And then she knew how. She knew what had been stolen, and she knew where it was. As the vampire sawed at the age-fused rope of the last of the Grand Easterly's bridges, a sword-wielding figure hurled himself up the slats. The vampire stepped back in surprise and fumbled for their weapons. Uther Dul reached the deck. The vampire closest to him brought out her flintlock and turned it on him, flickering her tongue and snarling, her fangs extending like a snake's. Dul beheaded her with a kind of contempt. Her 2 fellows watched the tattoo of her heels on the wood. Dul walked towards them without hesitation, and they ran. "Where," bellowed Uther Dul after them, "is the Brucalac?" Crying out with every stroke, Bellis battered at the handle and lock with the candlestick she had grabbed, swinging it with all her strength. She wedged it into the crack and levered. The wood splintered and dented, but the door was thick and well made, and it was several loud minutes before the lock gave way. Bellis bayed in triumph as the door swung open, bleeding wood chips. She threw open Dool's cupboards and rummaged under his bed, kicking at floorboards, searching for the statue. It was not in the weapons rack, or by the weird instrument he had said was a ghost head artifact. Minutes passed, and kept her in agonies, imagining the bloodshed that must be continuing outside. Bellis found the statue suddenly, wrapped in its cloth at the bottom of a cylinder in which Dool stored arrows and javelins. With a sudden reverential fear, she cradled the heavy thing, as she ran through the Grand Easterly's empty corridors, finding her bearings, remembering where she herself had been held in jail, searching for the secure wing of the old ship, looking very much as if she held a baby. The lovers were gathered in a meeting room with those few of their advisers they could find. The fighting was not yet an hour old. The lover was yelling uselessly at the frightened scientists, telling them that Alm and Tearfly were dead, and that there was something tearing their city apart, and that they had to know what it was to fight it, when the door flew open, its bolt disintegrating. In the shocked silence, everyone in the room turned to face the Brucalac. He stood in the doorway, breathing heavily, his jaw stretched wide and his teeth wicked. He tasted the air with his serpent's tongue and cast his yellow eyes over the assembled. Then he swept his arm quickly, encompassing everyone in the room except the lovers. "Leave," he whispered. The exodus took only a few seconds, and the lovers and the Brucalac were left alone. They watched the vampire, not fearful, but wary, as he stalked towards them. "This ends," he whispered. "Now." Without speaking, the lovers moved slowly apart, making themselves two targets. Each had drawn their pistols, neither spoke. The Brucalac made sure neither could get past him to the door. "I don't want to rule," he said, and there seemed to be a quite genuine note of despair in his voice. "But this ends. This isn't a plan, it's fucking lunacy. I won't let you destroy this city." He drew back his lips, and he hunkered down to leap. The lovers hefted their weapons, knowing that it was pointless. They stole a glance at each other, but looked quickly back at the Brucalac, who was ready to take them. "Stand down!" It was Uther Dool. He stood in the doorway, his sword glinting bone-white in his hand. The Brucalac did not turn round. His eyes did not leave the lovers. "I know one thing about you, Uther," he said. "One thing at least. Armada's your home, and you need it, and I know that for all your stiff-faced shit about loyalty," his voice became very hard for a second, "the city's the one thing you won't betray. And you know that they will destroy it." He waited, as if for a response. "Stand down," was all Dool said. "If the fucking scar exists," whispered the Brucalac, still without turning, "and if they get us there, and by some god's-fucked miracle we survive, then they'll still destroy us. We are not an expeditionary force. We are not on some fucking quest. This is a city, Uther. We live, we buy, we sell, we steal, we trade. We are a port. This is not about adventures." He turned and faced Uther Dool with his eyes caustic. "You know that. That's why you came here, damn it, Uther. Because you are sick of adventures. Let's have some rationality. We don't need the fucking beast. We don't need to haul ass across the world. We never have. The point's not that some fucker centuries ago built those chains. The point is that they were left empty. And if we survive this lunacy, as long as we're tethered to the bastard Avank, these two will take us on another fucking voyage and another until we all die. That's not our logic, Dool. That's not how Armada works. That's not why we came here. I will not let them end this." "Brucalac," said Dool, "you do not make this choice." Slowly the vampire's eyes widened, and hard lines broke his face. "Gods, you know I'm right, Uther, don't you? I can fucking see it on you. So what are you doing?" he hissed. "What do you have planned?" "Dead man," Dool spoke softly, "you will stand down." "You think so, life man Dool? the Brucolac whispered. His voice was coarse with swallowed rage. Long strings of slaver stretched down from his extended teeth. The bones in his hands cracked as he closed his fists.
You think so? You're a fine soldier, Live Mandul. I've seen you fight, I fought beside you. But I'm more than 3 centuries old, Dul. You take on a couple of my cadre and you think you can face me? I killed my way to this city before you were born. I won my riding in war and fire. I've butchered things no live man has even seen. I am the Brucolac, and your sword won't save you. You think you can face me?
The corridors of the Grand Easterly were absolutely empty. Bellis wound through the passageways, down stairways towards the jailhouse, her footsteps coming back to her in echo. Even the hallway where Fennec was imprisoned was deserted, its guards summoned to defend Garwater, like all the others. That was the bargain, Bellis understood suddenly. That was the deal. These empty corridors were what the Brucolac had delivered to the intruders. Only the 2 thaumaturges outside Fennec's cell had been left, and they were dead. Blood was still slicking across the floor as Bellis approached the corpses. The man had been attempting some hex, and little arcs of energy spat and dissipated like static from his fingers, which spasmed as his nerves died. The woman was next to him, splayed and opened. Bellis was clumsy with fear, which welled up like vomit in her. She hovered outside the cell, standing in the blood, her hand poised to open the door, held back by terror. She battled with herself, utterly unsure of what to do. Just throw it in there, a part of her said. Just leave it by the door, just run, just get out. And at that second, there was a scream from inside the room, a dreadful, panicked noise all full of terror, and Bellis echoed it, crying out in horror, and she threw open the door and stepped in. "It's here!" she screamed, ripping the cloth from the hideous statue and holding it like an offering. "Stop! I've got it here! Stop! Take it! You can take it and go!" At the far side of the room, separated from her by the bars, Silas Fennec was crawling backwards, screaming again, driving himself into a corner of his cell. He did not even look at her. He was scrabbling like a child, gazing in a stupefaction of terror at what had come for him. With a horrible slowness, turning her head through thick air, Bellis followed his line of vision, and with a spasm of cold shock that made her stumble, she saw the Grindilo. There were 3. They were staring at her. They jutted prognathous jaws, their bulging teeth frozen in meaningless grimaces, massive eyes absolutely dark and unblinking. Their arms and chests were humanoid, tightly ridged with muscles and stretched skin, grey-green and black, shiny as if with mucus. And narrowing at the waist, the Grindilo bodies extended like enormous eels, into flat tails several times longer than their torsos. The Grindilos swam in the air. They flickered, sending quick S-curves down the lengths of their extended tails, rippling them liquidly. They moved their arms in a random dance, like submerged swimmers controlling their buoyancy, clenching and unclenching their webbed claws. They were absolutely quiet. Even when their hideous faces turned to her, Bellis was wooed by their languid, constant, silent motion. Their bodies were level with hers as their tails eddied in the air, suspending them above the floor. One of them was adorned with a mass of necklaces in stone and bone. It was streaked with human blood. "Oh, gods and Jabba, look at you," thought Bellis in a kind of frantic croon. "Look at you. You've come so fucking far." The Grindilo waited. "Here." Bellis's voice was spastic with fear. She held out the statuette to them, gripping it carefully, scared that it would slip from her violently shaking hands. "I have it for you here," she whispered. "I brought it. So you can leave now. You can go." Cold and quiet as abyssal fish, the Grindilo merely watched her, flicking their tails. "Please, take it," she said. "Please, I brought what was stolen from you. Take it, and you can leave. Back to the Gengris." "Leave us alone," she prayed. "Leave us be." The statue was heavy in her outstretched hands. With a swift flash of his tail, the necklaced Grindylow swam closer to her through the air, close enough to touch. And Bellis flinched violently as Silas Fennec screamed at her, "Bellis, get out!" The Grindylow twisted its head towards her, quizzical, the blood that fouled it running in all directions across its skin against gravity. With a languid yawn, it opened its jaws. Bellis flinched, let out a cry. But from within its throat came a deep, breathy cough. Beadlets of blood from its teeth spattered the statue that Bellis held. Then another cough, and another, in careful rhythm. The Grindylow was laughing. A horrible, incompetent parody of human laughter. The Grindylow stared at her, unblinking, as she lowered her quivering hands. It clenched its teeth with a stone sound, then opened them again, and with its mouth held open and still, its throat flexed with the precision of human lips, it spoke. "You think this," the voice whispered, without nuance or intonation. "You woman think this is what was taken. For this you woman think we cross a world. We siblings cross from the dark cold of the lake, from Pabulum Towers and the Vats, the Algae Palace from the Gengris. We track this place across 2, 4, 8, many thousand miles, many thousands. Tired and hungry and very angry. Many months. We siblings sit and wait under your place, and hunt, and at last find word, always looking for this man, this robber man, thief. For this." The Grindylow began to ebb back and forth in front of Bellis, watching her, still pointing at the figurine. "For this you think we came, this stone thing, our Magus fin. Like primitives you think we abase before gods carved in rock, for hocus-pocus in trinkets." The Grindylow snatched out, and Bellis gasped and pulled back her hand, letting go of the statue as if it were hot, and the Grindylow caught it before it had begun to fall. It hefted the rock figure, holding it up to its face. It stroked its cheek with a filigree of skin. "There is essence here, but still, for this," the throat gasped, "you think we are children, we siblings, to cross the world for a puissant toy." With a long, exaggerated, slowed-down motion, the Grindylow swung its arm in a great arc, curling the figurine through the air with a dramatic, petulant movement, releasing it. It must have been travelling very fast, but Bellis could see it clearly as it spun towards the bars. Its arms tucked tight around a coiled-up tail, exquisitely and unpleasantly rendered, its gross mouth puckered and ready, its one eye glinting at her with cold humour. The figurine hit the iron with a massive sound and broke apart. Shards scattered and cold drops of something like oil. Bellis was stunned. She watched the particles settle and felt something in the ether resonate and go out. In the middle of the floor, surrounded by stone dust and gelatinous residue, was a sliver of flesh. The Magus fin looking like some rotten, wrinkled fillet. The Grindylow ignored it and fluttered their tails and approached Silas Fennec behind his bars. "We have found what was stolen from us," the Grindylow whispered. And then it moved with a strange violence, wrinkling through air as if the air fought back, and, reaching up, it parted the bars as if they were waterweed, pulling them apart, so that it seemed they might tear into stringy fronds, but they held, they oozed back, and were solid and upright once more, and the Grindylow had passed through them to the other side. It hovered quite still over Silas Fennec, and he flailed in its shadow. Bellis could not watch Fennec's degradation, see him so stripped. She could not have imagined that he could be so afraid. "We have what was taken," murmured the head, and the Grindylow pulled back knife-sharp fingers and stabbed them down, and when she did not hear a cry or some wet sound, Bellis opened her eyes again, and saw that the Grindylow had rummaged in the rags that lay on the floor like cast-off skins, and from them had pulled Silas Fennec's notebook. Bellis remembered it well, black-bound and thick, distended with inserted papers. She recalled its reams of nebulous jottings, heliotypes and inexpert sketches, notes, questions, and mementos. The Grindylow turned slowly through the pages. Periodically it would turn and hold up a page to the bars, showing Bellis something that told her nothing. The salp vats, the weapon farms, the castle, our anatomy, a gazetteer of the second city. And see here, it said with opaque triumph, coastline maps, the mountains between the ocean and the cold claw sea, where our placements are, where there are fissures, where the rock is weakest. And something moved in Bellis's mind, the first stirrings of comprehension. Would you tell your masters where is best for their excavations, robber man? The head said. Cradling the stump of his arm, Fenwick tried to move further away. Bellis could see the page the Grindylow had opened. She had seen it before, in her room, and in Croom Park, months before. Rough scribbles suggesting engines, red lines of force, and striae of rock types cross-hatched in ink. The hidden positions of the Gengris on the cold claw side, the paradosis and defences, the traps. Understanding was uncoiling in Bellis like cold water. She remembered the conversation she had had with Fenwick when they had first grown close. She remembered his stories, the extraordinary tales of his travels. She remembered what he had said. If you can get across the cold claws, if you can reach the islands and the far shores, if you can trek across those miles and miles of punitive geography, to the Shatterjack mines and Hinter, to those hungry trade partners and those untouched miles of resources, then you are made. But most can't make it, because the route is so terrible, because you can't come at it from the south, because the Gengris is in charge of the southern tip of the Cold Claw Sea, and it won't let outsiders pass. But what if you could reach it from the south directly, Bellis thought, coming straight? Not into some tumbling, fucked-up overland caravan, shedding its goods and machines and crews like spoor across the mountains and the grasslands, but by ship. What if you could sail from New Crobazon, safely past the Gengris, and straight up to the north? My good gods, she murmured, and stared at Fenwick. A canal. They're planning a canal. It made such sense. The rock ridge between the fresh water of the Cold Claw Sea and the swollen ocean's brine was only 30-40 miles wide in places, its ridges wrinkled with valleys. Bellis could picture the work. A prodigious project, true, but what a prize. Ships sail north from Iron Bay, skirting the harsh coastline of Lubbock Scrub and the Bejex, then out to sea to avoid the ruins and residuum of Torque by Surrock, skirting the straits between the Pirate Islands and the mainland, and then a week's sailing north of New Crobazon, the flint spines that shield the Cold Claw Sea would rise to port to the west. But no longer impenetrable, breached. A wide runnel scored at the bottom of a strath. Tall ships and steamers passing sedately between overhangs and scree landscapes. And there would be locks, huge locks segmenting the canal, raising the brackish water in stages, massive wooden doors and careful engineering, bringing the ships closer to the Cold Claws, step by ponderous step. They would ascend the strata of the canal, while the ocean barnacles clinging to their hulls grew weak and died as the water lost its salt. Until what? Out. The rock monoliths part before the ships and the canal bleeds into the deep waters of the freshwater sea, the Cold Claw Sea. Perhaps Fenwick's papers, his researches, planned for a passage that emerged north of the Gengris and its wider borders. Perhaps the traders and industrialists and soldiers of New Crobazon could ignore the Grindylow, sail blithely past them to the pickings beyond, leaving them raging, pathetic and ignored, in their little corner to the south. But surely that was not enough. Fenwick's book contained too many details, assiduously and covertly collected, of Grindylow strategies, weapons and plans. Perhaps any such incursion by New Crobazon would necessitate war, and Fenwick had gathered the information to ensure that his paymasters would win it. A constellation of places that were so far little more than myth would open to New Crobazon, with trade, colonies, and all that they entailed. Bellis remembered the stories she had heard about Nova Esperium, the riches and the brutality. Whatever happened, the Grindylow monopoly on terror in the Cold Claw Sea would be broken. New Crobazon's canal would open up a free market in power, control of which only New Crobazon could possibly win. Bellis shook her head, astonished. This hadn't been some dramatic, romantic escape. Fenwick's theft had been planned carefully, an analysis of costs and difficulties carried out by an expert. And how much more sense this made of the Grindylow. They were not like the vengeful bugaboos of the stories she had read to Shekel, chasing a symbol. Their motivations were clear. They were protecting the source of all their power, their interests and existence. The statue was just a trinket, wasn't it? Bellis said. And even in his fear, Fenwick met her eyes for a second. A bonus, just for you. That wasn't why New Crobazon sent you there or why the Grindylow came. You were doing a feasibility study. He could have sent it home. He could have hidden his papers in the message he had given Bellis to courier for him like a fool, but then, of course, his masters would not have come to rescue him. So he had held on to his research, knowing what it was worth, knowing that for those scrawls, New Crobazon would send its navy across the world. But they had failed to recover him or his precious notes. There would be no canal, thought Bellis, watching the Grindylow. Not now. Fenwick was jabbering. For a moment, Bellis thought he was having a fit and venting random sounds, but she realized that he was speaking in some attenuated human version of the Grindylow tongue. He leaned back against the wall for strength and held forth with controlled panic. Pleading, Bellis supposed, for his life. But the Grindylow had what they wanted, and he had nothing to offer them. The figure eddying before him in the cell raised its claws. It spoke, slowly and loudly in its own language, and Silas Fenwick let out a shriek. Bellis felt the air beside her twitch, disturbed, as the other two Grindylow wriggled their bodies, sending a ripple from their shoulders through their taut bellies and down their elongated tails. They moved with that same marine suddenness to the bars, and their leader moved his hands in brute arcana till the iron became flaccid again, and they squeezed through. Fenwick began to shriek louder as the three Grindylow surrounded him. With a horrible sense of nausea, Bellis was certain that she was about to see him butchered, and she heard herself protest weakly. No more, she thought. But the Grindylow reached out and gripped him, and he screamed and battered at them, but they plucked at him easily with their intricate, cruel fingers, and, linking together in an unsettling, ill-defined morass, the three deep-water creatures locked him into a tangle of limbs and began to rise. They were suspended above the floor. Fenwick's shrieks were muting. His feet did not touch the ground. He was being borne up, across the little cell, swaddled in limbs and thick eel-tails. The Grindylow Magus gripped the notebook hard in one hand, and with the other he reached out, for a moment releasing his grip on his companions and his captive, and gesticulated at the largest porthole that broke the wall of the little prison. She heard the bones around his neck rattle balefully. As if it were liquid, as if it were a still pool into which someone had slipped a stone, the glass in the porthole rippled, and Bellis realized what the Grindylow was doing as the glass began to fracture. She pulled herself from her daze, a torpor of disgust and shock and fear, and slipped in blood as she scrambled for the door. She heard Fenwick cry out once, and then a moist exhalation and the sound of wet clamping as the Magus clamped his massive mouth over Fenwick's, lacerating his face with sharp teeth, but breathing air into him, as the hexed glass burst like a boil and the sea blasted into the room. In seconds the room was inches deep, and the cannoning water did not slow. Bellis's fingers were numb as she pulled at the door handle, the water pushing against the hatch. She hauled it open and turned for half a second at the threshold, her skirt wrapping her wetly, cold water bleeding torrentially past her feet into the corridor and chilling her. The Grindylow floated, poised, in this gush of ocean. Fenwick's hands extruded from their tight cloyed mass, clenching and unclenching. As the water level grew higher beneath them, with stunning speed the Grindylow triumvirate moved together in the air, congealing tightly, impossibly tightly, until, with a perfectly timed spasm of their tails, they jetted for the porthole, passing through it without pause, and on and out, taking Fenwick away, carrying what was stolen from them, information, secrets, into the sea. As Bellis spun the lock on the door, sealing off that ruptured room, the corridor around her swilled with water. It swept in a thin layer back and forth, illustrating all the Grand Easterly's movements. She leaned back, sat back, her thighs and arse splashing down, feeling nothing as a wave of trembling took her over. She did not weep, but as the adrenaline dissipated through her body, she let out the most bestial croaking cries, absolutely without control, retching as all the pent-up fear in her spewed out. She sat like that for a long time. Somewhere, out in the night, in the cold and the dark of deep water, was Silas Fenwick, borne away, for interrogation or unthinkable punishment, alive. It took Bellis a long time to retrace her steps up out of the Grand Easterly's jailhouse cellars. She moved doggedly, her long salt-wet skirt abrading her skin. Assiduously, she thought of nothing. She had never been so tired or cold. When finally she emerged into the night air, below the gently swinging old rigging and the enormous iron masts, she felt a drab surprise that everything was still as it had been, that everything was still there. She was alone. The sound of shouts and fire could still be heard, but very distant to her now. Breathing hard and walking slowly, Bellis made her way to the boat's edge and leaned her head against the rail, pushing it against her cheek, closing her eyes. When she looked up, she realized that she was watching the Hodling. The outlines of the fat ship came into slow focus. Its fires had gone out. There were no jets of weird energy emitted from behind its walls. There were no deep-sea monstrosities guarding it like a moat. There were men and women on its decks, moving without urgency, but with exhaustion and despondency. She saw the waves nodding against the sides of the city, and with a sensitivity that had grown inside her without her knowing it, Bellis became aware that Armada was moving again. Very slowly, as yet no faster than it had when the masses of tugs had hauled it, but it was being borne forward again. The Avank was moving, the pain of its wound receding. The Grindylow had gone, and Silas is alive. Walking forward, clutching the rail, Bellis headed towards the Grand Easterly's great prow, and as she rounded a low set of cabins, she heard sounds. There were people ahead of her. She gazed out over Garwater and Dryfall and Jower and Booktown. The sounds of the fighting were subdued. She could no longer hear the great massed movement of crowds, the constant drum of gunshots. Only a few ragged shouts and isolated attacks. The war was dying. The mutiny was over. She heard no declamations of revolt or stability. There was nothing around her that might hint at which side had won. And yet somehow, when she rounded the last wall and witnessed the scene on the Grand Easterly's foredeck, she felt no surprise. Around the edges of the deck stood grim-faced men and women of all races, carved and bloodied. They carried their weapons drawn. Before them lay a mass of corpses. Many were shattered, their chests torn open and burnt dry or emptied out. Most had been decapitated. Heads littered the charnel ground randomly, all gaping, fanged and snake-tongued. The vampire, tens of them, beaten, executed and dispatched, overpowered when the tide turned, when their mysterious allies had disappeared and the spontaneous small riots supporting them had petered out in confusion. It was a doomed adventure without the people of their own riding behind them, without a movement of revolt. Eventually, the Garwater fighters had lost their fear, and terrorism could not win once the real terror went. There was a weak movement above her. Looking up at the foremost of the Grand Easterly's masts, Bellis widened her eyes in shock, and she thought, oh, so that was when it was over. That was when the Dryfall had lost. After that they couldn't win. With that macabre pennant swinging there, the fear they spread must have faded like an echo. 10 feet up, lashed cruciform to a crossbar, his heels and hands tied tightly with great thick skeins of rope, his snarls pathetic, tongue lolling like a dead animal's, the blood that discoloured his teeth and lips his own, was the Bruchalak. Chapter 45. When day broke, the Bruchalak found the strength to scream. The sun bleached him. He closed his eyes and shook his head pointlessly, trying to get his eyes out of the light. His skin began to welt, as if some punishing chemical had been poured on him. His grave, pale face reddened, blistering, suppurating in the daylight. He flopped with ugly motion like a sea thing beached. His strength leached from him and he emitted little gasps of pain. The sun might not kill him for some time, strong as he was, but it disabled him, and more than anything it hurt mercilessly. 2 hours after dawn he was too groggy to make a sound. His spittle and venom drooled from him, denaturing. The sunlight scalded the flesh of his salted cadder too. As the day crawled on, the tens of frozen bodies became blebbed and misshapen. At dusk they were swept together and tipped into the sea. Darkness came like unguent to the Brucalac. The pain began very slowly to bleed from him, and he cracked open his rheum and pus-locked eyes. His body began to repair, but the sun's depredations were severe, and it was not till nearly midnight that he found the strength to speak. His ruined croaking was ignored. He was not tended, he was not fed. Cramp and pain ossified his limbs. Throughout the night he bade for help or mercy. He tried to issue threats, but his words broke down into a despairing animal wail as the hours sluggishly passed, and he saw the darkness diluting in the east. He had only started to heal. His wounds were still raw when the sun reached out and probed them with its sadistic fingers as, like a cog in some remorseless engine, the day came round again. The clean-up began quietly. Crews entered the cooling hoddling and gauged the damage, trying to see how much could be salvaged. Hall rooms and corridors had been reshaped by the heat, their edges made fluid. There were many bodies, some pristine, some variously disturbed. Across Garwater and in the fringes of its neighbouring ridings, the conflict was manifest in broken glass and bullet holes and bloodstains in the city's gutters. What rubble there was swept up and taken to foundries and factories to be broken down or resmelted. Garwater loyalists patrolled the streets. Basque and Kerhouse ridings were quiet. Their rulers had known nothing of the revolt, and they had waited, paralysed, watching it, carefully gauging the forces, ready to join against the defeated Garwater. But the Vampire had been defeated. Their rulers kept themselves low, cowed by the lovers, quiescent. The general of Shadler was dead, killed by the vampires who had held him hostage, acting in their panic when they heard their ruler was captured. They had been killed in turn at great cost to the scab meddlers. The walls of Barrow Hall were disfigured, with great streaking sculptures in dark red, where scab meddler blood had spattered. No one knew exactly how many vampire had made up the Brucalac's cadre, and no one was exactly sure how many had been killed. Without question, some had survived. Defeated, they must have gone underground, become nondescript new citizens, squatting in ruins, lodging in flophouses, invisible. They would have to be careful when they fed. They would have to be selective and restrained and quite brutal. They could leave no prey alive. Because when they were found, and they would be found, the Garwater crews swore implacably, they would be killed. The fear of them was gone. And meanwhile the arch-traitor, the Brucalac himself, was stretched out on his metal cross, slowly scorching and starving to death. The Avank had picked up its stupid, ponderous progress. But it remained slow, and its pace was not so steady. It swam and dragged the city, and sped up and slowed, and never achieved the speed it had previously reached. As the hours and days passed, the navigators became convinced that its wounds, sustained in mysterious circumstances known only to a small clutch of Armadans, were not healing. It was bleeding, weakening still. No revenge was taken against the citizens of Dryfall, whom the lovers announced curtly to be innocent of their ruler's guilt. There was even amnesty for those who had rioted. It was a chaotic time. The lovers ruled. No one knew what was happening. There was confusion. This was a time to bring the city together. Blame was not appropriate. Still, the patrols of Garwater's yeomanry and armed citizens were kept largest and best armed in Dryfall. The Dryfallen watched them resentfully, staring from doorways, hiding bruises and wounds sustained that night, not trusting the lovers' mercy. Like smoke from the riot's fires, something had spread over the city that night, and it remained. A traumatizing uncertainty, a rancor. And even many of those who had fought hard to repulse the Brucalac were touched by it. Blood, violence, and fear. They seemed the legacy of the lovers' projects. After centuries of peace, Armada had been twice to war in less than 30 days, once with itself. Armada's intricacies of diplomacy had collapsed under the lovers' fervour, the networks of obligations and interests splitting, tearing the city apart. The lovers were subordinating everything to their search for the abstract power of the scar. This was a break with Armada's mercantile venality. That kind of intrepidity, that kind of voyage was governed by another, older logic. The citizens of Armada were pirates, and as their understanding of the lovers' projects grew, so did their alienation. The lovers were not proposing thievery or usury, nor even a tactic for survival. This was something very different. While Armada was riding high, while its power was growing and feat after incredible feat was performed, the lovers had buoyed up the citizens with their rhetoric and zeal. When the Sorghum was stolen, it was the greatest military feat of Armada's recent history, and everyone could see that it gave the city power, that their ships and engines were better fueled. When the Avank had been raised, their lovers had spoken of the ancient chains, of fulfilling Armada's secret historic mission, of the swift sailing from port to port that was now become a possibility, the quick, worldwide search for booty. But now all that was shown to be deceit. The purpose, instead, was this opaque quest. And though there were still thousands of Armadans excited by what they undertook, there were thousands more who no longer cared, and a growing number who felt duped. And with the Avank so weak, everyone could tell, even the real purpose of all this, the search for the scar, might come to nothing. If the Avank kept slowing, who knew what might happen? In the aftermath of the Brucalax mutiny, and the deaths and broken trust that came out of it, morale in Armada was low and worsening. The loyal Garwater patrols felt the growing hostility, the shapeless anger, even in Garwater. Hundreds of Armadans were dead. Torn open, bitten and paralysed and drained by the vampire, caught in crossfires, crushed by collapsing architecture, burned in fires, beaten to death. It was far fewer than had been killed in the battle against New Crobazon, but the trauma of these deaths was vastly larger. This had been a civil war. These people had been killed by their own. People were numbed and blasted by it. There were those who had seen glimpses of the Grindilo, and who realised that there was no way the Brucalac could ever have stopped the Avank moving, and no way he could have warped reality with those thaumaturgic blasts. But in the whole of Armada, only a handful knew the truth of the deal that had been struck. For the most part, people made vague, curt references to weird vampire magic, and did not press discussion further. The Grindilo had come and gone, and, of those few who had seen him, almost no one knew what they had been. Their presence remained inexplicable and overshadowed by the civil war. Hundreds of Armadans were dead, killed by their own. Cruach Alm was dead. Bellis did not mourn him. He had unsettled her with his sociopathic calm and his brain like a difference engine, but she felt a sense of pathos at his murder. Escapee from a prison island locked down by its own history, stepping out into the strangest city of Baslag, used as ruthlessly as he had previously been used by the Ketai authorities, killed investigating the creature he had helped conjure. What a weird, etiolated life. Johannes Tearfly was dead. It was a surprise to Bellis how that affected her. She was truly sad, truly sorry that he was gone. She remembered him with a catch in her throat. The manner of his death was unthinkable, so fearful it must have been, so dark and cold, so claustrophobic, so far below the world. She remembered him preparing to descend with nothing but excitement and fascination. It had been impressive for a coward. Shekel was dead. That shattered her. In the day after the mutiny, when her legs had strengthened enough to walk, she had wandered random and dumb through the battle sites. There was nothing to stop her shuffling through scenes of war, past the cadavers, trailing blood on her shoes. On one of the trawlers by the ruined Hodling, in the shadow of a wooden warehouse that belled over gory cobblestones, Bellis found Tanner Sack. She saw him bent double by a wall. Beside him was Angevine, the remade woman, tears cutting the filth on her face. Bellis realised then, but she could not stop herself running forward with her hands over her mouth, wincing at Tanner Sack's grief. As she had known it would be, The thing on his lap was Shackle's corpse, eviscerated. He looked dumbstruck, astonished at his own state. She had to walk through her memories of him. She hated it. She hated the sadness. She hated the misery, the astonishment she felt when she thought of him dead. Bellis had liked the boy a great deal. More than anything, she hated the guilt. She was awash in it. She had used him. Without ill feeling, of course, but still she had used him. She was aware, in a hateful, inchoate way, that had it not been for things she had done, Shackle would be alive. Had she not taken the book from him and used it, had she only thrown the fucking thing away. Aum was dead, Johannes was dead, Shackle was dead. Silas Fenwick is alive. Much later, Bellis found Carrie-Anne wandering stunned through the streets around her house. She had hidden throughout the night with her door locked and emerged to discover herself a citizen of a non-riding. She could not believe the Brucolac had tried to take control, and she could not believe that he had been captured. She was as confused as a child, watching events she did not understand. Bellis could not tell Carrie-Anne anything about what she herself had done and seen in the bottom of the Grand Easterly. All she told her was that Shackle had died. They went together to see the lovers speak. It was 2 days since the mutiny, and Garwater's rulers called a public rally on the Grand Easterly's deck. At first, Carrie-Anne said she would not go. She had heard what had been done to the Brucolac and said she would not see him like that. It was a violence he did not deserve. Whatever he had done, she insisted, he did not deserve that. But finally, it was not hard for Bellis to persuade her. Carrie-Anne had to come. She had to hear. The lovers knew what was at stake. The lovers knew what was happening in their city. This was their attempt to regain control. The foredeck was very full. Men and women massed in ranks, bruised and wounded, everyone haggard and unsmiling, waiting. Above them all, the Brucolac gibbered and whined thinly in the sun. His skin was burn-scarred and stained as a map. When Carrie-Anne saw him, she cried out in disgust and unhappiness, and she turned her head away and told Bellis tersely that she would leave. But after a minute, she glanced back at him. She could not take seriously the notion that the emaciated, festering figure drooling and champing slack jaws was the Brucolac. She could look up at the jabbering husk with nothing but pity. The lovers stood on a platform and addressed the crowd, with Uthadul beside them. They looked careworn and terribly tired, and the assembled citizens stared up at them with a weird spirit of respect and challenge. "So," they said in their stares, "tell us. Convince us all over again. Tell us that this is worth it." And they did an impressive job. Bellis listened and watched the mood soften. The lovers were clever. They did not start with bombast or claims of power and prowess that they had repelled the threat from traitors. "Many of those who are dead," the lover began, "many who our fighters killed, were loyal. They were good people doing what they were sure was right for our city." And in that way, respectfully and mindful of the tragedy, he continued. They spoke in turns, imploring those who were gathered not to lose heart now. "We are very close," the lover said, and an edge of excitement crept into her voice. "Very close to powers that could never have been imagined before. Very close to making Armada truly great, a dynamo powered by potentiality, able to do anything, able to do contradictory things at once." "Mutiny is not the way," said the lover. "If this project is not all of ours, it cannot go ahead." "You brought us here," she told the crowd. "This is your doing, and it is great work." This was not any time for division, the lover said, and unity meant unity in purpose, and the purpose of the moment was to find the scar. There would be rewards. It would be so fantastically, incredibly worthwhile. The rhetoric grew stronger as their overlapping speech progressed. From the eulogies to the dead, the crowd's children were invoked, skillfully, with promises about what their life, their city could be like, after it had mined possibilities from the scar. It was a good speech, sensitive and sincere. The lover's fascination with the scar was affecting. And when the speech was done, the crowd's respect, though subdued, was distinct and meant. The mood had lifted, a very little, The lovers had won a reprieve. The argument was not finished. All they have to do is keep the naysayers talking, thought Bellis. We can't be so far from the scar now. If they're right, if it exists, we must be going to get there soon. Standing a little behind the lovers, Uthadul met her eye. She realized for the first time what she had done the night of the mutiny, what she had risked. She had broken into his room and stolen an alien artifact, then delivered it to the marauders. But she was simply too tired of fear to feel it now. When the talk was done, and as the crowd dissipated, Dul crossed the deck and stood still before Bellis, without sign of rancour or friendship. "What happened?" he said softly. "It was you, in my room. You took it. I found the shards at the bottom of the jail. The Major's fin was there, rotting. I burnt it. So that wasn't what they wanted after all." Bellis shook her head. "They came," she said, "but not for that. I thought it was, which is why... I'm sorry about your door. I was trying to get rid of them. They said they'd leave when they had what was taken from them. But that wasn't what they wanted. It was they who... Fennec..." Dul nodded. "He's alive," Bellis whispered, wondering whether that was still true. Dul's eyes flashed wide for a moment. Bellis waited. She wondered with tired nervousness what he would do. There were many things he could punish her for. She had lost Armada the Grindilo figurine for nothing at all. Needlessly. Or was there a trait of the old closeness in him? But there seemed nothing but a flatness, a resignation in his manner, and Bellis was not surprised when finally he nodded and turned from her, walked back across the deck. She felt deflated, watching him. What did the lovers think of that? She wondered. She could not imagine the lovers giving up the Major's fin without some rage. Don't they care? Do they even know? She thought suddenly. And if they know it's gone, do they know it was me? That night, Tanner Sack came to her door. She was astonished. He stood on her doorstep, staring at her with eyes so bloodshot, in skin so grey, he looked like a junkie. He stared at her with dislike for several silent seconds, then pushed a sheaf of papers at her. "Take these," he said. They were used and reused scraps on which he recognized Shekel's enthusiastic script. Lists of words he had found that he had seen and wanted to remember, to cross-reference, to look for in the storybooks he pillaged. "You taught the boy to read," Tanner said, "and he loved that." He kept his eyes on hers, and his face expressionless. "You might want to keep some of these, to remember him by." Bellis was shocked and embarrassed. She was not constructed that way. It was absolutely against her instincts to accumulate mawkish, morbid remembrances of the dead. Not even when her mother or father had died, and certainly not at the death of this child she had barely known, no matter how she felt his loss. She almost refused the papers. She almost framed some cant about not deserving them, as if you could deserve these ragged scraps. But two things stopped her. One was guilt. Don't run from it, you coward, she thought. She would not allow herself to escape it. Her personal taste in death, she told herself, was not the issue. How convenient it would be for that to let her reject these evidences. And besides her guilt was her respect for Tanner Sack. He stood there, holding out these things that must be precious to him, offering them to someone who had caused him so much pain. And not because they shared some spurious community of grief. He offered the papers to her because he was a good man, and he imagined that she had lost Shekel too. Shamed, she took them, and nodded thanks to him. "One more thing," Tanner said. "We bury him tomorrow." His voice skipped only a moment on the word bury. "In Croom Park." "How?" Bellis began, surprised. Armadans gave their dead sea burials. Tanner gesticulated the question away. "Shek weren't a sea animal at heart," he said carefully. "He was a city boy, more than anything, and I suppose there are traditions I thought I'd left. I want to know where he is. When they told me I couldn't do it, I told them to try and stop me." "Tanner Sack," she said as he turned to go. "Why Croom Park?" "You told him about it one time," he said, "and he went to see it for himself.
and he loved it. I think it reminded him of Ruewood."
Bellis cried when he had gone, could not stop herself. She told herself furiously that it was for the last time. It was a brief service, clumsy and poignant. A mongrel of theology, gods of New Crobazon and Armada asked humbly to look after Shekel's soul. No one was sure what gods, if any, Shekel had respected. Bellis had brought flowers, stolen from the colourful beds elsewhere in the park. The city was dragged on, east-north-east, decelerating very gradually as the Avank slowed. No one knew how badly it was wounded. They would not risk sending another crew down. In the days after the war, and especially after Shekel's funeral, Bellis felt unable to focus. She spent much of her time with Carrie Ann, who was as subdued as she, and who refused even to discuss where the city was going. It was hard to concentrate on the journey, and impossible to imagine what would happen when they arrived. If the Garwater scholars were correct, the city was drawing close. Perhaps 2 weeks, perhaps 1, that was what was whispered. A few days more until Armada reached the wound in its empty sea, and the hidden engines and arcane science would be let loose, and all the possibilities that swarmed around the scar would be mined. The air was tense with expectancy, with fear. When Bellis opened her eyes in the morning, sometimes she felt that the ether bristled, as if forces she did not understand coursed around her. Strange rumours began to spread. First, it was the gamblers, the card sharps in the late-night games in Thee and Thine. There were stories of hands changing in the instant they were raised, the coloured costumes of the suites shimmering like kaleidoscopes, dimly glimpsed for the tiniest moment, freezing into a configuration after they had been dealt. There were stories of intrusive spirits, Browners or Kelkin, fleeting invisible through the city, moving things. Objects put down were discovered again inches from their place, in places where they might have been left but had not been. Things that were dropped broke and then were not broken, and perhaps had not been dropped but waited on the side. The scar, Bellis thought with dull wonder. It's bleeding. The sea and sky became very suddenly dangerous. Rain clouds appeared and raged and very suddenly went again, not quite hitting the city, skirting it. The Avank dragged Armada through violent patches, where the waves were suddenly choppy and high, in a tightly circumscribed area, with gentle waters clearly visible to either side. Tanner no longer swam, but only dipped himself daily. He was afraid to immerse himself for long. The sounds and lights from beneath the water were strong enough now that even those on the city above could hear and see them, ejections from unseen things. Sometimes clots of the semi-sentient weed passed by Armada, and sometimes there were other shapes on the waves that moved and could not easily be identified, that looked at once organic, random, and made. Still the Brucalac floundered and did not die. The deck below him was stained with his emissions. Walking the decks and corridors of the Grand Easterly, over the quiet city noise, Bellis heard faint and cryptic music. It was hard to trace, evanescing across frequencies, audible at random moments and places. She strained and made it out in snatches. It was ugly and uncanny. A web of half-tones in minor chords, mutating rhythms. A dirge overlaid with plucked strings. On the second night she heard it, she was sure that it came from Uthadul's room. The flotsam, the strange currents in the sea and events in Armada grew more frequent and powerful as the Avank ploughed on. When, on the 5th morning after the mutiny, something was seen bobbing within 2 miles of the city, no one was surprised. But when telescopes were turned to it, a great screaming cacophony of excitement began. The lookouts on the Grand Easterly barked for people's attention and ran madly from room to room looking for the lovers. Word swept the city with startling rapidity through every riding, and a great rush of citizens congregated on Jaur's aft edge. A small aerostat set out overhead, over the treacherous currents, towards the speck that eddied closer and closer to the city. The crowd were gazing out at it, sharing their telescopes in jabbering and incredulity as its outlines became clear. Clinging to a ragged raft of wood and ochre canvas, staring up exhaustedly at his home, was Hedrigal the Cactus Man, the renegade. "Bring him here! What the fuck happened? Where'd you go, Hed? Where have you been? Bring him the hell here!" As soon as it was obvious that the airship that had gone to fetch him was returning to the Grand Easterly, there were angry cries. Wedges of people tried to run from whatever vessel they were on, through the obstructed streets, to intercept the dirigible. Crowds collided chaotically. Bellis had been watching from her window, her heart hammering with foreboding. She joined the rush towards the flagship, impelled by motivations she did not fully understand. Bellis reached the foredeck of the steamer before the airship had come low enough for anyone within to disembark. A crowd of loyalists were waiting, surrounding Uthadul and the lovers. Bellis joined the growing crowd, who jostled and pushed at the yeomanry, trying to see the returned man. "Hedrigal!" they shouted. "What the fuck happened?" There was a roar as he stepped down, gaunt and exhausted, but he was quickly enveloped in armed men. The little group began to approach the doorways to the lower decks with Dul and the lovers at his head. "Tell us!" The shouts were insistent and turning ugly. "He's one of us! Bring him back!" The guards were nervous, drawing their flintlocks as the Armadans pressed in on them. Bellis saw Angevine and Tanner Sack at the front of the crowd. Hedrigal's head was visible, bowed and sun-bleached, his spines withered and snapped. He looked around him at the congregated citizens, staring and reaching out for him, calling solicitously, and he drew back his head and began to howl. "How are you all here?" he bellowed. "You're dead. I saw every one of you die." There was a shocked silence, and then a cacophony. The throng began to push in again. The yeomanry shoved them back. The masses grew hushed and menacing. Bellis watched Uthadul draw the lovers aside and whisper to them sharply, then indicate the door. The lover nodded and stepped forward with his hands outstretched. "Armadans," he shouted. "For God's sake, wait." He sounded sincerely angry. Behind him, Hedrigal began to shout again, as if in a fever. "You're dead! You're all dead!" And he was bundled back towards the door, the yeomans hissing as his thorns pierced their skins. "None of us know what's happened here," the lover said. "But look at him. By Krum, he's a wreck. He's ill. We're taking him below to our own berth, away from everything, for him to rest, to recover." Blazing with displeasure, he moved back, towards where Hedrigal lolled in Yeoman's arms, and Uthadul swept his eyes quick and hard over the crowd. "It ain't right!" someone suddenly shouted, forcing his way forward. It was Tanner Sack. "Head!" he called. "He's my mate, and Jabba knows what you're going to do to him." There were shouts of agreement around him, but the crowd's momentum was draining away, and though there were some curses, no one tried to follow and intercept Hedrigal or the lovers. There was too much uncertainty. Bellis realized that Uthadul had found her in the crowd and was watching her carefully. "It ain't right!" yelled Tanner, veins protruding with rage as the party entered the doors and the guards moved in behind them. Uthadul still did not move his eyes. Bellis could not help but meet them, uncomfortable in his gaze. "He's my mate," said Tanner. It's my right to hear what he has to say." And as he spoke, at that moment, something extraordinary happened. Bellis still met Dul's unshaking stare, and as Tanner claimed his right to hear Hedrigal, Dul's eyes spasmed and opened wide with an almost sexual intensity. Bellis watched, stunned, as his head inclined a fraction of an inch, as if in invitation or agreement. He gazed at her, even as his party entered the corridors, walking backwards to join them, holding her attention, raising his eyebrows a tiny bit, suggestive, as he disappeared. Oh my gods. Bellis felt as if she had been punched hard in her solar plexus. A great revelatory wave washed over her. A stunned appreciation, an insinuation of the layers and layers and layers of manipulation in which she was caught, frozen, maneuvered and exploited, used and supported and betrayed. She still understood virtually nothing of what was happening around her, what was being done, what had been planned, and what was contingent, but some things she knew, humbly and suddenly. Her own place. So much, so many plans, so much effort had been expended to bring her to this place at this instant, to hear the words that she had heard. Everything came together here and now. Everything coalesced and became clear. And in her astonishment and awe, and in her humiliation and despite her anger, feeling herself danced undignified as a marionette to her allotted mark, Bellis bowed her head and readied herself, knowing she had one more job to do to effect a change she wanted, and knowing she would not spite herself for revenge, and that she would do it. "Tanner!" she said to him as he raged and cursed, arguing furiously, shouting against the majority, at those who told him he was overreacting, that the lovers knew what they were doing. He paused and stared at her in angry bemusement. She beckoned him. "Tanner," she said, unheard by any but him. "I agree with you, Tanner," she whispered. "I think you have every right to hear what Hedrigal might say down there in the Lover's Berth. Come with me." It was not hard to find a way through empty hallways in the Grand Easterly. The loyal guards were stationed at points by which someone might make their way to the lovers' quarters down in the boat's low reaches. But only those corridors, and that was not where Bellis and Tanner were heading. She took him down other passageways she had learnt very well over the weeks of indulging what she could only think of as her perversion. They passed storerooms and engines and armories. Walking quickly, but openly, not like trespassers, Bellis led Tanner lower and lower into a dimly lit zone. She did not know it, but Bellis took Tanner close by the way to the rock milk engines that were churning and whirring and sparking, driving the Avank on. And eventually, in a dark and narrow passage, where the walls were free of aging wallpaper and heliotypes and etchings, were lined instead with knotted pipework as intricate as veins, Bellis turned to Tannersack and gestured him to enter. She stood in the cramped and cosseted environs, turned her head to him, and kept him silent with a raised finger. They stood without movement for some time, Tanner looking around him, at the ceiling to which Bellis stared, at Bellis herself. When finally they heard the sound of a door opening and closing, it was so loud and flawless to the ear that Tanner stiffened violently. Bellis had never seen the room above, but she knew its echoes well. She knew where above her were chairs and tables and a bed. She followed the 4 sets of footsteps above with her stare, light, heavier, heavier, massive and slow, as if she could see through the ceiling floor the lover, Dul and Hedrigal. Tanner followed her example, his eyes widening. He and Bellis could trace the bodies above them, 1 by the door, 2 ranged near the bed, sinking now into chairs, the 4th, the big one, shuffling back and forth towards the far wall, locking his legs as the cacti did in sleep or exhaustion, his weight driving down through the wood. "So," said Dul, his voice astonishingly clear. "Tell us, Hedrigal," he was hard. "Tell us why you ran, and how you ended back here again." "Oh, gods." Hedrigal sounded drained and shattered. It was just barely his voice. Tanner shook his head in amazement. "Gods, dear gods, please don't start that again." Hedrigal sounded as if he would cry. "I don't understand you. I've never run from Armada in my life. I never would." "Who are you?" he screamed suddenly. "What are you? Am I in hell? I saw you die." "What's happened to him?" whispered Tanner, appalled. "You're talking fucking done, Hedrigal, you treacherous shit," exclaimed the lover. "Look at me, you dog. You were scared, weren't you? Too frightened, so you patched up the arrogance in secret and cut loose. Now, where did you go and how did you get back here?" "I've never betrayed Armada," Hedrigal shouted, "and I never would. Kroom, look at me, disputing with a dead man. How can you be here? Who are you? I saw all of you die." He sounded quite mad with grief or shock. "When, Hedrigal?" It was Dul's voice, clipped and dangerous. "And where? Where did we die?" Hedrigal whispered his answer, and something in his voice made Bellis shiver, though she had expected it, and nodded as she heard it. "The scar." When they had calmed down, Dul and the lovers conferred quietly, moving away from him. "Mad," said the lover, not quite audible. "Either mad, strange, We have to know, Dool's voice. If he's not mad, he's a dangerous liar.
It makes no sense, said the lover furiously. Who is he lying to? Why?
Either he is a liar or, said the lover. Tanner and Bellis could not tell if she said more, quietly, or if her words petered out. How has this happened? We'd been a month, more than a month, in the hidden ocean. Many minutes had passed. Hedrigal had been silent for a long time while the lovers debated what to do, whispering so low that Bellis and Tanner could not hear them. When suddenly he spoke, it was unbidden, and his voice was low and unchanging, as artless as if he was drugged. The lovers and Uther Dool waited. Hedrigal spoke as if he knew it was expected of him. He spoke for a long time, and he was not interrupted. He spoke with unnatural grace, with a trained fabler's eloquence. But there was in his careful monotone a hesitance, and underlying that a trauma that was frightening to sense. Hedrigal stumbled on his words and paused suddenly, sporadically, and drew shaking breaths, but he spoke for a long time, and his audience, in the room with him and below, was absolutely silent and attentive. We'd been more than a month in the hidden ocean. Chapter 46. We'd been more than a month in the hidden ocean, and the sea was in chaos. We couldn't plot a course, we couldn't keep north at the top of our compasses, we couldn't navigate. Every day I'd stare out from the Arrogance, looking for sign of the scar, the fractured land, anything at all. And there was nothing. You kept us moving. You insisted, you fired us up. You told us what we'd do when we reached the scar. What powers it would give you, give us, and what we might do. You told us that we would all have power. I'll not pretend there was no dissent. As we went on, people were more and more fearful, and they began to whisper that maybe the Brookalak had been right to mutiny, that maybe there wasn't so much wrong with the way the city was before. They came to you, we came to you, and asked you to turn back. Said we were happy with how things had been, that we didn't need this, that too much had gone wrong already, and we were fearful there was worse to come. Some of us had been having terrible dreams. The city was so tense, like a cat, fur all sparking and jagged. We asked you to turn us back, before it was too late. We were afraid. I don't know how you did it, but you kept, for just enough time, you kept us, I'll not say happy, I'll not say willing, you kept us obedient, and we waited, and let you take us further in, fearful as we were. If it had been another week, I don't think we would have put up with any more. I think we would have turned back, and then you all wouldn't have died. But it wasn't like that, was it? It was too late. At 6 a.m, on the 9th Pleiade of Flesh, from the cabin of the Arrogance, I saw something 40 miles ahead at the edge of the horizon. A disturbance in the air, very faint, very frightening. And there was something else. The horizon was too close. An hour, 5 miles later, I knew we were definitely approaching something. And the horizon was still too close and getting closer. I sent messages down below, and I could see them all preparing. I could look down and see the massive ships all pushed together, all colours, all different shapes. I could see the crews setting up the cranes on the city's edge and firing up engines and gods knew what else. Getting ready with all the sciences they'd been preparing, little aerostats belting from one end of the city to another, way below me. I was watching where the sea and sky met. I didn't believe it for the longest time. I kept thinking I must have it wrong and that any moment I'd see it right, make sense of it, but I didn't. And finally, I couldn't deny what I saw. The horizon was only 20 miles away. I could see it clear, jagging across the face of the sea. The scar. It was like seeing a god. You told us almost nothing when you described it. It was a big wound in reality, broken open by the ghost head, you told us, thick with seams of what might be, all the possible ways. A big wound in reality, you said, and I thought you were speaking
like poetry. When the ghost head touched down in that continent, the force of it split the world right open, broke a fissure right through Baslag. A split, jagging in from the world's rim for more than 2,000 miles, splintering the continent. That's the scar, that crack, teeming with the ways things weren't and aren't, but could be. We were only a few miles away. It was a crevice in the sea. It was uneven, listing across us as we approached it, so the horizon seemed tilted. And because it was irregular, not guillotined but cracked, jutting a bit this way and the other, serrating back on itself here and there were places I could see over the edges. I could see the sides of the split. They were sheer. The ocean was choppy, a strong current heading north even though the wind went south. All the waves washed up past the city, carrying it along, and where they reached the edge of the scar, it was a wall, a clear wall. The water right-angled sharp and plunged down, vertical and split smooth, perfect as glass. Dark, moving water, pressing up against nothing and holding fast. And then, empty air. A precipice. And way, way beyond it, scores of miles, 100 miles away, only just visible on the other side of that empty gulf, there was a matching face, hazy with distance, the other side of the crack. In between them, that emptiness that I could still feel kicking out all manner of puissance, welling out of the fucking lesion, the scar. I can't hardly imagine what it must have been like on the city. They must have been able to see it. Was there panic? Were you excited? Of course the lovers did not answer. I knew what the plan was. In sight of the scar we'd stop at 5 miles distance, and from there a dirigible would set out and see if we could cross just that short distance to the scar. And I was the lookout. Any sign of danger I was to fire my flares, hang out my flags, call the airship back in. I don't know what danger you thought we might face. You had no idea. I don't think you knew what the scar was. What did you think might happen? Did you think it might be crawling with possible beasts, things that might have evolved but didn't, patrolling? It was nothing like that. The scale of it, the scale of that fucking thing. It was humbling. The city didn't slow, he said. He was silent then for several seconds. He had spoken his last sentence in the same hypnotic monotone he had been using for a long time, and it took Bellis a few heartbeats to realize what it meant. Her heart spasmed and began to hammer. It didn't slow, Hedrigal said. The Avank wasn't slowing down at all. The Avank was speeding up. We were 10 miles away, then we were 5 miles away, and then 4, and the city didn't stop and didn't slow down. The world was foreshortened, the horizon was only a few thousand yards away, and it was growing closer, and Armada was accelerating. I began to panic then. There was no emotion in Hedrigal's voice, as if he had bled dry of it in the sea. I began to fire off my flares, trying to warn you of what you must have known. Probably there was panic then, he said. I wouldn't know, I couldn't see. Maybe you were all mesmerized, glass-eyed and stupid. But I bet not. I bet there was panic as the end of the world crept up, with my flares bursting over you, ignored. 3 miles. 2. I was unmoving for a long time, frozen. The southerly wind was strong, so the Arrogance was lowering, stretching back away from the scar as if it was afraid as me. That woke me. Who knows what happened? Maybe you knew before you died. I wasn't there. Maybe it was the Avank. Maybe after weeks of obedience it broke free of the impulses being fed into it. Maybe some spine that was supposed to plug into its brain snapped off, and the beast woke, confused and snared, and it tugged to try to free itself, careering on. Maybe the rock milk engines failed. Maybe some possibility spilt out from the scar, a possibility that the engines didn't work. Gods know what happened. When I looked down, I saw flotillas of little boats being dropped over the sides of the city, and tiny, frantic crews hauling at oars and throwing up sails to get away. But the sea fought them, and I saw their sails bellying in all directions. The lifeboats, the yachts, the little skiffs began to eddy in those waters and curl around the city, overtaking it northwards, even as they fought to go the other way. But the currents and the waves pulled them on like they were hungry. It was only minutes before the first of them reached the scar. I watched that little dinghy spinning towards the edge and saw specks that must have been the people inside it jumping out into the sea, and then the stern of the boat tipped suddenly and went over and was gone into that airy emptiness. There was a trail of them, little boats peppering the sea between the city and the scar, sliding north towards it. And dirigibles, too. A flock of them trying to get airborne. Men and women were weighing them down, trying to get aboard, clinging to ropes to drag themselves in. All overloaded, they hauled themselves over the city's edge and flopped into the sea, where the current took them and they spun like dead whales, shedding their crews, heading for the scar. Armada began to spin, slowly. The horizon lurched and angled as the city coiled clockwise in the water. We were half a mile away now, and my mind went all cold, and I suddenly knew what I had to do. I ran to the Arrogance's bay and looked down through the hatches. I took up my reeve bow and steadied myself on the edge of the bay doors and fired at the rope that held me tethered. It was thick as a thigh, attached to the aerostat 30 feet from me, swinging like a python. I had 6 chakris. 3 of them I sent wide, way wide. The 4th connected, but not cleanly, cut half the rope's width. The 5th went wide, and I only had 1 more chance. But even though my aim felt good, and I'd steadied my hands, I missed. And I knew that I was dead. I dropped my reeve bow, my fingers all thick and stupid, and I clung to the bars at the edge of the hatchway. I could only watch. I could feel the wind buffeting me up through the doors, and I watched the rope fray too slowly to save me. The roofs, the slates, the towers, the air cabs, the flags, the monkeys, all frantic with fear they didn't understand, the citizens running stupid from one place to the next, as if anywhere would be spared. I watched them all through my telescope. I wonder what it was like, under the sea. I wonder how the Cray and the Menfish and Bastard John were acting. Maybe they're still alive, who knows? Maybe they could swim free. Maybe they quit the city as it went on towards its end. The Sorghum Rig and Croom Park and the Grand Easterly and me were first to reach the edge. The wind changed for a moment, and the Arrogance drifted out over the cliff of water and looked down into the chasm. Time was very slow as the Arrogance passed over the scar. Just handfuls of seconds, but they lasted a long time. I crossed past the rim of the sea and looked down, over my knees dangling from the hatch at the edges of the water. They were vertiginous. The sun angled down through the surface of the sea, filtered and refracted by the waves, and passed out again through the vertical face. I could see fishes bigger than me nosing up to the edge where it met the air, 100 feet below the surface. Light bathed into it. There must be a whole ecology around the edges of the scar. Even 2-3 miles down where the pressure's merciless, the water there's sunlit. That sheer face of water, colours and eddies moving in strata, extended down miles. Perspective defeated me. And then mud. I could see it, a thick sandwich band of mud black at the bottom of the sea. And then rock extending down for so many miles that it dwarfed the layer of water. Red and black and grey rock split wide, clean-edged. And many miles down a glow that moved and burned, showing dimly through the air. Magma. Rivers of molten stone, geothermal tides. And then, below that, then the void. Hedrigal's voice was hollow and appalled. It must have been seconds I saw it, he said. But I remember every layer, like colours of sand drooled into a bottle. It defeated the eye. It was too big to see. Armada paused, poised for seconds on the edge of that abyss, and the Avank gave a final push forward. I saw it first through the water. I saw it 4 miles down, a little way above the dark sea bottom. I saw a shape
appear in the deeps, unclear through the sea, suddenly nearer, its outline visible as it powered itself forward, until, with a sound like a cataclysm, it began to breach, to push itself through the brine cliff. A mile of flesh. Its head was through, water splintering, shattering around it, cataracts thousands of yards long, booming and splitting, drops of water the size of houses spinning and disintegrating, falling voidward into the scar. I could see the first of its chains, colossal, bursting through the water in a 4-mile straight tier, splitting the sea between the Evank and the city above. Other chains came through after it, so that the sea wall was scored with parallel vertical rips, like a claw wound. The Evank's body continued through, indescribable, fins and spines, cilia, and as it came through into the air, gravity took it and it began to pitch forward. The chains tightened on the city, and the edges of Armada reached the edge and were pulled on, over. The Evank gave out a sound that burst all the glass around me. I saw the submarine hulks on which the Sorghum rested, well up towards the flat cliff face of water, and then burst through, and all around them, hundreds of feet away on either side, the aft of Garwater and Basque and Kerhouse reached the end of the sea, and jutted out, and trembled, and fell. There are so many ships in Armada. Steamers reached the edge flat on and rolled terribly and ponderously over, houses and towers spilling from them like crumbs, a rain of masonry and bodies, hundreds of bodies, pitched kicking and convulsing into the air and down many miles, past all the inner layers of the world. I wasn't even praying. I had no will. I could only watch. Bridges and tethers snapped, trawlers came apart as they fell, barges and lifeboats and tugs and wooden warships, splintering, bursting, exploding, on fire as boilers spun and red-hot coals spewed through them. Ships 600 feet long and centuries old cartwheeled as they went down. The Grand Easterly's aft was over the scar now, jutting out into the air. Armada spilt over the lip of the ocean and broke down into a random, plummeting constellation of parts, the live and the dead falling through an avalanche of bricks and masts. I could hear nothing except the splintering water and the Evank's cry. 300 feet of the Grand Easterly was jutting over the void now, and all around it much smaller ships spewed into the ravine. And suddenly its weight told, and I heard a cracking like some god's bone breaking, and the rear third of the ship to which I was tethered split and hinged down, hauling me with it, clinging with my arms locked around a girder down into the scar. You wonder how you're going to die, don't you? Bravely, screaming, unaware, or what? Well, I met my death in a stupor, my mouth hanging like a fucking fool as a steamer's arse pulled me down. The edge of water rose up past me as I plummeted past the scar's lip, below the surface level of the sea. For a second I could see through water to the keels of ships that were above me, watch them plough on to their destruction. I was rushing down, and the rest of the Grand Easterly and every ship of the city was collapsing towards me. Once or twice, for moments, I saw dirigibles. Little cabs, men in harnesses who'd managed to leap from the decks of their vessels as they went over, and were caught in the slipstream fighting to haul their balloons skyward. They were crushed and killed, again and again. A falling hull or shards of tower blocks would smash them out of the air. The Arrogance was accelerating down. I closed my eyes and tried to die. And then, 4 miles below me, the Evank moved. It must have been in agony, its body bursting and hemorrhaging in the air, folding over and bending double as it came out of the water wall. 1/2 mile of its back was through into the scar now. Maybe it was spasming in pain. It pushed itself very suddenly out, bursting right out of the sea, into the scar and down. It cried out again as the whole of its fucking bulk emerged, and its thrust shoved it down faster than gravity would have taken it. The Evank lurched. Its chains went suddenly taut and tugged the rest of the city over the edge. The aft of the Grand Easterly was wrenched down too, and the Arrogance was snatched so suddenly that the tattering rope that held it snapped. It snapped.
My eyes flew open as the aerostat hurtled skyward, up past the falling city, up and out of the shadow of that wall of ocean, pelted by metal and sharp split wood, out of the scar into the sky. I roared out of that crevice and careered into the sky. My arms were locked tight, holding me into place. I was going to live. Below me, the last of Armada slipped into the scar. Winterstraw Market in a rain of little vessels, the Euroc, the Therianthropus, the Asylum, the old sawdust boats of the haunted quarter, all become nothing. Tipping up, in sheets of spray and going over, till the surface of the hidden ocean was left undisturbed. As I rose, I looked down directly into the scar and saw an interference, a haze like dust, as Armada fell, and far below that the Avank, spinning as it went, wrapping itself in 20 miles of chains, moving pathetically, trying to swim out of that endless fall. Even it looked small and dwindling. Eventually, I fell back, exhausted and stunned to be alive. And when I looked down again, I could see nothing at all.
Hedrigal's voice ebbed away. He spoke again after several seconds of quiet.
I went higher than I'd ever been before. High enough to look down and see the scar as it really is. A crack, that's all. A crack in the world. I don't know if any other aeronauts got free, but I was more than a mile up and I saw nothing. The wind that high was strong, gusted me south for hours. It took me away from there, out of that murderous tranche of water where all the currents lead to the scar. The Arrogance was leaking, split and burnt by debris. I was coming down. I sawed myself some hide from the dirigible, lashed it to wood from the cabin, made myself a raft, knowing what was coming. I waited by the bay doors till we were scudding low and fast, and I threw out the raft and leapt after it. And then, finally, only then, curled in my little raft, I let myself remember what I'd seen. I was all alone with those memories for 2 days. I thought I'd die. I thought for a moment that maybe if I could stay alive for long enough, the currents might take me and shove me out into the swollen ocean where our other ships are waiting. But I'm not a fool. I knew there was no chance of that. And then, this.
For the first time in his extraordinary story, Hedrigal sounded as if he would break down again.
What is this? What is this?
The hysteria in his voice grew louder.
I thought I was dying. I thought I was dying. I thought you were a dying man's dream. I saw you die.
He whispered it.
I saw you die. What are you? What city is this? What's happening to me?
Hedrigal became dangerous then, shouting, feverish and terrified. The lovers tried to soothe him, but it was some time before his rantings became subdued, and he fell into a stupefied sleep. A long silence followed, a long stretched-out quiet, and Bellis felt herself back in her own skin again as the spell of Hedrigal's story slowly faded. Her skin was electric. She bristled with tension. She felt all drunk on awe from his telling.
What?
Hissed the lover, coldly, his voice fraught.
Has happened.
It's the scar, whispered Tanner to Bellis.
I know what it is. This close to the scar, it's leaking. And that head up there.
He paused and shook his head, his face haggard and bleached with wonder. Bellis knew what he would say.
That ain't the real Hedrigal, said Tanner. Not the factual one, not the one from here. Our Hedrigal ran away. That Hedrigal's leaked out from another possibility. He's from one where he stayed on and where we travelled that bit faster, got to the scar earlier. He's what happened. What will happen. Oh, my jabber. Oh, dear jabber and shit.
Above them, the lovers and Uthadul were arguing. Someone, Bellis had not heard who, had said the same thing as Tanner. The lover was reacting violently.
Dung,
she spat. Fucking dung! It doesn't work that way. That's not what happens. Out of the whole sea, you think we'd happen to find him, even if he had leaked through? This is a fucking setup. That's Hedrigal, all right. It's our Hedrigal, and he never left. This is a setup to turn us back. He is not effluvium from the scar. She was furious. She let no one else speak. She raged at Uthadul and even at the lover, to Bellis's amazement. He was asking her to calm down, to just think. So close to what she sought. The lover felt threatened, and she was thundering. I'll tell you what, she said. This is shit, and we will keep this lying bastard locked up until we get the truth from him. We say he's recovering. We wait. We find out what really happened. We don't accept this crap he's spouted to us. Is she mad? Hissed Tanasak to Bellis. What's she talking about? This is obviously designed to create panic, the lover continued. This is a plan to ruin everything. He's in fucking league with gods know who, and we can't let them win. Uther, take him away. Brief the guards and pick them well. Pick those you're certain of. Brief the guards about the lies he might shout to them. We will stop this right here, she said hard. We'll not let this seditious shit succeed. This goes no further. We bury this story right now, right here, and we go on. Agreed? Perhaps the lover and Uthadul nodded to her. Bellis heard nothing. She had turned her face to Tanner at those last words. She watched him listen to his ruler, to whom he had committed himself absolutely, declared himself utterly loyal, announce her plans to deceive everyone in the city, to keep secret everything she had heard, and drive on to the scar. Bellis watched a dead and frightening cast come over Tanner's face as he listened. The muscles of his jaw clenched, and Bellis knew that he was thinking of Shekel. Was he remembering how he'd said and thought that this, what had happened to them, being found, was a blessing? Bellis did not know. But something had set in Tanner's face, and he looked at her with murderous eyes. She, he hissed to her, will bury nothing. Chapter 47. Tanner Sack was known. He was the one who had fought a bonefish to save a dying man. He had remade himself into a kind of man-fish, the better for life in Armada. He had lost his boy. Tanner was known, and he was respected. You listened to Tanner, and you believed him. Bellis could tell no one anything. Her mouth was hard and cold as a stone. She had to turn to others to spread words. Everyone knew Tanner Sack. If Bellis had tried to tell what she had heard in that unpleasant little cubbyhole, if she tried to tell the secret she had listened to, she would not be believed. She would not be heard. But she had introduced someone else to her room so that he could speak for her and tell the story. She could not help nodding, smiling without warmth. Gods, it's well done, she thought, bowing her head, acknowledging consummate work. She felt skeins of cause, effect, effort, and interaction tying around her. She felt things all coming together, pushing her into this place, at this time, having done this thing. Oh, it's well done. It started almost as soon as she and Tanner came up out of the lower decks. She blinked and looked around her, at the flags and the washing, and the bridges and the towers, still all strong and knotted together with mortar. She was haunted by the images from Hedrigal's story. She saw the city shattering and falling, so clearly that it was a true relief to emerge and see it all solid. Tanner began. The lovers were still below, still organising, trying to hide Hedrigal. While they secreted themselves below the air and schemed, Tanner began. He looked first for the people he knew well. He spoke quickly and fiercely. One of the first he found was Angevine, and he involved her carefully with the group of dockers to whom he was speaking, who did not know her. His passion was genuine, utterly guileless. He did not orate. Bellis watched him move through the crowd, still milling on the Grand Easterly's decks, arguing in angry tones about what it was they had seen, about what Hedrigal had seen, how and why he had come back. There were still a good number of pirates on the huge old ship, and Tanner spoke to them all. He trembled with rage. Bellis followed him by an irregular and discreet course. She watched him, and was impressed by his fervour. She watched the stunned reactions move like a disease through the masses. She watched the disbelief quickly become belief and frightened anger, and then resolve. Tanner insisted, she heard him, that they had the right to know the truth, and something uncertain moved inside Bellis. She did not know what the truth was. She was not sure what she believed. She was not sure what lay behind Hedrigle's extraordinary story. There were several possibilities, but it did not matter. She refused to think about that now. She had been brought to this place, and she would do what was required and bring this to an end. Bellis watched as those whom Tanner had told then told others, and they told more, until it was quickly impossible to track the story. It moved under its own momentum. Very soon, most of those who told a garbled story of Hedrigle's escape from the scar could not have said how they knew it. The lovers had told a great deal of truth about the scar, as they understood it, in a popular form. There were few people in Armada who did not know that possibility split from it, that that was the source of its power. Several had seen Uther Dúl's sword switched on. They knew what probability mining did. And here, so deep in the hidden ocean, so close to the scar itself, with its seepage, with probabilities welling up from it like plasma, it was not hard to believe that Hedrigle, this Hedrigle, raving in the lower decks of the steamer, was telling the truth. And while their own Hedrigle might be thousands of miles away, fled weeks ago, adrift above the ocean or crashed or surviving as a hermit on some foreign land or drowned in the sea, the Armadans accepted that the one they had picked up was a nigh man, a refugee from a terrible baslag in which Armada had been lost. 2 days ago, Bellis heard one woman say with a dreadful awe. All of us, we've been dead for 2 days. It was a warning. No one could possibly miss that. While the sun crossed towards the lowest quarter of the sky, the story spread its fingers, passing into all the ridings. Its presence clogged up the atmosphere. Hedrigle was hidden, and the lovers made a stupid mistake by staying below, trying to work out plans. Over their heads, Tanner vented and ran from ship to ship, spreading word. On the Grand Easterly, Bellis waited, remembering Hedrigle's story, remembering it so that it filled her head, and she saw all the dreadful collapse again. She did not try to evaluate what he had said. It was a story, an awesome story, awesomely told. That was all that was important. She watched the Armadans come and go around her, debating and conferring darkly. There were plans. She could see that. There was movement. Something was coming to a close. Time moved quickly. The sun was low. All over Garwater, workshops were closing, their workers massing, converging on the Grand Easterly. At 6 o'clock, the lovers emerged. Some sense of what was happening had filtered down to them, some inchoate awareness that their riding and their city were in crisis. They came out into the light, followed by Uther Dúl, wearing hard and nervous expressions. Bellis saw them blink with shock at the ranks of their citizens who faced them. Scores lined up like a ragged army, Hotchi and Cacti among the humans, even the Garwater Lorgis. Above them, twitching as his nerves died in the light, was the Brucalac. And at their head, standing a little forward, his chin pushed out, facing the lovers, was Tanner Sack. The lovers looked out at their men and women, and Bellis was certain that she saw them flinch. She glanced at them, and then ignored them, staring past them at their mercenary. Uther Dúl did not meet her eyes. "We have spoken to Hedrigle," the lover began, her voice not showing any anxiety. Shockingly, Tanner Sack interrupted her. "Spare us," he said. All around him people glanced at each other, held by the force of his voice. The lovers stared at him, their eyes widening very slightly, their faces inscrutable. "Enough lies," Tanner said. "We know the truth. We know where Hedrigle, this maybe Hedrigle, the one you've locked away, hiding from us, we know where he's been, where he's from." He moved forward, and the mass moved up behind him, shuffling, determined. "Jaddock!" Tanner shouted. "Corskell, Gudrun, you lot, go find Hedrigle. He's down there somewhere. Bring him out here." A group of Cacti stepped forward nervously towards the lovers and Uther Dúl, and the door behind them. "Stop!" shouted the lover. The Cacti halted and looked at Tanner. He moved forward and the crowd came with him. Boldened, the cactus people moved on. "Dul," said the lover, her voice dangerous. Everyone stopped instantly. Uther Dul stepped forward between the lovers and the advancing Armadans, and after a second, Tanner came to meet him. "All of us, Uther Dul," he said, loud enough for everyone around him to hear. "You want to take everyone? You think you can do that? Because we are fetching Hedrigal up here, and if you threaten them," he indicated the cacti, "then the rest of us are coming with them, and you threaten all of us. Think you can take us all? Shit, maybe you can, but if you fucking do, what then? Who are your bosses gonna rule?" There were hundreds of Armadans behind them, and they nodded as he spoke, and some of them shouted their agreement. Uther Dul looked from Tanner to the masses behind him, back to Tanner again. And then he showed weakness. His command broke. He hesitated and turned his head. Uncertain, he turned to look to his bosses, to seek clarification. His shoulders moved in a minuscule shrug. He tilted his head in a question. "He's right. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to kill them all?" When he turned like that, when he showed doubt, Tanner won. He moved his hand again, and the cacti moved past Dul and the lovers and into the corridor, setting out to find Hedrigal, uneasy but not afraid, knowing that they would be safe. The lovers did not even look at them. They stared instead at Tanner Sack. "What more could you ask?" said Tanner, his voice hard. "You've been shown what'll happen to us. But you're so fucking insane with this, so fucking caught up in it, you'd ignore this. You still want to go on. And you'd keep this quiet from us. You'd lie to us. Let us drive ourselves, mute and stupid as the fucking Avank, over the edge. That's enough. This stops here. You take us no further. We are turning back." "Damn it!" The lover jabbed her hand at Tanner, meeting his eye. She spat on the deck before him. "You fucking coward! You fool! Do you really think that story he told us is the truth? Think about it, goddammit. You think that's how the Scar really is? And you think that, out of all the ocean, out of the entire fucking hidden ocean, we found him by sheer chance? You think it's a fucking coincidence that our own Hedrigal runs, and then we meet another from some other place with stories to scare us stupid? It's the same man. This was always his plan, can't you fucking see? We thought he'd left us, but he didn't. Where would he go? He cut loose the arrogance and he hid somewhere. And now, when we get so close, so fucking close to the most amazing place in our world, he comes out to frighten us away. Why? Because he's a coward. Like you. Like all of you. That was his plan. He didn't even have the courage to run away in shame. He waited to take all of you with him. There were those who wavered at that. Even in her blistering rage, her point scored home. But Tanner gave her nothing. "You were going to keep it from us," he said. "You were going to lie. We've come so far with you, and you were going to lie to us about this, because you're so blinded by some greed you couldn't risk us facing you down. You know nothing about the Scar," he shouted. "Nothing. Don't tell me coincidence. Don't tell me unbelievable. Maybe this is how it works. You don't even know. All we know is that one of the best fucking Garwater men I ever knew is down there in your jail warning us that if we go to the Scar, we'll die. And I believe him. This ends here. We say what happens now. We're taking control. We're turning round. We're heading home. Your orders to proceed are invalidated. You can't jail or kill us all." There was a roar at that, a mass exhalation of excitement, and people began sporadically to chant, "Sack, sack, sack." Bellis paid no attention. Something extraordinary was happening, something almost inaudible under the noisy approval around her. Behind Uther Dul, the lover had been watching and listening with uncertainty in his eyes. He reached forward, touched the lover and turned her round, and said something low and urgent to her, something inaudible that made her react with incredulity and rage. The lovers were arguing. Quiet came down over the crowd as they realized what was happening. Bellis held her breath. It shocked her deeply. That they could whisper to each other, their faces growing red, their scars white-scored with anger, their voices hissed, muttered curt, growing slowly louder until they shouted, ignoring those around them who stared at them in stupid amazement.
"He's right," Bellis heard the lover shout. "He's right. We don't know."
"Don't know what?" the lover shouted back. Her face was outraged and terrible. "Don't know what?" Overhead, a little flock of cowed city birds cut across the sky, touching quickly down somewhere out of sight. Armada creaked. The silence went on and on. Tanasak and his mutineers were frozen. They watched the argument between the lovers unfold with an awe more fitting to a geological event. As Bellis watched the last of the birds, her eyes came to the Brucalac's blasted figure and stayed there, though the vampire disgusted her. His convulsions were dying down, his body calming. He opened eyes seared milk-white and blind by the daylight, and turned his head slowly. He was listening. Bellis was sure of it. The lovers ignored everything outside them. Uthadul moved silently aside, as if to give those assembled a better view. There was no other sound at all.
"We don't know," said the lover again.
Bellis felt as if an arc of heat or electricity spat between the lover's eyes.
"We don't know what's ahead. He might be right. Can we be sure? Can we risk it?"
"Oh," the lover responded, her voice coming out of her in a querulous sigh. She stared at her lover with a terrible disappointment and loss. "Oh, gods damn it," she breathed quietly. "Gods rot and fuck you dead." Again there was quiet and palpable shock. The lovers stared at each other.
"We cannot force them,"
the lover said, finally. His voice shook violently.
"We can't rule without concord. This isn't a war. You can't send Dul to fight them."
"Don't turn away from this now," the lover said, her voice unstable. "You're turning from me. After what we've done, after I made you, after we made ourselves together, don't deny me." The lover glanced up around him at the encircling faces. A visible panic came over him. He held out his hands.
"Let's go inside."
The lover was rigid, her scars glowing. She was tense with self-control. She shook her head at him, tightly raging. "Who the fuck are we to care who hears? What is this? What's happened to you? Are you as stupid as these fools? You think the lying cant that returned bastard told us rings true, do you? You believe him?"
"Am I still you?" the lover screamed back at her. "And are you me? Or not? That's the only question here."
He was losing something. Something was slipping from him. Bellis watched a connection as vital as an umbilicum attenuate and wither in him, and dry up and snap. Flailing, raging, terrorized very suddenly, alone for the first time in many years, he tried to say more.
"We can't do this. We can't. You'll lose us everything."
The lover watched him, and her face set dead cold. "I thought more of you," she said slowly. "I thought I'd made my soul whole."
"And you did,"
said the lover frantically, so pathetic that Bellis turned away her face in shame. They brought Hedrigal up from below decks, draped over the shoulders of the cacti who had come for him, and he was greeted with a wave of welcoming joy. Everyone shouted questions at him which he shied away from and could not answer. People danced and shouted and called his name while he stared at them, drunk with what seemed disoriented terror. Cacti, untroubled by his thorns, grabbed him and rode him on their shoulders, where he bobbed unsteadily and stared bewildered about.
"Turn!" shouted Tanasak. "We turn the city. Get a lover. Get someone who knows how. Get crews to the rain winches. We're sending a signal to the fucking Avank. We're turning."
Buoyed up, the throng looked around for the lovers, demanding that they tell how it was done. But the lovers were gone. In the crush surrounding Hedrigal, in that carnival, The lover had turned fiercely and run back towards her room, the lover behind her. And watching them carefully, following a little behind them, getting ready to take a different route, for one final time to try to understand what she had done and what had been done to her, was Bellis Coldwine. As she stepped into the passageway, she heard another exchange.
"I rule here," she heard the lover say,
his voice thick and careful.
"I rule this place. We rule it. That's what we do. That's what we fucking are. Don't do this. You'll lose it all for us."
The lover turned to him, and Bellis was suddenly in plain view. But the lover took her in for only a second, then turned her scarred face away, uncaring, not giving a damn who heard.
"You,"
she said, touching the lover's face. She shook her head, and when she spoke again, it was with great sadness and resolve. "You're right. We don't rule here any more. That was never why I was here. I won't ask you to come with me." For a second, her voice almost broke. "You've stolen yourself from me." She turned, and with the lover pleading with her, begging her to listen to him, to hear reason, to understand, she walked away. Bellis had heard enough. She stood alone for a long time in between old heliotypes stripped of meaning, before turning back to the celebrations outside, where Tanner was trying to give orders, trying to have the city turned. Raucous gangs, reeling at what they did, turned the winches that tugged at the Avank's reins. And slowly, over miles, the Avank turned its nose in dumb obedience, and the city's massive wake began to arc. An armada turned. It was a long, very shallow curve that took the rest of the day's light to complete. And while the city turned tail on the featureless sea, the pirate bureaucrats of Garwater ran frantic through their riding, trying to discover who was now in control. The truth terrified them. In those anarchic hours there was no one giving orders. There was no chain of command, no order, no hierarchy, nothing but a rugged contingent democracy thrown together by the Armadans as they needed it. The bureaucrats could not accept this, and they saw leaders in Tanasak and Hedrigal. But those two were participants, nothing more. One enthusiastic, the other looking bewildered, dragged about on shoulders like a mascot. Is this how it ends? Bellis is lost with excitement. She is weak with it. It is night now, and she is running with a crowd of smiling citizens along the edge of Jawa to watch the crews come in from the winch boats, and she realizes that she is smiling too. She does not know when that began. Is it finished? Is this how it ends? The authority that kept Garwater in control and spread beyond that to assert its will on all Armada is gone. It was so strong, so powerful for so long, and now it has melted with a speed and a quiet that leaves Bellis stunned. Where have they all gone? She wonders. The rulers have disappeared, and their integument of law and control, the yeomanry and their authority have gone with them. The rulers of the other ridings have wisely remained silent and hidden. It would not work for them to try to take control of this popular rage and exhilaration. They are not so stupid as to try. They are waiting. All the fears and the resentments and uncertainties, everything that has welled up in the citizens for weeks and months, the residue from every time they had doubts and said nothing, that is what powers this movement, this mutiny. Hedrigal's extraordinary, improbable story has set them free, given them the certainty they needed. They pull the city round. There is no looting that Bellis can see, no violence, no fires or gunshot. This is about a single issue. This is about not dying, about escaping this dreadful sea alive. The Avank is still injured, but it is progressing, and Bellis can see the stars and knows that it is heading back towards the swollen ocean. This is what she has wanted. Every mile that took her away from New Crobazon was a defeat. She had tried everything to get the fucking city to turn, to take her back towards her home, and now, suddenly and utterly unexpectedly, she has succeeded. How did this happen? She thinks, feeling as if she should be triumphant or proud, not like a bewildered, happy bystander. She knows why she is troubled. She has questions and resentments. She remembers what she saw in Dool's eyes. Used again, she thinks aghast and wondering. Used again. It is a complex chain of manipulation, what has been done to her. She cannot untangle it now. Now is not the time. Flares, the pilot's signals to the winch boats, were let off in a big vulgar display. It was a celebration and a defiance. We do not need these anymore, the mutineers were saying. There were men and women still out, in frenetic celebration, when the sky first lightened in the east. Bellis stood on the Grand Easterly, near the entrance to the corridors where the lovers' quarters were. She had been waiting for some time. She remembered what the lover said, "I will not ask you to come." Something was ending, and Bellis wanted to witness it. There were others on the deck, mostly tired and drunk, singing and watching the sea, but they quietened when the lover appeared on deck with Uthadul beside her. There was a moment, an ugly moment, when the bystanders remembered their anger, and something might have happened, but it went quickly. The lover carried packs that bulged oddly. She did not look at anyone but Dul. Bellis saw that one of the packs contained the Bahapsadian, Dul's weird instrument. "This is all of it?" the lover said, and Dul nodded. "Everything I collected," he said, "except my sword." The lover's face was set, calm and hard. "Is the boat all ready?" she said, and Dul nodded. They walked together, unmolested, watched by all the pirates, towards the Grand Easterly's port side, and the streets that wound over a tight crush of vessels and Basilio docks beyond. Bellis kept looking back to the doorway. She expected the lover to appear, to call his lover back, or run to her and tell her he would go too, that nothing would part them, but he did not. They had never been each other. They had never been doing the same thing. Perhaps it was only chance that they had travelled together so far. At the edge of the Grand Easterly, the lover stopped Uthadul and turned for a last look at the ship. The sun was not yet up, but the sky was light, and Bellis could see the lover's face clear. Cutting across it, scored over her right cheek from the hairline to her jaw, was a new wound. It glistened with a faint coating of salve, like varnish. It was deep and dark red, and it sliced straight through several of her other older scars, as if it was brushing them aside. Bellis never heard any stories about that last journey, which astonished her. In all the days and weeks that followed, when everyone was talking about the night of the mutiny, she never once heard about the lover and Uthadul moving sedately through a city, tired and drunk on its rebellion. She could imagine it, though. She saw them progressing sedately, the lover sad and pensive, looking around her, memorizing the details of the city she had helped rule for so long. Hefting her pack, feeling the weight of all the books of arcane science, the tracts on possibility mining, the ancient machines that Dul had given her. Dul beside her, his hand ready by his sword to protect her in her last minutes in Armada. Was it necessary? Did he need to step in? Bellis heard no stories of him cutting Armadans down. And was the lover really alone? It seemed hard to believe that after the years of her presence she would have no one ready to follow her. Her narrative logic was not the brutal mercantilism that drove Armada, but could it be alien to all its citizens? She could not have controlled a ship, even a small one, on her own. Bellis found it easier to imagine that, as she walked through the city, she drew certain men and women out of their hiding places, that they sensed her passing and came to her. Alienated from their neighbours, impelled by other motivations, a gathering come out to drift in behind the lover and Uthadul, walking at her pace, themselves packed and ready to leave their city. Romantics, storytellers, misfits, the suicidal and the mad. Bellis imagined them behind the lover. She could not help thinking that there was a small crew of them by the time the lover emerged from below the eaves and crossed the deserted warehouses of the docks. She imagined that they must have joined the lover on the deck of the prepared ship, helping her to stoke the engines, casting off, saying goodbye. But Bellis did not know. The lover might have gone alone. All Bellis knew was that after almost an hour, with the sun very low and its light thick, a sail passed unmolested through the narrow entrance to Basilio docks and out into the sea. It was not large. Its deck was equipped with little cranes and winches, all manner of engines and boilers, of the purposes of which Bellis had no idea. It seemed well equipped and clean. Bellis could not see it clearly. She was watching over the irregular contours of Armada's roofs, all those flats and slopes in grey and red, slate, concrete, iron. She could just make out the vessel's progress through oily morning sunlight, past the other vessels tied up carefully in the harbour, out through the gap in the city ship matter. She could see the wood smoke it vented, as the strong, strange currents of the hidden ocean took it away. A little way from Bellis, the lover was watching. His eyes were so raw with tears, it looked as though they had been rubbed with dust. And of course his cheek had only its old scars. The boat powered on. It moved with an undeviating speed that Bellis had never witnessed on the hidden ocean. Without fuss, without a fusillade of shots or fireworks, it headed north, directly away from the city, slipping into Armada's wake and heading for the horizon, towards the scar. A long time after that, after it had disappeared from sight, Uther Dool came back to the Grand Easterly, alone. Dool stood below the mast on which the Brucalac was crucified, his early morning shrieks beginning weakly with the sun. "Cut him down," said Uther Dool, with authority to a nearby group of men and women. They looked up, startled, but did not question him. "Cut him down, and take him home." And on that extraordinary morning, while the city felt its way towards new rules, and nobody knew what was permissible, or normal, or acceptable, or right, Uther Dool's merciful order was obeyed. Not the lover any more, thought Bellis suddenly. She stared out towards the horizon's rim where the little vessel had disappeared. She thought of the lover's argument, and of the new wound, a newborn scar that tore across the lover's face, recreating and separating her. You're not the lover any more. Bellis tried to reconceive of the lover, out there at the helm of her ship, heading towards the most extraordinary place in the world. Bellis tried to rethink her, to be clear, to give credit or blame where it was due, and think about the woman piloting that lost vessel towards the edge of the world, according to no one's plans or desires but her own. But Bellis kept thinking of her as lover, 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 even as she tried not to. She did not know the woman's name. Coda. Tanner Sack. It's been bloody mad here. You'd never believe what I've been doing. We ain't heading for the Scar anymore. We're heading for waters way back the way we came. We're going back to how things were. Strange. I put it like that, but I never knew this place when it wasn't hankering for the hidden ocean. Neither did you. Everything that happened, it was all geared up to getting us out there. I've never lived here when it was just a pirate port. Neither have you. I've been spending time with your Angevine. I'll be lying if I tell you we're best friends. We're a bit shy, you might say. But we see each other and talk about you, mostly. We were lied to, and we had enough, and they were risking our necks, damn it, so we made them turn back. It doesn't go away that you're gone. I don't live here anymore. I live nowhere. This place killed you. I don't know what they were, the things in that water. I know that what we fought in the water that night was no vampire. No one talks about them. No one knows what they were. Only that they helped to try to turn us. Bastard John saw them. I see it in his little piggy eyes. But he says nothing. It was me who turned the city. Those things, the things that took you, the vampire man who fought beside them, they failed. I did the job for them, turned us round. I don't know if that's funny. I only know that I don't want to live here anymore. I can't go. I'm a sea thing now. It's a bad joke. We both know what real sea things are, how they move, how fast. Not like me, heavy, clumsily stolen fins, flapping, slimy, sweating, remade. And I'm scared now. I put myself in the sea, I sweat. Now every little blenny looks like one of the things that took you. But I can't live in the air now. I ain't got that option no more. What'll I do? I can't go back to New Crobazon, and if I could, I'd rot without Brian. I'll make myself swim. It'll get easier again. I'll get it done. They can't hold me. I can leave. Maybe we'll go near some coast one day, and there I'll slip away. There I'll go and live alone in the shallows, so I can see rock under me, where trees and scree meet in the water. I can live there alone. I've had enough of it, I tell you. I ain't got nothing. I've got nothing. In time, they tell me, I'll not feel so bad. I don't want time to heal me. There's a reason I'm like this. I want time to set me ugly and knotted with the loss of you, marking me. I won't smooth you away. I can't say goodbye. Dust Day, 2nd of Tathis, 1780. Armada. The Avank is slowing, again, one final time. It is still wounded from the Grindylows' abuse. Whatever they did to it has not healed, not scarred, but remains raw and unpleasant. We pass from time to time by messes of its pus again. Its heart, I think, is winding down. We all know that the Avank is dying. Perhaps it is looking for its home. Perhaps it is trying to find its way back to the universe of lightless brine from where we fished it. And all the time it grows ill and weak, its blood thickening, decaying and clotting, its great flukes moving more slowly. Never mind. We are very close to the edge of the hidden ocean. We will emerge soon, any day, perhaps within hours, and there the Armadan fleet will be waiting. The Avank will live till then. The day is close, though, when the city will come to a final stop. We will be stranded, attached to an organic anchor, millions of tons of corpse rotting on the floor of the abyss. 5 chains, 5 links to sever. For each link, 2 cuts. Each link many feet thick and thaumaturgically tempered. It will take some time, but eventually, one by one, the miles of metal will fall free. What a catastrophe that will be, to the bottom dwellers, like divine anger. Tons of metal falling, accelerating through 4-5 miles, eventually to slam into the ooze at the sea's bottom, cutting through to the rock below. Landing across the poor Avank's corpse, perhaps, bursting it open, its miles of intestines littering the dark mud. Perhaps, in time, whole ecosystems will evolve around that unprecedented richness. We will be gone. We will have reached the fleet, and they will reattach themselves, and Armada will be as it was. There will be fewer vessels to drag it, of course, after the carnage of the Crobazon War, but the city will have shed countless thousands of tons of chain. It will balance. Armada will be as it was. Back across the Swoylen Ocean, back towards the richest shipping lanes, back towards the ports and traders. The Armadan pirates who have waited for months, tracking the city with strange devices, will find it again. We will go back towards the Gentleman's Sea, the Hebdomad, Knurket, the Basilisk Channel, back towards New Crobazon. It has been a month since the woman left, whose name I did not know. Things have changed. It did not take long for the mutineers to relinquish control. They had no program, no party. They were only ever a disparate group who found out they had been lied to, who did not want to die. They snatched power in an anarchic and momentary coup and gave it up easily. Within days the lover re-emerged. He came out of the Grand Easterly and issued orders. People were glad to carry them out. No one has a quarrel with him. He is lost, though. Everyone knows it. His eyes do not focus and his orders are vague. Uther Dul whispers to him carefully, and the lover will nod and issue some meaningful command, Dul's words through the lover's mouth. Dul will not allow that to continue. He is a mercenary. He works for money. He sells his loyalty. If he must have control, I do not believe he wants it to be so unsubtle. If he rules, he hides it for the freedom of paid subordinates. I've learnt that, if nothing else. I do not know what happened to him to make him flinch from naked power so much. I've never met a more complicated man, or, I suspect, a more tragic one. To have had his own history plant the ideas that brought us all here, so far from what he himself sought in Armada. It is hard to tell what in him has been intent and what reaction. I cannot believe that this is satisfactory for him, that he looks at his position and that of the lover, and he nods and says, "This is what I wanted." Either he spends his life in control of everything, or in panicked fear. Either he has planned everything to a dizzying degree, or he moves us all desperately from crisis to crisis, not knowing what he wants, showing nothing on his face. The lover keeps his dead gaze on the horizon. Although at the end the woman was despised and feared as a liar, she was never pathetic, and her erstwhile lover has become so. I suspect that he will not survive this. Perhaps one day he will discover that Dool is no longer at his side, especially now that the Brookalak controls Dryfall again. Few actually saw the Grindy Low, and fewer talk about it. It is only I who cannot forget them. I've seen the Brookalak at night. He walks free. He is sun-scarred and will always be. He is subdued. Carrie-Anne talks of him with an austere kind of affection. His citizens have rallied to him, and most others were fast to forgive him, even those who lost lovers on the night he rebelled. After all, he led his Carja against Scarwater because he said we must turn the city round. And he was right, and that has now been done. There is no war between Dryfall and Garwater. Dool visits the Brookalak at night on the Yurok, Carrie-Anne tells me. I spend many of my days with Carrie-Anne. She is quiet about her one-time support for the Lovers' Project. For almost a fortnight she did not speak much at all. Perhaps she was ashamed to have found herself on the side of that woman who was so ready to lie, to lead us all to our deaths. That is the accepted story, apparently. We believe what the returned Hedrigal said. That is what people believe. That is why the city was turned. Tanasak and I, we see each other from time to time. He has begun to work again under the city. He never mentions the time I took him to the little room and spurred a rebellion. Did I do that? Was this mutiny my doing? This city heading southwards again, towards the water we have passed through before, to the places that mean something to me, was this my doing? And does that mean that I have won? Perhaps she made it safely, the woman, and moored herself at the water's rim, and lowered her equipment into the chasm and extracted all the energy she needed, and is now as powerful as a god. Perhaps she fell in. Perhaps there was nothing to fall into. Hedrigal is ill, delirious from his ordeal, we are told, somewhere in the innards of the Grand Easterly. When I hear that, I think, we were not told the truth. The woman was right. What kind of stupid idiot coincidence would we have to believe, what chain of unlikeliness to think that our Hedrigal leaves, and in a nigh world another stays and is lost and found again in the whole of the sea by us? We have not been told the truth. I remember the look Dool gave me. He looked for me and found me on the Grand Easterly, and told me with his eyes to come, listen, and finish this. He told me so much with that glance, and left so much unexplained. So much was clear. What he had done, his games, his manipulations. I picture him meeting with Hedrigal, the loyal cactus man frightened and appalled by the lover's plan, Dool making his suggestions, hiding Hedrigal somewhere secret and quiet, slipping out silently as only he could move, cutting the arrogance free, bringing Hedrigal out again, later, to terrify the populace with his stories of canyons in the sea, so that Dool would have to say nothing, safe in his loyalty. Or perhaps it was Fennec who suggested that Hedrigal hide, a plan in case the Crubbers on a rescue failed to turn us back to home waters. But I saw Dool's look. If all this was Fennec's doing, then Dool knew of it and helped it run. I think of all the times that Dool told me things and hinted to me, letting me know where we would go, what we would do, knowing that I knew Silas Fennec, Simon Fench, knowing that I would spread the word to him, angry only when I spread the wrong sedition. Spending time with me and bringing me close. I came close, using me as a conduit. I am agog with how much he knew and watched. I wish I could know when it started, whether I have been used for many, many months or only in the final days. I do not know how much of what Dool does is strategy and how much is recoil. Certainly he has known far, far more than I had thought. I am left uncertain of how much I was used. There is another possibility. It disturbs me. I've heard again and again from many people, many times, that this Hedrigal is not quite the same as ours. His manner is different, his voice more hesitant. His face, they say, is more, or perhaps less, scarred. He's a refugee from another world. People believe that. It is possible. It is possible that he told us the truth. But even so, it could not be luck alone. I saw Dúil. He was waiting for this Hedrigal and for me. So it cannot be chance that this Hedrigal came. There is another explanation. Maybe it was Dúil's doing. I heard music. Maybe this was Dúil playing possibilities, making a concerto of likelihood and unlikelihood. Did he play his perhaps Salian at night, as we approached the scar, as the possible worlds around us grew more intrusive, finding the one where Hedrigal survived, pulling him out of it, pulling him here to be found? Such a tenuous chain, that I would be there with someone who would be believed, that Dúil could find me with his eyes. So many chances. Dúil must be the luckiest man in Baslag. Or he planned the unplannable, preparing me for that moment. Could he play possibilities like a virtuoso, making sure the one that occurred was the one that had me there, beside Tanner, watching and listening as Hedrigal arrived, ready? And what if Fact Bellis would not be there at that time? Did he bring out another? Bring out me? The one who would be in the right place at the right time for his plans? Am I a nigh Bellis? And if I am, what happened to the other, the Fact? Did he kill her? Is her body floating somewhere, rotting and eaten? Am I a replacement? Pulled through into existence to replace a dead woman, to be where Dúil needed her to be? All that so he could turn the city around and never come forward. Was this the only way? He would do all this to have his say and to seem to have no will at all. I will never be certain of what happened, of exactly how and how much, amid all the chaos and the blood and fighting, I was used. That I was used, I have no doubt. Dúil has no interest in me now. All the time we were together, he was playing me, making me his agent to turn the city around, so that it was not him that did it. A loyal mercenary, making the city merely pirate again. Now that I have done what I was required to do, I am less than nothing to him. It is strange to find yourself a game piece. I'm humbled by him, but I'm too old to be wounded by betrayal. Still, twice now I have tried to see him, to understand what it was he did. Twice I have knocked and had him open the door to me and stare at me, unspeaking, as if I'm a stranger. And both times my words have gone sour in my mouth. There is no it, I remember Silas Fenwick scolding me. It is probably the best advice. Right now there are a small handful of possibilities that can explain what happened. Any of them might be true. And if Dúil were to claim innocence of all of them, I would have less to make sense with, less than I have now. I would have to contemplate the possibility that there was no plan, that there is nothing to be explained. Why would I risk that? Why in the world would I relinquish what understandings I have? Tanner Sack came to my rooms. Angevine waited for him below on the Cromulus deck. Her treads could not take my stairs. I'm sure that they are a comfort to each other. But what I heard between them was uncertain and careful, and I think they will move apart. Sharing loss, I suspect, will not be enough. Tanner brought me a heliotype he had found, of Shekel, holding 2 books, grinning outside the library. Tanner has decided that everything to do with Shekel and books is mine. I'm embarrassed. I don't know how to tell him to stop. After he left, I looked at the sepia scrap he had left me. It was not a good print. Vague suggestions of architecture and biology burnt onto the paper, scarring it, wounding it and healing it in a new configuration. Scars are memory. I carry my memories of Armada on my back. I took the dressings off some weeks ago, and with angled mirrors I have seen what Garwater has written on me. It is a breathtakingly ugly message in a brutal script. Contours ridge my back, lines stretched horizontal across it, roughly parallel, where the whip landed. They seemed to emerge from one side of my back, break my skin, and descend on the other. Like sutures. They stitched the past to me. I look at them with wonder. It is as if they are nothing to do with me. Armada is sewn fast onto my back, and I know that I will carry it with me everywhere. So many truths have been kept from me. This violent, pointless voyage has been sopping with blood. I feel thick and sick with it. And that is all, contingent and brutal without meaning. There is nothing to be learnt here, no ecstatic forgetting. There is no redemption in the sea. Carrying it on my back, I will take Armada home with me. Home. The second time Dool found me at his door, he must have seen something in my face. He nodded once and then spoke. He said, "Enough is enough. We will take you back." Back again. I was stunned. I bowed my head, nodded, and thanked him. He gave me that. And not for any residue of what he once pretended was between us. He is rewarding me. He's paying me. For the jobs I have done, since he has used me. Dool passed messages to Fenwick through me for Fenwick to give the city. But Fenwick did the wrong thing, and the lovers outmanoeuvred us all by telling the truth. So Dool found other uses for me. And now he will take me home. Not for warmth or out of justice. He is offering me a wage. I will accept. He's not stupid. He knows that nothing I could do in New Crobazon could undermine or threaten Armada in any way. I would not be listened to if I tried to tell Parliament, and why would I do that, renegade that I am? Eventually there will be a ship charged to rob the Basilisk Channel, and I will be on it. I will be taken on some tiny boat, perhaps, dropped in that ugly port Cape Ansa that I saw from the Terpsichorea's deck. And I will wait there until a new Crobazon ship appears, heading home for Iron Bay and the Grostar and the city. Uther Dool will not deny me that. It costs him nothing. It is many months since we left Iron Bay. By the time we are dragged back again, it will be much more than a year. I will take another name. The Terpsichorea is lost. There is no reason for the city to chase Bellis Coldwine any more. And even if some interfering swine back in New Crobazon were to recognise me and pass information on to some uniformed bastard, I have had enough of running. And I cannot find it in me to believe they will. That part of my life is over. This is a new time. After all that has happened, after all my frantic, fruitless efforts to escape, I find that quite unwittingly I have done what was necessary for me to go home, carrying the memories of Armada stitched to my flesh. I'm surprised to find myself writing this letter to you again. Once I told Uther Dool the truth about it, I felt that it was close to me. Hearing myself admit it, I felt like a lonely child. Was there anything more pathetic than these scraps of paper that I was so eager to post, not even having decided yet to whom they would go? I put them away then. But this is a new chapter. The city is going back in time, readying itself to start again with its simple piracy and the rich shores near my home. Everything's changed, and I find myself trembling, excited, biding my time and eager to finish this letter. It does not embarrass me. I'm opened up by it. This is a possible letter. Until the last second, when I write your name beside that word, dear, all those sheets and months ago, this is a possible letter, pregnant with potentiality. I am very powerful right now. I am all ready to mine the possibilities, make one of them fact. I have not been the best friend to you, and I need you to forgive me that. I think back to my friends in New Crobazon, and I wonder which of them you are to be. And if I want this letter to be a remembrance, to be something with which to say goodbye instead of hello again, then you will be Carrie Ann. You are my dear friend, if that is so, and the fact that I did not know you when I started to write this letter means nothing. This is a possible letter, after all. Whoever you are, I have not been the best friend to you, and I am sorry. Now we approach the fleet that is ranged just beyond the waters of the hidden ocean, like a phalanx of anxious guards, and I write this letter to you to tell you everything that has happened to me, And as I tell you, I come to understand that I have been manipulated, used at every step of the way, that even when I was not a translator, I passed on others' messages. I find myself detached from such knowledge. It is not that I do not care, not that I am not angry at being used, or, gods and Jabber help me, for the awful brute times I was used to bring about. But even when I spoke for others, wittingly or not, I was doing things for myself. I have been present throughout all this, my own fact. And besides, as I sit here, 10,000 miles from New Crobazon, on the other side of foreign seas, I know that we are heading slowly home. And though sadness and the guilt are stitched indelibly to me with my scars, two things are clear. The first is that everything has changed. I cannot be used any more. Those days are over. I know too much. What I do now, I do for me. And I feel, for all that has happened, as if it is now, only now in these days, that my journey is beginning. I feel as if this, even all this, has been a prologue. The other is that all my anxiety to send this letter off, to get it to someone, to you, to cut a little mark upon New Crobazon, all that neurotic eagerness has blown away. The desperation I had, in Tarmouth, in Salcricaltor, to post this, to decide at the last minute who you were and send it, so that I might be noted, all that frantic fear is gone. It has become nothing. It is not necessary any more. I am coming home. I will amass much more to tell you on the return journey, which will be long, but will end. I do not need this letter delivered. Whoever I decide you are, dear friend, I will give it to you myself. I will deliver it by hand. That was The Scar by China Mieville, read by Damien Lynch.